With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn, and the Palafin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 Indianapolis Regional Championships. My name is Speedy Sheep 2. I'm here with the Amanda Lundberger. I need everyone to give her a very warm welcome. Amanda, how are you feeling?
I'm doing well. Some of you may recognize me. I've been doing a lot of commentating in Europe, but you know, I've heard some rumors that NA is where it's at. And you know, with 160 plus competitors here for the Indianapolis Regional, I don't think you guys are going to disappoint.
I think NA is going to be really fun to watch, especially the tournament this weekend. But I'll tell you what, Amanda, it's been a long road to Worlds, but we are nearing the final stretch. As you can see here, we are in Indianapolis. We have LA coming up and then NAIC in New Orleans. That one's going to be awesome.
That's going to be very great. And as you can see, it all is leading up. The road to Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii. This is what all the competitors are here competing for, with these chances to get these championship points. As we can see, we need 500 here in the U.S. region.
Exactly. As we take a look under the hood here, you get 200 championship points for that first place finish in a regional championship, and then the thresholds vary slightly by region there, but these trainers are making that final push towards qualifying for the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. You know, Amanda, last NA Regional in Orlando was a lot of fun to watch. The meta might be a little bit different this weekend. We're going to have to find out, so let's take a look back at the Orlando Regional Championships.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Sophia May here to take you through a recap of the 2024 Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Orlando, Florida. With only a few events left in the season in the run-up to NAIC and Worlds, over 130 trainers came to the Sunshine State to make their bid at becoming the Orlando Regional Champion. Dunebug looked unstoppable throughout the tournament, only dropping 2 games on his path to the Grand Finals. Fresh off his second-place finish at EUIC just 1 week prior, Dune flew through the bracket with a brand new pick in Shadow Pidgeot, landing Bravebird after Bravebird to close out games. On day 2, several previous regional champions, including House Stark, J-Jan, Abhinav, and Balk, battled it out on the winner's side. On the loser's side, each 7 had a breakout performance, winning 6 consecutive matches en route to his meeting with Dunebug in the Grand Finals. In the Grand Finals, Beach continued to rely on his trusty Lantern Altaria core. He dealt Dunebug his 3rd game loss of the entire tournament in Game 3 with the power of his Skarmory. Despite all of the momentum that Beach had gathered from an undefeated Day 2 run so far, it was too much to overcome Dunebug 97, who took the series 3-1. In doing so, Dunebug made Pokemon Go history, becoming the first trainer to ever win 4 regional championships, including 3 in the 2024 season alone.
3-time Worlds qualified competitor, 3-time regional champion in a single season. No one can do it like Dunebug.
Think you have what it takes to become a champion? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Absolutely a fantastic run from arguably the #1 trainer in the entire world, Dunebug97. But let's take a look at the other top finishers in Orlando from this previous tournament. We've got Beach7 and J-Mills113 here, Amanda.
Yeah, I'm liking the team compositions here. You know, before we were seeing Dunebug, I thought he was soaring like an eagle, but perhaps he's brave birding like a Pidgey out there. That is one of the Pokemon that is on his team. I'm seeing a lot of Skarmory Altarias, and I think that Beach really piloted that well in the last tournament. We'll have to see what there's going to be going on here in Indianapolis this weekend.
Whenever you analyze the meta, you always look for targets and counters. And as we look at the top usage here from Orlando, Shadow Gligar at an astounding 87.5% usage in our top 12 graphic here. How do you feel about that?
You know, Shadow Gligar seems to be a very popular pick across all regionals, seemingly almost globally. Skarmory, no doubt, is going to be up there as well because it's one of the hardest counters for that Gligar, making it a little bit more difficult to maneuver around and maybe playing a little bit of hide the Gligar there with the Skarmory.
Yeah, I like to call Shadow Gligar a bit of a gravity well. It sucks other Pokemon in around it, Skarmory being one of those. We're going to talk about that a lot more later. Let's go ahead and take a look here at our overall NA regional champions. We've got Wadaj, King Alexander, but something funny is kind of going on here these past 5 or 6 tournaments, Amanda.
Yeah, it looks like some trainers are learning how to share, but maybe not with the whole crew, as we see so many of the Dunebug here. Unfortunately, he will not be competing here, but maybe fortunately for the other players. But unfortunately for them, Lyle Jeffs is going to be here. Will he be able to take that Indianapolis spot? Once again, kind of leapfrogging there with Dunebug.
I was going to say they might just trade spaces once again. But we're going to take a look here at our overall NA leaderboards because it's important to remember winning a regional or international championship does qualify you for Worlds, but there are so many other ways to qualify as well, including gathering championship points from your local cups and challenges. But I don't know, Amanda. You know, we're in Indianapolis. We're talking about races. I don't think that anyone can catch Dunebug at 1,559 points. He's a mile ahead.
And not only is he leading here in North America, I think that he is leading globally as well by quite a long stretch. We see Nighttime Clasher is the first one over the 1,000-point line as well here. And then Lyle Jeffs, like we talked about, here in Indianapolis, potentially going to be able to hit that mark this weekend as well.
What's exciting is that we're going to see a lot of these trainers that were on that list, like Magic Mason and Hot Pocket, actually competing here in Indianapolis because they are battling it out for that travel award. They would definitely want to get over to Honolulu, Hawaii, and the World Championships in just a couple months' time.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. It is a race, as we can see here. We're going to jump right into EUIC. This is where Dunebug got a lot of those championship points because the championship points are essentially almost doubled when you go to these international champions. He ended up getting 2nd place overall, losing out to M.E. Weedle, our senior division world champion.
Exactly right. Emmy Weedle, very impressive there. The only one, it seemed, was able to take down Dunebug97 at EUIC. But there's always this kind of regional rivalry, this question mark about what the meta looks like in EU versus NA. Let's take a look at our top 12 this is our top 12 at EUIC. We've got 59.4% Shadow Gligar, so still leading the pack, but not by quite as much. And there's kind of a different mix here amongst the top 5.
Yeah, I'm noticing more Lantern, Charjabug still kind of in this mix as well, the electric types. But something that's really jumping out to me here is the highness of Cresselia. Cresselia seems to be a big staple pick for Europe.
Speaking of staple picks, we do have some impressive EU regional champions as well that have claimed special events and regional championships across that region this season. Starting off with Lylas in Barcelona at the special event, and all the way over to one of your popular co-casters, Inadequates, winning Utrecht.
Yeah, winning in his home territory was very big for Inadequates there. That was a nice thing for him. If we're looking at this as well, we talked about Nighttime Clasher on the NA leaderboard. What is he doing as an EU regional champion? Coming over, taking that spot as Liverpool champion. I think he's playing over there for the rest of the season.
That's pretty impressive by him, but let's take a look at our overall leaderboards for the EU region. Statistan leading the pack with 1,009 points. Definitely one of the most consistent trainers, I think, in the entire EU region, but so many other valuable, incredible, impressive trainers like Tomahawk, JBG Winston, and Nezabethan here on the list as well.
Yeah, as rounding out there are a lot of really good players, but we're not here to talk about EU, Will. We are here to talk about Indianapolis.
It's true. We have a forecast for you for this weekend. Some Pokemon that we think are on the ascension and some on the decline. Let's take a look here at our first Pokemon that's on the rise. We think it's Skarmory. Onward and upwards, the Steel and Flying type Pokemon is just such a powerful pick. Actually, one of my close friends called it the best, the strongest pick in the current meta.
Interesting. I think not only is it do well against the Shadow Gligars, it's also keeping the potential charm users in check as well because it's one of those hard wall fireballs to all of these things that are coming in. Potential to Brave Bird or bait with that Sky Attack. There's no surprise we're going to see a lot of Skarmory, but in return, we have seen a lot of Lantern and some Charger Bug to face it.
Exactly. The electric types are definitely what Skarmory fears, but unfortunately for it, trending downwards is Charger Bug. Maybe a bit of a blown fuse here. This Pokemon was very prominent just a few months ago, but has since been on the decline in favor of Lantern. And I think largely, Amanda, is due to that subtyping. We see Bug and Electric here, so as Charger Bug, you're taking super effective damage from Fire, from Rock as well. Meanwhile, Lantern is just so flexible, and Water is definitely one of the best types in the overall meta, so I definitely think Lantern took that top spot as an electric type.
I think so as well. And because of that, like you talked about, the water, I mean, Lantern is really top water unless you have some ground damage as well. I think that's another reason we're seeing so many Shadow Whiscash.
Oh, exactly right. Shadow Whiscash, an incredible Pokemon to get, but there are so many exciting things happening in Pokemon Go right now. Let's take a look here at our May content update. We have an awesome Shadow Suicune joining raids, and we have brand new raid bosses as well. I want to get chat's pronunciations. Go ahead and type out the names of those Pokemon and how they sound, but one thing I want to point out as well, Amanda, at the top right corner, we've got Tapu Fini gaining access to Nature's Madness. Now, that's, in my opinion, an upgrade for the Pokemon, but it won't be eligible this weekend.
That's right. It's not going to be eligible until Tuesday, so perhaps we'll see it in Los Angeles. We'll see it in maybe in some of the European regionals. But for now, yes, we're not going to see too much of it this weekend unless it's still running the old moveset. Also, of course, if you see that little star next to it, that means the potential that they can be shiny for those shiny collectors out there. But something that I really want to get into, I'm very excited about, is we are getting another Master Ball.
I was going to say, speaking of catching rare shiny Pokemon, the Master Ball is the best way to do it. I definitely think trainers should go ahead and acquire the Master Ball, keep it in your bag. I like to keep at least one extra because you never know what surprises might happen in Pokemon Go. Currently, I do have one. I used my first on a Galarian Zapdos, which I think was definitely a worthy investment.
I think it's worth the investment. I still have all of mine because I am only going to use them on the Galarian birds as well, but I want to make sure to use them for ones that are eligible for Great League. So it's already, there's a lot of criteria. Of course, our producer Daniel, he used one on it. I saw it happen on a Bidoof.
Wow. I'm speechless, right? But speaking of speechless, we have some Worlds qualified trainers who have left us speechless with their performances on stage. We have LNDS Hart Jeff here, our LAIC International Champion and Curitiba Regional Champion. Mind you, the first trainer ever to have a 100% win rate, a perfect run through the tournament qualification. But there's so many trainers. We've got 6 pages of qualified players here.
Yeah, but we've seen a lot of from the Latin America region. We're getting into the European region as well. We see the Emmy Weedle status stand. Some that have been topping the leaderboards there, going all the way down the line. We're still in Europe. The Coxet, who was our 2022, I believe it was, one of the ones in Poland regional champion.
Yes, one with Victini.
Yes, with the Victini.
Yeah, that was incredible to watch. Lurgan, Rocket, Nezabethan. We also have WTM Go, Asprichetto. Let me know which trainer you were cheering for when they do make their way to Worlds in just a couple months' time. Doombug97, of course, 23 EJB, U Poncho, one of the trainers that's making the most out of the local cups and challenges, and so many other familiar names.
Yeah, so many familiar names. I see Rise to Occasion on this, already qualified for Worlds, and of course now they're just getting into the Oceania region at the end, with one of the most recent to be added to this list with Rick Flareon.
Rick Flareon, definitely a fun name, and our reigning world champion, it's Axon. Now, speaking of trainers to watch, we have some trainers that we've spotlighted for the Indianapolis Regional Championship. We think any one of these 3 can go all the way. How can you enter this tournament? How can you even wake up this morning, Amanda, and not mention Lyle Jeffs III?
Lyle Jeffs is on the rise. He's already done 2 tournaments. Will he be the next one like Dunebug to be able to round it out, get his next championship run? He is here. I think a lot of players are nervous to face him, but I had a talk with him, and he said he's also nervous now as well. He feels a little bit of that pressure to keep up that momentum.
Well, we're going to see how he excels in the situation. Rockhaven and a Shady Equation, also trainers to look out for. But one trainer I want to flip over and spotlight to is Uzuku, one of the cleanest players, right? That's the word I want to hone in on, clean. The gameplay is absolutely pristine. He actually went up against Rise to Occasion in a previous regional championship, and I think we were all just blown away at how technically skilled this trainer is.
Yeah, I mean, making it day 2 in both Peoria and Knoxville. And another trainer that I want to point out, we talk about, you know, the skills that you get in Play Pokemon are also skills that we can use in the Go Battle League. And as James Peace 21 is one of the players who is well known within that Go Battle League to do so well, topping leaderboards time after time.
As we like to say, a Go Battle hero, right? S. James P. making an appearance here in Indianapolis. We'll see just how he performs once the tournament gets started. That being said, Amanda, we made our own predictions as well. You know, we talk about players a lot. We talk about what they're going to do. We picked out certain Pokemon that we think are going to succeed. I see, what is this, 3 Shadow Sableye, 2 Talonflame, and even a Bastiodon, but come on, it's Caleb, right? So tell me about your picks, though. What do you have here?
Yeah, so I went with the Guzzlord. I think it's a pretty popular pick. I think dragons have a big place in the meta, and obviously, like, I see that you have a Goodra on yours as well, so you're thinking there's some play. And then I'm looking at everything that I've picked so far, you know, the Guzzlord, Talonflame, and Sableye. What's something that counters that pretty hard? It's Azumarill. I think Azumarill still has quite a place in the meta.
Well, your Azumarill hard counters my favorite pick, which is Mandibuzz. I think Mandibuzz has a ton of flex play, especially against Gligar, Lickitung, Cresselia, a lot of those main picks. But you know what? We have some interesting opinions of our own, but we want to hear your opinions. Make sure to get engaged on social media. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon across all platforms, and make sure to follow on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, as well as our main channels, YouTube and Twitch. We want to see a lot of commenting, a lot of active chatters this weekend. We want to know what you think about the meta, and we would love to feature your posts on social media. But Amanda, I think that's almost it for us. Are you ready to toss over to casters?
I'm pretty excited. I'm a special caster. I think that we need to maybe shout out a little bit here. First time debuting here in Indianapolis. We got to give it up to rise to occasion.
Take it away.
Thank you very much, Will and Amanda. 168 battlers signed up for a chance to etch their name into Pokemon Go history, to become the gym leader, if you will, of the Hoosier States, to attain the glory that comes with the title of one Indianapolis regional champion, alongside the legendary Caleb Pang. What's up, guys? Chris Reisner joining you on the cast. And Caleb, first, I just want to say, very thankful to get the chance to cast this weekend, feeling a great sense of excitement, and hopeful we can deliver a great show for all of you watching. However, it ain't about us. It's about the plethora of talented competitors here to compete this weekend.
I mean, speaking of talented competitors, I'm sitting next to one right here. You know, we're coming full circle. My first ever North America regional, I actually casted you winning all of Milwaukee. So here we are, sitting next to the champion. We're going to cast some great battles. For those that are tuning in for the first time for Pokemon Go, let's take a quick look at the format so you get caught up to date.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
All right, well, there we have it. We have the format, all best of 3s for today. We'll have some best of 5s tomorrow. But like Chris said, a stacked tournament, 168. And I was looking back at Indianapolis, which was our first ever regional for North America back in 2022. And I believe we only had about 86 players at that one. So the game has grown in pretty much double its size in the past 2 years, which is incredible to see.
The tournaments are growing in size, and as the season gets later and later, competitors are trying to get that Worlds qualification. Only a few opportunities left, and we may see some players pass that threshold trying to get that championship point amount today.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line here besides just championship points. We got some prize money as well. So awesome to see. First place getting that 2,500 plus 72 booster packs. There could be something really rare in those packs as well. And you can see the trickling down all the way into that top 9 placement. 9th still get some booster packs as well. So really cool to see. A lot to be earned here. Championship points, some great memories, some cash prizes, and maybe your new favorite Pokemon card.
When trainers are traveling from all around the country to compete here. It's nice to get rewarded with your efforts, maybe get those costs expended for, and we will see a lot of great battles today and a really stacked competition from top to bottom with all these pods.
That's right. I'm very excited to see what the players brought. So let's take a look at day number 1 usage. Top 12 here. We actually have Annihilate coming in over 50% at the number 1 spot. I believe this is the first time ever we've seen Annihilate this high up in usage for top 12. Gligar actually dropping down to 4 under Skarmory, which is kind of wild. What do you think of these top 12, Chris?
Yeah, that is crazy. Annihilate asserting itself as the dominant counter user in the meta. Vigoroth down at 23% as the next counter user. And Gligar, we saw well over 50% in previous tournaments, down to 39.5. That stands out. And look at the bottom, Azumarill, one of the OGs, you could say, in the Open Great League, making its way back into the top 12 at 14.3%.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I actually didn't think Azumarill was going to be that relevant these days. I feel like Cresselia is typically more of your anti-fighter pick, but it might come in handy, though, because it's going to be great into that Annihilate, and of course, always good into that Gligar as well. Mandibuzz coming at 11. I'm a Mandibuzz enjoyer myself, so great to see that bulky flying bird there.
Yeah, Mandibuzz is a Pokemon I've personally brought myself to multiple regionals and sometimes gets overlooked. There's a lot of teams that don't have a dark resistance these days, and maybe people have started to find that out, and that's why Azumarill has gone back to the picture.
Yeah, we actually saw what I noticed in that top 12 is no Steel-type Pokemon outside of Skarmory, which Skarmory is kind of a unique Steel-type Pokemon, but it's not your typical anti-flyer Steel tank like a Registeel or a Alolan Sandslash, the old-school Galarian Stunfisk, even Bastion. None of those are in that top 12, so these Flyers are going to really thrive in this tournament this weekend, I think.
That's a storyline in itself. The rise of Whiscash and the rise of Gligar, I think, has resulted in the fall of Registeel, and Skarmory being that dominant flyer, as you mentioned, in the current meta. No Registeel to be seen in that top 12.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see if the teams, though, on day number 2 will look similar to day number 1 usage, because sometimes high usage doesn't correlate with high performances. Sometimes the high performance Pokemon are the ones that sneak through into day number 2. We do have over 160 competitors, so we'll have a top 16 for day number 2, which is going to be super exciting to see.
Yeah, and as some of these groups, there are maybe 4, 5 names that you look at and you see any one of those could go through to day 2. You wouldn't be surprised to see any one of those multitude of names win each group. So I think we could see a lot of maybe shocking upsets today, and maybe we see some continued dominance from trainers that have already established themselves this season.
That's right. I mean, even beyond those 4 or 5 names in each group, something I love to see is just a complete underdog, maybe in their first or second ever tournament, just, you know, killing it there and making it into that top cut. The Torian was actually someone that reminded me of that back in Orlando, upsetting a number of trainers and making it pretty far into day number 2 as well. And I believe he's actually here in Indianapolis as well, trying to earn his championship points for that Worlds qualification too. And this is the second to last tournament in North America for regional, so a lot of players are definitely trying to get those final points for their qualification. A lot of players are on that cusp as well.
Yeah, we saw our co-casters highlight a few names. Lyle Jeffs, of course, going for his 3rd regional title potentially to equal Dunebug in this tournament. And then you have players that have competed a lot, that have really racked up the championship points going for those Travel Awards. You also have some phenomenally talented players. They mentioned like S. James and also Uzuku, who don't compete as much, but those that are in the know that they can compete with anybody and really beat anybody on any given day.
Yeah, I think you probably faced them a couple times too, so you definitely know on firsthand experience how talented they are. Speaking of talented trainers, let's take it to the stage. We got our first matchup coming up next, and it's going to be an exciting one. It's going to be Hasinjurg, which is greenish backwards, which she also goes by Cindy, so we'll probably go with Cindy or greenish on this one. Going against our co-caster, Difi 250, also known as Stephanie, and this is actually a rematch from North America International Championships 2023, a stage match as well from that tournament. And Cindy was able to take, I think, a 2-1 victory over Difi, but I know that Difi wants a little revenge here, so this is going to be a great rematch here for them to kick things off here in Indianapolis.
Absolutely. 2 amazing trainers in the community, and Cindy, a former regional champion. We talked to Difi actually before the cast, and she was looking to get that revenge, as you said, against Cindy, going back to NAIC last season. And if we take a look at the teams here, Cindy rocking one unique pick that stands out to me right away in that Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, both me, you, and Amanda all put Shadow Sableye on our predictions for the caster prediction. So let's see if it comes to fruition or not. But Cindy is running the Big Roth, Lantern, Moonblast Cresselia, Skarmory, Altaria, and that Shadow Sableye. And I personally think Shadow Sableye is actually better than the Purified Sableye we used to see so often in the first 2 seasons of the Championship Series in this current meta.
I tend to agree. There is no Lickitung on the opponent's team. However, Shadow Sableye does do better into that Lickitung matchup. It is extremely close with that extra shadow damage, resulting in 2 foul plays, nearly knocking out the bulky Lickitung. So a cool team we see here from Cindy.
Definitely, and you know, Difi's team is going to be a little bit on the spicy end too with that Skeledirge, so we're going to see how it goes. Difi is also not a fan using Shadow, so of course, no Shadow Pokemon here. Everything's going to be purified if possible. Cresselia with the Moonblast, Altaria, Whiscash, Skeledirge, Skarmory, and Annihilate. And this Annihilate is Night Slash. Yeah, no, Cindy didn't have Annihilate, but yeah, sometimes they have the Ice Punch too for that additional coverage into the Flyers. But honestly, Shadow Sableye looks scary strong into Difi's team. It's not necessarily going to hard counter a lot of stuff, but it just looks really safe, and you don't have a very clear answer to take it outside just maybe out-bulking it with the Altaria.
Absolutely, gonna have to rely on neutral play to deal with that Shadow Sableye. It looks like we have our first lock-in here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, and it's going to be a Lantern getting where it wants to be against the Skeledirge in the lead.
A fantastic lead for Cindy. Let's see how Difi plays out. She's going to swap instantly to the Altaria, and the thing is, Cindy doesn't really have a great answer to this right away, so she might go for a chip and dip action, or maybe just stays in, knowing that I mean, both backline Pokemon are pretty good into Skeledirge as well, so Cindy has a lot of options for this Fire Ghost Pokemon. Going to land the Thunderbolt first, and maybe going to tank a Moonblast before swapping, or maybe just going to stay in completely.
Yeah, big decision here, and immediately the No Shield feels content just letting this Moonblast connect onto the Lantern. Will we see a pivot out? Yes, we will. Gonna look to go into that Altaria, and should be able to get the Dragon Breath down before this opposing Altaria can reach a charge attack.
A huge Dragon Breath down for Cindy, but this is actually going to play really well for Difi as well, because now you can avoid that Altaria into Whiscash Master and bring your Skeledirge. However, Skeledirge is not going to appreciate the neutral damage from the Altaria as well. Getting a full Incinerate through, though, is a pretty nice sneak for Difi, though, getting a lot of energy on that 5-turn move.
Yeah, just a slight miscue there, which results in Skeledirge getting a lot of extra energy. The Disarming Voice is queued up, and this super effective Fairy-type damage may be enough to knock out the Altaria. Cindy is going to let it go through. Altaria does hang on, but it looks like the Skeledirge is going to incinerate down.
Arguably, the not knocking out the Altaria right away is actually probably worse for Cindy, because now getting a full Incinerate of energy worth for Difi as well is going to be pretty nice. This Whiscash has a lot of neutral play in the back, but Cindy is going to bring in the Lantern in this situation, and then goes for the chip damage. I like this play a lot. Chipping in with the Surf to make it a little bit easier for this Sableye to clean up.
Some nice chip damage to allow these Shadow Claws to start become threatening. However, Scald does have that chance of a debuff. Difi going for it. Caleb, heads or tails?
Oh, it's going to be, well, heads or tails on if the shield comes up or not first. Shield is going to come up, and I say it's going to be a debuff, it looks like. And so attack is going to drop, and things are going to be pretty good for Difi on that first attack drop. But you can see the Shadow Claw damage still chewing through the health bar of this Whiscash.
Yeah, Whiscash does get the debuff and going to go for another Scald here. Does Cindy put up the final Protect Shield? It's a big decision to make, and at the last second, she does put it up. Kirkley shields the Scald and is going to build up to the foul play here. Going to not throw it. Another Scald coming through.
Maybe just trying to go for fast attack strat down, but this is going to do a lot of damage. It is a non-Shadow Whiscash, though, so it just barely hangs on. Has a double foul play. The question is she able to get the second one through or not before that much-shot damage procs? Difi is actually going to let it go instead and try to farm down with the Skeledirge. Has the move ready, and it looks like Cindy is going to throw the foul play right away, not even going for the foul, for the Shadow Claw damage of trying to avoid the charge attack priority. And now Difi actually has a decent amount of energy, and it has the Shadow Ball for the Lantern. This is surely enough to knock out the Lantern, and it looks like Difi is going to come away with a victory here in game number 1.
Wow, exceptionally played game 1 from Difi. And I want to commend that last play, having the recognition to not throw the move against the Sableye, to go for that Incinerate sneak, and having the energy to knock out that Lantern there in the end game. Very well played by Difi.
Yeah, Difi didn't really have great matchups in that game throughout. Her best neutral matchup was pretty much Whiscash into the Sableye, but just constantly weaving in and out with energy and the incredible coverage of Skeletor. Just very few Pokemon that resist Skeletor's moveset of Fire, Fairy, and Ghost. And the ones that do are not relevant in the meta, or you're never going to really see it on competition. So Skeletor just, even though in not great matchups against the Lantern, Altari's not a great matchup for it, and the Shadow Sableye, it had play for Difi and was actually able to sweep the entire team afterward.
Yeah, and Difi also recognizing Altaria is a strong save side. We see the replay here. The Scald connecting, putting that Sableye awfully low. Cindy forced to fire off this foul play energy, and then Difi goes for the sneak, doesn't waste that energy. The sneak goes through, have to shield the foul play, of course, and you've got that Shadow Ball loaded, which will definitely be enough to knock out the Lantern at that range.
That Skeletor, I believe, took out all three Pokemon. Took out the Altaria, took out the Lantern, and took out the Sableye. I wouldn't have thought so looking at the team that Cindy brought, but that Skeletor actually had a ton of play. Emi Guido, our international champion for Europe, brought that Skeletor to his victory run as well, and I think Difi is onto something here, bringing it to Indianapolis.
And looking at these team compositions, Difi was able to recognize the Altaria is awfully safe. It's really only afraid of the Skarmory, and even that is not the worst matchup in the world. Altaria can hold its own a bit. It looks like we have two lock-ins here. Game number 2, Difi up 1-0, and it's going to be the Skeletor once again. This time, though, a bad matchup against the Shadow Sableye.
I mean, again, like all three of the same Pokemon for Cindy, just a different order. The Skeletor still doesn't have a lot of places to go, but in this situation, you're doing super effective Shadow Claws and taking a lot of damage for neutral on the side of the Sableye. Great timing from Cindy, though, to avoid any extra turns coming through from the Skeletors. Any extra Incinerates coming through is a huge problem if that does happen. Difi charging up to quite a bit of energy and is going to throw this Disarming Voice on fantastic timing. I have to imagine Cindy's probably going to shield here, right? Oh no, decides to let it go.
Yeah, interesting play. Could have elected to put up the shield and then go for another foul play there. Instead, just going to let it go. Recognizes that the Lantern might have a lot of play, and we actually see a swap out of pivot by Difi into the Altaria, and as of now, Cindy electing to stay in.
I like this pivot too because I think Difi's going to save that Skeletor in case there's a Skarmory, right? Otherwise, the Skarmory has a lot of play into both the Altaria and the Cresselia in the back end. And there's also such a safe Pokemon for Difi in this team, and also has a Cresselia for the Lantern. I think Cindy making the read that it's going to be potentially a Whiscash or something that beats Lantern on the back, so just going to put everything on the line for her Altaria. Going to reach another Thunderbolt, though, and do we see Difi's final shield come up? No, just going to let it go at this point.
Cindy recognizing the power of Altaria in the back. The only thing it's really afraid of on the opposition side, as we said, Skarmory, and the fast move pressure here from Altaria up a shield could be really nice. Cindy doesn't seem to love it because we know Cresselia has this super effective access to Moonblast. However, Altaria does all right in this matchup. First, Moonblast coming through. Is Cindy going to put up the shield? Yes, she is.
All right, last second shield there. Honestly, this is actually not a terrible matchup for Altaria, especially if you're not getting debuff from the Moonblast. You're doing a lot of Dragon Breath damage, and then having the shield advantage is quite nice. All your attacks are neutral against the Cresselia. Cresselia is a bulky Pokemon, but because it's bulky, it doesn't hit nearly as hard, even with the super effective Moonblast. Let's see if Cindy's going to go for another double shield now. I think this is probably going to be the best usage of a shield for the remainder of the game to protect this Altaria, and she is going to throw up that final shield.
Unless there's a debuff, which there's not. I don't expect this Disarming Voice to do enough to really threaten the Altaria. Altaria's going to try and Dragon Breath down the whole team. Disarming Voice does connect, but Skeletor not going to be able to reach the next one. Cresselia awfully low on health. Is it going to get there? We're going to actually see Cindy fire off a Sky Attack here to get that final shield.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Difi too, because she has to go not only for the Moonblast, but there's still a decent amount of health on that Lantern, and you're threatening to put it in Spark range soon. Is going to reach the Moonblast at the very last second, but Cindy's Lantern is going to clean up, and that's going to be 1-1 in this first series, and we're going to game number 3.
Too little, too late for Cresselia. The Spark down, and we are headed to a decisive game 3. Cindy and Difi, a really exceptionally neutral played match so far. and we'll see what adjustments they decide to make, if any, for game number 3.
Yeah, the neutral play games are what really makes it exciting, because it's really hard to tell which side is going to have a clear advantage, and a lot of it just depends on the mid-game to late-game decisions from these players. Something I would love to see more from Cindy is potentially a safe swap save bar. As we take a look at the replay here from that first game, it was really the Altaria sweep. You called it, right? Recognizing how safe Altaria is. I mean, honestly, Altaria is so safe on both ends. It's really the opposing Skarmory on both sides that are really strong, but both bring really hard counters to Skarmory with the Skeldritch on one side and Lantern on the other. So Skarmory seems kind of more of a gamble. I don't know if either player is going to make that adjustment here. But as you can see, the Cresselia is going to finish off the Altaria before the Lantern finishes off this Cresselia. But like I said, I think a safe swap Shadow Sableye would look really well for Cindy, because it has so much neutral play, and it could just typically grab shields off of anything or give you switch advantage.
Yeah, and to be fair, that was tough alignment for Difi, leading ABA weak in a sense to that Shadow Sableye with the Skeldritch in the lead, the Cresselia in the back. Will Cindy make any adjustments? And also Difi has been going with that Skeldritch lead, but it didn't have a whole lot of play against that last line from Cindy. So this is where the mind games take place. Are they going to change the lead? Are they going to just run it back? And we will see what they do here.
My prediction is they're probably both going to bring Altaria again, which I think would be a good idea if they did, because it just had so much play in these matchups. I don't think Altaria broke the top 12 in usage, but these days I feel like it's actually quite strong. You see it on a lot of double flyer, even triple flyer teams. I know Beach ran a triple flyer team in Orlando to get that second place finish with the Altaria Skarmory core. And so I think it has a lot of play in this current meta. As we said, not a lot of anti-flyer steals. And here we go. It's going to be a Shadow Sableye into the Altaria for game number 3. And again, the same 3 Pokemon for Cindy.
And an immediate pivot into her own Altaria. Doesn't like the Shadow Sableye matchup against the bulkier Altaria, it seems. So going to go for the Sky Attack. Difi actually electing to let Cindy get off the Sky Attack first. And will Difi maybe use this energy here or save it for later? We'll see. Gonna pivot into the Cresselia and save the energy from her Altaria.
I like that play too, because she doesn't really have a lot of answers to that Shadow Sableye with the backline, so you really need to bank some energy, but is going to throw up a shield to protect that Altaria, so is going to be down a shield here. Let's see if Cindy spends a shield or not. I mean, honestly, if you don't spend a shield, it's going to be pretty good as well, because the Sableye can get a ton of energy off this Cresselia.
Yeah, Moonblast coming through, and Cindy just content letting it go. I fully expect that Shadow Sableye to come in, as you said, use one Protect Shield most likely, and go for the full Shadow Claw down, coming out with a plethora of energy. We're gonna see Moonblast coming through. Cindy, what she considering, Caleb? You gotta shield this, don't you?
Oh my gosh.
Shields at the last second.
I feel like Cindy only spends her shield in the final second or half second of the match. Is gonna get the full Shadow Call down. And this is actually looking really scary for Difi, because the Lantern's pretty unchecked in the back as well. Yes, you have the Altaria, but it's already down to half health. It does have a lot of energy though. And actually, coming in and catching the Moonblast on the Lantern. I mean, still the move of choice, but saving all that energy for the Sableye. I love that play from Cindy, because she already knows that Sableye is so valuable and so safe into the whole team of Difi.
And now Difi in a difficult position with this Skeldritch having nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And Lantern is gonna fire off the Surf. You know it's probably just a Surf bait, but it still might knock out the Altaria. Not quite. Altaria does hang on and gets off a parting Sky Attack. Does Cindy know it's just a Sky Attack? Yes, she does.
Yeah, really huge call for Difi to keep this game close. This is still not a great position for her to be in, but let's see if her MVP Skeldritch can close this out or not. And we see Cindy here throwing this first Surf. The Sableye has a ton of energy, but super effective Disarming Voice is still going to do quite a bit of damage to the Shadow Sableye.
Absolutely. Sableye has nearly 2 foul plays, if I remember correctly. And we're going to see Lantern try and reach the Surf. It doesn't get there, however. How much energy does this Sableye have? Oh, we're actually going to see the Disarming Voice get off. Sableye didn't get a Shadow Claw through there, and going to put up the shield.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Cindy here, but she does have the foul play still loaded. No swap opportunity. Great timing on the Shadow Claw. This foul play should be enough to knock out. You can see the GGs from both players. Super close game. Here comes the Shadow foul play, connecting on the Skeldritch. I'll try with a little bit of health left, but the Shadow Claw is going to finish it off. And here we have Cindy taking the series against Difi 2-1 to kick things off in Indianapolis.
What a set to get things started. We see the trainers hug tugging it out. Always love to see the sportsmanship here. And two amazing battlers showcasing their skills to start things off this weekend. The Shadow Sableye, as us casters predicted, making a statement early on.
Yeah, I hope Will's paying attention in the back there too. It's definitely something worth predicting for this tournament. But yeah, it looked fantastic in that specific matchup for Difi. And I honestly really like Difi's Skeldur's pick as well. It had so much play in matchups that you didn't think it would really have much play in, right? Like, I think she just danced around with it really well. Unfortunate alignment in the end there for her. But yeah, what a great series to kick things off, and, you know, kind of almost like a grudge match to happen. Maybe they'll get another rematch in a future tournament too. Yeah, nice perseverance by Cindy after dropping game one to take the next two games. I think we have some highlights coming up from that match we just witnessed. First, we see the Altaria mirror match, and then the swap into Cresselia. Altaria content, staying in, and then the Moonblast coming through. Cindy, we didn't know what she was thinking about. You gotta shield this. Moonblast coming through, draws that shield from Sableye. The big farm down in Caleb, just a showcase of how dangerous Sableye is with energy. That's right. I mean, that Shadow Claw damage is so crucial, and a huge catch from Cindy too. I love this play, just saving the shield for later and then just catching it on the bulky Lantern. We talked about too in the pre-show, Lantern usage has been trending up just because of that bulk alone, and it's just so much better to Gligar than Charge Bug, the other electric type is. And here we see the finishing touches of the Shadow Sableye, a ton of energy, and not something you want to deal with, especially if you're a Ghost type Pokemon. Foul play coming through and just looking so good in this current meta. Not a lot of fairies here to stop that Shadow Sableye. Yeah, Shadow Sableye we often think of as a phenomenal save swap. That time Cindy able to utilize it as a closer, showing its versatility in a multitude of roles. And Shadow Sableye, I think, could be a force to be reckoned with this weekend. Yeah, that's right. Shadow Sableye is actually one of the Pokemon that Lyle Jeffs brought to win Vancouver, and I heard a little bird on the street tell me that he's bringing it here to Indianapolis as well. So let's take a look at that top 12 again. I mean, let's look at Shadow Sableye into this top 12, right? Fantastic matchup against Annihilate. Beats Skarmory shields up as well. Pretty interesting into the Gligar. Neutral into Lantern, Whiscash, Charge Bug, great into Cresselia. Kind of funky into Vigoroth these days, and, you know, neutral play into the Altaria as well. Really just losing to that Lickitung, Mandibuzz, and Azumarill. So it just looks super safe. I mean, it used to be one of the safest Pokemon with that Purify version, but Shadow looks really safe these days too. And even in those negative matchups, it can soft lose to that Lickitung. It can land a Power Gem maybe against that Mandibuzz. And against Azumarill, if you're willing to expend shields to shield those play roughs, you can do a lot of damage with those Shadow Claws over time and make that uncomfortable for Azumarill. So just a really bit of an annoying Pokemon to deal with on the opposition, and we will see if it has more success later on. Yeah, and again, a reminder on that regional prize. This is a lot that players are fighting for. First place will automatically qualify for World Championships and take a nice chunk of prize money and booster packs to come home with it. But even if you don't get that first place, still plenty of prizing and booster packs to go along with your journey as well. So a great way to come out. I mean, it's a great time to compete in these tournaments, but sometimes if you make it farther than you expect, even better with the prizes you come home with. That's a lot of packs. That's a lot of packs. You're bound to get some good pulls if you get 72 boosters right there, eh? That's right. I mean, I'm sure you won quite those booster packs in your tournament runs too. So, what was your best pull out of those packs? Oh, that's a good question. You know, I have some cousins that are into the trading cards more than me, so I've given them a few. Maybe they twisted my arm to give them some packs, but I'd have to ask them what their best pull was, because I've got a box or two sitting on the shelf still. So what I'm hearing is if you're a TCG fan, it's a good time to be cousins with Chris Reisner, a champion that wins a lot of tournaments. So that's going to be a good time though for sure. And I'm sure we have a lot of first-time competitors here in Indianapolis, but a lot of returning faces as well. And it's really great to see that interplay, right? Because some of these players, first time ever playing, and they still do really well. Speaking of players, we have our next matchup coming up here. We got Dratini on the left-hand side against Jlinz on the right-hand side. I don't remember, I think this is actually Dratini's first ever tournament. I believe we ran into Dratini yesterday and actually got an autograph from our three-time champion Doombug actually on a Dragon Air card. So actually pretty cool to see Dratini make it here on stage, first tournament ever. And then we got Jlinz as well, who I believe I've seen Jlinz in quite a few tournaments in the past. A couple of unique picks across these two teams. We start with Dratini, rocking some of the Pokemon we saw in the top 12, but maybe towards that lower
half of the usage rate with Azumarill, Mandibuzz, and then of course Shadow Dragonair and the Ferrothorn.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting pairing for sure. I think the Ferrothorn is probably the most unique pick. Shadow Dragonair also not making that top 12, neither Registeel really, but the Shadow Dragonair has had a lot of success in the past. Ferrothorn competitively has not made as much of a splash, but I actually think it's actually a pretty interesting pick in this current meta too. So it could be really interesting how far it makes it.
We don't see a whole lot of grass in the current meta. And the thing with Ferrothorn is that sub-steel typing allows it to only take neutral damage from those wing attacks of Gligar and the Aerialace. So with one of the most common Pokemon in the meta being that Gligar, Ferrothorn, a grass type that can actually deal with it quite well and also get you that positive matchup against Whiscash and Lantern. A little bit of a core breaker for some teams.
Yeah, we actually see a Berserker plushie on the side of Jlinz, one of our producer's favorite Pokemon. Unfortunately, no Berserker on the actual team, but there is a Deoxys Defense, and that's going to be actually a pretty interesting dynamic because Deoxys Defense, very bulky Pokemon, but the charge attacks are typically not super relevant in a lot of the matchups it thrives in, such as Registeel, right? You have the neutral Thunderbolt, which is not too bad, but actually Jlinz is actually running Rock-Slide Psycho Boost, so not even any neutral play from the charge attacks against that Registeel, and on top of that, the Ferrothorn, again, you're taking super effective counter damage, but you have resisted Psycho Boost and Rock Slide to throw at it. So kind of a weird dynamic for the Deoxys Defense. Could be interesting though in certain matchups.
We mentioned how Registeel dropped out of the top 12 in usage rate. The Registeel is on both sides here, and Jlinz, his Registeel looks like it could give Dratini some issues. I'm looking at his team, and I think it could be a little bit of a problem to deal with. We'll see how he's able to manage it. That Annihilate might be the main answer in trying to do so. But these players now getting ready to go in with their headsets on. And I think the Ferrothorn might actually struggle a little bit against Jlinz's team because I see the Charjabug, I see the Registeel, I see the Deoxys Defense. Like you said, not the worst matchup with no charge move pressure, but Ferrothorn, he'll have to manage it really well to make it utilized well in this matchup.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit better on the bench for this one too. The matchup even against Lickitung is kind of a funky one just because Lickitung is so bulky, able to outbulk so many of those matchups, even the ones that don't look that favorable. But let's take a look at the team. It is going to be a Play Rough Ice Beam, Azumarill, Registeel, Annihilate with the Night Slash, Shadow Dragonair, Mandibuzz, and Ferrothorn. And this Ferrothorn is actually running Thunder as well, so a little bit better coverage into stuff like Registeel. You have at least a neutral Thunder play. It's not typically a great matchup, like you said, but it has some play there.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. You're not completely walled against that Skarmory as well. We take a look at Jlinz's team. Charjabug running the standard move set here. Shadow Gligar, as you mentioned, Deoxys going for Rock Slide as opposed to that Thunderbolt. Rock Slide you get to slightly quicker than that Thunderbolt, allows a little bit better pacing, but you do lack that neutral hitting damage against something like a Registeel on the opposing side, or that super effective coverage for something like a Skarmory you could face later on.
That's right. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. I mean, pretty unique teams on both ends, in my opinion. So I think it's going to be super interesting to see how they adjust for this for sure. And I got to make a correction. This is Dratini's second ever tournament, and it's actually Jlinz's second ever tournament as well. So two more newer faces of the team, but awesome to see them showcase and face off against each other here in winners round 2 of Group A.
We'll see if Jlinz and his stack of plushies helps him advance past Dratini here. Dratini, I love seeing that Dragonair pick. I think just such a neutral pick against most teams can really cause a lot of problems for those elemental types, things like Charjabug. It can do a lot of work against and has coverage against a multitude of the Pokemon on Jlinz's team.
It's really only scared that Azumarill, because even against Registeel, it's a funky matchup for that Registeel, especially if you're trying to go for that debuff Zap Cannon play. If they don't shield that Zap Cannon, you still got to throw a whole nother move. And here we go. It is going to be that best buddy Shadow Dragonair to kick things off against a Lickitung. It doesn't get more neutral than this.
Yeah, and one of those classic matchups we talk about, whether how this Dragonair is trained, if it maybe takes these licks a little bit better. I think it's a little bit tough to tell. I'm not sure off the bat, and we see a body slam coming through. Dratini going to shield up the first body slam and build up some residual energy. Will Jlinz be content just staying in here electing to go for the Aqua Tail. I'm not sure if this is the more efficient play, but going for the Aqua Tail instead of the Body Slam, and this will connect on the Lickitung.
Yeah, it's still another charge attack away, so it looks like this second Aqua Tail is going to threaten a knockout. Either way, Jlinz actually just going to let the Aqua Tail go. Maybe confident in the Lickitung being able to tank this, and barely hangs on with pretty much 1 HP here. Body Slam is going to connect through. Dratini's Dragonair might hang on, let's see, and just barely hangs on as well, so maintains switch advantage with very little to farm from Jlinz.
And Jlinz might be content losing that lead matchup in exchange for the shield advantage. Deoxys gets a 1 counter head start, and you're forced to come in with the Annihilate, which is going to heavily resist these counters, but it is threatened by that Psycho Boost, and Dratini just going to go straight for the Night Slash, not going to bother building up to the Shadow Ball. Jlinz knows it. He's like, I can take a Night Slash. I'm going to let this go through.
Yeah, and that Charge Bug looks pretty scary for Jlinz for the back-end matchup for Dratini as well. I mean, it just doesn't really have any great checks for Dratini, and on top of that, there's a shield advantage as well. Dratini actually going to let the super effective Psycho Boost go through. Let's see if the Annihilate is able to hang on barely, and comes in now with the Charge Bug. Charge Bug's Volt Switch damage is really starting out up, and now Dratini is going to leave with the Shadow Ball and come in with the Regiseal.
Yeah, I like this situation for Jlinz a lot. The Charge Bug going to start firing off discharges against this Registeel. Discharge coming through, going to connect. Not going to do that much against the bulky Registeel, but we also know that Charge Bug is going to resist both charge attacks from Registeel. Going to invest that first shield, though.
I like the shield play from Jlinz as well. I mean, it's going to be resisted either way, but you just don't want to be in Night Slash range. Otherwise, you're going to start shielding much lower entry attacks. Meanwhile, this Charge Bug is chewing through the health of this Registeel. A neutral Volt Switch is hitting hard, and then the Discharge hitting even harder. Back-to-back Discharge at this point for Jlinz. Is going to probably unleash a second one pretty soon here. Actually waits a little bit right before the Zapkin is thrown. Zapkin is going to actually come through first. Potentially going to be a debuff, which could make things a little bit easier for Dratini in the back-end matchup.
Yeah, Jlinz was fortunate to not get debuffed that first time. Gonna pivot actually into the Deoxys. Doesn't have that Thunderbolt, so is not wanting to throw, but does throw just at the charge attack priority. Is Psycho Boost going to be enough to knock out the resisted damage here?
It's going to be interesting. It is just not going to. Wait, oh, it does. I couldn't even tell from the health bar, but we have the back-to-back Psycho Boost here, so Jlinz is able to clean this out. But yeah, a super close game there in that back end, because I think if it doesn't take it out, you get the Focus Blast off, you have the Shadow Ball on the Annihilate, and Annihilate's going to win charge attack priority against the Charge Bug. Things actually look a lot better for Dratini in the back end.
Yeah, things all worked out in the end. Jlinz was fortunate to not get debuffed on that first Zap Cannon. That allowed Charge Bug to really dominate that Registeel matchup. And then that Psycho Boost, I think that did exactly enough to knock out the Registeel from that health. Deoxys able to close it out with a double Psycho Boost in the end game.
Yeah, I'm going to need a magnifying glass on these final HP points, because I could not tell. I thought I saw a sliver of red, but there was no HP left on that bar. But I think you're absolutely right? Because if you got that Zap Cannon debuff against the Charge Bug right off the bat, Registeel would probably have a little bit more health, might be able to tank the Psycho Boost. You get the Focus Blast off, it's a whole different ballgame there. But here we see the recap here. We see the Deoxys defense, true to its name, very defense heavy, and be able to outbulk the Annihilate quite a bit. Super effective Psycho Boost actually does quite a bit of damage as well. And you can see Dratini's leaving with the Shadow Ball. Great play to set up the potential sweep in the back with the Annihilate, but Charge Bug just proved to be a little too strong for Jlinz. I think if Charge Bug was on even shields, Registeel would be a different story, but it had a shield advantage as well, and that's what made it so troublesome.
Yeah, and you called it out. Once that Dragonair was out of the picture, Charge Bug is extremely safe against the rest of the team. There is no check outside of the Dragonair, really. So it's going to be neutral play from that Registeel. And here we go, game number 2. And it's going to be a great lead for Jlinz. Shadow Gligar into Annihilate.
Oh, this is disastrous for Dratini, because a few issues here. You have a bad lead matchup, but the Registeel is going to be really tough. And then it gets from bad to worse, because now you're coming in with the Azumarill into the Dragonair. This is going to be a really tough game for Dratini.
A very tough matchup for the Dragonair here. The only thing you could potentially do here if you're Dratini is to shield and try and dance around with this Dragonair. Otherwise, you're just going to have to sacrifice this. But no, going to invest the shield here. And it is the play rough. So the the higher energy cost move. A nice shield there from Dratini.
Yeah, I like what you called out there. I think that is the potential win condition here. When you run ABA teams, you swap to your only counter and you're locked in bad matchup. In these situations, sometimes you just need to shield through, swap back out. The tough part is you're swapping back out to potentially annihilate with the Zuma, which is also not a great matchup. But you can see the resistant Dragon Breaths and the neutral body slam are really starting to add up. Let's see if Jlinz, does not shield the Azumarill. Does the Azumarill hang on? And this time it actually does get taken out.
And suddenly maybe there's some play here from Dratini. The Dragonair is still extremely healthy. And if Jlinz elects to come in with the Gligar, which he does, this could open up a lot of play. We're going to see the energy building up. Aerial Ice coming through. This should just about knock out if it connects. Does Dratini invest in second shield? He does. He knows he has to get rid of this Gligar.
I like this play, though, from Dratini. You need to do something to take out this Gligar, like you said. And getting to the Aqua Tail before Jlinz throws a move. Now forcing out the final shield. This Gligar's approaching Night Slash range and definitely in Zap Cannon range at this point. Things are starting to look very different. And you see actually Dratini throwing the Night Slash before the Aerial Ace is thrown from Jlinz. Does Jlinz throw up the final shield at this point? Actually lets it go.
Lets it go. Understands he'll live to get off the Aerial Ace here, and he's going to connect. This is going to do a lot of damage to the Annihilate. However, Gligar is extremely low now, and he was able to manage it. Now you've got the Deoxys in the back, a simultaneous knockout, and Deoxys is not going to have any charge attack pressure against this Registeel. This is a very awkward situation.
And this is the final Pokemon for Jlinz. So this means if you get debuffed here, you're permanently debuffed for the rest of the game. And that's not a good time when you have only resisted charge attacks against this Registeel. I think Jlinz is expecting, all right, there's no way you're double weak to this Gligar, right? So I'm not going to protect the Gligar because, you know, if you're running Annihilate, you have to have another check. Maybe assuming that it might have been the Azumarill in the back end. So he wanted to save the shield for that Azumarill for the Deoxys defense, but turns out it's a Registeel, and that's not going to be a good time. But doesn't get debuffed on the first Zap Cannon. That's actually pretty huge for Jlinz.
Yeah, for sure, that is huge. Rock Slide coming through. This is not going to be enough, and we may see Dratini get to another Zap Cannon here to connect onto the Deoxys. However, that Dragonair is getting kind of low, and this Deoxys is going to have a head start on energy. Zap Cannon coming through. This will put Deoxys low. I expect to see an immediate pivot out of here from Dratini into the Shadow Dragonair. He goes for the pivot, but Deoxys approaching the Psycho Boost, and this is going to connect and knock out the Dragonair.
You're going to have to lock on down this Deoxys. This is going to be super close because now you're triple debuff now after his Psycho Boost. Can you do it if you're Registeel? Registeel super bulky. It looks like the lockout's starting to add up. Wait, is he going to get it?
Oh my God,
the lockout now comes through. Dratini coming out of nowhere, getting a game win against Jlinz in game 2 in what looked like an impossible lead matchup, and Backline finds the win condition somehow in the final seconds.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Oh my gosh, ABA week. We did not think there was a way to overcome that, but that's just Pokemon Go PvP for you. Made the call to go straight into the one answer you had and just dance around. And maybe Jlinz is wishing he should have invested shields to keep that alignment, but it's a tough call to make. And oh my gosh, Dratini, well played.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even blame Jlinz, right? Because if there's that Azumarill in the back, as you would expect with a Annihilate in the lead, right? Probably the Azumarill to protect it in the back. You really don't want to go down shields against the Azumarill, right? Especially without Thunderbolt on your Deoxys defense. But it was that Registeel, and it was the lock-on down that was absolutely disgustingly well for Dratini. And here we see the setup there too. The Night Slash coming through as well to force Jlinz to potentially throw up a shield. I mean, this Night Slash is going to come through either way because the Aerial Ace was enough to knock out, but just chipping down this Gligar. And you called it too, right? Protect the Dragonair and have it line back up into the Shadow Gligar. And let's think about Dragonair. With one shield invested, it beats an Azumarill in that matchup, right? A fairy type that's going to resist all that damage from that Dragon Breath pressure. But yeah, Dragonair just coming in clutch for Dratini, and I mean, that was the best matchup you get asked if you're Jlinz, right? You want the Azumarill on the Dragonair, but giving that up, having the shield advantage for the Gligar that core breaks the backline Pokemon, and Dratini finding the win condition in the final seconds is incredible stuff.
Registeel locking down a Deoxys to win the game. You don't see that too often, but here we go. A decisive game number 3, and the Ferrothorn makes an appearance against the Deoxys defense.
I love it. We're going to see how this plays out. I mean, like we said, it's a super awkward matchup on both ends. You think super effective counter damage from the Deoxys defense, but at the same time, you are resisting all the charge attacks. First rock side is going to come through, Dratini recognizing it. It's not going to shield, and this is going to be interesting. I mean, that Dragonair has a lot of play. Oh, and here comes the Dragonair yet again. Do we see the Psychic Boost and Dip? I think that's going to be exactly what it is. I think we're going to see a shield from Dratini as well. It's going to be very valuable to keep this Dragonair healthy and alive, and there is no Zoomer on the back, so it has a ton of play going for this Aqua Tail to chip down the health of the CX defense.
Yeah, Aqua Tail coming through. It looks like Jlinz is going to take it and then go into the Gligar. Not the best matchup for Gligar. However, you have already chipped it where it's going to be within Aerial Ace range. And once again, we see the Aqua Tail coming through. There's been a few moments where Jlinz has elected not to throw his charge move first, and we're going to see the shields come up against this Aqua Tail. Gligar going to overfarm energy here, maybe go past that double Aerial Ace before electing to throw, and here we go. Aerial Ace coming through. Dratini has to make a decision. Is he going to let it go? Yes, he does. He knows there's 2 Aerial Aces loaded back to back.
Yeah, great call from Dratini there, because that shield would really do nothing for him if he did shield. Oh, and is going to throw the Power Whip before another move comes out from Jlinz too. Dratini just super aggressive with these charge attacks and takes out the Gligar. That's going to be absolutely huge for Dratini, because now you avoid that Gligar versus Registeel matchup. And again, you have that awkward Deoxys defense versus the Ferrothorn actually coming in with the Charger Bug instead. I like this play too, because you resist all the attacks from this Ferrothorn, leaving with the energy instead here and going to save it for Deoxys defense for later, coming in with the Registeel, and Registeel coming in with the Deoxys defense, but there's no health on the Deoxys defense.
And one interesting thing here, the Zap Cannon coming through. Are we going to see a shield from Jlinz, or will he let it go? Yeah, he's going to let it go. He's just going to use it essentially as another Protect Shield. And now this is all on the back of Charge Bug. It's got a lot of energy loaded. Discharges are going to be flying. First one coming through, and you may want to fire off the next discharge before a potential Zap Cannon. I don't think that's going to be an issue. Another discharge going to be queued up here just before that Zap Cannon. However, this is not going to be quite enough to knock out the Registeel.
Yeah, this is still a tough situation for Dratini, because you can see Jlinz actually had another discharge again. So much energy on this Charger Bug at this point. Going to get the Zap Cannon off first, so that's actually pretty big, because again, if you get this debuff, things are looking a little better for the Registeel. Let's see if you can get it though. Zap Cannon debuffs have not been kind of Dratini, and we do get it in this final game 3 in the last few seconds.
I do like that shield though from Jlinz. A Zap Cannon would do more than the Power Whip, I believe, and a discharge now coming through. You are debuffed. This is not going to quite knock out. You need to get rid of this Registeel, and he is. He's going to get rid of it with this discharge here. However, this Ferrothorn has a bit of an energy head start.
Yeah, Jlinz actually going for the more expensive discharge as well, so this is going to set up Dratini for a potential comeback. Can you do it or not? It's going to be huge. All right, at 2 Power Whip, there is an X-Scissor, I think, on Jlinz's side. Is the X-Scissor enough, though? It's neutral, but he's also debuffed, and let's see it happen. Bullet Seed is going to come through. 1 Power Whip away from knocking out the Charge Bug. Can Charge Bug take it out? X-Scissor is going to connect on the Ferrothorn. It's not enough. Ferrothorn's going to throw the Power Whip, and we have a Ferrothorn taking a victory in the decisive game number 3 in this winner's bracket. Dratini playing incredible here in this series.
The Power Whip knocks out the Charge Bug, and the Ferrothorn gets the win. Dratini, what a comeback after losing game 1, able to dance around, win game 2, and a very exciting game 3. So much flexible play, so much dynamic dancing around and finding the win condition there from Dratini. Really good stuff from this trainer.
Yeah, and what an exciting matchup just back and forth too. I mean, we got Deoxys defense, a Rock-Side Psycho moves, we got Registeel everywhere, and we got some Shadow Dragonair, even some Ferrothorn action. I mean, you don't see these kind of plays usually, but it's great to see some ingenuity on the stage here.
Yeah, I think we have some highlights from this previous round, this previous matchup. We saw here the Aerial Ace knock out the Dragonair. Knew there was a multitude of energy on the Gligar, had to let it go. Power Whip was banked, saved that energy from earlier in the match, knocks out the Gligar. Then we see Jlinz going for the discharge. Could have gone for the cheaper move. Instead, wanted to go for that discharge. Then we see the Power Whip. And this is resisted, but you have that huge energy lead. And remember, the Charger Bug was still debuffed from earlier from that Zap Cannon. X's are not going to hit quite as hard. Can the Ferrothorn withstand it? Yes, it can. One away from that Power Whip, and there it goes. The Power Whip is going to connect, knocking out the Charge Bug and delivering Dratini the victory.
Yeah, what a cool gameplay there, and what a cool Pokemon too. Ferrothorn really unique in its typing, right? With that Steel and Grass type. Not a lot of other Pokemon with that similar typing. You know, you have the pre-evolution Pharaoh Seed, and then also Kartana, which kind of more of a cheese pick. I probably wouldn't see it too much on stage, but really cool stuff from Dratini. Going to continue to advance in that winner's bracket. This is a double elimination tournament though, so Jlinz is not out of it yet. We'll be dropping down to that loser's bracket. Can still make a pretty far loser's run.
Yeah, Jlinz, I thought, played really well in that game 1, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him make a run in the loser side of the bracket. And I'm just caught up with the Ferrothorn. I don't think you see too much fire in the meta. We, of course, saw that Skeledirge in the first match of the day, but you don't see a ton of fire, so Ferrothorn, an interesting pick. We'll see if Dratini can make it go even further into the tournament.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Well, out of all those Pokemon on both sides, what was your favorite to see?
I'm biased towards Shadow Dragonair. I personally have a lot of fun running that Pokemon myself. So seeing it able to dance around to overcome the Azumarill is really fun. That's a matchup you see from time to time where Dragonair, like you said, was able to reach that third body slam before the second charge attack from the Azumarill and really make a matchup you would think is dominant for Azu become uncomfortable for Azu.
Right, I mean, and Azumarill even got the bubble buff, but you know what else got a buff? The Aqua Tail on that Shadow Dragonair. I know some fanatics at home are playing a lot of Gudra with Aqua Tail, but I think Aqua Tail also benefits Shadow Dragonair quite a bit in these matchups. We saw that extra damage come in quite handy for Dratini in those matchups.
Yeah, and both trainers really brought some unique picks. I mean, the Deoxys defense from Jlinz, that used to be a staple in the Open Great League. Not as common anymore because Annihilate, we've really seen take the Open Great League by storm with the ability of some of these counter users to resist counter damage from opposing counter users. Deoxys actually has that access to Psycho Boost to hit super effective against Annihilate. So an intriguing pick. It'd be interesting to talk to Jlinz, see why he elected for Rock Slide, because I feel like Thunderbolt may have come in handy against that Registeel in certain situations.
Yeah, that's right. Well, speaking of players too, let's hear a word from Dratini and Will, who has the interview on the floor.
All right, everybody. As Caleb said, I'm here with Dratini, a trainer who I'm not super familiar with. Dratini, we were not familiar with your game, but you were awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, is this your first ever play Pokemon events, or have you competed before?
This is my second. I competed in Knoxville Regionals before this because that's where I'm from, so I figured I'd give it a shot, and I really enjoyed it, so I figured I'd come here and try and compete in Indianapolis.
Awesome. Well, we're happy to have you. I wanted to ask your team, right? Ferrothorn, Registeel, break it down.
So Ferrothorn, well, I noticed I wanted something to counter water ground types, so I wanted to pick a grass type, and I was thinking a Bombasnow at first, but ended up not being able to catch one I wanted in time, and it was that or Superior, and I didn't really know how to play Superior, but I knew Ferrothorn fairly well. I already had one up to that point, so I figured I'd just run Ferrothorn. I actually have it nicknamed Niche Pick, just because not very many people use it, but yeah, and also I couldn't get a Lickitung, so yeah.
Okay, well, I actually really like the pick. It's one of those Pokemon that I want to bring, but I'm never brave enough to actually play it, right? But Registeel was one of my picks. I thought Registeel would be awesome. The Zap Cannon debuff was so key for you, especially in Game 3. Walk us through your thinking. Are you thinking, if I don't get the debuff, I lose?
So, I never went for, what was it, the fighting type move? I don't remember what it was called.
Focus Blast.
Focus Blast. I never went for Focus Blast. Sorry, I'm just, yeah. Because it didn't give the debuff, and a lot of the Pokemon it was against were like either neutral or not very effective matchups. So I figured I'd just use Zap Cannon because it gave the debuff anyway. And I think it definitely came in clutch. That's one of like the main reasons why I have it, because it's the only Pokemon I have with a debuff, and it's so good.
And it keeps Skarmory on the bench sometimes, right? Which is important, especially for Ferrothorn. Dratini, is there anyone you want to thank? Anyone you travel with here this weekend?
Yeah, I want to thank my friends Daniel and Wendy, they're over there behind the camera, and my dad for taking me out here. So huge thank yous to them. They're real ones for that.
Awesome. All right, casters, back over to you, Rise and Caleb.
All right, thank you, Will. Great to hear some words from Dratini. I actually met his dad yesterday too. Super supportive to bring him to this tournament as well. And we love to see that young talent, right? Especially in their first, second ever, or third ever tournament, just do so well. And what experience it is to play on stage as well with your favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, there's some families into this whole Pokemon circuit. I think the Fitzy family is here this weekend, and awesome to see that support from family members. And Dratini able to get a phenomenal win there in that round.
Yeah, so really cool to see how that play out. And too, I love what he said too, right? He didn't have to lick his own, so he brought the Ferrothorn as a replacement, and it played well, right? So in those situations, so you know, build what you can and bring what you can, but even if you don't have maybe the most meta Pokemon, there are other substitutes that you can make it along the way.
Yeah, and as we get ready for our next matchup, I see some really intriguing teams on the way, and we're gonna have some spicy picks. We've been blessed with a multitude of spicy picks already in this tournament. I think there was some discussion whether the Open Great League meta has been figured out. I think Will was talking about that in a previous event. Has the meta been figured out? But right now, we're seeing a lot of variety as we get ready for our next two trainers. Daniel Long is gonna be taking on Delta Bird, and a couple of picks are gonna stand out for me in this matchup. One is going to be a Shadow Charizard we're gonna see from Daniel Long.
Yeah, Shadow Charizard, I feel like, has not been super relevant since last season of the Championship Series, mainly because, you know, I think Chargeable came out quite a bit, and, you know, Lantern's still everywhere in a lot of situations. Gligar also just predominantly the flyer of choice, but we got Shadow Gligar and Shadow Charizard on the same team. It's going to be Registeel, Shadow Charizard, Umbreon, Shadow Gligar, Cresselia, and Whiscash. A little blast from the past. I mean, we got the Umbreon, we got the Registeel, we got the Shadow Charizard. What is this, 2023?
Yeah, this reminds me of Wadaj's NEIC team from last year, quite similar. The only difference really being the Whiscash instead of a Dugong, and I think we see a Gligar there instead of a Toxicroak he had, but 4 out of 6 the same. Now we take a look at the opposing side. Okay, Wigglytuff making its first appearance of the stream, and this Charmer will try to put in some fast move pressure against the opponent. Also, shout out to one of our casters across the pond, Inadequance, Pelipper, one of his favorite Pokemon making an appearance.
That's right, and it's going to be actually pretty scary into both the Gligar and the Charizard, actually, and the Whiscash on the side of Daniel Long. So Pelipper, not a Pokemon you see very often, but in the right situations, it could be pretty strong, and it looks like it's in the right situation here. Daniel Long's definitely competed in a number of tournaments in the past. I believe actually one of the recipients of the Travel War to North America International Championships last season as well. So one of the earlier collectors of championship points back in the day when they were going towards that travel award. And we have Delta Bird. I believe this is Delta Bird's first ever tournament. I could be mistaken. Didn't find any data points on his previous tournaments myself, but we'll have to see how that goes. It's going to be an Umbreon into Shadow Swampert. This is definitely a blast from the past matchup, because you don't see this matchup really at all these days.
Yeah, Umbreon going to be able to outbulk this Swampert. However, it does get outpaced to these Hydro Cannons. Normally, these Hydro Cannons from a Shadow Swampert do devastating damage, but you're going to see Umbreon takes it quite well, doesn't quite do half health, and the foul play is going to be fired off.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting one too. Shadow Swampert since last season, the biggest difference is that Earthquake did get nerfed, so it does a little bit less damage than before, but it honestly does plenty of damage already. Here we see the Registeel counter-swapping actually a Vigoroth. It's going to be super interesting. Obviously, Vigoroth without Bulldoze is only going to have resistant charge attacks against the Registeel, but the counter damage is still going to add up pretty quickly.
And you know, Caleb, I could be wrong here in this assumption, but I think Daniel Long might have seen that normal typing in the top right corner and thought it was the Lickitung and came in with the Registeel, but it is the Vigoroth, and who knows, maybe he did know it was the Vigoroth and come in here because he can get off these Focus Blasts, but I think that's an awkward thing when you're facing a Vigoroth and a Lickitung team. Sometimes that normal typing can throw you for a loop.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I've been a victim of that trap myself and done quite a few weird swaps, and you can see, unfortunately, not able to get to that Focus Blast, so this Vigoroth has a ton of energy. Obviously, you have the Cresselia that can soak up quite a bit of this energy. It's not over for Daniel Long yet, because that Umbreon looks pretty strong into both the Lickitung, and it's got a shield advantage for the Swampert as well. But you know, if you're Daniel Long, you definitely wanted the Cresselia on the Vigoroth and of course the Registeel on the Lickitang. That would have been a really great matchup there.
This is going to be a tough situation to climb out of. Vigoroth with so much energy, it's just going to fire body slam after body slam in what is normally a favorable matchup for the Cresselia. We're going to see Vigoroth put in a lot of work here, building up energy, eventually going for the Moonblast, but it is a charge attack priority, and Delta Bird will get off the body slam first here.
It's going to be an interesting Moonblast too, because I think the Vigoroth is still 2 charge attacks away, so sometimes it's probably better just to throw straight Grass Knot, just so you get both off quicker, but you could potentially get debuff on the Moonblast, so there's some upswing in that situation. But as you can see too, just not in Cycle Cut range, Cycle Cut does so little, and now as you see the aggressive swap from Delta Bird, bring the Lickitung into the Umbreon. Typically speaking, Umbreon has a great matchup here, but Umbreon's already at half health.
Yeah, you know, this looks like a very difficult situation for Daniel Long. However, I don't know if it's 100% over yet because shields are down for Delta Bird. So if you can somehow figure a way to get a Grass Knot off against that Swampert in the endgame, that could be a potential win condition. Umbreon normally loves this matchup against Lickitung. It's just at such a severe health disadvantage, it's not going to be quite as favorable. Another body slam firing off. Umbreon can survive this, but it is going to be quite low.
Yeah, I like the play from Daniel Long to recognize that you probably want to save the shield for Cresselia. You don't want to get hit by a Hydra Cannon in the end from the Swampert because you're going to lose that charge attack priority. Daniel Long already sees all 3 Pokemon from Delta Bird, so already knows how to potentially play out this matchup. But the real problem is there's a lot of health left on these Pokemon, and you can't really Cycle Cut down any of them, so you have to commit energy either way.
And I think the switch timer is coming up. You may want to dip out to avoid the potential, and he anticipates it. Nice anticipation for Daniel Long, going to come in, but unfortunately they get to the body slam, and now you might be forced to use your last Protect Shield here. Daniel Long not gonna use it.
Another unfortunate charge attack priority for Daniel Long, and this is going to look really tough because the Lickitung still has health, the Swampert does too, and you only have, I mean, you don't even have a 1 Grass Knot banks, and you need essentially 2 at this point. Yes, Daniel Long still has a shield, but is the shield going to be enough to survive the Lick and Mudshot damage? I don't think so.
Yeah, Grass Knot coming through. I think Daniel Long shaking his head, accepting that this one is going to go Delta Bird's way. Grass Knot not going to knock out the Lickitung, and the shiny Lickitung will lick down and fire off a body slam here. Umbreon still has a shield, but Daniel Long will not elect to use it, knowing there is still a healthy Swampert in the back.
I mean, that's one of the strats of running double normal, is that you can really confuse your opponents on your safe swaps in those situations. Yeah. I mean, both Lickitung and Vigoroth make great safe swaps in a lot of situations. Actually, Lickitung's not nearly as strong as safe swap into Daniel Long's team, but typically speaking, it is pretty strong. Delta Bird is actually running triple normal too with that fairy subtyping on the Wigglytuff, but yeah, I think you were absolutely right. I think Daniel Long just thought it was the Lickitung, swapped in the Registeel, realized really quickly when he saw the counter damage, actually, that's a funky looking Lickitung. It's actually quite not the Lickitung.
Yes, and we see the replay here. Vigoroth really putting on a clinic of what it can do as a safe swap ahead energy. It was just barely able to get that counter down as well against the Registeel before it reached that second Focus Blast. If Registeel gets to that second Focus Blast, this game could be a different story, but it did not. And Lickitung, with its shiny glory, knocks out the Umbreon in the endgame, delivering a Game 1 win for Delta Bird, and we are just about set for game number 2 here. Locked in, Umbreon lead again into the Swampert. We've got a do-over from game number 1.
And same exact team for Daniel Long. I mean, you know he wants to run back after how that one went too. I think the gameplay was pretty good. Really patient this time though. Wait, brings in the Registeel yet again. What's going on?
Not again, not again. I think the Cresselia would have been the preferred choice, and if we see the back Pokemon taking a sneak peek as well, I think Daniel Long might be kicking himself when he sees the back Pokemon, because the Registeel would have been so nice for that Wigglytuff in the back, but right now the Vigoroth is doing exactly what it did in the first game and is countering this Registeel. Body Slam connects, and Registeel is going to fire off a Focus Blast here.
And this time around it's going to be a lot worse because you have the Wigglytuff for the Umbreon instead of a Lickitung. So if you win switch advantage, if you're Delta Bird, you're in a pretty commanding position. However, the Cresselia also looks pretty good as well for Daniel Long because you don't really want the Swampert on it, so it's not completely over. But the problem is you have to, it's like a do-over again. You have to come in Cresselia into a loaded Vigoroth with energy yet again, and this is your main check for not only the Swampert, but especially the Wigglytuff. If that Wigglytuff is matched up against the Umbreon, it is over.
Yeah, that's like an impossible call to make. We do see the pivot out. Maybe this could open up some play. Swapping the Swampert into the Cresselia. We're going to see a Hydro Cannon, and I think this is a good shield from Daniel Long. Hydro Cannon would significantly impact the health of this Cresselia. We're going to see it fire off the Grass Knot. Is Delta Bird going to invest the shield? Yes, he is. He knows he can reach another Hydro Cannon before the next Grass Knot, I believe, against this Cresselia.
Yeah, and the thing is, if Daniel Long shields this next Hydro Cannon, things actually look pretty good for him in the back-end matchup. Is going to shield us a huge call there because, I mean, he doesn't know it's a Wigglytuff in the back, but it's going to definitely be relieved to see it's a Wigglytuff because now the Cresselia has a decent amount of health to potentially handle it. You still have Vigoroth with a decent amount of energy, though, that you have to commit, so Delta Bird might just come in with the Vigoroth to start continuing to chip down this. Oh, wait, coming in the Wigglytuff. Wait, what's going on? Didn't the Wigglytuff come in first?
Yeah, I think Delta Bird might have been better off just coming in with the Vigoroth to save the Wigglytuff for the Umbreon, but instead he gives up switch, or he's staying in here, and I don't know what's going on, Caleb. We're going for the last resort here.
I think Delta Bird came in with the Wigglytuff, and Daniel Long, instead of staying in, swapped over to the Umbreon. I mean, the lesser resorts are definitely adding up for sure, but this is probably the worst matchup you can have in that situation. And now here comes the Vigoroth. Really great place from Delta Bird to soak up this energy, preserve the health on the Wigglytuff with all that energy as well for the Cresselia. Cresselia's going to have to be a hero Pokemon yet again, just like first game. Can it do it? Vigoroth has a ton of energy, though.
Yeah, and once again, Vigoroth is going to put on a show here. Body Slam coming through. Not going to be quite enough. We are going to see it get to another Body Slam. And even if Cresselia had fired off that Grass Knot immediately, the Wigglytuff had energy banked. So I think Delta Bird has had this one in the bag for a little while now. We're going to see the big overfarm here, just trying to find some sort of win condition, firing off the Grass Knot, and does have the double Grass Knot loaded for the Wigglytuff. However, Wigglytuff should win the chart attack priority. It has a higher attack stat than the Cresselia, and we actually see the Grass Knot fired off first, and this might be enough to knock out the Wiggly. Can Wiggly hang on? No, it cannot.
Oh, wow. Grass Knot coming in at the last second. You can see Daniel Long very excited to see that one happen. Yeah, that was interesting. I thought that Wigglytuff was going to get that off too. I'm not sure if Delta Bird was just not able to even press the move at that point in time, but we'll see if there's any reviews taking place in this specific matchup.
Yeah, what a wild turn of events in that game. That went many ways, and Daniel Long, if this result stands as it looks it may, yeah, he made the miscue, right? He swapped probably the wrong choice into that Vigoroth, once again, the Registeel, instead of the Cresselia, but somehow wiggled his way out of it, no pun intended. And here, I think these were some keys to Daniel Long staying in the game. Shielding the Hydro Cannons, knowing those would do the most against his Cresselia, gets off the Grass Knot, that knocks out, and then we saw the immediate pivot. You do not want to swap your Umbreon into a Wigglytuff, folks, normally, but some way, somehow, it ended up being a win on the side of Daniel Long. The foul play here, which connects on Vigoroth, puts it into Grass Knot range, and Cresselia with a sliver of health. I think that is literally 1 HP and a dream. Gets off the Grass Knot, which just barely did enough here to knock out the Wigglytuff. Wow.
Yeah, really wild stuff, especially in the final seconds of that game. So we do have a game number 3 in our situation. Let's see if we see a Registeel counter swap into Vigoroth yet again. But no, this time around, things are looking a lot better for Daniel Long, and is going to have, man, this is tough too, because you're ABA weak to Registeel, but actually going to come in with the Charizard into Lickitung. This is going to be really weird for a Charizard now, because the Lickitung is ahead on energy. I think he potentially could have just stayed in Registeel into Lickitung instead.
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes trainers will fall into my opponent swap, so maybe I have to swap as well. Wants to keep that Registeel for the Wigglytuff, which makes sense, but Lickitung is capable of flipping this matchup with the correct shields. Blast Burn is queued up. What we no shield blast burn is going to connect. It's going to do so much damage. Can Lickitung get to the body slam? Yes, it can.
Still gets a body slam, which is pretty huge, but the problem is Charizard now can get to another blast burn against any of the Pokemon on the backside of Delta Bird. The lick damage already taking Charizard down to under half health though, so that's pretty nice. Let's see if Delta Bird, I mean, what do you do here? You try to charm through? Like, this blast burn is still gonna hurt a lot, and if you spend the energy here, it's gonna make your back end matchups even harder. So I think Delta Bird recognizing that Wigglytuff does have a lot of play here, and oh my gosh, Charizard just scorching the field here. Charm is adding up quite a bit. Can Charizard get to a third blast burn? Not quite. Going just straight for the Dragon Claw. And yeah, this is going to be tough because now Cresselia, for once, it is going to be matched up against Vigoroth, but this time without as much energy.
Oh my goodness, the Charizard put in so much work there, and now Cresselia finally finding that Vigoroth instead of the Registeel. Body Slam firing off, and we do see Daniel Long at a shield disadvantage, but I think with this 2-on-1, Cresselia and Registeel together should be in a pretty good spot. Really just needs to pull a shield from the Vigoroth in this matchup, and he should be good, and he's getting the shield right now.
Yeah, that's a pretty big shield as well, too. Now you're in Focus Blast range, and for once, Registeel will have a good matchup against Vigoroth. I mean, there's a small chance Delta Bird could come back from this if you catch a move on the Wigglytuff, but it is going to be a tough road to climb for Delta Bird.
Yeah, we'll need a flurry of body slams to have a chance. I think
there's not even a Wigglytuff to catch. This is actually going to be really tough.
Yeah, Wigglytuff went bye-bye. I didn't mind that play, by the way. I think you recognize the Wigglytuff has no play against the Registeel. You just have to let it go and put it all on the back of Vigoroth. But even though we've seen Vigoroth do so much work in this series, I don't think it's going to be able to get the job done. Moonblast coming through is going to connect, and we're going to see the pivot into the Registeel. And although we've seen Vigoroth win this matchup, I think we may see some revenge from the Registeel.
Yeah, for once, Registeel is going to have the upper hand here. Shields down Vigoroth just doesn't operate the same as a true fighting type, but honestly, even a Nidalee would struggle in this situation. Daniel Long able to close out game number 3, 3-ball flex still, and bring the Shadow Charizard as the final Pokemon here, and going to take the victory over Delta Bird.
You never know what can happen in this game. I think that's been the theme in our first few sets of the day. And congratulations to Daniel Long advancing past Delta Bird there. We've seen a multitude of games today where it looks like one trainer has no play and they dance around somehow finding a win condition, really giving truth to the phrase, it's not over until it's over.
It really is not over. I mean, I think we both wrote it off that it was over in that second game, but Daniel Long finding the win condition in the very last second, and then a very dominant victory in game number 3. Bring that Shadow Charizard, which he did not bring in the previous games, but Shadow Charizard looks pretty good still.
Yeah, it is so dangerous still. Up energy, up shields, and really put in work. We saw it go down 2 shields to that Lickitung. However, with Charizard's such oppressive nature with its charge attack pressure, it gets those shields back. Or it just knocks out Pokemon from full health with the Wigglytuff. So going down 2 shields didn't end up being that much of a problem in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Charizard up energy is a scary force to deal with. Even when you resist attacks, this does quite a bit. I mean, in fact, in a lot of situations, the resisted Blast Burn does even more damage still than the Dragon Claw. So that just goes to show how strong Shadow Charizard is. Definitely going to see if we're going to see more Shadow Charizard in the field, but it was cool to see it kind of make it back on the stage.
Yeah, and one thing about Shadow Charizard, even some of its more negative matchups in the meta, it has play against. For Charjabug, for example, if shields are down, that Blast Burn is going to one-shot the Charjabug. Or maybe against a Whiscash, right? The Scald, of course, threatens to one-shot the Charizard, but there's no fast move pressure. And Charizard can really make that uncomfortable for the Whiscash. So a pick that has maybe been forgotten a bit, but might be underrated right now in the meta.
I think it's particularly good in this meta too, because we see a lot more Cresselia than Azumarill, right? And Azumarill definitely a harder check to that Charizard, but Cresselia really going to struggle with that Moonblast Grass Knot combination, only having resisted attacks against Charizard. I mean, you have neutral play into Gligar, Lickitung, and you have a great matchup into Skarmory if you land that Blast Burn. So I actually think, and also Nidalee, right? A lot of the top meta picks in today's tournament. So I think it actually has quite a decent amount of play. We do see kind of more Talonflame these days, but Charizard definitely not to be forgotten.
Yeah, and to get more insights on his Shadow Charizard gameplay, we're going to send it to Amanda with an interview with Daniel Long.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here with Daniel Long. Some incredible plays in this last round and some spicy picks that you brought as well. Walk us through the Shadow Charizard and Umbreon core.
Well, I definitely love Umbreon. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. That's my go-to whenever I try and build a team. And the Shadow Charizard pick is definitely a shout out to my teammate, Mateus48. He definitely thinks it's a really good pick in the meta right now, and he kind of pushed me into doing that by beating me a lot with the teams that he came up with.
Yeah, that's pretty great. Those matches, incredibly close. The second game that you won just at the very end, and then really bringing it together for the third game. What was going through your head near the end of round 3 when you realized, I could win this?
I was just glad that the mistakes I made thinking that the Vigoroth that switched in were not Licky Tongue, and I switched in my Registeel into the absolutely wrong Pokemon. And I'm just glad that I ended up being able to keep my composure and come and win the games.
Now, we talked a little bit before we were doing the interview, and you said you recently competed. You didn't do so well in Orlando, but it looks like you're off to a good start here. How are you feeling? How is your confidence for the rest of Indianapolis?
Well, ironically enough, both in Knoxville and in Orlando in the first round, I was matched up with my teammate that I previously shouted out with in the first round, and he beat me after all the teams that we've had practicing and stuff. So I'm just glad that we didn't end up pairing again.
Okay, well, I'm wishing you the best of luck for the rest of the tournament. For those of you who are maybe just joining us, you've been missing some really good matches. We're going to kick it over to a couple of highlights of what's gone on so far today.
GG. Very good. That was super close.
Well played. Thank you. Oh my god, dude. I had you RPS so hard if I just go into the right freaking Pokemon there. Thank you.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped, late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle Jeffs and Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom. And because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me. But my dad hasn't. So I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
Hello Pokemon trainers, this is Zoe. The matches at EUIC 2024 had us all on the edge of our seats and cheering for more. Let's take a look back at the competition in London. EUIC saw trainers from far and wide battle for championship points, world's invites, and the title of European International Champion. We saw Paulasha give an electrifying performance, cooking up some mischief with her Shadow Magnezone. Sandoru chomped through the competition with his Guzzlord, and M.E. Weedle turned up the heat with Skeledirge. Going into Championship Sunday, we had an intense match between Sandoru and M.E. Weedle in the winners' finals. After M.E. Weedle's win, Sandoru was up against the formidable Dunebug 97, whom he had defeated earlier in Day 2. This time, Dunebug was able to take the win and set the tone for an Edge of Our Seats grand final. The energy in the audience could not be overstated. A hush fell over the crowd as M.E. Weedle and Dunebug 97 took the stage before erupting into thunderous applause as M.E. Weedle took the crown home with a phenomenal 3-0 win.
Ridiculous performance on Championship Sunday from M.E. Weedle, as it is official. He is your European International Grand Champion!
M.E. Weedle showed absolute dominance over the competition and became the second ever Pokemon Go trainer to become a regional, international, and world champion. As we look forward to the World Championships, more champions are waiting to be crowned. Be sure to tune in and check out Pokemon.com/compete to jump straight into the action.
Coming to you live from Indianapolis for the regional here. It's going to be one incredible event that's going on. I am Amanda, also here known as Lundberger, here alongside Speediest Chief. Maybe a Speediest Burger combination going on.
Yeah, we want to get something cooking in terms of our names there. Maybe mix something up and get something funny going. But I'll tell you what, though, Amanda, the tournament's already started. We've had some exciting rounds so far. We've seen a Ferrothorn advance. We've seen Umbreon, which is a pick that you really liked. I thought that Umbreon made a strong showing as well in the WCS India qualifiers. So seeing it here in Indianapolis, a little bit of a surprise, but we'll see just how far it can go. But other than that, meta's pretty much what we expected, right?
So far, but I think there's been a lot of interesting picks, kind of like you brought out. I also want to point out Delta Bird's team had 3 water types on it as well. So I mean, there was also a Shadow Swampert, something that we haven't seen for quite a while. Whiscash really taking that place of the ground water typing.
Exactly. Pelipper as well, and made famous in the EU region. Wigglytuff also making its way across the Atlantic here in Indianapolis. So that was a fun Pokemon to see succeed in that element.
Yes,
charming.
Wigglytuff quite charming. I was just still took the words right out of my mouth, especially with that little bow on top. Wigglytuff's actually been doing incredibly well in the Worlds of Wonders meta going on. I think Scapple 99 in Europe did really well with it at EUIC. Inadequence won Utrecht with it on his team. Maybe we're going to see a rise of it here in Indianapolis as well.
And how can you forget the #1 overall in the Go Battle League leaderboards? Z's Lylas revealed he was using Wigglytuff as well. So maybe there is some merit to the charm, fast attack pressure in the current metagame. We're going to see what happens as we move through the rest of our bracket. But looking at the pods this morning, Amanda, there's so many stacked groupings, right?
That's
so many
right.
trainers we recognize, and some of them look like absolute gauntlets just to get to day 2.
I mean, this is I believe the largest tournament so far, the regional tournament for Pokemon Go in North America so far. So this is going to be quite a gauntlet, like you said, to go through. So many good battles to watch, so many big names. We did talk about a couple players to watch earlier on, so I'm sure a lot of people are looking at the tournament listings too, seeing when these players are coming up. Right now, we're going ahead and going with two teams. We got Mango and Trox.
I was going to try to trip you up with the name on the left side there, but yes, Mango on the left side of your screen and Trox 571 on the right. A little bit of a surprise for Mango though, because you have a lot of core picks that you'd expect, but let's zero in on the last two, Dugong and Trevenant.
Trevenant is a blast from the past.
Is it good? Is it good though?
You know what, with so many of these water type Pokemon, I think Trevenant definitely has a place. However, we're just seeing a Pokemon on the other side that you really had on your caster predictions, and that is going to be the Mandibuzz. But yeah, let's go ahead and look at Mango's team here. Shadow Gligar, of course, Shadow Gligar doing so well. This is like you said, some pretty meta picks. Dugong I like a lot with the potential to debuff with that Icy Wind. You know you're always going to at least get a little bit of attack off of your opponent.
Yeah, Dugong is one of those Pokemon that as well as an Ice type with the sub-water typing can go toe-to-toe against Skarmory, which is a huge upgrade in terms of how Ice types perform in the meta. And like you said, a few Skarmory weaknesses, so the Trevenant really fills a vital role. But flipping over here to the other side, Mandibuzz would absolutely shut down that Trevenant, not give it any chance to succeed. There's a controversial pick here, all right? It hasn't won me over. I've seen it in the EU region. Clodsire.
Yeah, there's a lot of business to be done, and Clodsire is one to be taking care of it. This Clodsire is running Mudshot, Earthquake, and Stone Edge. There's some merit to other moves as well, but I mean, I think this is pretty standard, especially if you're going to be going up against the Skarmories as well. At least you have a Stone Edge to do a little bit of damage back to that Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Clodsire has a lot of flex play. Its poison typing allows it to resist counter damage from the fighting types, so you can definitely hang in matchups, and it is a very, very nice counter to Pokemon like Vigoroth, so we might even see it show up here in this series. But again, Mango on the left side of your screen, Trox 571. A lot of trainers that follow the championship series probably more familiar with Mango, but we've been kind of seeing some upsets already here in Indianapolis. Let's see what Trox can do.
Let's see, going ahead and bringing it right into game number 1. We got the Vigoroth versus the Charjabug. We'll have to see how these two players want to play it out. Looking at that backline, we got that kind of a double flyer strategy going on. Vigoroth just continuing way to count away. Body Slam is going to be coming in, but now before the X-Scissor from the Charjabug.
X-Scissor Charjabug is going to deal some neutral damage to the Vigoroth here, but like you pointed out about the back lines, 2 flying types there for Mango on the left side. Meanwhile, Mandibuzz, Dugong for Trox. Going to reach for the Mandibuzz early. I kind of anticipated that he'd keep this in the back, anticipating Trevenant, but he brings it out right away.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and take this Rock Slide. It will be doing some nice damage to the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is very bulky, as you can see, still in the green, even though this is super effective. Meanwhile, just continuing to charge away. The problem is the Vigoroth already has so much energy, already at another Rock Slide.
Now, if you've seen the Mandibuzz, you know you've got a Skarmory in the back. If you're Mango, do you just stay in here with the Vigoroth, or do you switch into maybe the Skarmory, get some use out of it, actually going to do the former, and gonna go ahead and Protect Shield up?
Protect Shield up, and I assume just counter down maybe at this point. Maybe we'll be able to get to that before another aerial ace goes through. Will he be able to? Yes, completely countering down, and now back comes the Charjabug, but there's still so much energy on this Vigoroth.
I know Vigoroth has a ton of energy, but Charjabug has barely taken any damage at all. One of the Pokemon that we pinpointed as being on the decline actually looks pretty good in this matchup in particular. Vigoroth trying to get to another body slam. I think it will. It's going to get to the 5th counter. Great timing by Mango to avoid the Volt Switch damage and get off the body slam.
Yeah, body slam's going through, but if Truax is counting, he knows it is just the body slam, not quite up to the Rock Slide. Still protecting up, just wants to keep this Charjabug as healthy as possible. So much energy. A fast swap out into the Dugong here, and a double flyer line. The Skarmory is going to be better against it. However, this Icy Wind is going to go ahead and just lower the attacks.
A lot of trainers watching at home probably recognize that Dugong versus Gligar would have been great for Truax. Meanwhile, this situation, Dugong versus Skarmory with the Protect Shield and the Gligar in the back, is definitely not what he was looking for. But he does get the debuff off early. I think another debuff could come through here any moment, and the Skarmory's going to return fire.
It's going to go ahead with the Sky Attack, but it's not going to be doing that much damage, especially when it's debuff. Meanwhile, Dugong just one away, doing a little bit of extra counting. He knows he's not going to be able to get to another Sky Attack, throwing right before here this next Icy Wind going through. No Protect Shield from Mango.
Yeah, if you're Mango, I think you just kind of ride this matchup out. You go ahead and absorb the Icy Wind, throw off a few more Steel Wings, get the Skarmory just as low as you can, and then go ahead and throw the Brave Bird to debuff your defense. Even in spite of the double debuffs, Mandy, I think this is enough.
This is going to be enough to knock that Dugong out. Almost looks like barely hanging out, but no, Charjabug is going to be able to get one more Volt Switch through, basically at 100 energy here, but that Gligar is just here to negate a bunch of it, and a shield left in play for Mango.
This goes back to our argument at the top of the show, right? Lantern at least could fire off Surfs here, but Charjabug only has the X Scissor. Granted, it has a ton of energy, so it fires off the first one. Going to look for a second one almost immediately, but it's just one dig away from being KO'd.
Yes, one dig away. This X Scissor will connect. He's going to need two more because of that shield in place. Meanwhile, just one aerialist away. Going ahead, wow, letting the next one go through. Mango shaking his head saying, okay, that's fine. I have a shield, but this dig is definitely going to be connecting with that Charjabug.
Mango wants to get this Charjabug as low as he can before he throws off the dig. He's going to go for one more wing attack and then the ground type charge attack. This is going to be more than enough to KO the Charjabug. Mango in control of this matchup from the early goings until the end, does get the knockout and wins game one.
Yeah, I think that was incredible plays and incredible wherewithal. I think a lot of times when players are playing, they say kind of have a you switch, I switch mentality. So of course when that Mandibuzz came in, I think Mango had sort of an idea like, oh, should I swap in as well to the Skarmory? Skarmory's a pretty good answer against the Mandibuzz. However, just staying in with all that energy, being able to throw two Rock Slides and counter down, really put him in the driver's seat.
I'm not gonna lie, Amanda, that's what I would have done. I would have brought out the Skarmory. I said, keep it away from Charjabug, get some use out of the Skarmory. We'll figure it out later. But like you said, Mango, calm and composed, maximizes the utility of the Vigoroth there. And even with a team that you could argue is not great against Charjabug, you know, Vigoroth and Skarmory, not great against the Bug and Electric type. He's able to line things up the way that he wants in the end. As we take a look back at the highlights, Skarmory versus Dugong, the protection advantage was really the game changer for Mango.
Yeah, I think that was a really good wherewithal. Nice counting here as well, throwing right before it. Even though it's double debuffed, as you can see, this Brave Bird will still be enough to knock out that Dugong, and also being able to lower that defense, only getting one extra Volt Switch through for the Charjabug was a pretty good play by Mango here. Also with the shield left, I think he was in a commanding position. This dig now being able to knock out the Charjabug.
Pressure now falls to Trox to respond. In terms of team composition, we saw the Vigoroth and we saw the Charjabug. What are we going to get here in game number 2, Amanda? What do you think?
You know, I was thinking that it was really brave of Mango to bring a Gligar in when also there's a Dugong. I mean, Dugong is on both of these sides here, but I mean, the ice typing of that just does so well against Gligar. Luckily for him, he was able to swap out into that Skarmory, but I mean, if that was endgame scenario, it really would have been game over.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think the Mandibuzz pick and Truex kind of tipped the hat to his thinking. He thinks the Trevenant will show up. If not in game 1, it will definitely show up in game 2. Let's see if he brings Mandibuzz to game number 2. As we kick off this game, we're going to get Vigoroth lead into Dugong. This is really good for Mango.
This is really good. An immediate swap out this time into Clodsire. Clodsire is in, but now we see that Trevenant. Where you asked earlier, Speedy, is Trevenant good? We're about to find out as in the first Stone Edge goes through here. Yeah, I think if you're Mango, you know that you're not going to protect this. Going to go ahead and just charge up a lot of energy here against the Clodsire. Clodsire is a very tanky Pokemon, however.
I really like Mango's play in game 1 not to bring the Trevenant, expecting the Mandibuzz, but then bring it in game 2 when Truex does not have Mandibuzz on his team. Gonna throw the Seed Bomb here. I think that we might see a Seed Bomb and Shadow Ball combination. Gonna take a few more mud shots for this Clodsire to get geared up, and it does fire off the Stone Edge.
That Stone Edge going ahead, getting that first Protect Shield off of Mango as well. He has a lot of energy on that Trevenant. It doesn't want to waste it there. Going ahead and probably just charging up a little bit extra now. He's gonna go up to maybe 100 energy if he's doing his counting here. And like you said, I think even a Seed Bomb will be enough at this stage. Will, what do you think?
It's just neutral, right? Clodsire is incredibly bulky. It does have a poison subtyping. It's going to be really close, but Truex does not want to find out. But Mango has another Seed Bomb, right? He's got 2.
He does have 2.
He doesn't throw it, though.
He doesn't throw it, forcing now this second shield. I guess, again, we're just farming away for energy here. We're going to be able to get some more Shadow Claws in, just continuing to completely build up here. And a swap out to the Vigoroth. That's an interesting swap because the counter damage is not going to be doing much to this normal type. However, the Shadow Claws from Trevenant also not doing much at all.
Yeah, I hope Vigoroth likes vegetables because it's going to get a ton of seeds thrown at it right here by the Trevenant. Now the swap out into the Skarmory. Yeah, looking for, oh my gosh, this is a brick break Vigoroth.
Yeah, that's what I was looking as well. No protect shields, but this is going to be doing some nice damage overall. Not the typical moveset that you see on the Vigoroth, but Vigoroth is going for some fighting damage here.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see brick break, but we're going to see the Sky Attack from Mango fired off. This will KO Vigoroth if Truax lets it through. What decision does he make? He's going to use the final protect shield.
Well, yeah, because we have to remember in the World of Wonders update, Brick Break did get a little bit of a boost as well, so now being able to throw that, lowering the defenses, throwing this Rock Slide, I think that we'll have to see, even undercharging a little bit once we get that counter damage in, but will this be too much? Because the Sky Attack will almost be reachable. He's going to go for a farm down.
Wow.
Simultaneous KO.
Simultaneous knockout there. They were kind of resetting the board. We've seen the leads, we've seen the swap-ins, we know what to expect. Mango brings the Vigoroth like almost immediately and makes a counter swap from Cloudsire into the Dugong, maybe trying to catch some energy there. Doesn't succeed, but now the Vigoroth has a great matchup because it's going to throw a super effective Rock Slide. And
no protect shields left on Truax's side, so this Rock Slide will connect. Didn't even be able to get an Icy Wind off, so it's going to be full force coming here. Super effective attack, just continuing to charge away, going for that drill run.
I was almost wondering if we were going to see a combo play by Mango, right? Switching into the Trevenant, firing the Seed Bomb and KOing the Dugong, but he knows that Vigoroth can tank the damage, no problem. Drill Run does a little bit more. It's not enough, but Body Slam comes through here from the Vigoroth for Mango.
Yeah, no Protect Shield remaining. The Cloudsire is bulky. This isn't going to be doing that much damage, but it will be enough to secure that 2-0 victory for Mango here in Winners Round 2.
Mango with Trevenant. Definitely a bit of a surprise here in Indianapolis, but I definitely trust in Mango. Very talented player. Has, if I'm correct, a lot of championship points already this season. Really excited to see how he progresses through this bracket in Indianapolis.
I like it. You were going to throw me under the bus. Well, you're going ahead and not knowing if me, someone coming from Europe, would know that Mango was a player with a name like that. But yeah, I mean, can't trust him as far as you can throw him, guys.
I would never throw you under the bus, man. I mean, we both agreed that Charm was popularized in the EU, and then it made its way over here, right?
True.
You agreed. Just so all the EU trainers listening can hear it. No, but seriously, that was a great series there by Mango. Whenever we see a trainer that we're familiar with and then kind of a newcomer, a trainer we're not as familiar with, there's always the question like, oh, are they going to pose a threat? Can they challenge this player? Do they have a team composition advantage? I thought it was really tough for Truax. If we're being honest, Trevenant had a ton of play just as long as it avoided the Mandibuzz, and it did in both games.
I mean, even the Dugong does fight really hard against the Trevenant, but I mean, Trevenant has a lot of attacks that can really fight back again against the Dugong, really scaring away in that first game. So we can see, we're going to go ahead and see again. We didn't even notice this earlier. The brick break on the Vigoroth. That is such an interesting moveset there. But the Skarmory just cool as a cucumber here, being able to get to a Sky Attack. And I really like Mango's play as well. You can see that they're about to completely simultaneous KO.
Now, you can always point to day 2 and say that is, the hype battles, those are the best players. But in day 1, you have to deal with a lot of curveballs, right? Seeing a brick-baked Vigoroth, a Cloudsire team. As an elite player, you have to go through a lot of trainers who are trying new things, trying to core break the current meta. And it looks like Mango passed that test with flying colors against Truax, but the question remains, can he continue to do that throughout Saturday?
Yeah, when it's such a stacked tournament, a lot of these players, even though, like you said, maybe qualified for World, maybe has some of that championship points, still going for that leaderboard push. Everyone wants to be the best, right? And so to be the best, you got to compete against the best. You got to compete against everyone and see how you're going to be doing in these World tournaments.
And not only be prepared for everything, right?
That's right.
And speaking of being prepared, we prepared a special interview for you. This is Rise to Occasion. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Will. I am here with Mango after a nice performance there and a win. Mango, take me through Trevenant, something that we haven't seen in the last few iterations of the meta. You decided to bring it and found much success with it.
Yeah, so this whole season for a while, many people have been searching for something to shut down the Skarmory Whiscash core, and I found Trevenant was a decent response because it hard shuts down Whiscash. It has enough play into Skarmory that I thought it was safe. Also does well against Annihilate, which is a menace in the meta right now, so I thought it was just it had a lot of nice neutral play against a lot of teams.
And one thing I found extremely impressive in your matches was the energy management. It seemed like you were always building up maximum energy you could to maximize advantages. Take me through your focus. What goes through your mind? How do you play the game to try and have the mindset to concentrate and maximize that energy?
So a lot of it comes down to just knowing the energy counts for each Pokemon. So the main thing is knowing how much energy each fast move gains, how much energy all the charge moves cost for most of the meta Pokemon. And then Secondly, knowing who has higher attack than whom, so I'm making sure that I'm not losing charge attack priority in matchups that I'm losing charge attack priority. So I don't want to waste energy by losing CMP. And yeah, that's the basic gist.
And lastly, any shout outs that you want to give as you move on in this tournament? Maybe any people that helped you prepare, or just anyone you want to shout out?
A lot of people have been instrumental to my journey, I guess. Elite TMs, for sure. Shout out to them. I'm staying with them right now also. They've helped me a lot to prepare. Tough Town for all the support. Boston Instinct crew, shout outs to you guys. And Texas locals as well. Thanks so much. And Muddy Water, of course.
All right, best of luck on the rest of the tournament, Mango. Casters, take it back to you.
Always a pleasure to talk with Mango, one of the best minds, I think, in competitive Pokemon. A lot of grassroots formats, you know, Mango always tends to succeed. He always has kind of a smile on his face as well, always very calm and confident.
Yeah, and very humble as well. It's like when Bryce, you know, you have anyone to shout out, it's like, oh, I got a couple people, and then it's like the list is very long. This is really, the Pokemon Go group is a community, and it's not just you're playing solo. I think a lot of these players are scrimming against each other, running team compositions by each other, saying, I'm thinking of using this interesting pick like a Trevenant. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I always think of competitive Pokemon as kind of like the iceberg, right? You only see the tip here at a regional, international, or world championships, the fruits of the labor, so to speak, but underneath the water is just layers and layers and layers of practice, of scrims, of community, of trials and tribulations that these trainers have gone through. I definitely think that seeing the results is great, but there's so much work under the surface that often gets overlooked.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times too, I really liked earlier we were talking with one of the players that brought the Ferrothorn, was saying, you know what? Like, I didn't have certain Pokemon on my roster, but I'm already comfortable with this pick, so I knew how it would do. Yeah. I think that takes a lot of like courage as well to be like, no, I don't need the top meta picks. I'm going to make it work with what I have and what I know.
Speaking to that, I caught up with Pablo, one of our TCG casters, backstage. He's actually catching Lickitung for the XL candies this weekend.
Smart.
I said, make sure to Mega Evolve Pidgeot or Lopunny, right? Because you definitely want to make sure you can maximize your candy gains. He's trying to get a competitive Lickitung, which is a good goal.
You know, I think that is a good goal. Another good tip I would give as well is remember that distance trades awards you 1 XL candy. So if you're looking to have a Lickitungs, make sure to collect a bunch of them if you have them and trade with someone who is perhaps far away from you normally so you can get the candy max.
Yeah, exactly. We should do some trades, by the way. You know, Belgium to NA, it's pretty far. So I think we could definitely get the distance bonus there. But bonus for all the trainers there. We have some awesome battles coming up here. Our trainers are getting ready on stage, and if you follow the championship series, you're probably already familiar with the trainer on the left. This is Kimmy Sui, who I think is one of the most impressive young players currently in the circuit.
Yeah, but if Kimmy Sui wants to do it, he's going to have to go through the boss, and that is going to be Phoenix, the boss here on the right-hand side. A player that I don't really know too much about, but it looks like he is running some interesting picks that we were talking about. We see that Cresselia, really popular pick in Europe. We see that Mandibuzz that you were talking about earlier. We just saw it play in the last round. Will it have more play against Kimmy Sui?
Yeah, what can I say? You know, when I got the picks, I have the picks, man. I mean, that's just how it works. Let's take a closer look, though, at Kimmy Sui, who a lot of trainers probably met during his Fort Wayne run last season. But this time, he's got his Shadow Whiscash, Lantern, Altaria, Annihilate, Lickitung, and Skarmory. Nothing really standing out to me here, Amanda. Standard movesets across the board. I think the Shadow Whiscash is definitely the standout pick. And like we talked about in the intro, right? A lot of Shadow Whiscash kind of taking over the meta.
Yeah, but Shadow's doing 20% more damage, but also taking 20% more damage in return. However, with Scald, with that 50 chance of a debuff on your opponent, I think that doing a little bit of extra damage with Scald is helping that Whiscash, and that's why a lot of people are choosing to use that Shadow variant. We did also talk about the downward trend of Charjabug. Charjabug nowhere to be seen in this matchup. Both of the teams using a Lantern.
I'm telling you, right? Charjabug a little bit on the decline, but we'll see what Kimmy Sui can do because Phoenix on the opposing side also has some core breaking potential. Like you mentioned earlier, Amanda, I really like the Cresselia pick and I really like the Mandibuzz pick, but let's see how he supports it. He's got Whiscash, Vigoroth, Lantern, and Skarmory on his team of 6. I think that, honestly, these teams feel pretty balanced.
I think so as well. There's been some merit between running Moonblast for the amount of dragons that a lot of people have been using on the Cresselia. However, this one is running Future Sight. It does take a little bit longer to pace too, but it hits a lot of things in the meta for heavier damage, usually more neutral. Also, I want to point out on the Mandibuzz, it's running Snarl as its fast attack and Dark Pulse, which takes a little bit longer to get to as its dark attack. However, it is a little bit like harder hitting than a foul play would be.
It absolutely is. I think that the closing power of Dark Pulse Mandibuzz can definitely not be overlooked. You land 2 or 3 Dark Pulses into a Lantern and suddenly you got a game on your hand. But I think that's a matchup that Phoenix will look to avoid because that is one of the tougher ones for his team. As always in these game ones, Amanda, I really anticipate like a lot of neutral play, a lot of safe picks, and as we team read through these two players, I feel like there is that flex play, right? That's what a lot of these meta picks kind of offer you. You don't have to get things right on the lock-in screen. You can play your way through a matchup and find win conditions.
Yeah, that's right. Just because you win the lead is not a automatic win of the game. There's a lot of mid-game to be played. A lot of people use certain Pokemon as a safe swap, which is why you see a lot of Lickitung on some teams, and also perhaps why Phoenix the Boss is using that Vigoroth, because Vigoroth is such a great counter to Lickitung. Those Licks really not doing much of the normal typing at all, but that counter damage just continuing to punch away at that thick Pokemon.
As we constantly see in Go Battle League, specialized metas as well, Vigoroth tends to do well when it's available just because it's so incredibly powerful neutrally. Throwing body slams, counters, and rock slides, it can definitely have a ton of coverage, a lot of opportunities to kind of core break these teams. But Kimmy Sui, a very measured player as well, so we'll see how he performs.
Yeah, plus there's that Annihilate on Kimmy Sui's side as well. That's something that Vigoroth does not want to see. If you're only using one fighting type Pokemon, if they're going head to head, it's going to be the Annihilate winning, but that's not what we're jumping into right away. We're getting into the skies where you have the Altaria versus a Skarmory. Great to lead for Phoenix the Boss.
Kimmy Sui running what we call an ABA flying type team, right? He's got a flying type in the lead, he's got the Skarmory in the back, and the Whiscash kind of sandwiched in the middle. But as we look at the team here for Phoenix the Boss, it's pretty balanced. I mean, these are 3 Pokemon that you can switch in, you can lead. What a catch, though, by Kimmy Sui to start things off.
I mean, not even at an exact time, and not when the charge attack was just to be ready or anything. Catching the Sky attack is very big. It's always risky, though, swapping in a Skarmory when there is a Lantern on another side. Fortunately for Kimmy Sui, no Lantern to be found at this game. And in come with the Vigoroth, going ahead and throwing this Rock Slide now, which is going to be doing some nice damage should it be unprotected by Kimmy Sui.
I'm so glad you brought that up because Lantern is such a common pick, and it is rising in numbers to meet these Skarmories. And not seeing it here is a huge boon to Kimmy Sui's hopes in this matchup, but he's going to have to get through the Vigoroth first. I like the protection by Phoenix as well. He knows he can control this game if he can control this middle matchup.
Yeah, this counter damage will be doing a nice amount, and since the fighting type role is being done by the Vigoroth, but it's not a fighting type Pokemon, it's not going to be doing as much damage with the Sky attack. Still wants to protect it up, however, going ahead and using both shields in this middle matchup here. Wants to try to give it a little bit more energy. Going for this body slam here. Will Kimmy Sui also respond with another shield or let that Skarmory go down?
Kimmy Sui recognizes the pacing, right? Skarmory takes at least 8 Steel Wings to get to that Sky attack. Vigoroth is much faster, but the combo play can cut off a ton of energy. This is not what Phoenix wanted to see.
Not what he wanted to see. The Sky attack is going to go through. The Vigoroth is going to go down, and now he has to decide what's coming into this altar. It's going to be that Skarmory again.
Oh, he decided quickly, right? He knows the Steel typing gives him an advantage here in this matchup of the flying types. Sky attack gets fired off here. Altaria is pretty weak, about half health, but it is going to match the Skarmory towards the damage output.
Yeah, this Dragon Breath not doing much of the steel typing. However, its stilts are continuing to chunk away, going for the Moonblast, which is a little bit heavier hitting and has a potential for a debuff. Maybe perhaps a little parting gift to the Skarmory as the Altaria goes down. So you see, not very effective, but still puts it into the red. He's still going to have to throw, I think, before going to go down.
This actually isn't all that bad, right? Because Altaria is still not close to the Sky attack. Cresselia comes in, 3 cycle cuts, get the knockout, and he's got some stored energy. Remember, there's a Skarmory in the back with very low HP, but Phoenix did a fantastic job calling the Whiscash in the back.
Yeah, and with Grass Knots on a Shadow, Whiscash is going to be doing so much damage. I think he's looking to try to catch, but wow, Phoenix the Boss just playing like a boss, completely cycle cutting down 100 energy. You see them both nodding at each other here as this endgame starts to get close.
Endgame is here. Kimmy Sui doesn't even bother with the Protect Shield because he knows this is going to be an almost impossible matchup to overcome. Grass Knot double super effective on the Shadow Pokemon, and Phoenix the Boss takes game 1.
Game 1 by Phoenix the Boss. Kimmy Sui taking some notes down here. As we talked about, he's a very notable player, well known in the circuit, but it goes to show that doesn't mean that you're always going to win just because you're a well-known player. I think a lot of times people get a little bit scared if they see a big name, right? Saying, oh, I'm not sure if I can compete at this level. Phoenix the Boss just showing exactly how good gameplay, good team composition can really work in his favor.
I think the pivot point, the turning point for that matchup was when Phoenix saw the Skarmory, right? Because he saw the Altaria in the lead, Kimmy Sui swapped in the Skarmory. Whenever you see Skarmory, you just anticipate the Whiscash in the back, right? And he had a feeling, and he rode that feeling all the way to a Game 1 win because it allowed him to line up his Cresselia in the end.
Yeah, because you can see this now, the Moonblast coming through here. And this is, like you said, it's not like a completely horrible matchup, as Skarmory does have some energy, wants to let it go down to the Altaria, wants to be able to get just even more energy on this Cresselia. Perfect timing, getting that right before the Sky Attack even goes through.
Now, as you see here, Cresselia Psycho Cut down the Altaria. Kimmy Sui is going to reach for that Skarmory in just a few seconds. And Cresselia, guess what? Is going to keep on eating. It just Psycho Cuts all the way down. And then it Grass Knots the Whiscash. How many times do we see a Cresselia sweep?
Yeah, exactly. One hit KO on that Shadow. We're going right into game number 2, it looks like here. We got Annihilate against the Skarmory. Skarmory, since it's not using a Flying Tech, Fast Attack, is not really doing as much damage. Meanwhile, Annihilate just getting up a ton of energy here. And this is a bit of a baiting game, but does the Phoenix boss know it? Wants to keep that Skarmory healthy using that first shield.
Annihilate builds to the Shadow Ball, throws the Night Slash, and it does not get the attack boost, but this means that Phoenix the boss can return fire with the Skarmory Sky Attack and even up the shielding scenario.
Yes, Kimmy Sui wants to be able to protect this up because, yes, the Annihilate does not want to be eating these Sky Attacks. Meanwhile, just continuing to punch away. We see a swap into the Mandibuzz, and we see a swap into the Lantern. This is what I was talking about earlier. It's so dangerous to swap into Skarmory or a Mandibuzz when there's a potential Lantern on the other side. We didn't see it game 1, but we see it here now, and though this Dark Pulse is going to be doing a little bit of damage to the Lantern, Lantern is in full control here.
Kimmy Sui wasn't hard punished for the swap in game 1, but Phoenix does get punished here by the Lantern. Dark Pulse does, like we talked about, Amanda, Dark Pulse does add up, and the second one does get fired off here. It's going to put this Lantern down into the yellow, maybe within range of another Dark Pulse knocking out after the Snarl damage, but meanwhile, Thunderbolt is ready to go.
Thunderbolt is going to be released here to the up to the skies. Mandibuzz, no Protect Shield. I think it's like, okay, Mandibuzz, you've done your job. Look at it, still hanging on because of its bulk, but however, not being able to get to its charge attack here is not going to be brewing very good for Phoenix the boss. He's got to come in with that Whiscash.
Yeah, I think you have to come in Whiscash here. There's not really another option, but he's trying to kind of wait down the switch timer, make sure a switch is available to him, and it pays off because now the Skarmory is ready. But we're going to see the Surf get fired off here by the Lantern. How do you play this out, though, man? I think you want to be wary of the catch from Kimmy Sui.
Yeah, and at the same point here, maybe you just go for a very aggressive Mud Shot down. Another Surf isn't going to be able to knock you out. You want to keep a Protect Shield, and you want to have some energy on the Whiscash for that back line as well. Those Mud Bombs are going to be doing a nice damage, or perhaps, I mean, I don't think Phoenix boss has even seen Kimmy Sui's there. Looks like he is going to try to go for it. If he's counting, though, he knows he's going to have to release it now.
That's really tough, right? Sometimes it's hard to remember if it's the 6 cycle or the 5 cycle for Lantern Surf, but that turned out positively for Kimmy Sui as he takes away the final Protect Shield. In comes Annihilate, gonna win the charge attack priority tie and cut off so much energy from Phoenix.
Yeah, this Night Slash is gonna go through. There's no Protect Shields remaining. Will it be enough? Not quite, but even still, he's got the attack bump.
Attack boost comes through. Kimmy Sui says, I'll take that. Uses the Protect Shield up on the Annihilate and then looks for the pivot out into the Skarmory to distribute that damage from the Whiscash. I like this play a lot.
I like this play a lot too. I was actually wondering if Kimmy Sui was just going to let that go down and maybe not even show that third Pokemon, but I think he realized at that point that he was going to have to do it with that Skarmory going on as well. Yeah. He wants to be able to just get as much energy as possible. Phoenix the boss has so much energy on this, but it looks like he wins charge attack priority here, going for that Brave Bird.
Kimmy Sui goes to the Brave Bird, which is a little bit dangerous. If Phoenix hangs on here, right? If he's able to hang on, oh my gosh, he doesn't. But I was going to say, then he would have returned fire with the Brave Bird. It would have gotten pretty close. But fortunately for Kimmy Sui, he does take that game to victory to even out the series.
Yeah, it's going to go into a decisive game 3 here. Both of these have been like real nail biters, you know, going on to the end.
Honestly, Phoenix is impressive. Like, I'm really impressed with a lot of the plays. I love the team reads. I think he's done a great job keeping pace with Kimmy Sui. It's just like that next level, right? The swap into the Annihilate to throw the Night Slash, a couple of farm downs here or there. Kimmy Sui is just really kind of expressing the skill that has allowed him to succeed at a high level season season in and season out.
And what I really like that he did, and maybe some people who are a bit newer are wondering, why did he swap out with so much energy on the Annihilate? Annihilate has such a high attack in the game that is most likely going to win charge attack priority against a lot of different things here. As you can see, Phoenix the Boss trying to catch onto the Mandibuzz, which would have been really great for him. However, the patience of Kimmy Sui is swapping out into the Lantern. Lantern being able to basically almost one-shot here at this point, hanging on by just a thread, but not able to get to an attack.
Yeah, I think you would have been happy to see anything there if you're Phoenix, right? Yeah, Lick Your Tongue switch, Altaria, Whiscash, Skarmory, even the Annihilate was not as bad, but seeing that Lantern there at a pivotal moment in the matchup was definitely a difference maker. Yeah, of course, we can always say different team compositions, different results. I really feel like that was a turning point for Kimmy in game number 2.
And really great catch here, going ahead and getting the Scald onto the Skarmory, and it looked like just right in time, being able to reach this Brave Bird, takes out the Skarmory. Yeah, Phoenix the Boss obviously did not want to throw his first because that would debuff him even more. He was really hoping that he'd be able to hang on. Fortunately for him, wasn't quite able to. Kimmy Sui tying up that series. And like I said, now we're going into that decisive game 3.
We've seen a lot of Skarmory play from both players, a lot of Whiscash play as well. We saw Altaria in game number 1 from Kimmy Sui. We saw Cresselia cleaning up the board in game number 1 for Phoenix the Boss. Going into game 3, let's see what we get.
Let's see what we get. Will they be able to go ahead and go right into it? Game 3 starting up right now. We have a Skarmory mirror here. Now, we did get some information in that last round. I think that Kimmy Sui did win that charge attack priority, or maybe Phoenix the Boss didn't quite throw yet, but at this point, it's good information that both of these players might have for this round 3.
Looking at the team compositions, if you're Phoenix, right, you see the Skarmory lead, you probably anticipate the Whiscash in the back, and if you're Kimmy, you probably think the same thing. So it's going to be interesting to see how he decides to do this. Maybe he plays a little bit safer with his Lantern pick, but like you pointed out, Amanda, he's going to win the charge attack priority tie there, throwing the Sky Attack in the mirror match.
Go ahead, and now the Sky Attack from Phoenix the Boss going through. We're going to see about the same amount of damage going to both of these Pokemon. If you're wondering which one, why it wins the charge attack, it's because the Kimmy Sui has trained his Skarmory to be a little bit higher in attack as well. This next one going through, getting the shield from Kimmy Sui. I guess maybe he's thinking this Skarmory might be important if Phoenix the Boss is staying in.
Oh, but it's a Brave Bird, so that's a great shield call. Reaches for the Whiscash safe switch, but now this allows Kimmy Sui to fire up his own Brave Bird and pivot out of the matchup. However, you really can't discount the energy gain on Whiscash, right? It's already got 3 mud shots. It's just a Sky Attack from Kimmy Sui. He stays in a little bit longer. Does he catch the Scald on the Altaria? Yes, he does.
Wow, really great plays there. This is not going to be doing that much at all. Saying, okay, that was okay. One flyer is going down. The Altaria is coming in. To this point, these Dragon Breaths are going to be so oppressive, but will they be a little bit less? Did that attack ball go through? Yes, it did. Now these Dragon Breaths are not doing as much damage. Whiscash still hanging in.
In spite of the debuff, that wasn't anything more than a bird bath for the Altaria, right? Absolutely love soaking Scalds here. No threat of the Blizzard given the current meta and the open team sheet. Second Scald connects. I don't think that one debuffed as well, but still, Altaria a little bit hobbled.
Yeah, Altaria now even in the yellow. This Moonblast is going to be the more effective move against that Whiscash here. Going unprotected by Phoenix the Boss. Still in the red, but I still, again, already getting a lot of energy. He's got to throw before he completely goes down. No, banking all the energy coming back in with the Skarmory, but guess what, Will? The timers are coming up soon, and you know what's in the back.
Yeah, and I think that's why Kimmy Sui is going to throw the charge attack, not only to deal damage, but to get back to his timer. And that's why Phoenix is going to no-shield, because he knows the Lantern is lurking in the back. He's not going to invest in the Skarmory, so he lets it through. He'll look for the Sky Attack to knock out here and leave very little for Lantern to farm down.
I like this play by both players. I mean, I think if you're Kimmy Sui, you said, oh, maybe I could swap, but he doesn't want to get switch locked. He knows he's going to come in with the Lantern here. Oh, look at this. He's coming in with the Skarmory, completely going to be able to farm down, and now he can perhaps Brave Bird and dip.
Oh, actually comes in with the Whiscash. You can choose when to deploy it. He chooses to use it right now against the Skarmory to take away that final protection and try to get a debuff. Kimmy Sui's got a lot of energy, so he wants to preserve it. Do we see an instant pivot in Vigoroth? Yes, we do, but a debuff does occur.
A debuff is going to happen. He's basically 100 energy now, and now this is also a mind game. Yes, that last shield has been done. No one wants to take a Brave Bird, even if it's debuff. However, this is just a Sky Attack, and now swapping into that Lantern.
But don't forget, the Skarmory has another Sky Attack banked, so it's going to save that energy, and it might come down to charge attack priority tie. But first, Phoenix has to get through this Lantern with his Vigoroth.
And Vigoroth will win the charge attack priority against the Lantern as well. So I think this is going to be really coming down to timing here. Will they be able to count? This is going to be heavier hitting. There are no shields remaining. You can see Phoenix the Boss wondering how much energy his Vigoroth is going to have. How much health is he desperately down into the red?
Yeah, the question is if you want to throw 2 Surfs to get the knockout or just 1 Thunderbolt and Spark down. Goes for the latter. Kimmy Sui's going to have to absorb a flurry of body slams, though, because Vigoroth does have tons of stored energy, fires off the first one, goes for the second one. It only has a little bit of HP left, though.
It only has a little bit of HP, and like we talked about, there is a Sky Attack still stored on that Skarmory. Vigoroth has no energy left to be able to throw, just hoping to punch down, but that Sky Attack is connecting.
Skarmory hangs on by a steel feather, fires off the Sky Attack to get the knockout onto the Vigoroth, and I just have so many good things to say about Phoenix and how he played. That was a very close series, and I don't think Kimmy Sui anticipated it would be that tough to take down that trainer, but Phoenix was awesome as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it says it in his screen name there, Phoenix the boss. He played like a boss as well. Congratulations on him for doing so well in the tournament so far as well. Like we talked about a little bit earlier, this is the largest tournament for NA so far, Will. So, I mean, I think that we're going to see potentially a lot of new faces that we haven't seen before and some really great runs.
Which is really exciting, right? And if you look at the bracket as well, we've got really stacked pods, pods where typically you'd only see maybe 1 or 2 names where you think, okay, this trainer is probably a lock for day 2. If they perform up to their standard, they're going to do well. But you see some pods with 5, 6, 7 names. Anyone could take these pods and advance to day number 2. So it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, and it's been really great matches so far. I like that we've kind of been true to the trending and rising. We talked about it in the intro a little bit. A lot of Skarmory. We expected to see a lot of it because it's all the Gligar, and in return, all of the Lanterns. So, I mean, we saw a couple charge bugs.
We did. They're still there.
They're there. I think Electric has a really interesting place in the meta overall, especially with the rise of Skarmory.
Let's rewind things just a few minutes and take a look back at that series. This was Kimmy Sui versus Phoenix the Boss. Going to game number 3, though, a pivotal game, of course, decisive in its nature. We're going to see the Skull get fired off and caught by the Altaria. Great play by Kimmy Sui.
Yeah, this was good wherewithal, knowing the timing here, and then the Altaria just getting a bunch of energy, being able to almost completely knock out this Whiscash. Whiscash has a ton of energy. I really like this play by Phoenix the Boss. Instead of throwing anything at the Altaria, which wouldn't be doing that much damage, just pivoting back out into the Skarmory. Unfortunately for Phoenix the Boss, just not being able to completely do much against it. I like this play by Kimmy Sui too, coming back in with the Skarmory. I was expecting the Lantern.
Yeah, Kimmy Sui's Skarmory just didn't quit in this game, right? It was in and out, and it swapped in so many times through so many Sky Attacks. It's definitely the MVP of this series for Kimmy Sui. Vigoroth does get the better of the Lantern, but it's not enough to get the job done because yet again, Skarmory strikes back.
Yeah, and I think that if he didn't come in with the Skarmory there to get those extra Steel Wings, that might not have actually happened in the end game. So, I mean, really great plays. This shows also why he's on the field and I'm behind the desk because I was like, Lantern, obviously, that's the correct choice. But just getting all that extra energy really proved vital for him in the end game.
It's one thing to be commentators, as you mentioned, and kind of look at this from a bird's eye view, see that Kimmy Sui ran ABA flying types in games 1 and 3 with a water type sandwich in the middle, but it's even better to hear from the trainer themselves. So let's toss it down to Caleb and Kimmy Sui.
All right, thank you, Will. Amanda, I'm here with Kimmy Sui, the 2-time Worlds competitor and the champion of Milwaukee. No, sorry, Fort Wayne from last season, second place in Milwaukee as well. How are you feeling after that match?
I feel great. I feel ready to keep battling and looking forward to my future battles.
Well, you're telling me right before we went live here that this is your first time ever using Altaria. How did that happen?
Well, since like the start of Go Battle League, I've always faced Altarias, and I've actually hated playing against Altarias because I've used Pokemon that are really weak to it. And overall, I hate like playing Altarias in general. And so I thought about it before I made my team for this competition. I was like, well, if I don't like using it, I don't think my opponents will like facing against it either. So I decided to use Altaria and see how double flying would work.
I mean, and it came in really clutch against that Whiscash too, especially in, I think, that second or third game against Phoenix. So really cool stuff. I know you're still working towards your Worlds qualification. How are the points looking? What are your goals for this specific tournament?
Well, I'm so far not too high in points, so I'm looking to get the #1 spot today, hopefully, and hopefully get my chance to enter Worlds in Hawaii.
That's awesome. And I know you're looking forward to playing Rise Vacation at this tournament. Unfortunately, he's on the caster X. Is there any other opponent you're looking to face off on the stage?
You know, I've always played out of pocket a lot, and since I think right now I've lost him more times than I've won, so I'm hoping to face off against him again and see how it goes.
All right, well, some redemption. Well, fantastic stuff, Kimmy Sui. Awesome to see you back on stage, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll kick it back to the casters.
Thanks, Caleb. I really like what he said there, is that You know, we've played out of pocket so many times. I usually lose, but instead of saying, I don't want to play him, he's saying, no, I want another shot at this. I think I have what it takes to beat this guy.
I also like what he said about goals, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
so
great to
important.
have
You can set just a high bar and say, oh, I just want to win, and just have it be simple. But I think it's also important to set milestones and goals for you, objectives that you can kind of check off your list and build your confidence and move through the bracket. And maybe he really wants to put a check mark next to beating out of pocket, right? He really wants to say, got him this time. But we'll see what Kimmy can do.
Yeah, also the goal is to, you know, he wanted to get first place at this regional. Not quite there in the championship points. Again, you need 500 points in NA to be able to be qualified for Worlds. He's a two-time Worlds competitor. I have no doubt that if he really puts his mind to it, he's going to be collecting those points as well.
Did you know that that's a 100 points higher threshold than EU? Did you know that?
I did know that.
It's pretty competitive.
It is
Amanda.
a competitive scene. I mean, EU's got this competitive as well. I mean, come on. Less tournaments to go to.
Okay. Well, I do think it is fun to see the regions kind of connect and clash, and a lot of players, even past Indianapolis, even past Los Angeles, they're already talking about NAIC. I think that's going to be a really fun tournament. I would love for NAIC to meet and match the hype that EUIC had.
I tell you what, I mean, like, Dunebug did so well at EUIC, and Adequance, when he won Utrecht, he made a call out. He said, you know, America, I'm coming for you. He's going to be competing at NAIC. I think a couple other Europeans are also crossing the pond to see how they will compete against the, you know, NA region on their home territory.
I tell you, it's a pretty intense tournament circuit, as you're finding out here. But I think our players might be getting ready on the stage. We have some familiar faces here, so I can't wait to introduce you to them. This is Dijon, the Jin on the left side versus Ninja on the right.
Yeah, and Dijon, also nicknamed kind of spicy, living up to that name because I see a Cadilli on his side. The rest of it looks like a pretty standard team, but this is something that you don't see very often in the competitive circuit.
Dijon loves Cadilli, right? He plays it quite a bit in Go Battle League. He loves to bring that Pokemon onto any team format he can possibly find. So it is a little surprising to see it here, but I think he's probably the best Cadilli player that I've ever seen execute with it. So we are definitely in for a treat. Meanwhile, Ninja in a can, I can just feel the stream chat, right? Pachirisu, talk about Pachirisu.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to go ahead and do that. This is a regional locked Pokemon that you usually can't get unless you're in some parts of Canada. And also, maybe if you went to a Go Fest or you've done the events in the past, Pachirisu is still a Pokemon that I am desperately trying to get up to snuff as well because I don't have enough candies.
Yeah, Pachirisu, an incredible Pokemon that we've seen execute in VG, right? Sejun Park did really well with it several years back. But let's zero in here on Dijon, the Jin's team. The question for me, Amanda, is does his team support Cadilli? Does it cover its weaknesses? Does it allow this grass and rock type to shine?
I think that we have to remember, Cadilli just paces so quickly with that bullet seed. So a lot of people like to use it, especially in the Go Battle League, as what we call that safe swap. So if your lead Pokemon isn't doing well against Pokemon, you can immediately swap that in. Getting 1 or 2 bullet seeds advantage is huge for this Pokemon. Grass and rock type have a lot to play for in this meta. But let's go ahead and look at Ninja's team as well, because we see a lot of Pokemon that, you know, aren't the common picks. So we have to figure out how these Pokemon all want to play against each other. Again, looking at that Pachirisu, looking at that Guzzlord, which I was expecting to see a little bit more of in the meta, but haven't seen too many of them yet, running Crunch over Brutal Swing.
Just look at how many answers Ninja in a Can has to fighting type opponents, right? He's got Cresselia, he's got Wigglytuff, he's got Sky Attacks from the Skarmory, and he has the Volt Switches and the Thunder Punches from his Pachirisu. So much coverage for that team, even though it is, like you said, very unconventional. I really like Guzzlord as a core breaker. I think the Dragon is a highly valuable complementary piece to a lot of cores. We're going to see if it can core break Dijon's team. And as we kind of mentally compare these, Cadilli will not like to see Guzzlord. It probably is pretty neutral to Wigglytuff. It is a great matchup into Whiscash. Against the Cresselia, it's probably pretty close. It hard walls the Pachirisu,
yes,
right?
We'll have to wonder, maybe it'll be on the bench for the game #1 just to see if Dijon actually really wants to bring the Cadilli in.
Exactly, but the Skarmory is the #1 thing that I think the Cadilli needs to look out for. Steel Wing will absolutely break down that rock typing. But let's jump into game #1 here. Dijon on the left side of your screen versus Ninja on the right.
I want to go ahead and kick it off as we see a big chomping Guzzlord on one side against Annihilate. Now this counter damage is going to be doing a lot. We might see an immediate pivot out. It looks like we are into that Pachirisu, met by a pretty good counter with Dijon. Dijon really like kind of reading potential team comp composition here, almost looking over the shoulder of Ninja saying, okay, you swap into that? Okay, don't worry, I've got a counter for it.
I'm telling you, this is team composition 101 by Dijon, putting on a clinic. Thunderbolt, single resisted by the Shadow Gligar. But this Patrice is pretty bulky. We're going to see Dijon build up to a lot of energy, going to throw the dig. This will be super effective, but I would venture to say, Amanda, it doesn't even knock out.
Oh, I definitely don't think it would knock out, but you know what? Ninja doesn't even want to take that risk at this point. And if you look at that Pachirisu, you see it's got a little ribbon on him. That means it's best buddied, so it's 2 stages higher than it would be if it didn't have this on there. And that's what you really need for Pachirisu in the meta. I know we don't see very many of them, so we got to like point it out here that the bulk is really helping come. It hasn't even come close to 1500 CP.
We saw Dijon kind of nod his head because the Thunder Punch did get fired off. Pachirisu only with the electric type charge attack, so there are no surprises in store. Dig can't quite get the knockout. If this is Thunderbolt, it might KO the Shadow Gligar, but Dijon trusts in his counting of the Volt Switch as he thinks it's Thunder Punch, and he's correct.
He is correct. Very hanging on by a thread, just going to be able to get a little bit of energy, but the main thing is he's going to be able to dictate what Pokemon comes in because the Gligar is so low at this point that now that the Guzzlord comes back in, he can easily realign that Annihilate against the Guzzlord.
Guzzlord takes the Aerial Ace damage, KOs the Gligar. Dijon has a choice to make. He brings in the Annihilate into the Guzzlord, which is definitely a favorable matchup for the Annihilate, especially with the Protect Shield advantage, but we're going to see a charge attack get fired off. I didn't catch if this was Brutal Swing or Crunch, but we're going to find out.
And I believe it was a Crunch from the team sheets that we saw a little bit earlier. It is going through. Crunch has a potential to debuff, does not get it there. Meanwhile, Dijon just completely countering down, coming out with so much energy on the Annihilate. In comes the Cresselia. Cresselia's Psycho Cuts do a nice chunk of damage to the Annihilate, but not when Annihilate has this much energy. This Shadow Ball is going to connect.
Shadow Ball comes through, takes about 65% of Cresselia's HP. If you're Dijon, you can kind of pace yourself here, go straight for the Night Slashes. If you want to take this a step further, you could argue that Dijon doesn't even want to show his Skarmory.
I think that that's exactly what he's going to do at this stage. He knows that he's going to be able to shield. I think he's definitely going to be able to outpace even to the next Grass Knot. So I think a lot of players like to do things like this to kind of keep their opponents guessing. We'll have to see if Dijon wants to play it that way. He had such an incredible read on this team composition. I mean, let's face it, the Skarmory would be great against the Cresselia as well, but you don't even need it at this stage. Night Slash coming through, connecting with the Cresselia, knocking it out, and Dijon takes game number 1.
Super effective damage. Annihilate gets a couple of KOs there against the Guzzlord and Cresselia to win the matchup for Dijon in game number 1. That's another question as well. We've seen trainers like Wadaj, like Out of Pocket, bring kind of unconventional Pokemon, you know, Bastiodon or something fun like that. Seeing Dijon with Cordilli, it kind of begs the question, like, is he serious? Is he going at 100%? What are we going to get this weekend from him?
I think that, I mean, again, not to bring it all back to EU, but there have been some day 2 competitors. Aerosol ran a Cordilli as well in one of the tournaments, and he did be able to make it to day 2. It's not completely unheard of. It does have a nice amount of coverage. However, with the rock typing as well, you just get a little nervous with all these fighters. We're going to go back into the matchup here. We see, you know, coming back in with the Annihilate, and this is where Dijon just really went to town, being able to get all of this energy on the Annihilate to release on the back Pokemon here.
I mean, he let a fighting type into a dark type Pokemon. The safe swap electric was met by a ground and flying type Shadow Gligar. So Dijon just had to control the matchup, control the pacing, and not make any mistakes. No unforced errors, as I like to say in tennis. They did a great job there. Night Slash getting the knockout to Cresselia. And the question mark remains, Ninja didn't even see the Skarmory.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that. Well, like, why do you think that that's so impactful in this type of tournament? I think it's a little bit of a mind game as well. So if your opponent does so well against you that they don't even need to show their third, it kind of shakes you a little bit. But not only that, it also, you don't know what their team composition is, right? You don't know what the style is that they wanted to play.
You can only guess, right? They always say, like, it's better to know, even if it's negative, it's better to know the facts than to just speculate. It's worse not knowing. And I think that not knowing what that third Pokemon is puts a lot more pressure on Ninja, because now he's thinking, oh, well, you know, if it was Lickitung, maybe Wigglytuff is good for me. But if it was Skarmory, which it was, Wigglytuff is bad for him. So he doesn't know how to respond to that team composition. All he can really base it on was the Annihilate and the Gligar.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. We'll have to see how he wants to adjust for game number 2. I don't think Pachirisu is a bad pick. I think it's what we call, a spicy Pokemon, but with all the Skarmories around, I think Pachirisu actually probably has a definitely good place in this meta, but not in this game.
Oh no, Pachirisu can't get away from the Shadow Gligar. We're gonna see Ninja decide to pivot out immediately into the Skarmory. No Lantern.
No Lantern to be found. If Dijon's best answer to a Skarmory is already a Skarmory, you think if you're Ninja, you're like, okay, I'm at least one Steel Wing ahead here too. You have to see how I want to play out this matchup, this first Sky Attack going through. You definitely don't want to go to a Brave Bird when you're switch locked, when there's this much energy on the field, because that would be detrimental this early on in the game.
You know, if we actually project forward a little bit, pulling the Skarmory out right here is fantastic for the Wigglytuff, right? Because then there's no other Charm Resist on Dijon's team. So Ninja has to kind of keep that win condition in mind. Maybe try to pivot and adjust his playstyle to meet that win condition in the end.
Yeah, going ahead, this next Sky Attack is going through here. Looks like no shield is going to be used. There's potential, a lot of people like to, it is a Brave Bird. I didn't even notice, it is a Brave Bird. Been able to take it out, but a Brave Bird now coming through on the other side as well. The defense of this one is really dropped. Will Dijon want to shield it up? No, it looks like he's going to let that go. Will it completely knock out? Holding no man thread.
Ninja succeeds in controlling switch advantage in the middle matchup. Like you pointed out, with the 2 Steel Wing advantage, he's able to win that mirror matchup. Now we see the Gligar come in, get a little bit more use out of the Skarmory, but keeping it away from the Pachirisu is definitely the key play here for Ninja. Wigglytuff comes in.
Wigglytuff comes in, but now on the flip side, this Gligar has a ton of energy. Shadows again doing that 20% more. This is going to be doing some nice damage to Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff can only charm away. It takes quite a while to get to its charge attacks. Meanwhile, Gligar is basically up to another dig, going for yet another aerial ace. Will it strip the next shield?
I'm getting Go Battle League flashbacks, right? This is such a tough matchup when the Wigglytuff comes in, and it looks like Gligar's aerial ace does get protection. Can he even reach the dig in time? I don't think it can. Gligar can hang on, actually. Gonna look for the dig.
But will the dig be enough here? Is Ninja going for an aggressive farm down? Wants to be able to give a parting gift to whatever is in the back, because this Icy Wind would permanently damage. He is able to hang on, and this Icy Wind now going through the Licky Tongue. And you can see Dijon is really having to think about how he wants to play out this matchup now with a debuff Licky Tongue, shielding it up in the back as well.
That's huge. Massive, enormous. Whatever word you want to use, Wigglytuff piling on all this damage is absolutely instrumental. Can it get to another Icy Wind?
Oh my goodness, it gets
and
to
it does!
Another!
Somehow, some way, double resisting the licks means that Wigglytuff is just going to smile and fire up a second Icy Wind to slow down the Lickitung even more.
And what?
Oh, it's a charge deck party tie!
Oh, Dijon not happy with how this turned out. Really great plays by Ninja. Just want to kind of highlight this again. Because he did that debuff, those licks were doing even less to the Wigglytuff, letting it get to another charge attack. And now we have a full bulky Pachirisu against a double debuff Lickitung. Doesn't matter how much energy there is at this point.
Going straight for the hard-hitting Thunderbolt. Ninja wants to put this game away. This charge attack comes through. Lickitung absorbs it. It's deep into the red now. I think 2 more Volt Switches will get it done.
Yeah, I think at this point Dijon recognizes as well that body slams aren't going to be enough. Just completely continues to lick away, recognizing that the Ninja going ahead and taking that game number 2. We're going into a decisive game 3.
Look at him tapping his head there. He said, yeah, 5-head thinking there. He's able to get off the second Icy Wind on the charge type party tie, which is was the backbreaker there for Dijon. There's nothing he could really do to come back from that situation. Double debuff Lickitung at half health with a whole loss of body slam energy. Just too far of a void to cross.
Yeah, and I want to really point out something, because we've talked about it a few times already. Just because you lose the lead does not mean you are going to lose that matchup there. You see that beginning lead, you saw the Gligar against the Thunder. This is what we're talking about here. The dig not being able to completely knock it out. So much energy. Getting this off right away was crucial for Ninja here, because now these licks are going to be doing even less. And even though it looks like Wigglytuff is barely there, just completely able to charm, going for the Icy Wind at the same time.
That's unreal, because the Wigglytuff came into that matchup with barely any HP at all, but because the Lick is double resisted, Lickitung just couldn't touch the Pokemon. It just had too much HP, too much of a barrier, couldn't get the knockout.
Yeah, and Dijon had really a choice to make there too, because you saw he already had a body slam loaded, but at that point he was like, no, I want to be able to, I think I'm going to be able to lick down, not able to, and then, oh yeah, just this crushing blow at the end as well, being able to lose that charge attack priority, throwing right at the end. Oh.
That was
heartbreaking.
Tough. Heartbreaking for Dijon, but this is also a staple of a competitor, right? You don't want to let that get into your head too much. You have another game to play. The most important game of the series is coming up here, game number 3. Is there anything you want to see from these two traders before we lock in?
I think game number 1 was so decisively in the hands of Dijon. I think Ninja said in the back, like, oh no, don't count me out yet. I think it's still, at this point, it's anyone's game. I'm excited to see what these trainers are going to play. I did notice that both games, even though it didn't have a good matchup against the Pokemon it was locked on, the Pachirisu came into play. Do you think we're going to see it game 3?
I do, and I think that not only Pachirisu has been really flexible, but I don't think there's any way in any reality that Ninja leaves Wigglytuff on the bench for game number 3. As long as it avoids Skarmory, that Pokemon is an impact player. Here comes Pachirisu, second time leading it, third game in a row. Now it's got Annihilate.
Yeah, this is more neutral, but again, we have to see how this is going to be. Game 3 starting off here, like we said, the Annihilate versus the Pachirisu. It's all electric here on the field, and this is not a matchup I am super familiar with, Speedy, so I'm not quite sure how this is going to go. Meanwhile, just charging away, gonna go ahead and throw out this first charge attack. Oh, it is gonna be shielded at the last second by Dijon.
That's a great bait by Ninja. Again, maintaining composure in a high-stakes matchup. Annihilate, though, gonna look for the Shadow Ball. This is gonna deal a lot of damage, neutral or otherwise. Ninja, I think, is gonna use a Protect Shield here. Does not! Tries to make the call on the Night Slash, but Pachirisu endures.
This is so dangerous if you're Ninja as well, because if you look at his backline, none of these Pokemon want to face that Skarmory, and Skarmory's been basically on every single team throughout this whole tournament. It looks like he's gonna completely let it go down, and he will be able to dictate what comes in, but this Annihilate has so much energy.
Wow, coming in with the Guzzlord here. This is actually not the worst case situation, because you don't want the Skarmory matchup against your Cresselia. Guzzlord's got a ton of work to do, but it looks like Ninja still has both of his Protect Shields, goes straight for the Crunch Charge, debuff the Skarmory, and I'm like flabbergasted here that we don't see Wigglytuff for Ninja in game 3.
Yeah, this Crunch goes, and it gets the defense fall. This is very big. As we can see, Guzzlord is still in the green. Gonna have to shield this up because it's gonna be the charge attacks that are doing more damage. Obviously, these Dragon Tails are not going to do much to that Steel-type Pokemon, but with that defense drop, it's going to be doing a little bit more, and we'll have to see if he wants to still stay in it as this next charge attack from Dijon going through.
I think this is a Brave Bird. If I'm not mistaken, I think Dijon throws the Brave Bird here, looking to get the knockout. Doesn't get it because the second Protect Shield comes up. Now the Skarmory's really weak. I think you can Dragon Tail all the way down, and Guzzlord is eating here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, but Annihilate does have a little bit of energy left. Going straight for that Crunch, I do like this play because we saw it before. He got the defense fall on the Skarmory. Will he be able to get the defense fall once again on the Shadow Gligar? This is doing a nice hefty chunk of damage.
Wow, Guzzlord absolutely dishing out damage across the board. Goes for a second Crunch. This will come close to knocking out. So Dijon is forced to use the final Protect Shield here on the Shadow Gligar. Doesn't trigger the defense fall anyway, though. And it does.
It does. This is going to be big. Dijon knows that he's not going to be able to farm it down like he would want to. He's going to have to throw this Aerial Ace. There is not much health left on the Gligar or on the Annihilate. However, Annihilate does have a Shadow Ball loaded. He sees what's coming. I think if you're Dijon, you got to play this very smart. Able to get to this dig.
Is this a combo play? Dig and then switch into the Shadow Ball? Is that the win con here for Dijon?
I think we're going to see the switch timer is up. It looks like that's exactly what he's going to be doing. Shadow Ball now coming through. Will it be enough to knock out the Cresselia? Cresselia has so much bulk, even though this is super effective.
Super effective, same type of attack bonus. Annihilate annihilates the Cresselia with the Shadow Ball combo play, and Dijon snatches victory from the jaws of defeat in Ninja's Guzzlord in game number 3. That was phenomenal.
Incredible plays, and I think this also maybe bringing to attention why some people choose to use Crunch over Brutal Swing, because a lot of times, you know, Guzzlord, it paces a little bit quicker with the Brutal Swing. It does the same basically damage. However, the Crunch does do that potential debuff, which really almost came in the clutch there for Ninja.
Yeah, it's a game changer, right? To get a defense fall, to get an attack increase with Night Slash, total game changer. So I definitely think Crunch is the most common move set, but like you said, Brutal Swing does kind of appear here and there. A lot of surprises in that series, though. I think that Ninja's fortitude to lead Pachirisu after seeing Gligar lead in game 2, he leads Pachirisu again in game 3, was awesome to watch. Not bringing the Wigglytuff was also
it was a choice.
It was a choice, right? I wasn't expecting it, but he almost got the job done anyway. But would it have turned out any differently? I think Cresselia was still a great pick.
Yeah, I think Cresselia was like, the bulk of Cresselia is really what does a lot of it. And also the fact that it just does so well against a lot of the Pokemon that we see so often in the water type, the Lanturns, those Whiscaches. We saw it earlier, basically the Grass Knot one-shotting a Shadow Whiscache. Cresselia's got a lot of play in this meta, and I don't fault people at all for bringing it into the matches.
You know, it's funny. I'll actually give you some credit here, Amanda. I do think that when Colin used it in EU, Cresselia then became very popular because people remembered that Pokemon is very strong. Let's take a look back here at the decisive game number 3. This Guzzlord just chews through the Skarmory, and honestly, I thought it was all over at this point.
Yeah, not only were they able to get that Crunch, the second Crunch got that debuff as well, and making Dijon, forcing him now to throw an Aerial Ace at a certain point. But really, I like this. Dijon playing very very smoothly still. A lot of times I think you panic saying, oh no, like this, the worst case scenario happened, but being able to just completely still wing attack here and getting to that dig proved actually crucial for Dijon here, being able to do that combination play.
And we saw 5 cycle cuts for the Cresselia. It needs 6 for the Grassland. It would lose charge tag party tie anyway. So this Cresselia needed to walk out of or float out of that matchup with the Grassland loaded, and it could not get it done. Again, fascinating how Dijon was able to just pull back a victory from 2 Pokemon with probably 5% health on both.
Exactly. And you know what? We were kind of talking about earlier, like, will the Credilli have a lot of play? We won't know. We didn't even see it. Dijon using a pretty staple lineup, but really using it almost to perfection.
All right, well, Amanda, break out your ketchup, mayo, and mustard because we're going to toss it down to Dijon and Caleb Pink for an exclusive interview.
All right, thank you, Will. Amanda, I'm here with Dijon the Jin, a familiar face on the scene, usually on the judging side, but this time throwing his name in the competitor hat. And I feel like we're back in 2022 in Indianapolis, your first ever regional. You brought Credilli, and it's back again. What's it doing here?
Honestly, I had a pretty meta team built, and then last night I was like, I'm here to just have some fun. So just changed the team up, threw Credilli on it, got help from some friends on building around it. Fun fact, I'm just being Dunebug's team, but I swapped Credilli for Whiscash, so.
Right. Well, first person to bring Credilli here, probably the first person to lose the Pachirisu on stream, but you got it done in the end there. I know you're not qualified for World Championships yet. How many points are you at, and how close are you?
I think I'm like 96 points away. I'm at like 404 or something around that. So yeah, close, but you know, we'll see how it goes.
Nice. I mean, you're putting a lot of work judging, so I don't blame you too for not having that qualification. Is there anyone you're looking forward to playing today? I know you battle a lot of these people throughout time. I know you don't have to face off against Rise occasion or maybe Arrow this time, 2 of your nemesis, but anyone else you're looking to face off?
Well, within my group, I have my friend Adib Khan, so I also kind of don't want to play him at the same time. But beyond that, I also want to play Tony Jr.
All right, well, Tony and Adib, you heard it here first. Any shout-outs you'd like to give before we toss for a quick break?
Yeah, I'll just shout out the judging crew here. They're the reason the events run. I know I'm kind of shouting at myself there a little bit, but, you know, appreciate your judges. Tell them thank you at the end of the tournament. It goes a long way.
Definitely. A lot of work the judges put on the scene and behind the scenes, too, so definitely give them a shout out. But anyway, thank you for the interview and congratulations on your win. Good luck on the rest of the tournament. Before we go to our break though, we're gonna take a quick look at the highlights in case you missed any so far.
Good game. GG's. Well played.
I wasn't sure if you had a move or not, man. Hey.
Ooh, good game, Sam. That was tight.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EUIC, London.
one thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that I used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Welcome back live from the 2024 Indianapolis Regional Championships. Caleb Peng, Chris Reisner bringing you the action. We are in winners round 3, Caleb, but the matchups we have next could be day 2 matchups.
Yeah, these are, over 168 players here. Obviously a very stacked field, and it is getting to that point where we see some big names facing off against big names. I believe we are in the winners semifinals as well right now, and it's going to be a good one. We have Beach against a Shady Equation, and this is really exciting because Beach we see on the scene quite a bit. A Shady Equation we haven't seen in any tournament since pretty much a year ago.
Yeah, 2 players that have a wealth of experience in terms of how far they've progressed in tournaments. 2 players that have gotten all the way to grand finals. And we just saw Beach recently in the grand finals against Dunebug. I think the consensus best player in the world right now. And he was not able to overcome Dunebug, but put up a fight. And Shady Equation has also reached a grand finals in the past. 2 very talented trainers about to go head to head.
Yeah, Shady Equation only has 3 tournaments under his name. So this is actually his 4th ever tournament, but very high performance rates in those tournaments. His last tournament actually was Portland of 2023. And the only 2 people he lost to was Itzaxon and Rubik's Master, which ended up being the world champion and the runner-up to world. So I'd say he's pretty good if those are the people he's losing losing to. He got 3rd place there, but with the trickle-down qualification, he actually qualified for World Championships last season in that Portland tournament. Unfortunately, was not able to go to Yokohama for Worlds last year. Hopefully, he has a chance to go potentially to Hawaii this year if he qualifies, but he'll be going off against Beach, who is coming off his highest performance so far. 2nd place in Orlando, like you said, losing to Doombug, running the Shadow Whiscash, Skarmory, Altaria, Charger Bug, Purified Sableye, and Vigoroth. His team is a little bit different from Orlando. I know Orlando, he had Shadow Glider for sure. He had triple flyers. He had a Poliwrath as well instead of the Vigoroth, and maybe some other differentiating factors. But I remember he ran that Triple Flyer quite a bit. Switching up here to running the Purified Sableye, a nice little throwback.
Yeah, opting for the Purified with that return move instead of the Shadow Sableye we've been seeing earlier. We take a look over at Shady Equation's line, and a lot of the heavy hitters we're used to seeing in the meta: Skarmory, Vigoroth, Lantern, Shadow Whiscash, as well as Cresselia and Shadow Gligar. Nothing too out of the ordinary from this team, just a lot of strong and a lot of good coverage picks for Shady Equation.
Definitely. I mean, Shady Equation typically runs a little bit more meta teams, but he's very good at piloting them too, so definitely love to see that. I mean, the last time Shady Equation played in a tournament was literally a year ago. There's been multiple meta shifts since then. I'm very curious to see how he's going to adapt to this meta. I'm sure he came prepared though and ready, because like I said, we're in winners round 4 semifinals. Both these players are undefeated so far in Indianapolis, so they definitely are looking like they're on their hot streaks, but only one can stay undefeated after this series.
Like you said, Shady Equation, one of those players that hasn't competed as much as others, but certainly has the talent to qualify for Worlds, to do well at Worlds, has proven in the past that he can compete with the best of them. And like you said, if you're going to go into a tournament and the only 2 people you lose to are Axon and Rubik's Master, I don't think you can go home feeling too bad about that.
That's right. Well, I think these players are locked and loaded, so let's see how this first matchup is going. Beach versus a Shady Equation, and it's going to be a Shadow Whiscash into a Skarmory. A kind of a weird matchup for both sides. I mean, there's a lot of play in this regard, depending on how you depend on shielding and really depending on what you're going to throw if you're the Skarmory.
Yeah, I tend to think Whiscash is the benefactor of this matchup, with 2 Scalds able to knock out the Skarmory. However, Skarmory will be able to reach that Brave Bird. Do we see a debuff? We do. So the Brave Bird not going to be quite as threatening. Shady Equation is... Oh, we're going to see the no shield here from Beach. Going to let this go through. The Brave Bird is going to connect, and we're going to see the pivot immediately into the Vigoroth.
I don't think Beach's face. He saw the debuff coming. He knows this matchup is going to throw a parting Scald potentially before a swap. This is where Shadow Whiscash is just so strong, because the Scald does so much damage, but it also has a chance to debuff, and another debuff coming through. So 2 for 2 on the debuff. Going to swap in the shiny Purified Sableye instead to match up against this Vigoroth.
And you know what? Normally, the Vigoroth is able to win the 0 shield scenario here, but that Scald debuff from the Shadow Whiscash might allow Sableye to win the 0 shield scenario despite being down energy. Foul play coming through. It looks like Beach is going to opt for double foul play as opposed to going for that 1 return. And we see the Vigoroth building up lots of energy now, going for a Rock Slide. This is not going to be quite enough to knock out the Sableye, and Beach is going to let it go through.
Yeah, especially with that debuff too. However, Shady Equation could potentially shield and try to counter down. Let's see, that's going to happen. Oh, actually doing the body slam. Beach getting a little greedy here, going over the foul play energy, and now might have to shield a resistant body slam. That's exactly what's going to happen. This is going to be really great for a Shady Equation to grab that shield in a situation where typically he probably wouldn't have even grabbed the shield. He feels pretty content on just letting this Vigoroth go now.
Yeah, maybe Beach wishing he would have thrown that 1 Shadow Claw earlier. He is 1 Shadow Claw away, however, from a charge move. Will he live the Steel Wing? Yes, he does. And he's going to get off a foul play, which will threaten to put this Skarmory awfully low.
And let's see if Shady Equation is going to shield. No, going to put everything on the backs of the Shadow Gligar. I like this play too because it has a lot of play. However, there's still an even shields, and even shields Altaria is going to typically outbulk this Gligar.
This is where Altaria shines. No pun intended, right? It's a shiny Altaria. But when it has neutral matchups, the heavy-hitting Dragon Breath is just so oppressive. You really just need to get to 2 charge attacks here if you're Beach to win this game. Gligar is going to outpace, however. Is there any way the Gligar can maybe reach 3 area laces before we see Beach get to the double sky attack? We see this first sky attack going going to be shielded by the Shadow Gligar, and Shady Equation going to try and pace to these aerial aces. First one firing off now.
And the tough part for Shady Equation is his switch timer's not up, so he can't even potentially catch a Sky Attack on the Skarmory. That's a very tall task in general because of the one-turn fast attack. Harder to do, but it looks like the Sky Attack comes through right before Shady Equation throws the aerial ace. Sky Attack is going to be enough to take out this Gligar. Gligar goes down, Skarmory comes in, very little health. Dragon Breath going to chew through the remaining health of the Skarmory, and Beach going to take a 1-0 victory over Shady Equation in this first game.
Just about as close as it gets. I believe the Altaria got to that Sky Attack one turn before the Shadow Gligar got to the aerial ace. That is the equivalent of a half second, and sometimes these games is just such a sliver margin in who decides and what decides who the winner is. That time Beach able to squeak on by for the win.
Yeah, this Shadow Whiscash is definitely a problem for Shady Equation's team. I mean, there's really just no very clear check. Cresselia is as good as it gets, but shields up, the Scald and the debuffs really start to add up against the Cresselia, and you can even, over the course of 2 shields, you can even swap out and avoid taking any of that Grass Knot damage to just take some some Cycle Cut damage for neutral. But here we go, we see the setup from Beach, the debuff on the Scald, 2 for 2 against the Vigoroth. And the thing is, Beach even got a little greedy here, right? Forced a shield bites him, but still came away with the victory because of how much setup that Whiscash gave him against both the Skarmory and that Vigoroth.
Yeah, and living that one Steel Wing right there to get off the foul play was huge, allowing some very valuable chip damage against the Skarmory. And as we see this neutral matchup play out, the Altaria just able to slightly outpace the Gligar in the end, getting to that Sky Attack, knocking it out, and the Dragon Breath's going to beat the Skarmory. But here we go, game number 2 is underway, and we see the Shadow Whiscash taking on the Shadow Gligar. Kind of a weird matchup where you have no charge move pressure, or excuse me, no fast move pressure against this Gligar, but you have very threatening charge move pressure with that Scald.
And I like this play from Shady Equation, going straight for the aerial ace before the Scald is reached. Beach knows it's not a dig, but the Shadow Whiscash does have to even respect the aerial ace, especially before any debuffs come through. And this is such a weird, awkward matchup for both trainers. If you let the Scald go, it's going to nearly one-shot the Gligar, but at the same time, if you shield every Scald, it's going to come in handy. And again, another debuff for Beach. He is 3 for 3 and catching a resistant dig on the Altaria. A huge catch from Beach. On top of that, it's a debuff dig too. It does absolutely no damage, but here comes the Skarmory. This is a matchup that Shady Equation wants.
Yeah, oh my gosh, catching that dig. What a play by Beach. All that energy essentially going to waste. And now the Altaria against the Skarmory here. Like you said, negative matchup for the Altaria. However, it can fight back a little bit. I wouldn't say Skarmory dominates here. Altaria can leave it quite low in this matchup.
Yeah, it's not really, I mean, it's a steel type Pokemon, but it doesn't operate like a lot of the true steel tanks, right? Where you just tank this Dragon Breath damage. As you can see, the health on the Skarmory is actually lower than the Altaria, but Brave Bird is going to take out the Altaria, take it out in one shot. And then the Whiscash, great time from Beach, throwing the Scald before the Sky Attack is reached. I don't know if you're going to shield this in Shady Equation. No, actually going to go for the shield. Going to, let's see if we get another debuff. And it looks like Beach is 4 for 4. I don't know what he's feeding this fish, but he's putting in work.
And the Brave Bird is going to get shielded. Both trainers investing in these Pokemon that have already been chipped. And now we're going to see Whiscash outpace the Skarmory. Notice the Overfarm electing to go for the Mud Bomb. And this will be enough to knock out. The Skarmory is so far debuffed. There's no way it's going to be able to survive the resisted Mud Bomb. Down goes Skarmory, and now Shady Equation has to come in with the Vigoroth because he no longer has a shield.
And man, this Whiscash is just such a menacing force against Shady Equation's team, especially if you don't have the Cresselia in the game. It just does so much neutral damage. Here comes another Scald, and this time finally no debuff. A little sigh of relief for Shady Equation, but this is where it gets weird because Sableye is going to get to the foul play, actually going for the return. I like this play, foul play, not enough. Oh no, throws the foul play, actually on charge attack priority against the Gligar.
Yeah, I don't know about this. The foul play is not going to be quite enough, and I think you survive the dig. Maybe could have committed to the return anyway, but we'll see how this plays out. Dig is gonna do quite a bit of damage to this shiny Sableye. Dig puts it deep into the red. Who's gonna go down first to these fast moves? Sableye getting low and gets formed down.
Oh, this is so awkward because you can't one-shot this thing down, and Gligar going to get to the dig. Even arrows would have been enough at that point too, but Shady Shady Equation wants to make sure he takes out this Whiz Cash. I think you're absolutely right. Go for the return because you know you survived the dig anyway, right? Because the foul play just not enough. And if there's a Shadow Sableye, different story, right? The Shadow Claw damage adds up a lot faster. But yeah, I mean, Shady Equation finding a way out of that one. That looked pretty tough for him in that mid to late game situation. But Shadow Gligar being really his MVP there, matching up well against the Whiz Cash. And this was after Beach caught a dig on his Altaria too.
Yeah, nice play to start things off by Beach, but Shady Equation able to manage it. He overfarmed so much on that Skarmory, ended up investing a shield when I thought he would probably just let it go against the Whiz Cash, but no, he invested a shield, got the shield back with a charge attack of his own, and was able to get it done in the end game. You know, both of those first 2 games in this series have come down to just a sliver of health, because if that Gligar goes down in the end, it is going to be a tough situation for Shady. But here we see the replay. We see the Scald debuff early on, and here was one of the highlights, the dig catch on the Altaria. Double resisted damage. The Flyer's gonna take that easy. And then we advance on to the later stage in the game. Dig coming through, we talked about it, maybe opting to commit to the return was the play, instead of to settle for the foul play. The wing attack KOs, and this is gonna leave Gligar with the ability to knock out the Whiz Cash in the end.
Yeah, 2 meta Pokemon going head-to-head, and here we go. Speaking of head-to-head matchups, we have Game 3 on our hands, Beach versus Shady Equation. It's going to be a Skarmory mirror matchup. First time we're seeing this matchup, so we actually don't even know who's going to win that charge attack priority.
Very awkward lead. You don't want to go for the Brave Bird first usually, because you don't want to debuff yourself and leave yourself vulnerable to more damage. So we might see both players farm up as much as they can without going over 100 energy and opt to go for the Sky Attack. Now, if you're Shady Equation, you might want to throw your Sky Attack immediately to avoid going over 100, and that's exactly what he does.
And both trainers really want to avoid the Skarmory in their backhand matchup, right? On Beach's side, you don't really want the Altaria matchup against Skarmory. On Shady Equation's side, you definitely don't want the Skarmory against your Gligar. However, I feel like it's the backhand matchup super neutral as well, so this is going to be actually a very close matchup. Brave Bird is going to connect, though, on the Skarmory on the side of Shady Equation's side. Does Beach just shield and try to farm this down, or does he just let the Skarmory go?
This is a pivotal decision for Beach. He is going to elect to let it go. Shady Equation knew he could survive the Brave Bird and still get off his move from that health. And then we see the pivot into the Vigoroth. Doesn't want to give the Sableye an unnecessary farm down. I like this pivot from Shady Equation.
And this is such a weird matchup for the Sableye because he's doing double resistance Shadow Claw damage, and you know, you're only doing neutral damage to the Vigoroth. Vigoroth used to struggle a little bit more in this matchup, but with the access to Rock Slide these days, it's actually not that bad into the Sableye. I like this read from Beach though, recognizing that, okay, maybe he's trying to lure out my Altaria here, and I'm just going to save my Altaria for the potential Gligar or something else like a Whiz Cash in the back, right? And so, grabbing a shield off Shady Equation here is pretty big too.
Yeah, Shady going to put up that first Protect shield, gonna overfarm a bit here. The Sableye now approaching Body Slam range. Oh, and a catch, but oh my gosh. What kind of read was this, or was this a reaction? Shady Equation gets the Rock Slide to land onto the Altaria, and Beach can't help but be impressed.
Yeah, landing the Rock Slide through 2 shields as well. Shady Equation even confused by the play, and now he can safely go Body Slam to start grabbing some of these shields. Beach doesn't have a lot of shields left to go, and that's a huge Rock Slide because now it really gives a little bit more leeway for this Gligar to clean up this Altaria.
And the Gligar now is set up much better because this Altaria is approaching Aerial Ace range. Sky Attack coming through, going to get the Protect Shield from Shady Equation. That's his final Protect Shield, but he is going to significantly outpace the Altaria here. Already at the double Aerial Ace. Altaria not at a move yet, but Beach is shielding. I don't know if this is where you want to use your shield, but you kind of have to use it somewhere.
We actually get an undercharge from Shady Equation too, but not even going to need it. And now we get the double Aerial Ace, and unfortunately, you can see the full charge coming through now from Shady Equation, making the most of the back-to-back Aerial Ace, not getting really any value out of that shield. Beach is, and now he gets to foul play. We saw last game, though, foul play wasn't enough. I don't think it's enough from this range either.
It's gonna be close, but Gligar barely hangs on, and the next wing attack is going to knock out the shiny Sableye. Shady Equation advances past Beach in a closely fought 2-1 series.
Yeah, great comeback from Shady Equation after dropping that first game, but recognizing just relying on those neutral cores. And, you know, the thing is he never brought Cresselia. I think Beach was reading that Cresselia was coming. He didn't actually bring the Shadow Whiscash. Shadow Whiscash, I feel like, was his MVP in the first and second game, but maybe expecting the Cresselia, trying to go pretty strong into it with the Sableye and the Skarmory. Unfortunately, no Cresselia to be found, just a bunch of Gligar and Vigoroth and Skarmory.
Yeah, and we saw the energy in the end game there. I think the pivot, it seems like a small play, but the pivot by Shady Equation directly into the Vigoroth, if you give that Sableye maybe 2-3 Shadow Claw head start, that could be a different end result. He wasn't going to let that happen. He knew the Vigoroth was safe to swap in, didn't give that unnecessary advantage to Beach, and it allowed him to prevail in the end game.
Yeah, I mean, without any Annihilate on the side of Beach, that Vigoroth safe swap is super strong into the team of Beach, especially because the Skarmory is taken out. So we'll have some highlights of this match for you all, but really a great back and forth, a lot of neutral play throughout on both sides. And here we see the Sableye come in. I gotta see this rock side, right? So Beach expecting the body slam here, and actually Shady Equation going for the rock side. Actually, this is a pretty interesting rock side. I think it's a little bit overkill, and body slam would have been enough. So I don't blame Beach for expecting the body slam, but it really paid off for Shady Equation there.
It did. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was a read or a reaction to the swap. It seems like he just caught the rock slide, so that was definitely a unique play. And then in the end game, this Shadow Gligar able to withstand the foul play damage, and the wing attack is going to go through and knock out this Sableye. A bit of a 3-ball flex there from Shady Equation, even if all 3 Pokemon had very minimal health.
Yeah, I'm no expert on reading lists, but I'm pretty sure Beach said, why did you throw a rock slide there, right? Because that pretty much was the game-changing factor for Beach. I think Beach's Altaria would have been fine if it just saw a body slam, and it would have had a lot more neutral play into Gligar. But yeah, interesting plays there that really panned out great for Shady Equation, which means Shady Equation, I believe, is moving to the winners finals of his bracket. Really cool to see. I mean, he made it all the way through Portland to that winners finals on day number 2 from the winner's side. He's looking to repeat it here in Indianapolis.
Beach, an experienced battler, taking him down is no easy feat. Shady Equation was able to do so, and he's going to explain how he did so with Will here in this interview.
All right, everybody. I'm here with a Shady Equation. Shady, it's so awesome to catch up with you. You are one of our trainers to watch. Jumping onto the board early this morning. Yeah, you were. Yeah. And this is your first regional of the season, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah, first regional of the season. 0 CP to my name, but, you know, hoping to make a deep run nonetheless.
Well, you made a really impressive showing against Beach. Beach was just in the grand finals a few weeks ago, and you're able to take him down after losing game 1. How did that feel?
Yeah, for sure. I think game 1, it came down to basically a coin flip at the end. My Gligar against his Altaria. I thought he would catch, so I didn't throw the aerial ace right away. So that was like a little bit off-putting, knowing like you had that win condition, but kind of just threw it away. So, you know, glad to, you know, be able to sort of claw back those final 2 games for sure.
Well, speaking of catches, you were just saying before we went live that it was unintentional to throw rock slide into Altaria. I was telling everybody backstage that you just 5-headed everyone.
Okay, so being completely clean here, a lot of people thought I intentionally threw that rock slide. That was very much not the case. I was kind of worried at the time that the body slam just might not KO. Obviously, sort of thinking back now without all the pressure, I'm pretty sure body slam would have KO'd, but yeah. It worked out. He caught an Altaria. If he caught on a wish catch, I would have looked like a terrible play, but you know, I got lucky there for sure.
For sure, Sadie. Well, like you said, this is your first regional of the season. Because you're putting kind of a lot of pressure on yourself to succeed here, how did you prepare? Did you scrim a lot? Did you do a lot of practice? Or you just kind of, what's your mindset coming in?
For sure. So I like to lock in my team early. And so what I did was shout out to Inadequacy. He hosts a lot of practice tournaments. Super helpful. I joined maybe 3 or 4 of them. Really just get to know the ins and outs of, you know, most of the matchups I get to play. And overall, I just think being able to lock in a team beforehand and really just study those matchups really helped me a lot for sure.
Absolutely, Shady. Anybody you want to shout out to before we toss over back to casters?
Yeah, shout out to the one and only Lyle Jeffs III. You know, he drove me down this weekend. Super grateful to him. Wouldn't have been here without him. So yeah, thank you to Mr. Lyle once again.
He's bold and famous, right? Bold and famous. Casters, back over to you.
All right, thank you, Speedy. And sometimes, you know, the happy accident of the rock slice is going to pan out pretty well in that situation. So congrats to Shade Equation for continuing his dominance here in Indianapolis. Great to see him back after a year of his year-long sabbatical, essentially.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I think Shady Equation maybe exhibited both in that match as he was able to get by Beach. But Caleb, I am so excited for this next matchup we have coming up.
Oh, it's going to be a good one, too. If you're following along on the challenge bracket, you'll know what we have in store. But a little sneak preview, it is going to be Elim versus S. James P. And Rice, explain why this is going to be a hype matchup.
Well, not only are these two of the most talented trainers around, but these two are actually teammates on a grassroots team. They know each other quite well, and S. James P. has only ever competed in one regional. Where did he finish? Second place. That's how good this guy is. Elim has also been the runner-up in, I believe, a couple of regionals, so an extremely talented player. And these are two players that could easily go all the way. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a grand finals matchup personally, but here we are on day one seeing these two face off.
Yeah, both have made to grand finals. SJMC in the one he played in, which was Peoria, losing only to King Alexander, who's also here actually in a different bracket. And then Elim made grand finals in both Baltimore and Hartford regionals last season. Has 2 7th-place finishes this season as well, but looking for more, looking to get back into that grand finals matchup. But he's going to have to go through SJP to start things off. And SJP, too, fantastic player, someone that we see a lot in the grassroots scene and always high up on the leaderboards for Go Battle League. Really cool to see him play in his first ever tournament, get 2nd place in Peoria. I'm very excited to see what he's going to bring here in today in Indianapolis.
Yeah, I was mentioning S. James P. earlier. One of those names where the more casual viewers may not be as familiar with him. We all know the Dune Bugs of the world, the It's Axons of the world, but those that follow closely in grassroots circuits know S. James P. has the skills to keep up with even the top tier battlers. And that's one of the exciting parts of our game is you never know who's going to beat anybody on any given day.
Yeah, I mean, and his only loss was really to King Alexander at Peoria, both in the winner side and loser side of the bracket. But it was really because I feel like he just completely out team comped in that situation. But anytime he has a good team comp advantage or he's kind of even in team compositions, I think he's going to put up a pretty strong fight. So let's take a look at the teams the both players have. But this is going to be Group C winners semifinals. So both are trying to get into that final stage of this bracket. We got the Charge Bug, the Vigoroth, Altaria, Lickitung, and Skarmory, and Shadow Whiscash from Elim. Elim was actually at Orlando just a few weeks ago and was running a slightly different team. Had the Zermo actually instead of, I believe, the Skarmory was the biggest difference.
Yeah, you know, I was actually talking to Elim before this tournament, and he was saying how his previous team didn't really have a hard check to the Whiscash, which he didn't like. It allowed opponents to safe swap it on him, which was annoying to deal with. He adds the Altaria a hard check to that Whiscash safe swap. We look at S. James P's team, and we see the Lantern, the Annihilate, perhaps the one unique pick on his team, the Dugong. I think Dugong, Caleb, is personally a really underrated pick right now. It beats Whiscash, it can beat Skarmory, it also is a hard check to that Shadow Gligar that we see all over the place.
And there is no Shadow Gligar on the side of Elim's team, but there is that Altaria, and you don't want to beat Altaria into Dugong either. Yeah, I think Dugong's a very interesting Pokemon. It's using that 3-turn fast attack of Ice Shard, so it could be a little clunky at times into certain matchups, but I think in the right hands, it could be pretty good. I actually use that on my EUIC team too, and sometimes it felt great, sometimes not so much. One interesting fact about Dugong is if you safe swap it, the Vigoroth actually has the shield if you want to maintain alignment if you counter swap it. So we might see that potentially play out. But here we go. Game number 1 is going to be a Charge Bug into Shadow Gligar, about as bad as it gets for the Charge Bug.
The immediate pivot into the Lickitung, and not necessarily an obvious answer for S. James P. He could opt to swap that Annihilate, but instead he's going to elect to chip it first, knowing that Lickitung can sometimes gain an advantage out of that Annihilate matchup. So he chips it first, and then he goes into the Annihilate.
I think the big factor here is SJMC doesn't want to spend a shield, right, in a matchup that he wants to win. So going to actually Oh, interesting. Doesn't throw the Night Slash until at almost Shadow Ball energy. So ends up still shielding, actually. Maybe going for the complete farm down. This is actually not a bad play either. Elim not able to reach another power whip, and so SJC is going to realize that it's going to be just a resistant body slam. And the energy on this Annihilate is still pretty scary, even for the Charger Bug.
This Annihilate is going to come out of this matchup with so much energy. And if you're Elim, you have to wonder, do I shield the potential Shadow Ball here? Shadow Ball is such a devastating move. Is it going to go through? It is. It's going to connect and put this Charger Bug into the yellow health range.
Oh man, and here comes another Shadow Ball. Do you just let this Charger Bug go? It's so uncomfortable for Elim, and he does, because the problem is, if he shields, the Charger Bug has nowhere to go into Gligar. You can tell a little, sigh here in this situation. It's not over yet. You have a shield advantage. Oh, and trying to catch a move on the Dugong doesn't actually do it. Now, this matchup, even though Dugong typically wins, you have to shield to have a chance to win it. But Elim's actually up a shield and up energy, so Whiscash likely will be able to take out the Dugong, but now you're going to be permanently debuffed because you have nothing to clear this debuff on.
Yeah, and I think that's why we saw the immediate pivot by S. James P into the Dugong. He knows he can debuff this Whiscash, and there's nothing Elim can do about it. It's going to be stuck with the debuff, and here comes the Icy Wind. Elim still with 2 shields to hide behind, but I think he recognizes he's in a very difficult situation, and Whiscash will try to fight against all odds here.
Yeah, I mean, the debuff's coming in at this point, too. Even the Shadow Gligar should be able to tank a Scald after this, and not enough even to take it out with this one Mud Bomb. Elim's got to throw another one. Let's see if SJC even goes for optimization, or he just goes straight for the Icy Wind. I like this play. Go straight for the Icy Wind, too. Guarantee this move comes out. Elim pretty much just ready for the next game at this point, too.
Yeah, just going to let this Icy Wind go through, let the Whiscash go down. And S. James P very dominantly played in that first game. And, I think a lot of trainers, Caleb, would have seen that Lickitung safe swap just go immediately Annihilate. Instead, S. James P throws the Aerial Ace, then goes Annihilate, shields the Power Whip, and comes out with probably around 100 energy, which really put Elim on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, even I don't see that play very often, so I was actually pretty confused. I was like, wait, why didn't he throw a Night Slash? But then I was like, the counter down's pretty scary too, because you end up just grabbing a shield back off the Charger Bug, or just complete taking out the Charger Bug. That Annihilate took out both the Lickitung and the Charger Bug, and it left with a Night Slash still for some extra damage against the Whiscash if it wanted to. So really dominant performance from SJT in that first one. And the line from Elim makes a lot of sense too, because Charger Bug looks so safe against S. James P's team. It has a chance to beat everything except for the Gligar, and unfortunately that's what it matched up to in that lead matchup.
Dugong here put in some work in the end game. This is where I love to use Dugong in the end game. When you can debuff the last Pokemon, there's no better feeling when you can debuff them and they cannot clear it. We see the Mud Bomb come through. It's not enough to knock out the Dugong. And Elim, a well-versed trainer, even though he still has a Protect Shield, he recognizes there's no longer a realistic win condition. He's going to let this go through and concede the first game. Will he make any adjustments here in game number 2?
I really like the pick of Annihilate into Elim's team from SJC, because if you look at Elim's team, there's not a lot of very hard checks, right? One of the most reliable checks to Annihilate is that Shadow Gligar, because it paces so quickly to that Aerial Ace, especially in a meta where most Annihilate aren't even running Ice Punch. Altaria, yes, it could beat the Annihilate, but it's a lot less comfortable. It doesn't pace as quick. It's got neutral Dragon Breath instead of super effective wing attacks. The Shadow Ball hits pretty hard too against the Altaria, so I think SJP is going to rely a lot on this Annihilate, even against the Charge Bug. As you saw, it has a lot of play too, right? So Annihilate, I mean, it was #1 usage today, and I can see why, because it is particularly strong, especially in a tournament where it seems like Gligar usage is at its lowest I've seen in multiple tournaments.
Yeah, and this matchup in particular, right? No Shadow Gligar on Elim's squad makes the Annihilate even stronger. He's going to lead it into the Whiscash, a neutral matchup. And this could play out one of many ways. We're going to see Annihilate build up energy. Do you potentially opt to go for Night Slash before a debuff? That's what we're going to see. We're going to see the Night Slash on the charge attack priority. Elim knows it's a Night Slash, so he is going to let it go through.
I like this play a lot, though, from SJC, because if you get this chip damage, then even if you get debuffed, you got a lot more value in that Night Slash rather than going for the Shadow Ball, or at least faking the Shadow Ball and baiting with the Night Slash. So full damage Night Slash comes through, connects on the Shadow Whiscash. Oh, no debuff as well. That's absolutely tragic for SJP. Maybe going for some chip damage and swapping in your own Lickitung. Yeah, great play from SJP in this situation. It is really hard to win switch advantage in this point if you're Elim, because if you just have less health on Lickitung, you typically lose the mirror matchup.
Yeah, a matchup that can be frustrating to play out. Normally you're trying to bait out something with the Lickitung, but when your opponent can chip and then swap into their own Lickitung, it is nearly impossible to gain any sort of advantage out of that situation. Elim does have an energy lead, however, so he's going to be firing off these body slams, and you start to wonder, maybe with a desync in the switch timer, is there any sort of plays I can make to try and dance around this situation?
Yeah, you see SNG maybe a little confused on the counts here, but it is tough to keep up with the half-second counts of the Lick. Either way, has a lot of energy still on his own Lickitung. And man, this is tough for Elim because, again, he didn't really bring an Annihilate counter. He doesn't even have the Charger Bug this time too, so this Annihilate is pretty scary, but does exactly what you said, right? Swaps in the Skarmory to try to desync the switch timers a little bit and have a little bit energy advantage here for the back-end matchup. And I think it's going to be a good one. SGP going to swap in here with the Annihilate. Night Slash coming through. Do you shield if you're Elim? You know this is not a Shadow Ball, but what other choice do you have? How do you take out this Annihilate? Do you get a boost? No boost at least.
And SJP just going straight for these Night Slashes, now building up a little more, going for another Night Slash on what would have been a charge attack priority. Elim finally forced to put up a Protect Shield, and he's going to have to fire off a Sky Attack soon because this Skarmory's starting to get low, and we see the boost!
The boost comes through. SHP has a decision. Is it worth the shield or not? It is worth it for SHP, and this is not going to look good for Elim if he can get the counter down. Oh, he's actually at the next Night Slash as well. SHP super aggressive.
Oh
gets
my gosh!
Counter down. 1 HP. Oh, but gets the Lick. Really great play from Elim. Getting that half-turn Lick through before the Night Slash was thrown. Really great call from Elim, but it's still uphill battle. You got the Duga on the back end now, going to let the body slam connect on the Lickitung. It's going to put this dangerously low in Ice Shard territory.
The Lickitung will knock out SJP's Lickitung. It's going to be all up to the Whiscash here now to try and overcome this Dugong. The Dugong is down to shield, but has such a significant health advantage. I think SJP is in a good position, but Whiscash is going to try and fight back here. First Mud Bomb coming through is going to connect onto Dugong.
Elim needs at least 3 Mud Bombs. I don't think he has the headway for it. SJP is just going straight for the Ice Wind. I like this play. He knows that the Lickitung does not have time to get to the Power Whip. Actually even goes for the undercharge here, but forcing the final shield from Elim, and this is just pretty much over for Elim. He gets another parting Mud Bomb, but the Ice Shard down is going to come through, and Lickitung, unfortunately for Elim, has no energy and barely any health.
It looks like the Dugong is going to prevail here. We do not see the Mud Bomb get off there. The Lickitung is very low, and this Icy Wind will be enough to knock it out. SJP able to take down his teammate Elim in 2-0 fashion. Very well played by SJP. Just took advantages and never looked back.
Yeah, I mean, that was really a cornerstone of SJP's gameplay in Peoria, right? He just looked like his gameplay was so clean, always in control, always on the offense. And I mean, when an Elim looks that good into a team, you got to be on the offense. I mean, great stuff from SJP. But really, the Lick too, right? I think it surprised a lot of people recognizing that only 1 HP, 1 Lick away. Really great for Elim to come in with that Lickitung to take out that Annihilate before he got any energy, but unfortunately, a little bit too late. Not enough health on the remaining Pokemon.
Elim showcasing his knowledge with that play, but SJP, when you have 2 guys that know each other so well, what I noticed there, when the Night Slash boosted the Annihilate, the expression on SJP's face was almost like he felt bad. He was like, I don't want to win by boosting by maybe a luck factor against my teammate here. I want to win legitimately. I think he was able to do so either way, but a phenomenally well-played game by SJP.
Yeah, like you said, right? If you have that much skill and also that much luck, things are definitely going to go your way. So SJP going to take a 2-0 victory over Elim. Not an easy opponent by any means, and will be earning himself a spot in the finals for his bracket. That'll be coming up later today.
Yeah, these 2 trainers are so talented. I wouldn't be surprised to see Elim make a loser's bracket run, but here we see the highlights. Elim trying to maneuver around, was able to take the body slam onto his Skarmory, but S. James P, like you said, Caleb, the Annihilate was so safe in this matchup. He recognized it, spamming off the Night Slash, gets the boost, and now he's going to be willing to invest the shield even on this low health Annihilate. And it is a game of inches, or a game of very minimal health, you could say. A game of HP as the Annihilate gets the full counter down, comes out with the energy, and this looked devastating. Elim did lick down there, but the Dugong was too much in the end, taking down the back two Pokemon and moving on S. James P to the next round.
Something I love about S. James P's gameplay is that when you're watching him play, everything he does has like good logic behind it, right? There's a good reason for it. He's playing to his win con. You can kind of see it clearly played out, right? Throwing the Night Slash before the Scaldus reach, choosing to spend shields in certain matchups, recognizing what might be in the back line, and just everything clicks and makes sense. He makes it look easy. It is a very hard skill, I think, for a lot of trainers, especially when you realize that they only see their side of the screen. They don't even know what's on the opposing side, but hey, SHC made it look good.
Clean plays from S. James P, and to explain some of those plays, here he is with Amanda.
Thank you, Rise. Yes, I'm here at S. James P. A really, really great, solid 2-0 victory against, what, a teammate and friend, right? Like, what were you thinking when you saw his name against yours?
It was something we talked about this morning because we saw each other's names in the brackets, so we knew that this was a possibility. It sucks that, you know, one of us had to be knocked out. Elim's one of the best players here, so I don't know. I wasn't thinking of a whole lot. The game plan was there was no game plan, so yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people know your name from the Go Battle League. Do you have any tips for players who are looking to maybe transition from that to a Show 6 Pick 3 format?
Yeah, I think I got my reputation from Go Battle League, but when I transitioned, you know, like during the Sylph days, that's when I started doing Show 6 Pick 3. And that's where I think I got a lot better, a lot cleaner in my gameplay. So if anyone out there is looking to compete, I would recommend joining Battle Frontier, something along those lines, or practice tourneys and inadequate practice tourneys, stuff like that. So.
Nice. And yeah, you're making a spectacular run so far today. You have finalized pretty much in that last one. You got second place. Are you looking to go for the gold in Indianapolis?
I don't know. I didn't have a lot of expectations going into this one. Getting second in Peoria was great. I felt incredibly lucky to have gotten that far. The goal for me right now is just to get enough points so I can potentially go to Worlds, and that's the plan right now. I need to keep going.
All right. Well, best of luck to you. Anyone you want to really shout out before we get into the next rounds?
Yeah, I want to shout out EliteTMs, my faction team, and Tovetown, EliteTM server. Everyone's supporting me back there, so yeah, shout out to them.
Well, congratulations once again. We're going to go back to the casters because we have a lot more phenomenal rounds to go on.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you, SJC, for sharing his thoughts there, too. I mean, he said he didn't have a game plan, but it looked like he had a game plan there for his sets of victories. Speaking of SJP, the one person he lost to ever, really, actually, was King Alexander back in Peoria, and we actually have King Alexander on stage ready for the next set of battles.
Previous regional champions are taking the stage, and he is going to be facing off against Lord Drew, maybe a lesser-known competitor, but King Alexander hasn't maybe had as much success since that Peoria regional championship. He's looking to maybe make a statement here and show that he's still got it and he's still going to be a force to be reckoned with come Hawaii this August.
Yeah, he's already qualified for Honolulu, Hawaii. If you win a tournament, you get that auto qualification. I know Shady Equation was saying, hey, I have 0 championship points to my name, but he could just auto-qualify as well if he wins this specific tournament in Indianapolis. So a lot on the line for the competitors. And Lord Drew, I believe this is Lord Drew's second ever tournament. I think only played in Toronto, if I'm correct there, and got 33rd place. So now we'll be really seeing if he can prove himself against a champion of Peoria. And this is going to be their teams, and we have some interesting ones here too. I think this is the first Shadow or Alolan Sandslash we're seeing here, not even Shadow actually.
Yeah, Lord Drew opting for the less common non-Shadow variant of Shadow of... I almost automatically say Shadow when I talk about Alolan Sandslash because we're so used to seeing the Shadow variant, but he's going for the regular variant as well as a regular Gligar. So not opting for the Shadow Pokemon here, as well as the Azumarill Altaria. And we see the bulky Lickitung making an appearance as well. Some of these Pokemon cover each other quite well, right? Azumarill weak to grass types, and you've got a lot of grass coverage and double flyers. and the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, I mean, the team overall looks pretty balanced overall. I think Lantern could be one potential issue for the team, mainly because the non-Shadow Glide Guard, you have to go double dig to take out the Lantern, whereas the Shadow Glide Guard, because it hits so hard, if you land one dig, you go straight aerial ace. Speaking of Lantern, there's the Lantern on the side of King Alexander's team. On top of that, there's the Cresselia, Vigoroth, Shadow Glide Guard, Altaria, and Purify Sableye. Another Sableye too. Pretty interesting to see so much there, but I know we predicted more Shadow Sableye, but just Sableye in general is not as common in today's meta. It's more of a niche pick, but it is making an appearance in Indianapolis, and it looks pretty good actually in a lot of these matchups.
Yeah, I've noticed some players opting for that Vigoroth Sableye core because Annihilate being so common now, Sableye is a great check to it, and Vigoroth being mostly afraid of Annihilate in the meta, you kind of have that duo where maybe you scare off the opponent from bringing the Annihilate in fear of a potential Sableye matchup. Of course, Annihilate can fight back a little bit with that Shadow Ball, but just not where it wants to be.
That's right. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, King Alexander was running a Water Gun Lantern to his victories in Peoria, too. So Lantern was definitely a huge part of success. Let's see if he brings it again into this matchup against Lord Drew. And here we go. First set of battles are underway. It's going to be the Alolan Sandslash versus the Vigoroth. Shadow or not Shadow, this is not a great matchup. And unfortunately, there's also a Lickitung in the back, too. And that's not going to be good.
Caleb, oh my gosh, this is the worst possible scenario for Lord Drew, and he knows it. He was shaking his head. Azumarill's gonna try and fight out of this negative matchup against the Lantern, but he made a very risky choice. He went with what we call an ABA line. His lead and his back Pokemon were weak to that Vigoroth, and he saw the worst possible lead in that Vigoroth.
It's going to be a tough matchup here, and if I'm not mistaken, it is also a Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash, so even worse. But let's see what Lord Drew can do here. I mean, if you come away with some energy against the Lantern, you have something to throw at the Vigoroth. It's definitely not completely over because the Sableye would still struggle against the Lickitung in the back.
Yeah, if you're Lord Drew, I guess you have to come in and maybe try to Shadow Claw down here with the Alolan Sandslash. The Lantern has a little bit of residual energy from that dominant matchup against the Zeraora. A lot of residual energy, I should say, as it already has the double surf.
I mean, the good news is it's not a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so it could take the surf a little bit better for sure. I mean, as you can see, right, not even half of its health, so a little saving grace there. But Thunderbolt is coming through, and this is going to do a little bit more damage than that surf. Do you shield? I guess you just can't shield, right? I mean, you have a Vigoroth in the back. If you start shielding here, it could be tough. I think what Lord Drew needs to do is trick King Alexander into thinking that he has another Vigoroth counter in the back, maybe like Altaria. And King Alexander actually not going to shield. Obviously, if he knew that it was Lickitung, that'd be a whole different story, but still a tough matchup.
Yeah, he lets the drill run go through, but this is just such a good matchup for the Vigoroth, and if I had to guess, I would think King Alexander probably will try to not reveal that third Pokemon. We'll probably try to close out this game just with that Vigoroth and keep Lord Drew wondering what he brought in the back. We'll see if he's able to do so. Body Slam coming through, gonna pull off a Protect Shield from King Alexander.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, too, Vigoroth is going to be your MVP against this backline. Sableye is not going to do as well until Lickitung has some play, especially at this health range, but Lord Drew going to shield up, try to see what happens. At this point, you know, if I'm Lord Drew, I'm just trying to see what is your third Pokemon, right? So I can start strategizing for games 2 and 3 because, you know, a lot of times, like, even when it's over, knowing what Pokemon they brought can help you understand their team compositions and what strategies they were bringing out to the table.
Yeah, and I think it's important to try and maintain that composure, try to fight till the end. You never know what could happen. So credit to Lord Drew. He's fighting this out in a very tough situation right from the get-go. Vigoroth going to connect on the Body Slam. The Licks are just so heavily resisted, they're not doing much at all. Body Slam will connect here, but I think the Vigoroth should be able to barely hang on and go for the counter down. Body Slam here, connects, Vigoroth survives and gets the counter down. As we see one more Pokemon still remaining, but 2 counters is enough to knock out the Sandslash.
The double resisted Shadow Claw and double resisted Lick just doing no damage to that Vigoroth, and Vigoroth thriving in that matchup for sure. I mean, that's such a tough matchup for Lord Drew. I think the tricky part is The Azumarill safe swap is also super risky because of how strong Lantern looks into the side of Lord Drew. So there's usually a good chance that there will probably be a Lantern hiding somewhere in the back for King Alexander. Also on top of that, Azumarill, one of the best counters to Vigoroth. Likely you have some type of Lantern or Cresselia combination in the back for that Azumarill potentially in the back line. But here we see it. I mean, a disastrous lead. Unfortunately, a disastrous safe swap as well for Lord Drew, but trying to make the most of it in this matchup.
Yeah, I think if you're Lord Drew, as we take a recap of this game, that was a pretty dominant victory for King Alexander. I think you might want to rethink the safe swap strategy. I think Altaria, if you look at these two teams, looks a lot safer as a safe swap. Maybe might be worth bringing that, because the Azumarill, of course, has a chance to just get hard punished by that Lantern, as we saw. As opposed to the Altaria, if you safe swap the Altaria, what's really the best counter? I don't know, maybe Cresselia, maybe Lantern. There's not an obvious choice to counter that Altaria.
I mean, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Not even just a safe swap Altaria, but just Altaria in general doesn't have a clear answer or check for King Alexander. I mean, Vigoroth actually is kind of weird into Altaria, especially with Rock Slide now. It actually does a decent amount. But here we go. We actually see the Altaria coming out. A great adjustment from Lord Drew right in the beginning here into the Purified Sableye. And typically this is a matchup that's going to benefit the Altaria just from the Dragon Breath damage adding up here. And, you know, without Power Gem, you just have neutral moves to throw out the Altaria.
Yeah, I would agree. A favorable matchup for Altaria, just able to out-bulk, out-pressure the Sableye here. And I think we're going to see a pivot from King Alexander into the Lantern, met by the Lickitung. And, you know, this isn't always the most comfortable matchup for Lickitung. However, if Lord Drew can retain switch advantage here, he looks to be in a really comfortable position.
And King Alexander actually going for the Surf here, too. I think a lot of people opt to go for a Thunderbolt because typically you don't shield a Lickitung right off the bat. But King Alexander, let's see if he's going to try to muscle through this matchup or not. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he starts shielding. Oh, no, lets the Power Whip go as well. Okay, that's going to be interesting for sure on how he plays out, because the thing is, he has the Vigoroth that could start counting this down, so maybe that's going to be the play, but you definitely don't want to bring the Sableye back into the Lickitung either.
Yeah, the Power Whip connecting is huge in this matchup. Lord Drew going to elect to let another Surf go through. Should be able to outpace here to the Body Slam, and he's gonna throw it right before the Surf. Great counting by Lord Drew. Body Slam should be just about enough, I would think, to knock out the Lantern from here, and it does. Lord Drew retains switch. That is big for him.
Yeah, really great counting from Lord Drew. Going to reveal his third Pokemon, King Alexander, is with this Vigoroth. Does not get a parting Body Slam either. Vigoroth loaded with energy, but here's the thing. You got Annihilate into Vigoroth, and Vigoroth has nowhere to go. Out of the two monkey-type Pokemon, one is going to thrive a lot more in this situation, and here comes the Sableye. Still 2 shields apiece on both sides, but 2 shields on Altaria is going to be much more beneficial because the Dragon Breath damage just adds up so much faster.
Yeah, I think if you're Lord Drew, all you really have to do here is invest both Protect Shields in the Altaria, and it should be smooth sailing. Does he recognize it, though? Sableye going for the foul play here. Lord Drew thinking about it, gonna put up that first Protect Shield because he knows he doesn't need the shield. Like you said in the back, Annihilate resists everything that's coming from that Vigoroth, so just needs to get rid of this Sableye, and he should be good.
And I think Alexander probably just going to let this go. No, actually decides to shield. I mean, you see him shaking his head because the problem is if you shield here, you take out this Altaria, what are you going to do? You have no health left on the Sableye and still a shield remaining on Lord Drew's side. Lord Drew recognizing this, saying, you know what, I'm just going to let this go, counter you down. And we see Annihilate put in work all day long, and it's going to continue to do so in this very dominant matchup against Vigoroth.
Yeah, has a shield to hide behind as well. Night Slash coming through. King Alexander, I think he's already pondering next game. He's like, yeah, my Vigoroth is stuck here. I don't think there's... Oh, and the boost. Oh, insult to injury. Annihilate going to boost, and the Night Slash will connect and knock out the Vigoroth. I like to call it the unnecessary boost, Caleb, when you already had the game in the bag.
For sure. I mean, if you're King Alexander, you'd rather see the boost there than like in, you know, the lead in game number 3, right? So definitely a little bit better of a situation there. Either way, there's no chance there. Honestly, that was like a 180 adjustment from Lord Drew. He had a team that was super weak, had nowhere to go against King Alexander game 1. And then game 2, he brings the Altaria, like we talked about, super safe, brings the Annihilate as well to hard check the Vigoroth, and then on top of that, he brings a Lickitung that's pretty strong into the Lantern, which is also really safe for King Alexander. Bring 3 Pokemon that are pretty strong or safe into the Lantern, and then just bring a lot of core breakers for Lord Drew. His team just looked 1,000 times better in that game. I mean, honestly, he literally just like swapped out almost 3 of his Pokemon for the other 3. Well, no, 2 for 2, I guess.
Yeah, what an adjustment from Lord Drew. I mean, I think he realized the game 1 line wasn't it, and he recognized how good the Altaria was and how it could win switch against pretty much anything on King Alexander's team. Then he brought a back line and a core that was able to cover each other very well. And here we see in the end game, Annihilate able to get the boost and able to line itself up against the Vigoroth, knock it out, and even up this series 1-1. Now King Alexander is faced with a decision. How do I prevent this from happening again?
Looking at Lord Drew's team too, I think his Altaria is super safe because what are the best checks to Altaria? It's probably King Alexander's own Altaria and Cresselia, but you got so many answers to both of them. And here we go, game number 3 in this winner's semifinals, and we get a rematch lead. Actually, a complete rematch team. This is actually going to be really bad for King Alexander if he plays it out the same exact way. Both trainers decided to run back. Lord Drew said, you know what, I feel good about it. Let's just do it again. And King Alexander's probably thinking, there's no way he does the same thing again, right? I should be good, but that's actually not the case. Lord Drew bring the same exact team, and let's see if King Alexander plays it any differently. This time around, Sky Attack is going to be thrown before a swap comes out, so King Alexander is going to be the first one to throw up a shield.
Yeah, this time King Alexander is staying in this matchup longer. Last time he pivoted into the Lantern. He's going to try and get switch advantage here with his Sableye. He invested a Protect Shield first, and we're going to see Lord Drew mirror that decision. Going to invest a Protect Shield himself. Altaria going to be chipping away with this Dragon Breath damage, going to reach this second Sky Attack. Oh, but he allows King Alexander to throw first. A slight miscue, and now the Sableye has a chance to take switch advantage here. But no, a shield comes up.
That's a huge shield, though, that King Alexander was able to grab off of Lord Drew. I mean, Lord Drew maintaining switch advantage, still going to be okay, but the Lantern in the back is now a lot scarier now that King Alexander has a shield advantage. Let's see how King Alexander does play it out. Does he go for the counter down or the spark down? Counter down is pretty aggressive, but you get a lot more entry out of it, and I think that's exactly what King Alexander is going to do.
And, you know, I think King Alexander might be thinking there's probably Annihilate in the back again. My Vigoroth is going to be tough to use if I don't have switch advantage. So he's going to put it all on the back of the Lantern. He's letting the charge attack go through. And I wouldn't be surprised after this counter down if he looks for the immediate swap. Looks like he's going to be patient. He's going to see what comes in first just to be safe. And now he's going to swap in the Lantern. Up a shield here against Lickitung, but this is far from over.
It definitely is, because the lick damage is starting to add up. Even if you don't land the Biosam, you're baiting with, even if you don't land the Power Whip, but you're baiting with Biosam, it still could be a pretty tough situation for King Alexander to overcome. Does he shield the first Power Whip? The last second shield, a huge shield for King Alexander, but it is not over yet. Lantern, though, one of the strongest Pokemon in the meta, is going to see if he can win this slightly neutral matchup for King Alexander.
Massive shield call there. He's electing to go for the Surf. That's not going to be enough. I guess he's opting for maybe triple Surf as opposed to double Thunderbolt. But problem is, are you going to reach this double Surf before the Power Whip comes through? Lantern trying to knock out this Lickitung before it can do considerable damage with the Power Whip. Is Lantern going to get there first? Oh! Yeah, it wins the charge attack priority.
Huge. Gets there just a turn before the Lickitung, and now things are looking very different. Annihilate, though, with the Shadow Ball, it has a slight entry lead as well. It could get to the Shadow Ball first. Oh, actually going for the Night Slash. Not going for the Shadow Ball for the sure knockout. And this is going to allow King Alexander to get off energy against Annihilate. And yes, Vigoroth not great as Annihilate, but it has a lot of energy in the back end.
Oh my goodness, yeah, didn't commit to the Shadow Ball, instead settled for Night Slash. Now Thunderbolt is going to do a lot of damage. The Vigoroth has a Rock Slide loaded. Does this Thunderbolt put it into Rock Slide? Where you see the combo play? The Rock Slide gets off. This is resisted, but I think it might be enough to take out the Annihilate.
King Alexander closing in here with the Rock Slide, able to come back in this game number 3. The King is back, and he is moving forward to the finals of Group F.
All hail King Alexander. What a comeback victory after a convincing Game 2 loss where his opponent just read him with the line. He's able to make an adjustment with the same line. They ran back the same lines, and it was a completely different result. What a well-played game by King Alexander.
Yeah, that was such a tough line for King Alexander, too. I mean, we saw it play out initially in game number 2, and it went disastrously for him, but making small adjustments here, there, and that's what really made the difference throughout. And just let's talk about the matchup knowledge as well, right? Going for that triple surf, recognizing, you know what, triple surf is the play. Thunderbolt is more energy effective, but this is how I'm going to take out the Slick Down without tanking another power whip or a body slam even at that point in time too. And you know, and then closing it out with the Vigoroth against Annihilate. Got to feel good, especially after that second game.
Just a few pivotal decisions as we look at the highlights of that last matchup. The Sableye in that lead scenario, getting to that third foul play was so huge. Getting that protect shield off of the Altaria. Lord Drew, maybe if he just threw slightly quicker, could have gotten that move off first, but instead King Alexander gets the extra shield, and Altaria not able to overfarm much. Then recognizes, I'm gonna save this energy for later, pivot into the Lantern, and the recognition from King Alexander in this matchup, I think a lot of people would have went for double Thunderbolt. He goes for the triple Surf, shields the power whip correctly, just had to make so many correct calls. There's Surf 2, and then we're gonna go for Surf number 3. And then, as this is gonna knock out the Lickitung, was able to reach a Thunderbolt against the Annihilate in the back. We see it here. Thunderbolt coming through and has the recognition. I've got a Rock Slide. He's still 2 away. I'm gonna throw the Rock Slide, and I am going to knock out the Annihilate. I mean, the community likes to say, right? Vigoroth beats Annihilate, confirmed?
Yeah, I mean, typically not a matchup I recommend for Vigoroth, but in that situation, I think it worked out quite well for King Alexander, who looks in fighting form. I would not want to face him in the next round, but we're gonna have to see who his opponent is shortly.
Yeah, King Alexander. I know he's had a few performances where he made maybe 1 or 2 errors where he wished he could have gotten back, but it's great to see him back in action. I like to make the joke, because we saw S. James P play so well earlier, that King Alexander beating S. James P twice in a row, to me, is as impressive as winning a regional championship.
Yeah,
so,
and he did both.
yeah, so King Alexander, a name to keep an eye on, that is for sure, as we go on in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he was the second person to qualify in North America, actually, too, right after Wadad. So really impressive performance for him. But yeah, that's going to do it for these battles. We're going to toss it a quick break before we get more exciting action on our way.
That rock slide was wild. Like, wow. I actually thought body slam might not KO there. That was, it would have definitely KO. Would it? Yeah, that was good.
GG's, man.
GG's. Yeah, that was rough.
I should have done the body slam.
That was tough.
Yeah.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help. And just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help. And, you know, find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the number one.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
That is a 3-0 sweep in the Knoxville Grand Finals, and Doonbug becomes your back-to-back champion here in North America.
To win 2 regionals, I am absolutely blown away. After last season, I did not feel very confident about my abilities, and I've been way more consistent this season, and I feel like it's just been a much better road for me.
And Doonbug proving yet again why he's one of the best, not only in North America, but the entire world, undefeated going to day number 2.
I think my toughest matchup of day 2 was Onion Frank. He had such a crazy team with that Superior with Leaf Tornado, because anytime that debuff goes off, it can cause a lot of problems, but I feel like I was just able to play around it perfectly.
This is the thing, right? It's good if you get the debuff, it's gonna be huge. It finally gets the debuff, right? He needed that.
I feel like the strategy I came in with for this tournament really worked out well. Whiscash and Gligar cover each other perfectly in this meta. The harder hitting Scald was very beneficial against like the more neutral matchups, like against Lickitung, Skarmory. It was very useful in those matchups.
You're gonna force energy out of the Skarmory eventually because it can't fast attack you down.
I was super confident going into the Grand Finals because I felt like my team was very neutral against him, and I feel like that plays very much into my advantage.
Not only is he playing at an incredibly high level, but somehow he's also getting these very small percentage chances to go even further.
I'd say the deciding moment where I was gonna win was when I got that final Night Slash boost with Annihilate. The Night Slash boost just does so much, and then subsequent Night Slashes put so much pressure on my opponent, and it's just so fun when that happens.
Doonbug rolling in Knoxville.
This win means a lot, like for validating my own confidence and determination. Every tournament I try to go in with the utmost confidence, and it's just paying off now, like in a big way.
Welcome back, trainers, to day 1 of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. This is a special place for myself, right? This is our first NA Regional Championship back in 2022. We're coming back here 2 years later to bring you even more live coverage. I'm Speediest Chief 2 here with the Amanda Lumberger.
Yes, the Speediest Burger duo, delivering, you know, some of the best battles to you.
Yeah.
Hold the pickles, extra onions.
No, the inverse, right?
Inverse,
you drop
okay.
the onions, right?
I don't know.
But we're cooking over here regardless, right? We'll get it down. We'll get it down, Pat. I'm excited to get into more battles because we've had some really close matchups. Just now, we saw King Alexander go up against a trainer that a lot of people aren't familiar with. Yep. And his commitment to the Vigoroth I thought was going to be the downfall, but he's able to beat the Annihilate with the Thunderbolt and Rock Slide combo play, which is super impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. Coming down to the narrowest of margins, and of course now King Alexander being able to go into the finals. So we are in the winners finals of today.
Already?
Yes, and we're having some incredible matches coming up. We've seen a little bit of them before in previous regionals. Even today we've seen a Shady Equation playing. He's going to be playing against Teddy Bear.
All right, let's see if he's got the formula down. Our players are ready on stage. Shady Equation is going to be on the left side of your screen, and Teddy Bear is on the right. If you recall back, Amanda, Teddy Bear has actually placed in the top 8 twice already this season. So definitely a formidable opponent for Shady to meet.
And we were talking about it before, Trevenant, we were saying, is it good? Apparently it's doing pretty good in Indianapolis here, as we see it on Teddy Bear's team as well. So do you think that there has much play against Shady's team? Because look at it, there's the Lantern, there's the Wizcash as well.
Yeah, I think Trevenant definitely has a ton of play. I mean, because the Skarmory has opted for Steel Wing in lieu of Air Slash, it doesn't really have anything to fear in the Skarmory matchup besides the charge attacks. But let's take a deep dive here at Shady Equation's team. Like he pointed out, this is the only regional championship that he is going to compete in this season, so he really is zeroing in on his strategies. He prepped a lot, and I think that really shows in his gameplay too. Shadow Whiscash, Shadow Gligar are the 2 Shadow Pokemon on his team, but everything else pretty standard overall in terms of movesets and other picks.
Yeah, I think so. Like we talked about a little bit earlier, some Cresselias are opting for Future Sight, some are opting for Moonblast. Definitely Grass Knot seems to be the popular one of choice over there. Let's move on to Teddy Bear's team. It's also pretty similar, but again, I have to just bring up that Trevenant, because now I'm looking before Shady also has that Cresselia. There's a lot of targets for this Pokemon.
Lots and lots of targets, lots of obstacles too. I don't think Shady Equation has a single Pokemon that will beat Trevenant in an even energy, even health, even shield scenario. So it might be one to keep an eye on. I want to point out as well that Teddy brought Mandibuzz to his last 2 regional championship appearances. Now he brings Trevenant, which is like the antithesis to that Pokemon, and it might be just the perfect time for it.
Yeah, maybe just psyching out his opponents there, saying, okay, you think I'm going to bring this? Watch me bring the exact opposite here. These players are locking in. They are ready to battle. They are ready to see who is going to be a day 2 competitor. And I have to say, I think that Trevenant's looking pretty strong.
Trevenant is looking strong, but let's see what these players decide to bring, because that's the thing as well. Like, if there's an obvious pick that looks so overpowered, your opponent's going to correct for it, right?
That's true.
It might not be the best idea to bring it in game number 1, but let's see what these players do, because Shady Equation has found definitely several avenues out of tough matchups in the past. Can he do it again here against Teddy Bear?
We'll have to see, as these players are jumping right into game number 1. Here we have a Skarmory Mirror, but if you look at this backline of Teddy's team, we basically have a triple flyer.
It looks like triple flyer, right? These teams are very, very similar as well. Vigoroth, the only difference here on this team of 3 with Altaria on the opposing side. We've seen a lot of Skarmory Mirrors. We know that timing of the Brave Bird matters a lot in this situation, and winning the charge attack priority does as well.
Yes, and it's not even going for it at this point, letting that first one go through. No shield by Shady Equation here, just going ahead and farming up a little bit more energy, knowing that it can take the Sky Attack. It's the Brave Bird he needs to watch out for here, now throwing a Sky Attack of his own.
Gonna return fire here, trying to chip down. Again, working down into that Brave Bird range is the key in the mirror matchup. And again, a lot of trainers do train their Skarmories to have a slightly higher attack to win against the other optimized picks. It looks like Teddy is gonna strike first.
Yeah, that is good information to know for a Shady Equation. It looks like it's gonna go ahead and just let this go. This is the Brave Bird. It's gonna do so much damage, not quite able to knock it out. And maybe in its advantage to Shady Equation here, losing that charge attack priority, because now this Brave Bird is gonna do more damage, knocking out Teddy Bear's Skarmory.
Wrestling away control and switch advantage in the lead situation. Shady Equation's Skarmory is unfortunately going to get knocked out by the Shadow Gligar, but like you said, controlling the situation. Now I suspect we'll see the Shadow Gligar. I'd be surprised to see a Vigoroth, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, going ahead and waiting the timer. It looks like just going for his plays, opting now to go to the Vigoroth. I wonder what he thinks is in the back. Of course, if you see 2 flyers already, maybe you think that the target is not necessarily there for the third. Coming in with that Vigoroth, because its Body Slam is going to outpace.
Yeah, look at the team here from Teddy, right? He's got Registeel available to him, Vigoroth, and Trevenant. All 3 of those Pokemon, I think the Shadow Gligar has a solid matchup against. So you're exactly right. Trying to make a call about the third Pokemon. You're gonna see the Dig get fired off. It does get protection by by Shady Equation and his Vigoroth, trying to keep this Pokemon in the matchup.
Yeah, I think he's saying, okay, he's staying in. Wonder what I need to do here. Going ahead and letting another Body Slam go and getting that first shield from Teddy as well. This Body Slam would be enough to knock it out. Meanwhile, Gligar just getting a ton more energy here, almost up to 2 Aerial Aces. Going yet again for that dig. Not quite caught.
Yeah, not quite caught because he threw it in the middle of the counter by Shady Equation. Shady knows this is a dig because he wouldn't wait a turn unless it was the hard-hitting charge attack, and it is. Great call by Shady. Gonna look for the Body Slam to get the knockout here. Teddy knows his Altaria is strong because the only charm resist on Shady's team was the Skarmory, and it's already KO'd. So he's gonna go ahead and save his final Protect Shield for it.
In comes the Altaria. This Dragon Breath damage is gonna be chonking away here. Even though these charge attacks are gonna be doing a nice amount. Going for the Body Slam instead, I think he's hoping maybe he can get to 2, getting a little bit of chip damage before the Vigoroth goes down, getting that Protect Shield from Teddy, because let's face it, that Rock Slide's gonna be doing hefty damage. Now a switch into the Gligar.
Yeah, I think in terms of relative damage, you want to shield up the hardest hitting charge attack. He thought that the Rock Slide would be it, but a great bait by Shady Equation keeps him in the matchup. Moonblast gets fired off here by Altaria. No Protect Shield. This does a lot of damage. Shadow Gligar now to the yellow. No attack drop though.
No attack drop. Still just going away here. Almost up to 2 Aerial Aces. But again, it's the fast attack pressure from this Altaria that is just doing so much damage. The Gligar is down to the barely minimal amounts of red, and the Vigoroth doesn't have a lot left either. Still trying to get out for as much as possible, getting this extra Aerial Ace. This is huge.
Gligar gets the back-to-back Aerial Aces, snip, trying to work down the HP of the Altaria. Does connect the second one. It's not enough to KO. Altaria hangs on. Dragon Breath down. It's got just a couple of HP left. Tries to get to the Sky Attack. Oh, but it does! 1 Dragon Breath in the Sky Attack.
Wow, 1 Dragon Breath being able to go through. That's all he needed, though. Teddy says that is enough. This Sky Attack will knock out the Vigoroth, and he takes game number 1 against Shady Equation.
1 HP and a dream. Flying typing, resisting the fighting type counters, and then not being same type attack bonus because you're a normal type of your Vigoroth. There just wasn't enough damage output.
Yeah, I think that's point 2. Both of them are kind of discussing, but this was really, really good gameplays and a very risky strategy that really paid off for Teddy Bear. It's not often that you see 3 of a very similar type Pokemon doing a similar role, if you have it on a team of 3.
We've seen it a few times, right? A few trainers in top 8 will bring double or even triple flying types on their team because the way that the meta has shaken out, right? You've got Whiscash and you've got Gligar, 2 Pokemon that really punish steel types. If you're not seeing Registeel, if you're not seeing Shadow Alolan Sandslash, if you're not seeing a prominent ice type that can take down flying types, why not, right? Run the Skarmory, avoid Lantern, because then the Altaria and the Gligar can clean it up if it's in the back.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at this replay here. This Moonblast bringing the Gligar down super low. Still really great counting by Shady here, going ahead and just getting up to double Aerial Aces, trying to get the Altaria as low as possible, but in the end here, not quite enough to knock it out. You can see that first one going through, immediately hitting that second one, but the Altaria just hanging on by a thread, able to get to another attack.
Now it's important to remember a Dragon Breath is just a single turn, which is a ½ second, and then it takes another single turn to fire off a charge attack. So able to go ahead and get the Dragon Breath down, and then 1 single Dragon Breath to queue up the energy for the Sky Attack and get the knockout. I think we're going to see these 2 trainers kind of talk things over, and our judging team will review it as well. But like Dijon said, we need to shout out to our judges, right?
Exactly.
They make this competition run. It's one of those roles where we focus on the players. You know, you and I are on camera from time to time, but production and judges are behind the scenes making this whole thing go.
Exactly. We wouldn't be here. No one would be able to watch us if it were not for the people who are behind the scenes making this run smooth as possible. And also, we have to remember, for the most part, like the judges, this is like a volunteerish type thing. People are wanting to volunteer their time because they believe in this game. They believe in this community.
Yeah, it's tough, right? To kind of be selfless and go to an event with, you know, not as a competitor, not on the broadcast team, and just kind of do your thing, whether you're on stage as a judge or if you're rotating down to the floor, answering questions and trying to help trainers through any kind of, things they're not certain about, you can always kind of reassure them, so.
Yep, and I think that another thing that I should point out with that, we talk about like really well-known players as well, like we have Dunebug, we have the Lyle Jeffs who is here in the tournament as well. I mean, there are also some judges who are getting super well-known in the circuit as well. We saw Dijon playing earlier, but he's normally I saw Script and Pete earlier as well. He's one of the really popular ones. Susie over in EU. I mean, again, big shout-outs to all the people who are helping make these tournaments run.
That's the thing, right? If you are a high-level competitor, just by nature of succeeding at that level, you understand the game inside and out, right? You know how matchups go. You understand how the mechanics work, and that knowledge is invaluable to supporting the overall tournament experience. And if you do decide to take up, put on the judges' jersey, the judges' hat, if I may, we applaud you quite a bit.
Yep. Now let's go ahead and as we can see, yes, the match is under review. That's what we were talking about a little bit earlier. We did get to see the little bit of the replay earlier in the matchup. I'm not quite sure what was brought up to the attention at the moment. Speedy, was there anything that really jumped out at you?
Yeah, I think that I don't want to say, the review here is that the counter damage should have applied and gotten the knockout onto the Altaria. It's a really kind of micro thing to look at because, as we pointed out, the Altaria had barely had any HP left. It got the single Dragon Breath it needed for the energy. So the question is, during that single Dragon Breath applying, should the counter damage have also been
applied.
enough?
Yep.
Yeah, before the charge attack was ready.
I know a lot of times this is something that players consider, especially with low health Pokemon, because Dragon Breath is a 1-turn attack and counter is a 2-turn attack. A lot of times, if the roles are reversed, of course, you want to be able to make sure that that damage applies.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah, we'll have to see. But again, this is the judges' rulings. We'll have to see how this will turn out.
Well, it looks like we do have a mark on the board. Teddy Bear is going to win that game number 1 against the Shady Equation. But my question for you, Amanda, is no Trevenant in game 1.
Yeah.
Where's Trevenant?
Well, I kind of think that what you said earlier makes a lot of sense. Sometimes if there is a Pokemon that just seems so strong against another player, the players are overcorrecting for it, saying, okay, well, if Trevenant's so hard against the team, I'm going to bring my 3 best Pokemon against Trevenant.
Yeah.
But if it's nowhere to be found that game number 1, then you're kind of missing your targets.
Yeah, well, whether it's VGC or TCG, or even in Pokemon Unite with drafts and bans, I mean, there's a macro game plan that's going on behind the scenes, right? It's not always explicit, but a lot of the times when trainers pick certain Pokemon, there's a deeper reasoning behind it. We're going to jump right into game number 2. Shady Equation needs to reverse sweep to stay in the winner's side of the bracket. He's going to lead his Steel-type Skarmory into an Altaria.
Yeah, it looks like they're going ahead and locking in here. The Altaria is up against the Skarmory in the lead. We can see those Dragon Breaths going against those Steel Wings. But again, neither one of these attacks are going to be doing too much to the Skarmory from the Altaria side. The Shady Equation already at that Sky attack here, letting it go through, and it looks like no shield from Teddy Bear's side.
Shady Equation not really offering up much to a potential Trevenant in game 1 with his Skarmory, Vigoroth, and Gligar team, but now he's got Lantern, so there's a prime target for the Grass and Ghost type in the back.
Not only that, but if we see the Vigoroth, which doesn't do very much with its body slams either, or the counter damage to the Trevenant. So I think Trevenant has a lot of play in this backline if the Skarmory gets out of the way. Even though this isn't a super positive matchup for Altaria, I think this is exactly where Teddy Bear wants to see it.
If you're Teddy Bear, you're probably measuring up this Skarmory's HP, and you're saying, okay, well, if I need to let Altaria go, then how low do I want this Skarmory to be? Can I farm it down? But we're going to see a Sky Attack get fired off. This is going to be really close, but I don't think it's quite enough to knock out. I don't think Shady has the energy either.
He doesn't have the energy, but he gets one more Dragon Breath on Teddy Bear's side, and now he gets to dictate to see what comes in. This is the Lantern, which this is great for Teddy. Not only can he avoid the Lantern on his Skarmory, he also gets to line up that Trevenant with it. Just the Lantern has really absolutely no play against.
Fantastic point. Knowing when to control switch advantage is probably more important than just taking it, because you need to know what situationally what's most important. You see the Skarmory switch in, there's still a lot of play here, right? Because Vigoroth does have 2 Protect Shields and the Rock Slide, and Skarmory meanwhile is going to pace a lot slower than the normal type counterpart.
Yeah, I think though if you're Teddy Bear, you'd probably want to go ahead and soak this damage. You don't want that healthy of a Skarmory in the end game, because that just gives so much farm for the Lantern. The Lantern would get so much energy and maybe have a fighting chance against the Trevenant here, at least now at a Sky Attack and getting the shield from Shady Equation. He's recognizing the strength of his Vigoroth in this matchup. Even though it doesn't have a great time against Trevenant, it needs to do something. This Trevenant might end up sweeping the backline here. Will he be able to get to another Sky Attack?
Great timing by Shady Equation to throw on the Charge Attack priority tie, voiding the Sky Attack if Teddy Bear lets it through. At this point, Teddy Bear is not going to use a Fire Protection. He saves it for the Trevenant. Honestly, Amanda, there's no world that I see where Shady doesn't double shield his Vigoroth. He knows, he baits Body Slam against the Trevenant. This is so risky.
This is risky, and it looks like, but a high risk, high reward. As Teddy Bear uses his last shield on a not very effective Body Slam. Meanwhile, charging away here, this Seed Bomb is going to connect, but like you said, we'll take it out that last shield as well. Vigoroth has a lot of play. There is going to be another Rock Slide coming through, getting a lot of damage off onto this Trevenant.
I think the hope here for Shady Equation is to throw the Rock Slide, combo play with Lantern, because Lantern is just outside of Seed Bomb range. So if you're able to switch that Pokemon in and potentially throw a Thunderbolt, I think you get the knockout. Surf is not enough. This is not enough to KO the Trevenant.
It is not enough, but will the Sparks after? Again, it's not going to be very effective against this Trevenant, against the shiny Trevenant too. See, still barely in the red. I think just he has to charge up a ton of energy though. Like you said, the seed bombs might not be enough either. He still has to have a seed bomb to take out the Vigoroth as well. It might be, this tree might just be going down.
Yeah, Lantern hangs on, keeps on swimming. Double sparks, get the knockout, and the Shady Equation is able to even up the series 1-1. If you're Teddy Bear, you just brought your ace, right? You brought your best pick against Shady Equation's team, and he had a Lantern, and he beat you with Lantern.
Yeah, Lantern and a Vigoroth. I mean, neither one of those, if you were seeing it on the field, paper to paper, you would be like, ooh, Trevenant's such a solid pick.
Yep.
Shady Equation, maybe crack the equation there of how to do it. How you do it, you just have to do a combination play here. Surf ended up not being enough, but still, those sparks after really helped out.
You know what I'm starting to think? Let's take a look back at the replay and I'll give you my thoughts because we're looking at game number 2 here. Taking control switch advantage was massive for Teddy. I think that was a great step forward and it felt like he was in control of the matchup. Alteri able to get off a chipped sky attack, but I feel like lining things up, it was looking good. But then Shady Equation fought back with the Vigoroth.
Yeah, Vigoroth coming in here, and then you have to see, like, this was the big play for Shady Equation, being able to throw this body slam and getting this last shield off of here, but because obviously the body slams aren't going to be doing that much, but it's so much more energy efficient for the Vigoroth as well. Being able to make it to that rock slide proved great, and oh, Teddy Bear here, being able to throw the seed bomb, not enough to take out the Lantern.
Not enough to take out the Lantern. The sparks add up, and unfortunately, Trevenant can't get the job done. But as I look at this team for Shady Equation, I feel like there's basically zero chance that he brings Whiscash because he knows there's a Trevenant on the other side. Does that mean that Registeel is now a viable play for Teddy Bear? Because Shady keeps bringing his Skarmory, he keeps bringing Vigoroth. Registeel can capitalize on both of those matchups.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. The only thing that would really need to worry about is the Gligar, but as you can see, it's like you're predicting the future here. Speedy here, we got that Registeel in the back, but the Gligar is in the front here, and that's going to be doing a nice amount of damage overall. But against the Altaria, I mean, Altaria's Dragon Breaths are just going to whittle away at this Pokemon.
Whittle away, chip it down, however you want to mention it. We're going to see a first Aerial Ace connect into the Altaria. Going to look for a charge attack here. Sky Attack is going to put this Gligar very low, and Shady Equation decides to shield it. I just keep thinking about the Registeel, though, because Skarmory versus Registeel is almost hopeless for the former, and then you got the Vigoroth. With shields down, Focus Blast would go to town. So Shady has to manage this game very carefully, and Teddy Bear switching it up to try to get this Game 3 win.
Yeah, sometimes you have to really, best of threes, the third game, you got to take some risks. We saw it before, high risk, high reward scenarios. Will he be able to reach a Sky Attack, or will he be able to get farm down? Farm down, this is huge for Shady Equation here.
Absolutely huge. Coming in with the Shadow Gligar of his own, Teddy Bear wants to get some energy advantage. He's going to take 2 Aerial Aces if he doesn't throw his own charge attack. Let's see how he plays it out.
Going ahead, and you can see, even though it's still in the green, it's definitely, I've talked about before, whittling away, just continuing to do so. Does he want to just put it all on the back of the end Pokemon? No, he doesn't. Going to go ahead and just get a little bit of energy on his own. But, I mean, the Skarmory in the back, I think Shady Equation is sitting in a pretty spot.
We'll see, because now we see the counter swap into the Registeel met by Vigoroth counter swap by Shady Equation, but that Registeel did get a few lock-ons early, so if we see a charge attack get fired off here at any moment, it could slow down the Vigoroth and maybe turn the tide in Registeel's favor.
Yeah, the big thing about Vigoroth is it's fast attacks only that are doing a lot of damage to the Registeel. Still, a Shady Equation wanted to throw off that Body Slam first, just in case Teddy Bear was instead going for that Zap Cannon, wanted to make sure that at least it's getting its full energy off, the full impact, shielding up that Focus Blast. But I mean, I think at this phase, Registeel's still going to get to another one here, still going for the Body Slams. Chip damage is chip damage here, and especially this late in the game.
Trying to go for maybe the double Body Slams here. Shady Equation throws it, no Protect Shield from Teddy Bear. He's going to see another Focus Blast get fired off here. This is going to be really close to KOing. I know some trainers, Vigoroths can withstand it. We're going to see what happens.
Yeah, it all depends on how they train up their Pokemon. No, this one does not. Going down to Skarmory coming in here. This is big because the Sky Attacks, Brave Birds, not going to be doing that much damage. However, Registeel is so low that it needs to shield if it wants to get this off.
That's all you need to do, though, if you're Teddy Bear, because you can go ahead and Protect Shield this up. It's just a Sky Attack. You can throw your Zap Cannon here, and now that Skarmory's energy dry, if this isn't enough, you can just bring in the Gligar.
And I think that's exactly what he's going to do anyway. He doesn't want to get farmed down. He's hoping for the Zap Cannon deep up. Look how super effective, almost taking it out. Combination play for Teddy Bear here. This Aerial Ace is going to connect with the Skarmory.
definitely going to connect to the Skarmory and pick up a knockout along the way. Teddy Bear pivots to Registeel in his time of need, and it pulls through for him. That is a 2-1 victory for Teddy Bear as he remains in the winner's side bracket.
Yes, and of course, we have to remember this is a double elimination tournament. So we are on the winner's side. Shady Equation will be knocked down to the loser side, where he will still have a chance to have an amazing run. Maybe we'll see him in day 2 as well.
I mean, after what some players have done, like Dancing Rob in Worlds 2022, Dunebug this season in San Antonio, going to the losers bracket is no big deal. A lot of these trainers make that deep losers run and end up winning it all. So many bracket resets this season too.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing is out of the question.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of grudge matches, what we call, where people have played each other on day 1 or earlier on in the tournament, just to once again face off against that exact same opponent later on, and this time maybe having a different strategy. You hear a lot of times later when community are talking, they're like, if only I would have done this, or if only I didn't get that debuff, the game would have gone completely different. A lot of times players have that opportunity in day 2 to see if that is actually true.
And we saw that earlier, right? What was it? I think it might have been Shady talking about battling against out of pocket. No, Kimmy Sui. Kimmy Sui was talking about battling out of pocket. Like, I want to get that grudge match. I want to correct that record, because a lot of players, they keep the closest track of those matchups. You can ask Rise, you can ask Dunebug, who beats you the most, and they know instantly because they mark that on their calendar next time they see them.
I have to ask you as well. I mean, if we're talking about rivals, we could kind of behind the scenes a little bit. Do you have any rivals that you've been playing against? Because you've been playing the game since, basically the beginning. You have a lot of accolades to your name as well.
In terms of competitive rivals, not too many these days, but I do have a casting rival. I'd say it's Tua Butters.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard
He's
that
just so
maybe,
fun.
you guys will be potentially facing off against each other in like a little fun grassroots tournament a little bit later.
We'll see what happens, right? But Tua Butters is such a fun guy, hard not to appreciate the energy, right? I think that's a nice little rivalry. What about you? I have a person in mind.
Okay, do you? Well, I was going to say, Inadequence is not necessarily a rival because I beat him so many times. I don't know if you saw the screenshot, but we were doing little practice battles.
It's not even a rivalry.
Yeah, it's
just a domination.
It's not even a rivalry.
Ooh, must be tough.
Who were you thinking of?
No, that's him.
Oh,
the same person.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're on same page. Same page.
Same page there. But I think that's always fun because we talk about goals, right? A lot of trainers just want to come in and just win a regional championship, but having a rivalry, having a grudge match, repeat pairings like I think we're going to see on stream here pretty soon, those are also really fun because they mean more. They just mean more. You can win a bracket and you can beat trainers that you're not familiar with. When you battle your friends, your rivals, your grudge matches, it's just, there's emotion behind it.
That's right. And there's a lot of emotion behind the matches that we just saw as well. We're going to have Rise to the Occasion talk a little bit with Teddy Bear about the last matches he had with the Shady Equation.
Thank you very much, Amanda. I'm here with Teddy, taking down an accomplished trainer in Shady Equation. Teddy, another trainer rocking the Trevenant. Take me through your choice for that Trevenant and also Shiny Trevenant. Did you catch that in any memorable way to get that shiny?
Yeah, so first of all, the Trev pick, I felt like it covered really well for my Registeel pick against the Waters, and I think Waters are extremely strong, so I wanted to counter Lantern mostly. And the Shiny Trev, I went really hard during Spotlight Hour to try to get one, and it just happened to be pretty good for PvP, so pretty excited.
Legend has it, Shinies do more damage, but Teddy, take me through that game 3. You were dancing around a little bit. Did you have confidence that your Registeel could reach that second Focus Blast to knock out the Vigoroth there?
Oh yeah, for sure. I knew I wasn't in any sort of Body Slam or Rock Slide range. I knew I could reach the Focus Blast to take him out and hopefully have enough health left for the Skarmory, and I did.
Yeah, and then also in the lead matchup, I thought it was a nice play you had, recognizing that the Gligar had multiple aerial aces. You decided to let the Altaria go, decided, I don't care about this lead, I'm going to save eventually back. Take me through that decision in that lead matchup there.
Yeah, so I figured with his lead, he wasn't good into Reggie in the back, so I wanted to save shields for Reggie in case I needed it, and as you said, he had multiple aerial aces. There was no reason for me to shield. I was kind of hoping to reach another Sky Attack, but it worked out anyway.
Shield advantage, Registeel is dangerous. And lastly, Teddy, any shout outs you want to give? Maybe anybody that have helped you get to this position here today?
Yeah, shout out to my wife, who's been supporting me for as long as I can remember, and my factions and Evan Stonks and all the locals that have come out and battled with me and helped me out. Very much appreciate all of you.
Awesome stuff. Best of luck the rest of the way. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Rise, and thank you, Teddy, for little insightful thoughts and stuff. It's really nice when they give a little shout-outs to people in the community, maybe people that aren't necessarily seen so often at the tournaments, but the people who help support the players and make them who they are, helping them get as far as they've come.
That's a huge difference, right? Like, if you're going to compete at a tournament, having someone in your corner say, oh, I don't know, that seems like maybe kind of boring, I don't think you'll have fun, it might be too tough, that kind of discouragement can really weigh on a person. But when you have people that are in your corner cheering for you, like, yeah, give it your best shot, see what you can do, you've been practicing a lot, put that practice into work, I think that also makes a huge difference. So if you know other trainers that are competing at these tournaments, try to be that positive voice, right?
Exactly.
Try to encourage them and be mindful of their mindset going into the tournament itself.
And if you're a new player wondering, should I even try to come to these tournaments? I don't know, everyone seems to have such an advantage. Maybe they've been playing longer than me. I think that these are great places to meet people in the community, to get some new friends, people, a new support group perhaps, and help you improve you in your play Pokemon circuit.
That's the thing, like you can see Dunebug and Lyle Jeffs winning so many regional championships, and they seem so intimidating, but then when you meet them out on the floor, shake their hand, nicest people you've ever met, right? And we see a lot of competitors shouting out to them because they also help other people along the way. So definitely, like we saw in a previous interview, go very community oriented. But these are two trainers that have been in the community for a long time, Amanda. You and I have covered them in Grassroots and in Play Pokemon. That's Out of Pocket and Valor Ash.
Yeah, these two trainers, basically, like you said, been there almost from the beginning. Almost everyone knows their names. And I'm really, like, the minute I saw Valor Ash's name, I was immediately checking the team list because I knew he had to have that Talonflame.
Of course.
Talonflame hasn't really been making waves over in North America. I mean, in Europe, it's almost a staple pick, I would say, for a lot of teams. A lot of regional champions already winning with it. Valor Ash so close as well. He's been top cutting many times, not quite able to make that top performance, however.
I've heard some EU trainers and casters say that Talonflame is the best Pokemon in the meta.
I think it does really well. Have you seen it ever since it got the update of Fly? It can even handle those Whiscash being able to completely outpace if you even use it as a save swap. That shouldn't be able to happen.
Well, let me tell you what Talonflame doesn't like. It doesn't like Bastiodon. It doesn't like Shadow Whiscash when the shields are down, and it does get outpaced by Feraligatr too. So there are lots of obstacles for the Fire and Flying type.
Yes, Out of Pocket using Feraligatr. I have to say, when the update happened in World of Wonders, I thought we would see quite a few Feraligatr because of this new update getting Shadow Claw. However, not so many players have been able to pilot it to huge success, so I'm happy to see Hot Pocket using it and seeing if he will be able to do well with it in this tournament.
I know you just got done with that tangent, Amanda, but I want to ask you about Shadow Magnezone. Fill us in, because this feels like an export from EU, right?
I mean, I think that one of his teammates and friends, Paul Asha, did really well with it at EUIC. A lot of people have been using it in Go Battle League right now as well. Magnezone, especially the Shadow variant, has been able to hit hard. That Wild Charge damage, doing so much to Pokemon that it shouldn't even be able to do that much damage to.
Neutral feels like super effective when Shadow Magnezone hits you with a Wild Charge. It's definitely a shield consumer, right? A lot of trainers use their Protect Shields on it to protect it, but they also get the shields back. It's kind of like Charizard in that sense, right? You don't want to take a Blast Burn from Charizard. You do not want to eat a Wild Charge from Magnezone. So lots of counterplay when that Pokemon hits the field.
I do have to wonder though, if you have a Shadow Magnezone on your team, does that make your play style a bit predictable? Because a lot of times Magnezone players like to put that Magnezone in the lead because Wild Charge debuffs you, so you won't be able to take as many hits. Shadow Magnezone also very frail as it is, so it likes to do a Wild Charge and then swap out. So does that put you in a bit of a predictable situation where, like, well, I'm just going to hard counter and I'm going to try to pick their safe swap so I can hard counter that as well?
That's the traditional thinking, right? But I kept a close eye on the Sao Paulo regionals where LNDS Kanan won. He actually ended up safe switching the Magnezone 6 out of 8 games in the grand finals, which is wild. But that was coming down to team composition. Annihilate, Vigoroth, very polarizing. But in this matchup in particular, I just want to theory craft for a moment. If you know that your Shadow Whiscash is so powerful from Out of Pocket, you're probably going to bring it, right?
Right.
But I think a good way to support it is actually with the Bastiodon, because you're going to fear certain things like the Talonflame,
Yeah,
like
Caleb
the
is
Altaria.
smiling from backstage, I'm
just
sure.
saying. I'm just saying. Facts are facts. We got
Don't
leads
bring
on
it
the
in.
field.
Don't bring it in, Speedy.
We got leads on the field. We're going to see Cresselia lead into Altaria. Pretty neutral in terms of picks in the back, though, but Shadow Magnezone being on the bench for Valor-Ash.
No, Shadow Magnezone is in the back, not on the bench.
I'm sorry, yeah, in reserves there, I should say.
Now, the Moonblast is going to, this is super effective. It will be doing a lot to the Altaria. Valor-Ash doesn't want any piece of it going ahead, shielding it up, keeping that Altaria nice and healthy here, and saying, oh, you got a Moonblast? Well, I do too. Sky Attack probably is the one that's coming through, however. No, going straight for that Moonblast.
Yeah, I like the Moonblast kind of firing back and forth. Let's see if we get an attack fall. Only a slim chance of it happening. Altaria does connect. No attack drop, though. And we're going to see the pivot into his own Cresselia to try to catch Charge Attack. Valor-Ash succeeds.
Yeah, the Moonblast here is not going to be doing that much damage. It looks like they are both running the same move sets as well, however. So the Moonblast, we saw Moonblast going back and forth before. We're about to see it again. A very interesting counter swap by Out of Pocket here, going in with Annihilate to a Cresselia that already has a bit of energy stored.
Well, I think the difference maker here is the Protect Shield advantage, right? Out of Pocket does have both of his Protect Shields, uses the first one on the Moonblast, which is a great call. And now Annihilate can overcharge quite a bit as it gears up for the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, going ahead and shooting the Shadow Ball. We saw earlier, Shadow Ball from an Annihilate is heavy damage. This is super effective against the Cresselia. The Cresselia goes down because of it. But now I think we're going to see the Altaria come right back in. But if you look at that backline, Will, that Magnezone has nowhere to go.
Yeah, you kind of fill in the gaps here. You can see where this matchup is going. Annihilate and Shadow Whiscash is not friendly to the Magnezone, but now we see Annihilate firing the Shadow Ball into Altaria. This is going to do a ton of damage if it connects.
Yeah, this looks like he doesn't want to use the Protect Shield. Then that should be an indication maybe to Out of Pocket as well, because Magnezone, like we talked about, very frail, needs to be able to keep a Protect Shield. Going ahead and trying desperately to get this Annihilate out of the picture, but I don't think he's going to like what comes in.
Exactly. Sky Attack, super effective damage. Annihilate is already weak. It gets KO'd. Coming in with the Cresselia, switching into the Magnezone, and it's Shadow Whiscash. Valor-Ash says, give me Altaria, give me Bastiodon, give me Feraligatr, give me anything besides Shadow Whiscash. But this is what he gets.
Yeah, you're going to have to see, though, how much this will do, because the Wild Charge, like we talked about before, it's not very effective. Look how much that does to a Shadow Whiscash. My goodness, that is bringing it down low. However, Out of Pocket, smartly played, says, okay, I'm just going to continue charging away here, even though this isn't very effective, even though he's got a shield. I've got so much energy on my Whiscash.
Valor-Ash playing things out here, does use that final Protect Shield on the Altaria, and gonna look for a charge attack here, but not before the second Scald is already prepared and ready to go. We're gonna see Whiscash KO in the Altaria and Out of Pocket taking game one.
Out of Pocket hasn't been playing for a while here, but he's been playing on fire, it looks like, today. Winners finals here. Both of these trainers, they've played against each other before. Yeah, we can see I'm sure that they're already friends in the game. They probably had scrimmed or played against each other in those grassroots tournaments like we talked about in the past. Out of Pocket taking this first game, though, off of Valor-Ash.
Let's dive a little bit deeper into these teams, right? Because we saw certain compositions in game one, but these teams are pretty unique. I mean, Talonflame, Shadow Magnezone on one side, and Feraligatr, Bastiodon on the other side. When these two kind of pair up for game number two, well, actually, excuse me, let's take a look back at game number one so we can get a better sense of what's happening. I think that the Cresselia switch-in was actually really good for Out of Pocket too, because the Annihilate Whiscash core suffers under Cresselia.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And like you said, when he has a shield advantage, it's going to really help him there. That's Shadow Ball being able to completely take out the Cresselia. And like we talked about, this is so crazy to me, how much damage that Wild Charge does.
Yeah, Magnezone just yeets the Wild Charge into the Whiscash, but it turns out to not be enough because the first Scald peels away the Protect Shield, and then Whiscash keeps on cooking, turns up the heat. Second Scald gets the knockout.
Yes, no Protect Shields remaining, though it's not going to be very effective. It is enough to knock an Altaria out of the skies with that low of HP.
Jumping right into game number two here. Back to our leads on the field. We've got Out of Pocket on the left side, Valor-Ash on the right, and a mirror match of the Annihilators.
Now this really comes down to charge attack priority, and I know a lot of trainers, they train their Annihilate to make sure that they have a high attack in the game because they want to win this very matchup. This is between a baiting game and charge attack priority, and what a call is this? Oh wow, last second shield by Valor-Ash on the Night Slash bait.
But what's ironic is we saw them both press the Night Slash. Out of Pocket Pocket gets the boost. He says, there's no way I'm giving up the Annihilate here. So he does use his Protect Shield as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit scary for Valor Ash here because not only does he lose a charge attack priority, he also is now affected against an Annihilate. Wow, Out of Pocket here going for the heavier hitting attack, and Valor Ash looks like he's going to let that go. But this Annihilate is not only boosted, it has so much health.
So much health. That attack boost makes a huge difference because now Cresselia comes in, but it's threatened by the Annihilate. It could close in on a Shadow Ball at any moment. He's going to outpace the Moonblast, but he's got to fire it off immediately, going for the charge type priority. Ty Out of Pocket just maximizing his Annihilate's potential.
Yeah, I think Valor Ash, he knows he's been counting. He knows this isn't a Shadow Ball, although we're supposed to see a boost in Night Slash. Does so much, a double boost. At this point, does Out of Pocket want to shield this up and keep it going, or is he going to let the Moonblast take him out? He is going to shield. This is going to be interesting. We've seen it before. We saw it happen to Dunebug, but I mean, we haven't seen it happen to Out of Pocket yet.
Not yet, but he's rolling. He gets another Night Slash here, and this will definitely KO the Cresselia. And look at the Annihilate. It's so healthy. You can't even Volt Switch down.
No.
So Valor Ash is forced to shield anyway.
This is crazy. I was going to say, if Valor Ash does not throw here, the Annihilate would completely solo that whole team. But the problem is Cresselia is so low, and that Whiscash once again in the back.
Coming in with the Shadow Magnezone. Out of Pocket pivots into Shadow Whiscash, and you can see the smiles on stage. They know that this one's over.
Even though this is over, I just want to take a moment to think about, so last time he wasn't able to even reach the Mirror Shot because the Wild Charge obviously lowers your defense.
Yeah.
Would it be better to go for the Mirror Shot first, and maybe you would be able to get to the Wild Charge to at least do a little bit of extra damage, maybe be able to knock out that, not knock out, but do a little more damage to the Whiscash.
It's always good to think in those terms, but you also have to keep in mind the pacing of your opponent, right? Meanwhile, you're trying to gather enough energy for 2 charge attacks. Whiscash is basically already a double Mud Bomb.
Yep.
So if you take one of those Mud Bombs, it's double super effective, and that is no good for the Shadow Magnezone. Out of Pocket advances out of the winners finals.
Yes, Out of Pocket, you can see those two congratulating each other. And like we talked about before, double elimination tournament. We're getting into the winner side of the, we're getting very far into the tournament, but that doesn't mean that the gameplay is going to stop. There's still so many people left in the losers bracket, so many people fighting their way to find it into day 2.
There's like a different flavor, right? For all parts of the stream. At the beginning, when we're starting off on Saturday, you get like maybe some wild teams, some interesting comps, some cool plays, maybe some upsets. But then you kind of move through the bracket as the day progresses, and you start to see the consistent trainers rise up.
Right.
And then on Championship Sunday, it's just an entire showcase of the most refined play.
That's right.
And even if you're spicy, even if you have a few tricks up your sleeve, you might run out of luck by the time you face against Lyle Jeffs or one of these other elite trainers.
Now, speaking of Lyle Jeffs, we haven't really seen him in the tournament so far. I know, I'm sure players who are maybe sitting at home saying, I wonder how these people are doing. They're looking along in the bracket as well. They're seeing how their favorites are doing. We only get to showcase so many battles, but I'm really loving the battles that we've been able to highlight so far.
Yeah, we really want to see who you're cheering for as well. Let us know in the stream chat, no matter where you're watching. Type in the trainer who you think is going to win it all. I heard Crimson was actually playing at this event too.
Yeah, I think that he was doing actually rather well. So, I mean, it's going to be a thing. We'll see if maybe we can have an interview with him at some point.
I wonder when Crimson K19 is playing. That's a question on my mind. But that being said, it feels like as we move through these brackets as well, this late in the season, we honestly like sprinkle in more and more former regional champs into the bracket as we move through. So, oh yeah, I remember King Alexander, he won Peoria.
That's right.
I remember Elite, he won in California. Well, we might see another regional champion hitting the stage pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm excited about that because I think a lot of the regional champions are saying, hey, if Dunebugs won 3 times in one season, I can at least win 2. So there's quite a few of those who are here today looking maybe to be a contender in that role.
I love how the bar just keeps raising, right? 3 regionals, 2 is not that big of a deal. 2 years ago, that was unfathomable. But let's go ahead and hear from one of our elite trainers in the community. This is Out of Pocket.
All right, thank you, Will, Amanda. I'm with Out of Pocket, who I feel like this Indianapolis tournament has a lot of memories. It was your first time ever qualifying World Championships back in 2022 at this tournament, too. What does it mean to you?
It means a lot. I mean, of course, with being the last circuit, I was kind of bummed, but since it came back to this one, I was very excited to hopefully relive my memories of winning here this weekend.
I love it. Well, a lot more competitors here than a few years ago, but I think you stand a pretty good chance. You gotta explain to me your team here, because it looks pretty funky, but it also looks like it works pretty well.
So I looked at the meta going into this tournament, and I saw a lot of Pokemon like Cresselia, Altaria, Skarmory, some Skeletor, Jazumarill, Lickitung. They all just like have no chance against Bastiodon. And I figured if everyone's disrespecting Bastion and running triple or quadruple weak to it, then if I have it on my team, I can limit their options. They can't, for example, run Lickitung and Skarmory together without running the risk of just getting it on Bastion and losing immediately. So I wanted to build a team where I could run lines without Basti, but by having Basti, I limited their options, and I would be able to win better, more than I lost.
Speaking my language, for sure. I got one more question for you, because I know you already qualified day number 2, so you get rest up. But looking into day number 2 in the competition here, give me a percentage here. What percent chance do you think you're going to take it all the way? 100%! I love it. All right, back to you, casters.
I mean, how can you bet against somebody that's that confident? 100% out of pocket thinks he's got what it takes.
Yeah, and maybe depending on how Kimmy Sui is doing, maybe we'll get that grudge match that Kimmy Sui is hoping for as well on day 2. Congratulations once again to Hot Pocket, being one of the first people to be able to make it on to day 2 here. But he's not the last. There's still some more tournament play to be going on. Some still great competitors about to be on stage.
It's interesting, right? Because Caleb pointed out the team being unconventional, but some of these picks are so powerful, so polarizing. We've seen the Shadow Gligar rise to the top, but also Skarmory in second place. You know what keeps Skarmory on the bench, Amanda? Bastion.
It's true.
Bastion
even though Steel Wing it was a little bit of upgrade for it against the Bastion, still not enough to be able to take it out. Bastion rumbling onto that field. We didn't see it, but it's like what Caleb always says. Bastion is good bench pressure. Looks like Out of Pocket deciding to take a little bit of that playbook as well, use it on his team of 6.
I don't think it's even the first time he's played Bastion. He played in a previous tournament as well. So I don't know. I think that this Go Battle League weekend is a great opportunity to test out Pokemon, try to see what you like, what you're familiar with playing, build your familiarity with matchups. I hear more and more, Amanda, that these top players are not really scrimming that much against each other in Show 6. They're going into the Go Battle League, and they're learning the matchups firsthand in those sets. You know, for Alligator versus Shadow Whiscash, how does that go?
Yep.
You know, how many Shadow Claws advantage do I need to win it? How many Mudshots advantage do I need to flip it? That's kind of the question.
Yeah. And also, you have to remember, even though like this is a Show 6 pick 3, you still can only pick 3 Pokemon. So maybe you have a core that you always like to work with. Like Out of Pocket was saying, he's used the Bastiodon to prevent that Skarmory Lickitung core. That is very popular. So I mean, like, I think a lot of times players are saying, okay, I found the perfect core breaker. It's going to take me far. 100% Out of Pocket's going to win apparently in Indianapolis. So I don't know what the Magic Mason and S. James P are playing for.
I don't know, right? If it's already decided, but let's take a look here at the teams. This is Magic Mason on the left side of your screen, our 2023 Toronto regional champion who famously set the meta, right? Created a team that was so dominant, Yakovlevich used it to win an international right afterwards. But let's check out what he brought here in Indianapolis. Shadow Gligar, of course, leading the pack, but I gotta say, Guzzlord's a great pick, Dugong and Annihilate as well.
Yeah, these are really fun picks. We've seen a little bit of play of them so far. They're not as popular as the Shadow Gligar as we've seen in the past, however, and we had a chance to see S. James play a little bit earlier on. He's also got the Dugong on his side, got the Cresselia, Lickitung, Annihilate. I mean, at this stage, when we're in the final side, anything goes.
I mean, you know, they're both Dugong. We might as well call them Tugong because we've got a Dugong mirror match that we might see out in just a few minutes. But I think there's a lot of interesting counterplay. We talk about bench pressure quite a bit. Dugong is there to keep Shadow Gligar on the bench. Double super effective Ice Shard. You can tank a dig. You can tank 2 Aerial Aces, maybe 3 Aerial Aces, especially after an Icy Wind debuff. That Pokemon is definitely a counter pick to a conventional strategy. But I don't know. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, but if you think about it, if you're talking about that Dugong, like I think it's got a lot of play in the Magic Mason's team because the Gligar doesn't want to see it. The Guzzlord also definitely doesn't want to see it. So it kind of limits the picks in between, right? Of like what a player can actually bring onto the field in case there is these opposing Pokemon on the other side.
And as we team read as well, we see Lantern on both sides, which makes a Skarmory safe switch pretty risky. And I think that's so important to dive into. We don't talk about that enough, right? How you actually build your core of 3 and what these trainers are really thinking about, because a lot of it's implicit, right? It's not written down anywhere.
That's
We're kind
true.
of, you know, calling it as we see it.
Yeah, before, I mean, like, I think a lot of times when you're playing Pokemon, players like to play what we call an ABB strategy, where they have 2 Pokemon in the back that are weak to a specific type of Pokemon. Once they lure that out, their A Pokemon can take care of it. But this season has really proved to be almost the season of ABA. Very very risky team compositions where you're hoping you don't get a certain Pokemon in the lead, and if you do, it's going to be pretty difficult. This is a scenario sort of like this, Magic Mason not wanting to see that Gligar with the Annihilape in the lead. And okay, if we were talking about ABB, this is the perfect lineup for it. The Dugong is now out. Both the Dugong and the Skarmory do not want to be faced up against the Lantern, and Magic Mason did a nice job of luring out the Lantern with this Dugong.
I could have said it better, right? Because you know that there's probably a Lantern in the back, so you pull it out with the Dugong, deal some super effective drill run damage, and clear the skies for Skarmory to take off. If you're Magic Mason, you've seen the Shadow Gligar, you've seen the Lantern. If you're S. James P, you know you won the lead hard with Shadow Gligar to Annihilate, so you might want to control switch advantage. And it's going to be pretty easy in this matchup, but still, I think that the knowledge gained here is really important.
I really like this play by Magic Mason, and S. James just fell right into it there. That drill run going through first, and now an Icy Wind to now debuff the Lantern, because a drill run would have been enough to take it out, so he got shield parity with that attack.
Then look at this as well, overcharging way over the Thunderbolt because the Ice Shards are resisted. S. James P, similar to Mango's we saw earlier in the tournament stream, maximizing the energy. That's going to allow him to strike back quickly against Annihilate.
Yeah, Annihilate now coming in, and I think we're going to see an aggressive counter down. We have to remember that Icy Wind did go through, so this Thunderbolt is not going to be doing as much damage. I think that Magic Mason, choosing to let that go through. As you can see, just barely bringing it down to 50%, able to punch completely down. We're going to see that Gligar come back in for sure.
Remembering that the Shadow Gligar doesn't have too much energy, S. James tries to catch a Shadow Ball on Lickitung, but guess what? It's not a Shadow Ball, it's just a Night Slash. He calls it anyway, and things turn out for him. Now we're going to see the pivot into Skarmory against Lickitung.
Yeah, on paper, you think that this is so heavily for the Skarmory, but it really comes down a lot closer than you think it would be. This lick damage just ends up doing quite a bit, and Lickitung has a lot of bulk to its name. This Sky Attack will be going through. Yeah, Magic Mason wanting to go for Sky Attacks, not Brave Birds here, because he doesn't want to lower his own defense, and even though the Body Slams aren't going to be doing that much, it's definitely adding up with his licks. You're going to see that Skarmory is going to be brought down to the yellow very soon.
That's just the thing, right? You need to capitalize on your Pokemon's strengths. You have a lot of HP and very low attack if you're Lickitung, but the Ghost-type licks are going to chip away at the Skarmory as this matchup goes on. Like you said, Amanda, Body Slam connecting here. It's resisted, but still, Skarmory about to be in the red, and it is.
Yeah, Magic Mason just charging up a little bit of extra energy, wants to be able to have a little bit of something to perhaps throw at the Gligar. He's still got to get that last shield off of S. James P as well, so not quite being able to do it. Lickitung still being able to get to yet another Body Slam, forcing that last shield for Magic Mason as well. He's not very happy about it, but now I think we're going to see a Steel Wing down, and he's hoping to get as much damage off as the Gligar as possible.
Yeah, as much as possible. Gligar goes for the Aerial Ace. The win condition there for Magic Mason was to farm down the Lickitung, can't get the job done, and now Shadow Gligar is going to take down the Skarmory and win game one here. Oh, Annihilate is still on the field, though.
Annihilate is on the field, but not going to be able to do much as this Aerial Ace is already able to connect. I just want to point out also, S. James P had a really great counting there, being able to throw that Aerial Ace right as the Skarmory gets to that Sky Attack, maximizing as much energy as possible in case it needed to face off against the Annihilate later.
And the Annihilate was just one counter short of the Shadow Ball, but S. James P had the final shield to back him up as well. So even if Annihilate gets the Shadow Ball, he already has enough insurance in place, right? And that's so important too, like building yourself different win conditions.
Right.
So important than just going all in on one possible avenue to win a battle.
And I just want to point out as well, I mean, we were talking about the ABB strategy. I thought Magic Mason, he really played that super well. It just didn't end up turning out to his favor because of that Lickitung Skarmory mirror match near the end. At the, you see like, oh, Lantern, this is exactly where we want to see the Lantern, getting all this energy onto the Annihilate. You have to wonder, sometimes the riskier plays don't actually pay off. If Magic Mason would have gone for a Shadow Ball with the Annihilate onto the Gligar, that might have flipped things around a little bit because the Gligar wouldn't have as much HP.
I think you're right, but the mind games are also at play, right? We saw S. James reach for Lickitung, trying to catch Shadow Ball. So maybe Mason knew if the Lickitung would have switched in, he would have wasted that energy, so he was nervous to throw the Shadow Ball in the first place.
Yeah, it's not just a game on the phones, it's also a game in everyone's heads. What is my opponent going to do? When are they going to use that shield? Like you talked about, S. James P had that shield at the end as well too. That would give him a little bit of an extra insurance, saying, okay, I know that I don't need to shield this up right away. I can at least use this sparingly to help me win this end game.
So if you're a Magic Mason, you need to win 2 games straight here. Felt like he was pretty close in that game number 1, but a few things didn't go his way. Amanda, if you were in his situation, what would you do differently here in game number 2?
I mean, it's so hard to call because like looking at the matchup, I don't think that Magic Mason actually played anything wrong or bad in that. It was just the fact that there wasn't a shield on the bait. I mean, sometimes it just comes down to a little bit of luck at how your opponent plays out matches as well. I think the team comp was strong. I think the idea was well executed. Just sometimes not all the puzzle pieces fall into place.
If I'm thinking about Mason's position, it's really hard to give up on Guzzlord after that first game, right? Yes, you saw Dugong annihilate, but at the same time, it's got so much neutral play across the board. Maybe you can find a window for it. How the turntables. We've got Shadow Gligar into annihilate for game number 2.
Yeah, now we have to see what the James will doing an immediate counter swap into the Dugong. This is interesting. This is the hardest counter, and it looks like Magic Mason staying in a little bit, chipping away at the Dugong, what we call perhaps a chip and dip, wanting to get a little bit of extra HP off of this before swapping out. But what is he going to swap into? His own Dugong here.
Yeah, you want to get some kind of HP advantage here, and seeing the Dugong, that tells S. James that there is no annihilate in the back. If this is Mason's best answer, then of course you can start crossing things off your list.
That's right. It's a little bit of course, and you have to do, not only are you doing this, not only are you theorizing what Pokemon are in the back, you're trying to keep track of your opponent's counts on energy. You're trying to figure out what they could have in the back. What should I bring into this after I will most likely lose this mid game? Because I mean, let's face it, at this range, the S. James's Dugong is probably going to go down.
Yeah, it's in a tough position. You could throw Icy Wind, but it is heavily resisted by the Ice and Water typing. Drill Run does connect into Magic Mason's Dugong. He's already at another charge attack. He's going to go ahead and throw. Actually holds his energy. Here comes another Drill Run. Gonna let it through.
He's going to go ahead and let this through. I find this interesting, but he probably doesn't want a lot of farm for whatever's going to come in, because obviously S. James has some sort of counter looking to try to get a snipe, not quite able to do so, but does get an Icy Wind as a parting gift before going down to this counter damage. Really good reaction by Mason there.
Very good reaction, because he saw S. James P pivot into the Annihilate. He preserves that Dugong for later, maybe a potential 1 HP catch later, but because he knows his opponent is switch locked, he's safe to bring in his Gligar into the matchup. Soaks a Night Slash as well.
Yeah, and he knows that the attack has been debuffed. He was counting. He knows it's not quite a Shadow Ball. Completely undercharging as well, because he wants to try to get a couple more fast attacks through. Looks like that was almost the perfect undercharge, getting just enough, almost be able to see, and also dictate what's coming in.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be that Dugong.
Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. The switch timer's not up for S. James, so he can't catch the Gligar's energy anywhere. He's got to hope for maybe a Spark down. I mean, I think Mason's going to get there. He does. He gets to the dig. S. James knows it.
Yeah, forcing him to shield this up, but he hasn't seen the third Pokemon. But this is what we were talking about earlier, Will, where you're saying it's at least good to see whatever Pokemon is going to come into the back. It's going to be that Guzzlord. Guzzlord against Lantern has such good play, and Magic Mason has 2 shields to his name as well. This is going to be a very uphill climb for S. James P, but he still wants to play it out, see what he can do. As you can see, neither the Surfs nor the Thunderbolts are going to be very effective against this Dragon Pokemon.
Lantern is just struggling, right? You have a Dragon Dark-type Pokemon with one of the biggest HP pulls in the entire Great League meta, staring you down, throwing Crunches, throwing Dragon Claws, and your Lantern can only hit it for resisted damage. Crunch does connect. Dragon Tails are just pounding this Lantern into submission, and I think that Magic Mason is going to waltz out of here with a Game 2 win.
Yeah, Guzzlord has this big mouth saying, okay, that's fine. Even though this is an Ice-type Pokemon, looks like I'm having fish for dinner here, as the Lantern and that Dugong both go down to the Guzzlord.
Guzzlord, Magic Mason commits to the Dark and Dragon type Guzzlord, and even in spite of an Annihilate Dugong team, he finds a way. He shoots the gap there against the Lantern and gets the matchup he wants.
Yeah, these are great games, and we're in the winners finals again. So the winner of this round will for sure go into day 2, where they have a chance to become the Indianapolis regional champion, one of the last regionals for any of the season.
It's true. And if you're S. James, right, you just ran Dugong Annihilate 2 times in a row for 2 games, and you saw Guzzlord twice, and the second time Guzzlord beats you. So you're bringing your 2 hardest counters, and you still can't get a win against this Pokemon. I'm sure that's the only thing he's thinking about, but is this a chance then for Magic Mason to prep for those Guzzlord counters?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at it here. Just surviving, on 1 HP, forcing that shield on the Lantern, only now to be met with the Guzzlord. It's not great for S. James P there. We can see this Crunch going through. The 2 of them are chatting about it, and S. James has just stopped tapping at this point as well, saying, okay, these Dragon Tails are going to definitely be able to take me out. Using this time instead, to kind of regroup, think about what he wants to bring into Game 3. You can see the players taking some notes. I'm always curious what notes the players are taking. I kind of ask them in between if I see them doing it. A lot of them like to keep track of, you know, if an opponent likes to use the heavier hitting attack or if they're baiting, how much energy is left on a Pokemon when they swap out, things like this. We are jumping right into the decisive Game 3 to see who will be making Day 2 in Indianapolis. We have an Annihilate Mirror, which we've seen a couple times already, but I'm always interested to see who wins that charge attack priority.
There's some irony as well because we saw the Annihilate lead from Magic Mason into Shadow Gligar Game 1, and then Game 2, Magic Mason led his Shadow Gligar into S. James Annihilate. So now we see both Annihilates on the field at the same time and a Protect Shield predictable in a high-stakes matchup.
Yep, I was actually wondering too if maybe we would see, I've seen it before, sometimes they like to swap a Lickitung in if they think it's going to be a Shadow Ball to catch that damage. I think at the beginning of the game, both of them did a nice launch and no shield by S. James.
No boost either for Magic Mason, so he's still got a little bit of a deficit to make up here. S. James, trying to maybe catch a Shadow Ball, switches in the Guzzlord, deals a lot of Dragon Tail damage, but he's met by Cresselia.
Yeah, this is a very interesting play because normally the Annihilate loves to see that Guzzlord, but when you're kind of low health like that, those Dragon Tails are going to add up. But now this Guzzlord has a lot of energy. These crunches are super effective against Cresselia. Cresselia has a lot of bulk, but at this point, still, it's going to be kind of an uphill thing. This Moonblast, however, going to be doing some heavy damage if it goes unshielded.
Double super effective Moonblast does get protected up by Magic Mason. He's lost both those Protect Shields early on in the matchup, so from here on out, he can't defend himself against any incoming attack. Meanwhile, S. James is closing in on the second Moonblast.
Closing in, getting that shield, however, with the Dragon Claw bait, but even still, I don't know if it's, I mean, the Moonblast is still going to be able to connect here. He's already at it, charging up a little bit extra, wants to get one more Psycho Cut in before doing the Moonblast. We talked about, you know, that Guzzlord has a lot of HP. Well, not anymore, Speedy.
I'm telling you, what's scary here as well is that now you're facing down Annihilate with a Protect Shield advantage on S. James P's side. We're going to see the Charge Attack Party tie. Great call there by Magic Mason to cut off the grass
timing,
line.
My goodness. Yeah, didn't want to be able to tank any of that. Going ahead and throwing that Cresselia is going down. Perhaps still fishing for a boost as well. Wow. Now that is a catch.
That is a catch indeed. Sending Shadow Ball into the Shadow Gligar. This is going to do a ton of damage, and now you're going to be met by the Lickitung on the opposing side. I'm sure Mason wishes he had the Guzzlord lined up here, but it's already KO'd.
It's already KO'd, but he is going to be able to get this aerial ace off. Lickitung, we've seen it so many times, has so much bulk to its name. Its tongue is just wagging, saying, ha, 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 look how much bulk I have. And possibly even just aggressively trying to completely lick down, which I mean, I think, nope, going for that Body Slam. Doesn't want to take any more damage.
Well, the thing is, right, if you're too low as a Lickitung, you risk getting countered down by the Annihilate or even Night Slash. But with this much HP, you really force your opponent to an uncomfortable position. They know the Power Whip is coming. Magic Mason can't get there in time, and we see S. James P about to whip this Annihilate out of here.
Yeah, this Power Whip will connect with the Annihilate. The Annihilate is barely hangs on, but the net lick damage will probably be able to go off. This Night Slash might not be even enough to take out the Lickitung at this stage, and that one-turn lick will be enough to knock out the Annihilate.
It's not enough. Lickitung, the normal type, gets the better of the Ghost and Fighting type Annihilate. S. James P takes down probably one of the strongest competitors here in Indianapolis in Magic Mason.
Yeah, Magic Mason is a name. We talked about all these like big name competitors, people that are well known within the circuit. Magic Mason definitely one of them, but I think, you know, S. James is really starting to climb up there as well. Feeling very noticeable for people, knocking out Elim earlier and knocking him down to the losers bracket, and now knocking down Magic Mason himself.
I mean, if you ever queue up and go Battle League at high ELO, you know who S. James P is, right? That's a trainer that's been throwing down with the best of them ever since early seasons of leaderboards. So seeing him succeed here is really cool because I think that there's a wealth, Amanda, of talented Go Battle League players that have never come to an in-person tournament.
I completely agree.
There's an abundance, right? And we need those trainers to come out and try their hand at the Show 6 format, which I think S. James P has transitioned flawlessly.
Yeah, I think another person that I want to shout out, of course, coming from the European region, I got to talk a little bit about the European players, but Patoman is also someone that was one of those players. His first ever tournament, I think, was in Liverpool of the 2023 season, and he did so well in that, and he's already qualified for Worlds this year as well, winning his first tournament in Gdansk.
Patoman, I admire him a lot. Really talented, great to watch, great to learn from, and won, I think, his first regional championship with the Shadow Lola Ninetales.
Yes.
With Charm?
With Charm.
Martijn
a
and
European
Utrecht.
thing.
Martijn and Utrecht is Wigglytuff. Patoman with okay. I'm just getting the math straight here.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of risk. We're talking about Skarmory meta, which Skarmory on the rise. If you still want to be using, charm users, you gotta have a plan to go around this as well. One more thing I wanted to bring up about S. James P is I talked to him a little bit earlier. We had the interview with him. We were talking about his success in the Go Battle League, and he gave some tips to players earlier about what to do. Yeah. And I was just, in between breaks, you get to hear little tips from trainers. I really liked what Emma 5 Cents had to say in that video that we played a little bit earlier as well, saying play Pokemon that you like, play Pokemon that you're having fun with, because your chances of winning are higher if you're having fun, if you're having a good time, and you know how your Pokemon play.
I mean, that's the #1 reason why I don't play Mantine and I don't play Cloudsire, because other Pokemon are fun.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know that you competed in a tournament and you did pretty well with a Bronzong. That was an interesting pick.
Yeah, until I went up against Dre Flames with his Charizard Registeel Metacham team. Come on, Dre, we're past the meta. Get with it. But no, seriously, it was a really fun experience, and I highly recommend, because winning with your favorites just feels so good.
Right.
Yeah.
So I know that your actual favorite is a Fortress, though. Are you team building around potentially using one of these Pokemon?
Come on, Amanda. We're in a Gligar, Skarmory, Whiscash meta. There's no fire, but still, it's unfavorable for Fortress. But I think we might be getting queued up here for a quick break. A little caster rotation, but I gotta tell you, these next two players that are coming up, you do not want to go anywhere, because the big name in the room is finally gonna take the stage. We'll be right back.
Let's go. Isn't that crazy? GG's, bro. I went balls to the wall on that one. Sorry about it. That was so risky. If you ball there, I think I just lose.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, epic in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the pit, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Name a place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the ballot, One time, taking this man's game, and is your North America International Champion! Wow, Wadaj! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout, and even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's into the Flutter Mane again. Shadow Ball into the Flutter Mane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Flutter Mane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's gonna do it! Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion! And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion!
The Iron Hand pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sword of Ruin, ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win, so when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Welcome you back to Indianapolis, Indiana for the regional championships. Here we've seen a variety of amazing trainers with some amazing plays. We've seen Shadow Glygars flying high. We've seen Annihilate punching through the competition. And up next, we have one of the most fearsome battlers in the entire North American region about to play.
Yeah, you've seen his face quite a bit, and you might see it even more throughout this tournament. It's going to be Lyle Jeffs III going to be taking on the stage against Eat Strawberries coming up next. And it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, a lot of people know Lyle Jeffs, two-time regional winner this season. Also made a grand finals appearance in Pittsburgh, the first regional this season, and came second place to only with Dodge. So pretty tough competition to lose to right there, but just been playing out of his mind ever since and constantly getting better. And he's chasing that three-time regional championship to match Doombug's historic record set just a few weeks ago in Orlando. But Eat Strawberries, a trainer maybe less familiar with for some people. Eat Strawberries actually competed in only 2 tournaments prior to this. It was Charlotte last season and then Charlotte this season, placing 5th, a top cut there, and then also 17th place in Charlotte this year. So actually pretty high consistency in performance despite not a lot of tournaments. But he's got a Goliath sitting in front of him, and it's going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah, Lyle Jeffs III has just been on a tear this season. Ever since qualifying for Worlds at the last North American International Championships, I think that was a boost to his confidence, and he has never looked back. Started off the season with that runner-up finish, and now has 2 regional titles to his name. And he is rocking that signature Shadow Sableye utilized in his previous regional championship, along with the Vigoroth, the Shadow Whiscash, Altaria, which we've seen a lot of today, as well as Charjabug and Skarmory.
Altaria actually looking quite good. We've seen, I feel like, a decent amount of Altaria, even comparable to the amount of Shadow Gligar we've seen. We saw that Skarmory actually had a higher usage rate than Gligar, but Altaria didn't really make the top 12 usage. However, it's performing quite well on stage. Eat Strawberries running the Mandibuzz, Lantern, Skeledirge, Shadow Whiscash, Vigoroth, and Cresselia. A very interesting team as well. Similar to Emmy Weedo's team from EUIC a little bit, however, running the Mandibuzz instead of, I think, the Altaria and a few other changes here or there, but overall, a very strong team as well. And I gotta say, Rise, I feel like I've been bamboozled a little bit by the champion, Lyle Jeffs. He actually DM'd me like a week ago saying he was going to run Bastion this tournament, and that's why I put out my predictions.
He got your hopes up. He got your hopes up.
But Out of Pocket's got me covered. He made day 2 of Bastion, so I'm happy with it. But I was excited to see Lyle Jeffs run the Bastion himself. Not quite, however, still running a very strong team. So we're going to get into the battles right here to kick things off. It's going to be the Vigoroth lead into the Shadow Whiscash.
Vigoroth is going to be able to outpace the Whiscash to the body slam. However, Whiscash, if it's able to get a debuff, can make this awfully uncomfortable for Lyle Jeffs. We're going to see the body slam queued up. This is normally how you want to play the matchup as the Vigoroth. You want to make sure you get it off before potential Scald debuff. Each Strawberry is going to invest a Protect Shield early and now unleashes the Scald.
And man, Lyle Jeffs' Vigoroth looks so safe in the team of Eat Strawberries. There's really nothing that really hard checks it, except for really the Cresselia. We get the attack drop though on the first one. Eat Strawberries throwing the Mud Bomb, I think on Charge Attack priority, but Lyle Jeffs is going to get this body slam off first.
Yeah, and Lyle seems content getting off this body slam on the Charge Attack priority. I would expect him to let this go. Going to take the shield advantage in exchange for giving Eat Strawberries switch advantage. This Mud Bomb will be enough to knock out the Vigoroth. In comes Altaria looking for a big head start. And oh my gosh, this Altaria is very safe as well against this team. We see the counter swap, and then Lyle Jeffs aligns his Charjabug with the Cresselia. Very good matchup for Charjabug.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough matchup for Eat Strawberries. On top of that, Eat Strawberries is also down a shield, so Lyle Jeffs definitely in the driver's seat here. No debuff on that Moonblast to come out, and these super effective X's are really going to start adding up. 2 should be close enough to knocking out this Cresselia, especially with the Volt Switch damage. But like you said, Altaria on Lyle Jeffs' team is also super safe in the team of Eat Strawberries. I think he just recognized it and is going to leverage it. Oh, Eat Strawberries, actually really great play here. Throwing the Grass Knot, knowing that the Moonblast won't be reached, and Lyle Jeffs is not going to shield. However, this is also a tough position because now Lyle Jeffs can farm extra energy rather than throwing the X-Scissor right away.
Yeah, now has the back-to-back X-Scissor. First one firing off. If you're Eat Strawberries, I think you have to let this go through and knock out your Cresselia. There it goes. Bye-bye Cresselia. Do you potentially come in with the Whiscash to absorb this second X-Scissor, waiting out the switch timer, and no, gonna instead come in with the Lantern to absorb this move.
And I like that patient with Lyle Jeffs too. I think waiting a turn just to see what's coming in here, took only the resisted spark damage in return, and this Altaria with the shield up is so strong against the entire team of Eat Strawberries. There's really nothing this Altair can't really muscle through. Probably one of the worst matches it has is Cresselia, and that's where he's been taken off the field. Eat Strawberries going to bait with a serve, needs to get some type of advantage here, but this is looking really tough.
In this disadvantageous position, you gotta go for some sort of risks, and we see the surf bait successful, then going to swap in the Whiscash to eat this Sky attack here. I'm not sure that was even a catch. I think Lyle just wanted to get rid of it before potential debuff because he understands that Dragon Breath alone should be enough to secure this matchup. Eat Strawberries has the double surf, but Lyle can safely just respect a Thunderbolt here with a Protect Shield, and the Dragon Breath should be enough to close out this game.
Commanding first game from Lyle Jeffs. He's a two-time regional champion this season for a reason. There's no coincidence in that. And honestly, his team looks so strong into East Strawberries too. Sometimes you just have a team comp disadvantage, but when you have a team comp disadvantage and you're going against someone as good as Lyle Jeffs, that is a tall order.
Yeah, that Altaria, like we mentioned, super safe. And Lyle was able to invest both shields for it in the end game. Was able to just set it up so well, understanding it's probably his most valuable Pokemon in this matchup, and utilized it to perfection.
Yeah, and Lyle Jeffs was running that Shadow Sableye to his victory in Vancouver as well. You can see it back on the roster. Not really that necessary in this matchup. I think, you know, that Shadow Sableye is typically for the fighters, particularly Annihilate in this meta, but because there's no Annihilate, Lyle Jeffs probably doesn't need to bring it. And we see the highlights here. Altaria just sweeping the entire lines of East Strawberries, recognizing that a shield advantage, Altaria pretty much beats everything on East Strawberries' team.
Yeah, Altaria showing how much work it can do here, going to safely shield, not take any gambles, and secure the victory. You know, one adjustment I'd potentially like to see from Eat Strawberries here is maybe bring that Mandibuzz. It looks quite strong against Lyle's team. The Charge Bug is probably the hardest check to it. Other than that, Mandibuzz with play against really everything else. Of course, Vigoroth has access to that super effective Rock Slide, but I think Mandibuzz could be a little bit of an issue for Lyle to deal with if Eat Strawberries can put it in the right position.
It doesn't hard beat a lot, but it's also super safe, like you said. Even into Charger Bug, it has a lot of play. It can hit back. It's much better than such as matching up into a Lantern. And here we go. Great call there too from you. It is going to be the Mandibuzz into the Shadow Whiscash. And typically speaking, this is a matchup that Mandibuzz wins. Obviously, debuff may play a huge factor here, but East Strawberry's actually going to throw the Dark Pulse before the first goal is reached, and Lyle Jeffs is just going to let it go. I think he's going to put all the shields on the Altaria yet again.
Yeah, interesting minute decisions from both sides here. Normally, you want to opt to throw after 5 Snarls there for correct timing. However, wants to make sure he gets off the Dark Pulse before the potential Scald debuff. Do we get a Scald debuff? Yes, we do. And now all of a sudden, the moves are going to do even less damage from the Mandibuzz. Another Scald already queued up. Mandibuzz can survive it, but it is a very strong move. Scald coming through, putting the Mandibuzz low, and another Scald would be enough to knock out.
And we see East Strawberries building up to additional energy. Great timing on this Dark Pulse. It's not going to be enough to knock out, but the Aerial Ace is not that far behind. Let's see how East Strawberries is going to play this out. Lyle Jeffs just content on just letting this Whiscash go. And you can see here, actually not even going for the optimization, going straight for the Scald. Wants to grab this shield or take out the Mandibuzz. We see the first shield from East Strawberries, and again, this is tough because that Altaria up a shield is pretty scary. And we see East Strawberries going for the Aerial Ace at back-to-back Aerial Ace now. Lyle Jeffs content with the work that Whiscash did. Grabbed the shield, brought the Mandibuzz low, debuffed it as well. It's looking pretty good. And like you said, the Vigoroth is not too bad in this matchup. I mean, you don't even need to go Brock side at this point. You could just potentially counter down.
Similar to game 1, right? Lyle content giving his opponent switch advantage in exchange for getting shield advantage, energy advantage here with Vigoroth. Vigoroth is potentially gonna have to eat another Dark Pulse here. Really wants to keep the shields for that Altaria, and another Dark Pulse is going to connect, but Vigoroth is going to come out of here with so much energy, and we are going to see body slams galore against these back-to Pokemon from Eat Strawberries.
Yeah, that's the tough part too. I mean, not only is Vigoroth safe into the back line, Altaria is too, and he has a Vigoroth loaded with energy, and Altaria is still with 2 shields to protect it. I mean, this is tough too, right? Eat Strawberries, you're going to take neutral damage on something, either the Vigoroth, your own Vigoroth, or the Whiscash Cash. This Vigoroth is loaded with energy. Another Bounty Slam banked as well. You don't want to go down 2 shields at this point, but you might have to. Each driver just bring in the Vigoroth just to tank all these moves. And at this point, what do? You have the Whiscash for Altaria. It's a wrap.
And I think he's going to be in store for a sour surprise as the Altaria lines up against the Whiscash. And this Altaria is going to fly high. I think Eat Strawberries recognizes this is a very difficult situation. And Lyle Jeffs looking in a strong position yet again as Altaria eats the Scald, does get debuffed. Is there any way Whiscash can squeeze a miracle out of this one?
I don't know. This has got to be old school Blizzard Whiscash to have any chance here, but still 2 shields on the side of Lyle Jeffs as well. There's no way you can muscle through. I mean, Altaria making a comeback here in Indianapolis. This is at least the 2nd team that's made a top cut with Altaria. And Lyle Jeffs doing in quick fashion 2-0 against East Strawberries. This is a winner's finals, and he made it look easy.
Yeah, I would say I'm surprised, but I'm really not. I think Lyle Jeffs has really established himself as one of the powerhouse trainers, not just in North America, but the entire world. And Lyle Jeffs with a convincing performance there in the winners finals to secure himself a spot in day number 2.
Yeah, he was actually sitting next to a man that could have taken him down. It was actually Doombug, but Doombug on the judging side this weekend. So someone else is going to have to stand in the way of Lyle Jeffs matching Doombug's record if they want to do that. But that looks like a tough task, and Lyle Jeffs punches his ticket for day number 2. And here are some of the highlights.
We take a look at the replay. Mandibuzz normally is going to favor itself against this Whiscash, but we see it actually go down a shield in the lead, and that was Lyle Jeff's strategy. Keep Altaria in the back, save shields for it. It's extremely safe against the opposition, and it's going to be difficult for Eat Strawberries to overcome that. We see the Whiscash go down. Vigoroth came in, said, I don't care about eating all this energy. I'm going to be willing to take a lot of damage in exchange for energy of my own. And then once Eat Strawberry saw all this energy on the Vigoroth, had to make a call. What do I think's in the back? Decides to come in with their own Vigoroth, but eats a lot of damage in the process. Sometimes you got to make a call in the moment. And once it was revealed that the back matchup was going to be Whiscash against Altaria, it was all but over. Vigoroth takes out the opposing Vigoroth, and we see this dominant matchup in the end game. Altaria is never really going to drop this matchup, maybe unless it's down 2 shields or something of that nature.
Yeah, honestly, Altaria looks really good in this meta, right? Looking at the top usage, we got Annihilate, Lickitung, Whiscash, Gligar, Lantern. It has so many positive matchups against the core meta Pokemon. Yes, Sky-type did get nerfed. It gets cost a little bit more energy, but it still looks good. I mean, if this was old school Altaria, this would be even more wild, but even Altaria with a nerf is still operating at a high volume here. So congrats to Lyle Jeffs, inching a little bit closer to that championship, but you know, this is a big stack tournament, so he still has a lot more opponents to go through.
Absolutely. Altaria has been a long-time contender in the Open Great League meta and making a resurgence as of late. Maybe attribute it to the position Whiscash is in, being so dominant right now in the meta. Altaria, a hard check to the Whiscash, but you also have some of that more solid neutral play that you don't get from grass types per se.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, grass types are just a little bit hard to use. We've seen a few grass types here or there. We saw Credilli, a few Trevenant, even a Ferrothorn at this tournament, but grass types are a little bit less reliable in this meta. So a lot of people going for those pseudo grass types like Lickitung or Cresselia with the grass coverage. But honestly, outside of those, Altaria's as best as you can get. It walls it off, and Altaria honestly performs better into the Whiscash than a lot of the grass types. Credilli actually struggles more into Whiscash than Altaria would.
Fresh off a bold win, we are going to send it over to an interview with Lyle Jeffs.
That's right, we are here with Lyle Jeffs, someone that we've been anxiously waiting to see play on screen, a person that we had on the players to watch list. Lyle, how are you feeling about Indianapolis?
So far, so good. I've enjoyed my time here in Indy, and I wasn't sure about how this day was going to go, but I'm glad that I stuck through it, and it's going pretty well. So.
Yeah, if we were looking at the screen of regional winners here in NA, it seems to be going back and forth between you and Doombug. You're still in your day 2. Looking at the competition and at your team composition, how are you feeling about your next day?
To be honest, I haven't really had a chance to look at too many of the other teams, but I will say, like, in my opinion, it's unlikely that I will win this regional, but I'll try my best.
We did talk about that a little bit before when we were chatting, and I have to tell you, we were saying if you won, you had to think of something kind of funny to do on the stage. The results were in, and a lot of people said they wanted you to chug maple syrup. What are your thoughts on that?
Sure, I'll bring a bottle of maple syrup just in case I win tomorrow.
All right, guys, you heard it here first. Let's keep our fingers crossed as we continue on the tournament. We're going to see more of Lyle Jeffs tomorrow. We're going to get back into the action.
Thank you, Amanda. And yeah, if you're a maple syrup fan, then hopefully you're Lyle Jeffs because he's going to have to chug quite a bit. But already making day number 2, so congrats to Lyle Jeffs. And, a strong performance for East Strawberries. Just a really tough team composition. East Strawberries will be moving down to that losers final. Still has a chance to make day number 2.
Yeah, one last note on that matchup. I think when you have a player the caliber of a Lyle Jeffs, the caliber of a Dunebug, when you have that much neutral play with certain Pokemon, it's going to be so difficult to outplay them in those scenarios. So credit to East Strawberries for putting up a fight, but Lyle Jeffs had the team comp and just played it perfectly.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we have some exciting more battles coming up here. We have En-Hof on stage against Gordon the Flash. En-Hof, pretty much renowned for her usage of Tapu Fini. I took a sneak peek. Looks like Tapu Fini is going to be on her squad for this one as well.
She loves that Tapu Fini, which is getting a new move, Nature's Madness, soon. Not eligible for this tournament as of yet, so it'll be rocking that Moonblast and Surf. But Tapu Fini, I remember one of my most favorite series of all time, Caleb, was En-Hof against Hot Pocket, or now Out of Pocket, I should say. And that game, that series went 15 matches.
15 games.
It was a best of 5 in the winners finals. And then in a rematch in the grand finals, best of 5 to reset the bracket in another 5 games. And in the end, Out of Pocket just barely was able to get the victory. But we saw so many Moonblast debuffs, and En-Hof, she played so well with that Tapu Fini.
Yeah, getting second place in last year's Peoria. And, Nature's Madness is a move that's coming to Tapu Fini. Actually available now in Raids. However, not eligible yet for the Championship Series until Tuesday, but that is a guaranteed debuff. However, if you're En-Hof running Tapu Fini, you pretty much have a guaranteed debuff on Moonblast anyway, so maybe she's not worried about not being able to use Nature's Madness. Moonblast, Tapu Fini actually still has a lot of advantages over the Nature's Madness, primarily in those Zero Shield matchups against those bulkier Pokemon like Lickitung, where you kind of need to land that Moonblast. So we're going to see how she pilots that. But second place in Peoria and making a top cut in North America International Championships last season as well. Actually beating Lyle Jeffs in a match for the Travel Award on stream as well. So one of the few people to actually take wins off of Lyle Jeffs. No easy feat with that Tapu Fini. I believe she ran Tapu Fini at World Championships, and she's got to run it here in Indianapolis. Here's going to be the team: Tapu Fini, Shadow Gligar, Cresselia, Lickitung, Registeel, and Purified Sableye.
One advantage that Tapu Fini has over a counterpart like Azumarill with that same Water Fairy typing is it has fast move pressure against things like Registeel and also that Surf pressure where you're not totally walled by certain steel types. Tapu Fini provides a little bit different coverage, and we'll see if En-Hof is able to utilize it well in this matchup. We are going to take a look at Gordon the Flash's team and see what he's rocking. We see Cresselia, Guzzlord. We saw Magic Mason running Guzzlord earlier, so Guzzlord making another appearance. Charjabug, Vigoroth, Skeledirge, and Azumarill.
That's going to be an interesting one, too. If you get the Tapu Fini on the Skeledirge, you can be in a really good spot. Guzzlord as well, you're going to resist all the attacks. Obviously, Tapu Fini is on the not as bulkier end, and Guzzlord is on the bulkier side. So if you're shielding Moonblast, it could be kind of an interesting matchup. We're going to see how many times En-Hof is going to be willing to leverage that Tapu Fini into Gordon Flash's team. Gordon Flash, this is actually his 4th ever tournament. His highest placement was Toronto last season, 5th place there, making top cut, and then finish off in 17th and 33rd in Toronto and Vancouver this season, respectively. Looking for a further placement here, and is going to try to take on En-Hof for that.
En-Hof and Gordon the Flash getting ready to lock in. En-Hof is always so charismatic on camera. I'm normally more of the calm, cool, collected type. Caleb, what are you? I don't show much emotion on camera.
Well, I honestly don't even know when the camera's on or not. I usually think the green light meant the camera's on, so I look at it when the green light's on. But for anyone that might play on stage one day, it's when the red light is on, that's when the camera's on. So I wasn't even looking at the camera at the right time. But I'm more like you too. I just kind of keep my head down and see what happens, right? But everyone has different styles here. Here we go. Fantastic lead for En-Hof. Registeel into the Azumarill. Azumarill not really having a lot of place to go in this specific matchup. And then counter swapping the Vigoroth. And this is going to be a Gligar counter swap as well. Typically speaking, this is going to favor Gligar. However, if Vigoroth spends more shields or has a significant energy lead, that could be a different story. However, En-Hof pretty quick on the counter swap.
Yeah, and Gordon the Flash will have the opportunity to win the 0 shield scenario in this matchup, meaning if no shields are expended, he can get off the body slam, forcing a shield off of En-Hof. So this matchup could be big. We see him calling the aerial ace. Nicely done. Body slam coming through. Now En-Hof has a decision. She is going to shield, and this matchup will continue to play out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect line for En-Hof, so you really don't want to give up switch advantage. That Sableye going to struggle against the Azumarill and is going to go for it. Oh, actually throwing out charge attack priority. Gordon Flash is going to get this body slam off, and then now expending both shields from En-Hof. This is a huge swing of events for Gordon the Flash.
Shield advantage huge here. Gordon the Flash may be content letting the Vigoroth go now. Has a decision to make. Is he going to put up the shield? No, going to let it go. And now you simply come in with the Azumarill and bubble down. I think willing to take the energy and maybe just save your shields for this 2-shield Skeledirge lurking in the back.
This is going to be interesting too. Skeledirge is going to typically struggle against the Sableye, but with 2-shield advantage, that could be a whole different story. The Incinerate damage is neutral as well, and of course, the Disarming Voice super effective against the Sableye. We see En-Hof actually staying here, maybe trying to go for the debuff before swapping out. I have to imagine Gordon Flash is going to throw up the shield and is going to throw this first shield.
And also, not the best timing there. En-Hof looks a little bit perplexed. Let an Incinerate go through as the Disarming Voice is now going to connect. And Gordon the Flash has double Disarming Voice. I think should be enough to knock out the Sableye, as you see how much damage that does. Super effective. Another Disarming Voice being queued, and there is just no fast move pressure from the Registeel, and I don't see any way the Registeel can overcome this Skeledirge.
Yeah, I like that play from Gordon Flash. You're going for one additional Incinerate, recognizing that En-Hof's not going to get that foul play in time, so getting a little bit extra energy, knowing that the Registeel can't lock on down anyway, even if you take 2 additional Shadow Claws. Gordon Flash, tough lead matchup, but that safe swap Vigoroth proved being really strong, grabbing both shields and allowing the Skeledirge to sweep in the back end.
Yeah, a classic example of losing the lead, but getting some sort of advantage out of your swap in that secondary matchup and allowing your back Pokemon to close. Skeledirge, a great closing Pokemon. Up a shield, can do so much damage, and Gordon the Flash executed that perfectly in that matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be that's interesting too, because I feel like we're seeing more Sableye in this tournament than we've seen in quite a few tournaments, right? Sableye kind of been inched out of the meta in many respects, and I think we all thought it was going to be Shadow Sableye making the return, but there's actually a decent amount of Purified Sableye in the tournament today, and let's take a look at the highlights.
We see this secondary matchup that was so pivotal for Gordon the Flash. I think there was a slight miscue from En-Hof where maybe she miscounted the energy on the Vigoroth, allowing it to get to that body slam. And this opened up the way for Skeledirge, incinerating through the rest of the team. Double Disarming Voice. Hear the cry of the Disarming Voice, and the Shadow Ball connecting to knock out the Registeel in the endgame. From a bad lead to a great endgame for Gordon the Flash.
Yeah, that Disarming Voice cry is pretty unique, I will say that. Something that I only hear from Skeledirge, but I feel like it's probably the same cry coming out from everything else. I'm not sure. Is that how it works? Is it the move cry or is it the Pokemon cry?
I have no idea, to be honest. I actually didn't even know. I don't personally play with the in-game sounds, so I didn't realize Disarming Voice made that sound until watching regionals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not a lot of other Pokemon will be running that Disarming Voice outside of Wigglytuff, but even Wigglytuff, you typically just see it go Icy Wind. So maybe someone could correct us in the chat. Let us know what the sounds is. Maybe just a Skeledirge's unique cry, but it is something that took me by surprise too. I think this match might be under review as the judges are going to take a look at it too, but we'll get more word on that.
I think they're set. I think there was some discussion that it might be under review, but I think it looks like they're set as one of our trainers is locked in, and Gordon the Flash is still taking his time after that game one. We will see how things transpire here And you know, En-Hof ran 2 Pokemon strong against that Skeledirge in the first game, and yet it still found a way to close out the game. So we'll see how game number 2 goes.
Definitely. Well, Gordon Flash not running into a great matchup there, but still finding the way. Let's see if he could do it again. And it's going to be Lickitung into Skeledirge. This is actually a really weird matchup. You get the super effective lick damage from Lickitung, but you have resistant Power Whip and Body Slam, whereas you have neutral Incinerate and neutral Disarming Voice. Lickitung actually typically wins this matchup just straight due to getting outbulking the Skeledirge, but it's actually not that close of a matchup.
Yeah, very weird.
A fairly close matchup, I should say.
Yeah, very weird matchup indeed. Going for the Power Whip, only single resisted as opposed to double resisted in that Body Slam. The Power Whip is going to connect here on Gordon the Flash, and he's going to immediately pivot into the Vigoroth. Vigoroth awfully safe against En-Hof's team, and En-Hof going to elect to chip it first with a Body Slam before exiting out into one of her back Pokemon.
And En-Hof ready for this Vigoroth, having 2 counters for it, is going to bring out the Cresselia, but luring this Cresselia out is actually pretty good for Gordon Flash because now you avoid the Cresselia against your Azumarill, and Azumarill has a more neutral matchup into that Tapu Fini later. We're going to have to see how that matchup plays out, because the last time I saw that matchup, it was during the old Azumarill with the bubble nerf, or less damage bubble. Now it's got a bubble buff. It might change things.
Yeah, that could be a very bait-dependent type of matchup if that's the end game we're going to see. Vigoroth versus Cresselia. We've seen this matchup play out a few times today. Cresselia opting to go for the Moonblast here. This will not quite knock out, but it'll put the Vigoroth low enough where maybe you can farm down. I don't know if you can really Psycho Cut down from here. That seems kind of bold. Vigoroth gonna fire off another Body Slam.
Yeah, let's see if En-Hof can't get the Psycho Cut down. Might have to throw a Grass Knot. Switch Timers are coming up soon. Maybe she could also swap out too. Let's see how it's gonna go. Is gonna opt to throw the Grass Knot instead. Doesn't want to give the Vigoroth any more headway here. I mean, like you said, Vigoroth's so strong for Gordon Flash. Gordon Flash content on just letting go. Maybe gonna just farm down with the Skeledirge, get a little bit edgy. No, actually comes in with the Azumarill instead.
Azumarill is going to go for the bubble down here, but it's going to have to eat a Grass Knot potentially in the process. No, Gordon the Flash going to show. Recognizes, unlikely there's going to be a move that does more than this Grass Knot right here. But the quick pivot into Lickitung, and this is going to force Gordon the Flash to expend energy here. Throwing the Ice Beam. Does En-Hof invest the shield, or does she put it all on the Tapu Fini? She's going to save it for the Tapu Fini.
All right, so relying on her MVP signature Pokemon. Let's see what she can do. 2-to-1 shield advantage is pretty big, especially if you can land a Moonblast. Let's see how Gordon Flash is going to play this out. Gordon Flash has to get to, I don't know how many, 4 play roughs? It's a lot of play roughs. Even with the bubble up, this is a hard task for the Azumarill.
Yeah, multiple play roughs are going to be needed, and draws a Protect Shield there. Tapu Fini over farming. En-Hof understands that the Skeledirge is still there as a catch, so has to be careful to throw on proper timing, not to allow a Moonblast catch. This Moonblast connects, and that does big damage to the Azumarill. Now you might be able to just go straight Surf.
Yeah, that was a huge Moonblast. I'm surprised Gordon Flash actually didn't shield it too, because the safe play for En-Hof is just go straight for the Moonblast. You don't really need to go risky and bait here. Maybe Gordon Flash trying to save the shield for the Skeledirge, but Skeledirge doesn't really have a lot of energy, and it definitely doesn't have a lot of health.
So much energy for this Tapu Fini. Is there any way Azu gets to it? Oh! And we see that catch on the surf. It actually has a move, though. It has a Shadow Ball, but the Azu, if I'm not mistaken, the Azumarill only has Ice Beam. It does not have Play Rough.
And here we actually see the Shadow Ball come through, though. Shadow Ball is going to do a lot of damage. Can't the Tapu Fini hang on? It's not nearly as bulky as Azumarill counterpart. No, the Shadow Ball knocks out, and then the Cresselia with not enough health gets Incinerate down, too. I think taking everyone by surprise. I completely forgot the Skeledirge had that much energy.
Oh my goodness. The dynamic plays. Gordon the Flash getting the job done with some flash, with some style. The combo play with the Skeledirge. And how impressive is it? We're watching these battlers and Kaz, they're the ones playing, and it's so easy in these dynamic games to lose track of where the energy is. I totally forgot as well how much energy was on the Skeledirge. Had that Shadow Ball save from earlier in the game and was able to utilize it in the end game and deliver the win.
Yeah, I think we're both confused actually. We're like, why wouldn't you shield the Moonblast, right? What are you even saving the shield for? But I was lost in the sauce. I did not realize the Shadow Ball was there. I was pretty much marinated at that point. But here we go. Gordon Flash coming in with the Vigoroth. A really great position with the Vigoroth. I mean, it just didn't really have great matchups. It was against a Gligar in game 1, now against a Cresselia in game 2, but its job was just to weaken the opposing Pokemon, grab shields or force the energy and just put it in that bubble range. You can see forcing that Grass Knot from En-Hof's Cresselia in the end there too, to draw some of that energy away, bubble down the Zumra, and I mean, the Skeletors, I didn't think the Skeletors were going to be the hero of the game, but it turned out to be quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, we've been having discussions behind the scenes on the most valuable Pokemon this tournament. We've seen lots of play from Altaria. Right now, Skeledirge making a case for the most valuable Pokemon this tournament as the play rough you see going through, getting those shields off of the Tapu Fini and going the Flash one step ahead and banks the move, swaps. He does catch a move in the process, but has that Shadow Ball banked, and this is going to be enough to knock out the Tapu Fini. Stored the Shadow Ball at the very beginning of the game, saved it for the end game, and gets the victory to advance onto day number 2. Well done by Gordon the Flash.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start looking into some Skeletor's teams for these tournaments because it looks good even in the matchups it's not supposed to win it. But that's why that's Fire, Fairy, and Ghost coverage is so strong. It gives you so much play around so many different matchups. And Gordon Flash gonna earn himself a spot in day number 2 in Indianapolis.
Yeah, I remember Emmy Weedle utilizing that Skeledirge at the European International Championships. We've seen a few trainers utilizing it well today. And like we talked about, a Pokemon that can be utilized as a safe swap, maybe if there's no Whiscash on the opposing team, you can utilize it as a safe swap. If it learns out something like a Lickitung, maybe get an advantage. Even Lantern, sometimes you can actually live a Surf and gets a Shadow Ball plus Disarming Voice to grab a shield. So Skeledirge as a safe swap or as a closer, as Gordon the Flash was able to utilize it in game 1, really effective.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Pokemon that's going to get Blast from one day, hopefully. And I don't even know if you need the Blast
then we're
from,
all
honestly. Yeah, maybe. So we'll see how that goes. But congrats to Gordon Flash. And En-Hof's not out of it yet. We'll be moving down to that Losers Finals. Has another chance to make day number 2 in Indianapolis. Like we said earlier, this is a top 16. So we have a lot of players making day 2, but it's going to be great because all the players going day 2 are going to be in prime competition.
Lots of players on their way to day 2, and these players, not only are they talented PvPers, but a lot of them like to grind for high-level Pokemon, and some of that includes going to raid hours, and we actually have a graphic to show you of some Pokemon that we're going to be seeing soon in 5-star raids.
Yeah, Tapu Fini, if you want to run your own in tournaments, this is the time to get some. The only way you get a Tapu Fini that you can compete with in the championship series under that 1500 mark is catching the Tapu Fini that's not weather boosted and then trading it with someone else, ideally with low friendship, so you can re-roll some of those stats and get the CP mark under 1500. So a great way to collect them and then just go to some of these tournaments or go to your local communities during raid hour, community day, whatever have you, and do those trades with people. A great time. And that's one of the things I love about Pokemon Go is a lot of the Pokemon you use, you have to get from someone else. And so it's kind of like a team, you know, even though it's your own team, a lot of times you're getting the Pokemon from other friends and people you know, and they kind of leave a stamp on your mark too.
Personal anecdote, I love going to raid hours every Wednesday to hang out with the community. One time at a raid hour, it wasn't Regirock, it was something else. And I did a trade with my friend for a Regirock, and I go, yes, and all my friends in my group were like, oh my God, you get a shiny? And I was like, no, I just got like a rank 2 Regirock. So
and they were
PvP.
all like, oh, what?
Yeah, they were like, okay.
Okay. But see, that's a good thing too, because some people, they're more into the raiding for sure, right? And they don't even care about trading and stuff too. So some people, they're just willing to give you some of their Pokemon too, if you just give them maybe a shiny Pokemon back or something else too. So really great things. Depends on what you're going for in the game for sure. But I mean, congrats on the Regirock. What we'll see in the future tournaments.
Maybe. It is ranked surprisingly high on some of the external sites where you can see where Pokemon what you want to try and use, and I think it could be something worth considering. But for now, we are ready to hop into another exciting matchup where we are going to have Shiny Dialga taking on King Alexander.
I got a fun fact about Shiny Dialga. He actually was the first person I ever knew that recommended running a Volt Switch Charge-a-Bug in competitive play. And to my knowledge, he's one of the first people to actually run that Charge-a-Bug in a competition. It was actually back in Peoria before LNDS Hard Jeff won LEIC with it at that tournament. And I think it was still during the old meta too, right? From September to December. But Shiny Diaga actually was one of the originators of Charge-a-Bug. No Charge-a-Bug on his team this time, but, you know, definitely has some ingenuity in his squad. He's run the Shadow Gligar, Skarmory, Shadow Whiscash, Annihilate, Lantern, and Lickitung. If you're saying, man, that team looks familiar, that's exactly right. This is actually the EUIC team that Doombug ran to get second place runner-up at that international. And Shiny Diaga said he watched a lot of Doombug's gameplay to get familiar with this team.
Yeah, we see a lot of people now opting for that Lantern instead of Charge-a-Bug because it has better play against Gligar, and it looks like Shiny Diaga is on that trend. He's on the Lantern bandwagon, and you can't go wrong copying a team from Doombug, who's able to pilot it so well. We take a look at King Alexander's team and another host of strong meta picks: Cresselia, Vigoroth, Lantern, Shadow Gligar, Altaria, which we've talked about a lot today, as well as a Purified Sableye, rocking that return.
Another Sableye on the field as well. I mean, and another Altaria. So we're going to have to see how that one plays out. King Alexander, the winner of Peoria. Shiny Diaga, last that I'm aware of, was playing in Peoria. Maybe played in a few tournaments since that too. Didn't make it nearly as far as King Alexander, but definitely making it as far as he's ever come so far. He said this is his first ever winners finals, and it could also be his first ever top cut.
Yeah, Shiny Diaga attended that triple doubleheader weekend in Chicago where a ton of top battlers competed and was able to compete with the best of them. Here he goes up against one of the best, King Alexander, and we are off. Lantern into a Shiny Altaria to start things out.
This is going to be an interesting matchup for sure. That Lickitung in the back looks really strong, though, for Shiny Diaga. So we're going to see if he's going to go for the switch advantage or he just wants to chip down this Altaria and put it in farm down range. First, Thunderbolt is going to come through, and King Alexander's going to let it go.
You know, Caleb, I don't want to speak too soon, but this could be one of those matches where whoever wins this lead matchup is going to have a massive advantage going into the end of the game. If you are Shiny Diaga, you have to avoid your Skarmory racing that Lantern at all costs, but he's going to let the Moonblast connect here, and now is the Lantern going to be able to reach a move here against it? No, it's actually going to pivot out into the Lickitung.
Oh, and this is an interesting swap, too. I think King Alexander is going to try to chip this down, make this matchup a little bit easier for the back end. I mean, this is going to be, if he makes this huge read and comes in Sableye into this, that's going to be pretty big. But no, actually comes in the Lantern. That's exactly what Shiny Diaga wants. Lantern does have a better matchup into this this Lickitung now, but you at least avoid the Skarmory versus Lantern matchup in the back end.
Exactly what he wants, exactly what he needs to try and prevail in this matchup. We do see King Alexander call the body slam bait. Nice read from him. Now another body slam, just going straight body slam this time, Shiny Diaga, and King Alexander content just absorbing the damage. Lantern, so much energy here. Approaching Thunderbolt range is the Lickitung, and King Alexander going for the Thunderbolt. Will we see a shield come up from Shiny Diaga?
Oh,
no, it's gonna connect.
How do you finish off this Lantern if you're Shiny Diaga? This is going to be really tough, and you come away with extra energy too. I mean, what do you do? Steel Wing this down? You're going to take so much damage in the process. Oh, has the Surf Bank, though. You need this chip damage. He needs to hope that King Alexander doesn't shield, and it doesn't happen. So this might be okay, but even the Sableye has a lot of play into the Skarmory. Trying to get as much chip damage as possible. You need to try and take out this Lantern, but it is going to be a tall order. King Alexander going straight for the Thunderbolt, and we finally see a shield come off from Shiny Diaga.
These Steel Wings are double resisted, correctly shields the Thunderbolt, and we see the immediate pivot into the Sableye, up a shield. I think King Alexander is in the favorable position here, but Skarmory, a very strong Pokemon, going to try and fight back and find a win condition. First foul play is coming through, and we're gonna see Shiny Diaga let it go through, connects, and leaves the Skarmory about 50% health.
Oh, there's still two full shields on the side of King Alexander, and this is tough. He could probably just double shield and just Shadow Call down at this point. He doesn't even need to throw another move. He knows he doesn't really get to 3 foul plays at this point, but that's the downside of Skarmory. Even though it's such a high usage Pokemon, it takes so many Steel Wings to get to the move. 8 to the first Sky Attack and 7 to the next one. And just another 8, you know, if you want to go to double Brave Bird. But yeah, this is going to be a tough one, and King Alexander is going to finish it off. Shiny Diaga is going to concede in that situation. I mean, Lickitung looked great, but King Alexander found a way.
Yeah, I think needed to maybe invest shields against that Lantern to get rid of it and try and find a way to win in the end game. But well played by King Alexander. Johnny Diaga, maybe instead of pivoting out, if he had tried to win that lead matchup, could have positioned things a little bit differently, maneuvered his way a little bit differently, but the save swap, and it's a lot easier said than done when you can see the back lines like we can. But here we see the instant replay. Thunderbolt connects onto the Lickitung, spark down before it reaches the next body slam, and then we see the end game. Sableye against Skarmory, very neutral matchup, so when you have an advantage like up one shield, it's just going to be much more comfortable for the Sableye. Johnny Diaga still had a shield here in the end game, but recognizes it's over. Let's move on to game 2. I'll let this go.
King Alexander's decision-making that game was spot on, right? Chipping away the Lickitung with the Altari before swapping the Lantern, not shielding the potential Power Whip, just letting the body slam baits go, and then going for the Thunderbolt when 2 shields are up to finish off the Lickitung, not allowed to get it here. And this is going to be even a worse matchup for Johnny Diaga. You have the, oh man, Lantern into the lead. And this is the thing, this matchup is not even that clean for the Gligar. Counter swapping in here, the Lantern's going to outpace you dig either way, but now you're a spark ahead, so even faster getting outpaced. And I didn't even check to see if the backline, so there's an Altari there to soak up some of this energy. However, I mean, Gligar has a lot of energy too, so if King Alexander doesn't shield anything, there's a chance Diaga can flip this matchup. I think King Alexander is going to try to maintain the line as best as possible.
Yeah, Shiny Diaga up all this energy, might be able to force some issues here for the Altaria here. King Alexander going to let the first Aerial Ace go through as this Shadow Gligar is going to try and build up more energy, try and get rid of this Altaria. But right now, King Alexander is in the driver's seat. He has the shield advantage, and he's throwing the Sky Attack. If you're Shiny Diaga, I'm not sure if you can withstand this Sky Attack, so he's going to put up a shield to try and win this matchup here.
I think if he goes for a wing attack down, he might be able to get it. That would be a ton of energy for this Gligar. And it looks like he's able to get the full wing attack down, almost at 100 energy, and you have to respect the energy on this Gligar. How do you play around this? Now able to flip switch and avoid that matchup. Skarmory into the Lantern, and double dig is here. Do you let both go and try to sweep with the Lantern?
I think that might be the play. I think that might be the play because you already know that the Sableye will potentially get lined up against the Lickitung anyway, so you have to save that Lantern. You know there's a Skarmory there. You're saving everything for the Lantern. Can a 2-shield Lantern take on the world, or in this case, a fully healthy Lickitung and a Skarmory to try and close out this game?
I think you can. We've seen King Alexander win this matchup only up 1 shield, but up 2 shields, that is a tall order for Shiny Diaga. The Shiny Diaga just go straight for the power bet this one, try to sneak it through. I think you got to go body slam. It seems pretty senseless for King Alexander to even risk it being a power whip. Let's see if he makes the call, though. That'd be kind of weird. No, okay, he's going to play safe. I mean, I think that makes sense, right? Like, there's no need to take that risk at that point if you're King Alexander. And you can see charging up to a lot of energy, going for that triple surf play like we saw earlier in the semifinals. And I think he's going to close out this victory with the Lantern again.
Better safe than sorry, shielding up the body slam there. And we see another body slam bait coming through. 1 shield remains for King Alexander. He knows he has to respect the power whip. Nothing from the Skarmory is that threatening. However, if Lickitung can get this Lantern a little bit lower, maybe it could put it into Brave Bird range. However, the surf is going to connect. Lantern is not quite in Brave Bird range, so unless we see some sort of miraculous catch from Shiny Diaga, I think King Alexander's in a great spot.
I like that play a lot from Shiny Diaga too. Some people might be wondering, why did he throw the body slam? Because if he threw the body slam and King Alexander, I mean, he's not going to get knocked out from it. He just goes for a full spark down, leads to the Thunderbolt, right? So this actually forced King Alexander to throw his energy instead before the thing is, oh my God, the Thunderbolt!
He got it!
How did he do it? He waited to it. He catches that super effective Thunderbolt on a 3 HP Shadow Gligar, finding his potential win condition. Is the Brave Bird going to be enough? Is the question. Goes straight for it, and Lantern resisting this move, but even that, Brave Bird's going to do a decent amount of damage. It's not quite enough. A few seal wings away. Can you get to it? And just barely finish off the Lantern.
Shiny Diaga pulling all the tricks out of the bag and making the catch. We heard a rapturous reaction from the crowd there when he made that catch. There was a 1-turn wait, a 1-turn pause on both sides. They both knew about the catch. They both knew what was going to happen, but Shiny Diaga able to execute it. Man, and that's one of those plays, right? If King Alexander just throws instantly, he wins that game, but he's a high-level player. He waits, knowing that the catch is there, and Shiny Diaga just made the perfect read.
Yeah, that's King Alexander giving respect to Shiny Diaga, too, recognizing that his opponent is good enough to know the counts. But this is wild. We got to take a look at this, too, because we got to slow it down. Right with the pause, you can see the pause, the simultaneous one. You can see the fist bump from Shiny Diaga, too. Shiny Diaga's not calming down. I'm about to lose my voice before day 2 even starts.
I need someone to clip that fist bump from Shiny Diaga. That was legendary as he is able to get off the Brave Bird. I thought maybe build up a little bit more before you debuff yourself so early, but it was enough to steal wing down just before this surf. The surf would have been enough because of the debuff. So a very close endgame there. Shiny Diaga able to prevail and force a game 3 here.
Yeah, it did come pretty close in the end there, almost to a surf. I mean, I get it though. If you're Shiny Diaga, you're feeling great by yourself. Like, I'm just throwing the Brave Bird. I'm feeling happy about that catch and able to get that very necessary win to force this game number 3. Also, great show of sportsmanship from King Alexander, right? He just had a smile on his face when he saw that, you know, happens, it happens. And he gave a little fist bump to Shiny Diaga, his opponent. So a great show of sportsmanship from King Alexander. Someone I always thought has always had great sportsmanship in all these tournaments he's played in, regardless if he wins or loses. And we got exciting game number 3 here. Shiny Diaga pulling a rabbit out of no hats, really, in that one.
I 100% agree. We have Lantern into Sableye here in this decisive game number 3, a neutral matchup to kick things off. And Lantern and Sableye both content staying in here. A variety of ways this matchup can go.
I feel like I haven't seen this matchup happen in like almost a year. Something we used to see quite often, but not as much these days, especially after the spark change too, right? It does more damage than before, but it generates a little bit less energy in that respect. And Gligar going to throw the first foul play. Already at return energy, does Shiny Diaga shield, is going to throw up the shield as well. Backline matchup looks, again, pretty alignment dependent. Let's see if Shiny Diaga can avoid the Skarmory into the Lantern and going to let this foul play go.
Foul play going to connect onto the Lantern here. It can take that move, and it has lots of energy here. I don't know if a Surf will quite knock out. Oh, actually loses the chart attack priority. You know, Sableye gets to that 3rd foul play, 1 Shadow Claw quicker than those first 2 foul plays. And this is going to draw the 2nd Protect Shield now. And I think King Alexander might be content just letting the Sableye go, taking the shield advantage into the back 2 matchups.
And this is actually not enough to knock out, but that's actually probably slightly better because you get to the Thunderbolt now. King Alexander going the aggressive swap over to Lantern, but, you know, not enough damage to actually spark down the opposing Lantern before the Thunderbolt comes through. Shiny Diaga breathing probably a little sigh of relief because now you at least avoid the Skarmory into the Lantern matchup, and now Lantern's pretty chipped at this point, so the Lickitung, if it takes out the Lantern, can still have a lot of play even into the back-end matchups of Sableye and the Altaria.
Yeah, King Alexander going to try and chip away at this Lickitung, going for the Surf. We see Shiny Diaga electing to let another Surf go through in exchange for building up more energy on the Lickitung. This is going to continue to chip away at the health of Lickitung. Now the question is, do you go for the Power Whip here? Do you guarantee the knockout or the final shield? It looks like that's what Shiny Diaga is opting for. Power Whip is going to connect, and it is going to knock out the Lantern, leaving King Alexander with just the Altaria, I believe, in the back.
This is going to be really good for Shiny Diaga because the Altaria come away with energy, but this energy is not that meaningful against Skarmory. Honestly, Altaria's biggest benefit into Skarmory is just that resistant Dragon Breath damage really adding up. Resistant Moonblast and Sky Attack is just not enough for the value of taking all this energy. And you can see the swap over to the Skarmory as well, not trying to give the Altaria as much energy as possible. At this point, I mean, the Altaria has a lot of energy, but where do you throw it here? I mean, you're just going to throw some moves and then maybe try to go for a catch yourself. Try to go for the catch, not able to pull it off. You get the Steel Wing down as well, and now you have almost 2 back-to-back Sky Attacks. Moonblast is going to come through first.
Patience is a virtue in Shiny Diaga, exhibiting that 2/10 fold, going to absorb the energy. Oh, there's a Moonblast debuff, though. Okay, could this open up some play for the Altaria? We see a shield come up, and it is the Sky Attack. And now we're going to see a Brave Bird coming through, and despite being debuffed, this Brave Bird is going to be enough to knock out from down 1-0 against all odds. Shiny Diaga prevails and wins Group F, setting himself to day 2.
First ever top cut for Shiny Diaga. You know he feels great about it too, especially after the 2nd game. Fantastic back and forth from King Alexander as well. King Alexander not out of it yet, will be moved to losers finals, but what an incredible series. I mean, you know, that second game in particular just really swung things around. And the Shiny Diaga, I feel like that was the momentum he needed to compose himself, go into game number 3, and find the confidence he needed to close out the series.
Yeah, back against the wall in that game 2, finding the win condition, staying locked in, staying focused until the end. We take a look back at this decisive game 3. The Power Whip connects, knocking out the Lantern, and then that allowed some chip damage against the Altaria, helping secure this matchup. Look at the patience, knew the catch was coming, and now Shiny Diaga in a great spot here, has so much energy. The Moonblast comes through, gets that attack drop, but it's not going to be quite enough here. The Sky Attack gets the final shield from King Alexander, and Shiny Diaga knows he can safely just reach a Brave Bird to knock out the Shiny Altaria here. Brave Bird coming through, such a heavy hitting move is easily going to be enough. And Shiny Diaga, amazing performance, great sportsmanship from King Alexander. It's a tough loss when you know you were in a favorable position and you feel like you let it slip away. You feel like if you could have that one back, maybe it goes a different direction. But King Alexander is just such an exemplary player. Exemplary player.
I don't even know the word. I know what you're saying, though.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
It's that E word.
And he's an outstanding member of the community, and I'm sure he will be back and better than ever.
Definitely.
He's still in it. He's still in it.
He's still in it. He's already qualified for Worlds, right? He's looking for some extra reps to get himself prepared. But yeah, what an incredible back and forth, and a big congrats to Shiny Diaga. I know he's excited to make that day number 2 top cut. And on the winner side, starting out on winner side is a huge advantage, especially when you face some of the best on day number 2. When you go on the loser side, you just have way less room. You have no room for error, really, at that point, too. But yeah, what exciting stuff and exciting battles here in Indianapolis. It did not disappoint. 160 plus players and incredible battles throughout.
Yeah, no lack of excitement. No shortage of amazing gameplay here. And happy for Shiny Diaga, a player we haven't seen as much of this season. And he's able to take down just such a great trainer in King Alexander and work his way to day 2 on the winner's side nonetheless.
Definitely. I mean, you know, his formula for success, just copy Doombug's team from EUIC and it'll take you pretty far. So it looks like it went pretty well for him.
Yeah. Lots of neutral play, too. Lots of neutral play there. And we're going to hear more from that victory from Shiny Diaga here in an interview.
All right, everybody. I'm here with Shiny Diaga 45, who just took down King Alexander. How does it feel to get that win?
It feels great. I had to play against King Alexander and Jan in this bracket, and it's a big honor to be this far. My first time ever in winners.
Oh, really?
Yes. I've made it to losers finals and then day 2 once in Peoria. Got 5th place there. It was a good losers run, but it's different on winners. It's really, really nice.
I was going to mention, we've seen you on stream before. Like, you're one of those up-and-coming trainers that we keep an eye on and see how you do. But certain plays, I got to point it out, Diaga. Game 2, yes. The catch. Walk us through.
In my head, I was thinking, that Lantern's going to get the 2 moves. My Skarmory's probably not even going to live a surf, to be quite honest. So I'm thinking, I probably got a catch. And I'm thinking, okay, he's probably going to wait a long time. He's probably going to build up over it. I'm thinking like, okay, maybe like 6 or 7 or so, a little bit before I get to the move. Make sure he's a little comfy. And then I'm just sitting there thinking, oh, he's probably going to wait a turn 2. And, you know, it's like, got to wait a little bit. So crazy. It was a cool catch. And it won me the whole set, too. It was almost game over. So it's awesome.
I think against players like that, you have to make those plays. And for you to do that, I think you should carry that confidence in the next round, saying I can go toe-to-toe with Jan, with King Alexander, all the above. Diaga, is there anybody you want to shout out to, anyone you want to thank?
Multiple people. First and foremost, my family. They've been with me the whole time. They've been supporting me through all these endeavors. So shout out to my parents and my siblings. I'd like to shout out my locals, which is SJ, who also made top 8 winners or top 16 winners, which is it's crazy. It's we're stacked where we're from. I'd also like to shout out all the people who helped me scrimmed along the way, Adib and Dijon. They're both also here doing pretty well. I think they're still in the losers of their own bracket and they're probably gonna play. So thank you everyone. It's awesome. Yeah.
Well, Diaga, best of luck in your future rounds. We'll see just how deep you can go. And in the meanwhile, we'll get you caught up on some of the previous matches we've had today. We'll be right back after this.
Yep, you got my number. GG's, man. GG's.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to poison and fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a fighting and poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup. Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Pokemon fans and friends alike, we are here in Indiana for the Indianapolis regional competition here. So many incredible players have been going. We've been rounding out the day, but we're not over yet. There are still plenty more matches, seeing who's going to make it into day 2 here.
It's one of those situations where you look at these winners finals groups and you say, oh my gosh, this trainer made it to the winners finals. Oh, we're already on our 4th or 5th winners finals, but we are solidifying that top 16 bracket for tomorrow. And I could not be more excited for the next pair that we're going to have on screen.
Yeah, I think the crowd favorite, someone that the chat is probably already really enjoying, waiting to see on screen. We have Kulzoon against Crimson K19.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun pair to watch. If you remember, at the first Indianapolis Regional Championships, Crimson K19 finished 4th overall.
That's right.
And he didn't let anyone forget it. I mean, he told the world about his accomplishment.
That's right. And it's always been enjoyable to see him playing as well. Seeing the energy that he brings to the streams, I'm very excited. But we also see what the Pokemon that he's going to bring, right? Because, I mean, I think that a lot of times, if you've made it this far in a tournament, you have a good idea of the meta. You have a good idea of what you want to bring. We have these two players on the screen right now. We have Crimson K19 on the right-hand side and Kuzun on the left.
Absolutely. Zukun going to be bringing double counter users, actually. Annihilate and Shadow Poliwrath, as well as Dugong, Lickitung, Shadow Gligar, and Lantern. But intro us to this team here by Crimson K.
Yeah, we have a lot of interesting Pokemon on this team. We got that Mandibuzz that you were talking about earlier, but also our first really Alolan Sandslash that we've had a chance to cast over in this game. Now, there is open team sheets, so we will be able to see if it is running Powder Snow or Shadow Claw as its fast attack, which does change a lot of the matchups, surprisingly so.
It actually turns out to be a Shadow Claw, Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I'll say that 3 times really quickly. Let's deep dive into these teams first, though. Again, on the left side of your screen, we have Zukun with double counter users. I see a little bit of an eyebrow raise. I believe that's supposed to be a Night Slash and Shadow Ball Annihilate at the top left.
Yeah, I think so as well, although Nightshade could be a rather interesting thing as well with the double ghost, but I think it will be that dark type attack. But absolutely right, well, these are 2 fighters, and with an Alolan Sandslash on the other side, that doesn't leave it a lot of wiggle room to go around. I mean, its main target is going to be that Shadow Gligar, but with 2 counter users, it's really going to be hide the Alolan Sandslash. Do you even risk bringing it?
Well, that's the thing, right? If you have that kind of bench pressure, if you have this team composition, you can expect to not see Alolan Sandslash, which opens up the field for Gligar, for other Pokemon like Lantern that would otherwise not want to see a super effective Drill Ride. Taking a look here at Crimson K19's team, he's got Mandibuzz, which I think is a solid core breaker for the current meta, and actually does quite well into both of those counter users. Just have to keep the shields up and avoid Icy Winds from Poliwrath, but he has actually triple Shadows on his team as well.
He's going for that extra damage, wants to make sure he's making a mark here in Indianapolis. One thing I also like about the Mandibuzz, we've seen it a couple times in this tournament so far, even into the Lantern, it's not so bad. The Thunderbolt is not enough to take it out even. It's going to go ahead and have to do a little bit of extra spark damage to be able to get that full impact.
Exactly right. You can see Crimson K wearing his 4th place medal around his neck. He's trying to recreate that magic for 2022 as we head into game number 1.
And we have Mandibuzz up against that Shadow Gligar, a shiny Shadow Gligar at that, doing a little bit of flex there by Zukun, an immediate swap out by the Poliwrath, only to be met by a Lantern.
My brain is scrambled here. You switch a counter user into a flying type, and then you get met by the Lantern. This meta is absolutely wild. We're going to see the Skull get fired off here by the Poliwrath. A protection coming up from Crimson K because he knows if he takes the Skull damage and a debuff, his opponent could potentially double shield through the matchup.
Yeah, it looks like going ahead, charging up to almost 100 energy here, and throwing the Surfs. These aren't going to be as effective, but also getting another shield, getting shield parity here from Zukun. And I have to wonder here if he's going to have to throw now another Skull. Will Crimson K want to go double shields down to this Lantern?
It's a really interesting question because he does have the Annihilate in the back, and that does not want to see the Gligar, so he is going to go ahead and double shield, double debuffs as well. But meanwhile, Lantern closes in on the back-to-back Surf's going to fire the first one here.
Yeah, he knows that even if there is one shield here, he's got another Surf coming in. They're not very effective. He is double debuffed, but at least he's going to keep that alignment that he was looking for. Zukun, on the other hand, does come out with a shield advantage and now a lot of energy on this Gligar. These Surfs are not going to be as effective.
Super effective damage on paper, right? But you are double debuffed as the Lantern trainer here. So the first Surf does connect. That actually does more than I thought it would do.
Same.
And we see the Dugong come in, gonna throw the Thunderbolt. Great use of energy. And this allows Crimson K to line up this board how he wants. He can go for Annihilate whenever he feels like it.
Yeah, again, like we said, double debuff, but it's still doing a hefty chunk of damage. And I think, yeah, if you're Crimson K now, you're gonna go ahead and let that go down. You're gonna come in with the Annihilate and just completely counter away. You don't have shields up, but at this point with the Dugong so low, you don't really need them either. Zukun going for yet another debuff strategy here, going for the Icy Wind, which is guaranteed to knock down the attack of the Crimson K's Annihilate.
And then the charge stack intervals for the Dugong are so wide. 4 Ice Shards to the charge stack. attack, throwing the Night Slash just before it's ready to go. And this will pick up the knockout if Zukun doesn't shield, and he doesn't. Annihilate going to wreak havoc on the back line here.
Yeah, really good counter by Crimson King, knowing he was going to be able to do that ahead of time. Wants to get off a little bit of damage ahead of time. He wants to at least try to get this Gligar low, maybe strip a shield, but I think that Zukun knows that this is just a Night Slash, not going to be doing as much. In comes that Mandibuzz, but it is full health against the Gligar in the back.
Yeah, Mandibuzz is just going to shrug off these aerial aces. No big deal, because as we like to affectionately call it, the Umbreon of the Skies has a massive HP pool. There's still a Protect Shield on Zukun's side, so there's a little bit of gameplay. I think that Crimson K needs double aerial aces to win this match.
I wonder if he's even going to go for that. Looks like he has so much energy already. He doesn't want to throw it too soon, even though he's at this energy, because every time you throw a charge attack, if your opponent is not throwing, their fast attack is going through. He doesn't want to let Zukun get too much energy on that Gligar in between, because that could end up really making a difference late game. Doesn't look like it's going to make a difference here as the aerial ace goes through. I think this will be enough to knock out the Gligar in the back.
Yeah, the flying type Pokemon, just how we started this matchup is how we end it. And you hear the crowd as well is excited to see Crimson K win on stream. So as we recap that matchup, right, we had the Shadow Gligar lead into Crimson K's Mandibuzz. Then we saw the Poliwrath switch in met by Lantern. So again, pretty standard team compositions, nothing too fearful here. But I do think that the Alolan Sandslash was kept at bay due to the double counter composition from Zukun.
I mean, and very smart for Crimson K to keep that on the bench as well. I want to talk about that mid game, because this is something that it separates, I think, good players from great players a lot of times, is recognizing when you need to win that mid game. Do you want energy advantage, or do you want to get that switch advantage? And Crimson really wanted to go for the switch advantage there, double shielding that Lantern to make sure that it won that Poliwrath matchup, which really secured him in the back of like which Pokemon he wanted to bring in.
Not just that, but look at the utility, right? He got 2 Surfs off and a Thunderbolt against the Dugong, so the Lantern made a massive impact, and at the end, Crimson K is able to tie things up nicely with the back-to-back aerial aces from Mandibuzz.
And not only winning that, giving a little eyebrow wiggle to the camera as well. Crimson K has come to play.
Exactly right. You have to get in the right mindset. But if you're Zukun, how do you respond? You're down 0-1 in this series. You need to reverse sweep to make it to day 2, because this is the winners finals for Group G.
Yeah, there's a lot of play, but it's like very interesting. I don't think that he picked necessarily bad Pokemon, right? These are the Pokemon that probably would do the best. A double fighting team is an interesting strategy, and it's really served Zukun well so far. Again, we're in the winners finals, the winners side of the bracket, so obviously been doing incredibly well so far in this tournament. Fortunately for him, just had a kind of a bad lineup at the beginning with that Gligar against the Mandibuzz. We'll have to see what it goes into, because it looks like game 2 is a little bit more in his favor with that Gligar against the Annihilate.
Yeah, definitely a little bit tough. Reaches for the Mandibuzz, fires the counter off first. Mandibuzz met by the Lantern here, which is not the best news in the world, but I think there's a lot of play still, because the Dark Pulse absolutely chips down the Water and Electric type.
Yeah, it does, and like we were saying before, we've seen it. The Thunderbolt is not quite enough to take out the Lantern. Actually, the Lantern does end up getting a couple extra sparks, which could be even more advantageous for it. But Mandibuzz is able to hit back the Lantern a little bit, and it looks like Crimson K9 going ahead, letting that go through. He knows what he wants to do at this point. I mean, the chances are, if you swap in a Mandibuzz or a Skarmory, there is a chance you're going to be met by the Lantern. You got to have a game plan for it. This Dark Pulse coming through.
When you lose lead like this and you switch into your pivot Pokemon and you lose the pivot as well, you definitely need to start playing for energy advantage. Crimson closing in on the Aerial Ace, can't quite get it though, because the sparks are too powerful, but now he can bring in the Annihilate, maybe try for an aggressive counter down. But Lantern, just like in game 1, was so strong for Crimson, it's showing that Zukun can pilot this Pokemon very well as well.
Yeah, Lantern really coming to play in this tournament. We've seen it quite a bit. Look at all of this energy, basically back-to-back serves. And where do you want to put it? I mean, he saw the Annihilate at the beginning against the Gligar. He wants to maintain, obviously, some sort of health on this, because Annihilate, it's got to hit back at some point in the game. It looks like, okay, I was going to say, he is using a shield here. Is he putting it all on the Gligar? No, he's going to go ahead and shield this up. I think we see it counter down. He's at least going to throw some damage at whatever is coming in.
Goes ahead and throws the Shadow Ball right away. This is a position where a lot of trainers would go for the Night Slash bait, but Crimson K full sends the Shadow Ball. It goes through. Shadow Gligar loses a massive amount of HP, and he switches into his own Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, Shadow Gligar. And if you're Zukun at this point, too, you want to perhaps stay in, because he has a Poliwrath in the back. Poliwrath, again, is a fighting type Pokemon. Doesn't do as well, especially with a Gligar advantage, but he does have double shields, and Icy Wind is going to be doing a lot to that Gligar. Getting that first shield now off of Zukun here with the first Aerial Ace coming through.
I'll do you one better. You know, the double shields, the Icy Wind damage, but also the pacing. The Shadow Gligar is going to be faster to the charge text than the Poliwrath will be, because Icy Wind does take those 7 counters to gather energy for. Now we're going to see the Gligar use that final Protect Shield. He's running low on options here. Crimson K back up against the wall a bit, but he's going to close in another Aerial Ace any second.
Yeah, going ahead and throwing this right beforehand, and looks like Azukun going ahead and letting that Poliwrath go down. This is an attack that is debuffed by the Icy Wind, but I think it is still enough to take it out. Yeah. Now there's a Gligar in the back, but there is still an Annihilate.
Wow, able to get to the Aerial Ace here. This is very smart by Zukun as well, because if he no shields there, then Crimson K could easily come in with the Annihilate and counter down, but now he's forcing Crimson to go for the Annihilate. It needs to get up to the Night Slash. It has no Protect Shields left, and the Aerial Ace gets fired off.
Aerial Ace to knock out the first one, now an Aerial Ace to knock out the Annihilate. Zukun takes game number 2 against Crimson, and we're going into a decisive game 3.
One wing attack isn't enough to tie up the game, and Crimson K loses a close one versus Zukun. Zukun making the first step along that path to a comeback after losing game 1.
Yeah, and it's just a really calm, collected plays by him as well. I like what you were saying earlier. It's like, yes, he knew where, if you have 1 shield left, you really have to decide where you want to use that in the matchup. And he's like, played it to perfection there, knowing that he was able to completely wing attack down the other Gligar, having an attack to throw at the Annihilate to basically secure the victory.
Yeah, very, very technically executed to a high level there by Zukun. But we're going to see what happens here in game number 3, because I think Mandibuzz has been strong. Crimson K still not bringing his Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash, but he's got to avoid this situation right here, swapping the Mandibuzz, being met by the Lantern. He saw how much leverage Lantern can exert on a team when it farms something down. In game 1, he used it to his benefit, but in game 2, it backfired.
Yes,
right?
It's really risky, I think, if there's a Lantern on the other side, to safe swap in a Pokemon like we talked about, like that Mandibuzz or the Skarmory that we're seeing so much of. However, these players, they've obviously been piloting these teams to success all day long, so I'm sure that game 3s are always interesting. New Pokemon maybe come into play, new strategies. I think they got some tricks up their sleeve.
How do you feel about this insistence on bringing Annihilate? When you see Gligar so often, we still see Annihilate coming to the field almost every game.
Well, I think Zukun has shown that he likes to use that Poliwrath as well, and Annihilate does well against the Poliwrath. It basically outpaces pretty much usually, and just is a little bit stronger. So I think as well, Lantern does better against the Poliwrath. It's not that Poliwrath is a bad choice by any means. It's like an interesting pick, and going double fighter is a good strategy, but we've only seen the fighters basically one at a time here.
Exactly, and if you're Zukun, in my mind personally, you almost look at this like a 5 versus 6, because with 2 counter users on your team and a Lantern, you're probably not going to see that Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash, so the options feel a bit more limited for Crimson K. It feels risky, like a roll of the dice to kind of bring that Pokemon in a pivotal matchup, but honestly, Amanda, it's the best thing at keeping Gligar at bay.
Yeah, that's true, and Gligar has been going every single game. We're going to go ahead and get into that game number 3 here, the decisive game for the winners finals, and we do see that Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash coming into play.
Yeah, Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash on the field versus the Lantern. Lantern, a very bulky Pokemon, but Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash can hit really hard with the drill runs here if it does connect. Fires up the first one right away.
Yeah, you're going ahead, getting that first Protect Shield from the Lantern as well. Usually the way the Lantern players like to play it is they need to land a Thunderbolt to really be doing the effective damage overall. Going for this bait here, it's still going to be doing like nice damage to the Alolan Sand Slash, getting that first shield from Crimson as well, but the Alolan Sand Slash is ahead on energy and almost outpacing, now ready for that drill run again, and a really nice catch onto the Poliwrath.
Honestly, this is not that bad, right? Because if you're Crimson K, you just want to avoid this matchup. Now that you see the Poliwrath out here, you're free to switch, you're free to move things around. He sends in the Annihilate, which has a dominating matchup against Poliwrath here.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. Completely outpace is going to be able to throw. I like this play as well. He doesn't want to, risk getting his attack debuffed at all. Going ahead, bring this in. But you know what? It might happen anyway. Zukun deciding, okay, the shield is worth this. Oh, but getting the boost and not being able to get an attack off is big.
That's massive, because look at the third Pokemon for Zukun. It's Dugong. So he just needs to get through this Lantern to win this matchup. But the Thunderbolt is getting queued up here.
Yeah, well, this is a big call as well, because if you look at Crimson's backline, neither one of this really wants to take on a Lantern either. Amanda Buzz is not going to be that happy with it. The Dugong versus Amanda Buzz isn't going to be great either. He wants to get this Lantern off of the field, and we're about to see that Dugong be maybe Dugong.
Even in an exciting moment, Crimson K's counting is pristine. He lines up the Dugong. He throws up the flex. Here comes a Shadow Ball into the Dugong from Zukun.
Oh, wow. A very risky play, but we've talked about it many times. High risk, high reward. That boost. Look how much that Shadow Ball does. One more counter knocking out that Dugong. Crimson K19 going into day number 2.
Absolutely stellar plays by Crimson K19. You can hear the crowd is behind him as well. Definitely very, very exciting to see. What a series, right? And you know what? It's funny because we can see these traders getting locked in. When Crimson locked in the Sand Slash, he said, oh, I hope it's not Polyrath or Annihilate. But it worked out.
Gave a little bit of a shrug to himself as well. Like, okay, well, this is what we got to do. Game 3, a lot of new strategies, but really well played by Zukun as well. And if you were a fan of his gameplay, don't worry. Double elimination tournament. He'll still be continuing on in the loser's side of the bracket. Perhaps we'll still see him in day number 2 as well. If not, still a lot of championship points have been already raked in this Indianapolis regional.
It's always interesting, right? Because technically on paper, Incinerate is the most balanced fast attack in the game, right? You get the most energy, the most damage. But if you look at Counter's a close second. It's such a good fast attack, and it has been for a very long time. So doubling down on that with 2 counter users is a very fun strategy that I really appreciate personally. It's a lot of fun to watch. We've seen it before in some tournaments, and seeing it here, you can hear the crowd still. Seeing it here was really fun from Zukun, so we wish him the best in that loser side bracket.
Zukun, though, it's a danger. I mean, it is a good strategy. It's a fun strategy, but with, like we talked about, so many Shadow Gligar, or even regular Gligar perhaps, or Skarmory with the Sky attacks.
And Cresselia.
It's such I mean, dangerous thing, but it's obviously paid off for him quite well in this tournament so far, building up to the finals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's no fluke, right? When you're in the winners finals at the largest NA regional this entire season, there's no mistakes, right? You are playing up to par and you're playing your best gameplay. So being able to achieve this and get to this point is a huge benefit for a lot of these trainers.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit about Crimson K19's whole team composition. What do you think? Like, the Lowland Sand Slash, you don't see that many of them anymore. Do you think this was a risky pick to bring into this? Or is he looking at the same meta as we are, saying, okay, everyone's bringing Shadow Gligar, hello? I'm definitely going to bring a hard counter for it.
Well, I'm telling you, risky. You used the perfect word, Amanda. Risky is the word for that Shadow Lowland Sand Slash, because it hard wins matchups, but it hard loses matchups too. And when you absolutely get devastated by a counter user lead or a Whiscash into your Shadow Lowland Sand Slash, it can set you so far behind. So picking your moments, knowing the time to bring it is the most important thing. It's not like a Lyle Jeffs approach or a Doonbug approach where you just bring neutral things and just outplay your opponent. You have to really make a call when you bring that Pokemon, and that's what Crimson did in Game 3.
Yeah. Speaking of like different Pokemon that you haven't seen that much in the meta, we're just going to go back to another finals that we just saw with En-Hof. She brought a Tapu Fini, and that's a Pokemon that is now being updated. It's going to be able to have Nature's Madness, but we can't use it in this format quite yet. But it is one of the raid hour Pokemon. I definitely need to be getting one of these to be using as well, because I do think it is an upgrade in the Great League to be using it. Actually, probably every league, to be honest.
When these Pokemon get their signature attacks, right? You look at Venusaur, way back in the day, only having Petal Blizzard. When it acquired Frenzy Plant, it was a game changer, right? For Alligator, the same way. This is a signature attack on this Pokemon that I think is going to be very useful. I also want to point your attention to the Registeel there as well. If you like the Registeel play we've seen today, you definitely need to rate some of those and then trade them with your friends. Try to, get those under 1500 combat power Registeel so you can bring them on your own teams, because it's one of the only Pokemon that hard shuts down Skarmory.
It's true, and it's something that is quite popular. I mean, it can fight back against the Glygars, not as well as I think that when Gligar really became into the meta, Registeel did not become as popular anymore. Will, would you Master Ball a Registeel? What if it was what we call a hundo, a 15-15-15 appraisal?
If I was raiding with Doonbug and we encountered a shiny Registeel, I might consider it.
Okay, interesting.
I might consider it, yeah. I think, and that's the thing as well, like some of these Pokemon are fun, but once you add in a story, you add in a personal aspect to it, they just become much, much more exciting, right?
Yeah.
Like Daniel catching Bidoof with his Master Ball.
I don't want to talk about it.
That was a great moment.
That was not a great moment. I advised against it the whole time, and he just looked at me and said, flipped it out on the screen.
He wanted to be sure that he caught it. What's wrong with that?
That is true. That is true. It's I mean, when you don't come across them that often, it's definitely something you need to make sure. Of course, the Master Ball, for those who maybe are newer to the game, it is a guaranteed catch. So if you're down to the last ball in a raid Pokemon and you know that it's like the one that you want, maybe it is that hundo like we talked about, hey, use your Master Ball. I think we have at least 3 of them have been available in the game so far.
I think the animation is so funny too, because as soon as you begin to throw the Master Ball, the animation takes over, and it's out of your hands. Oh my gosh, what did we just do? It's out of your hands, right? And the Master Ball makes its way to the Pokemon, 100% catch rate, like you said. But it's going to be really exciting to see this next pair, because we talk about Go Battle League heroes, trainers that made a name for themselves at the top of the leaderboards. Trent is definitely one of those players to watch out for.
Definitely. He's been making waves pretty much. I think a lot of Pokemon Go players know him. And the other one I want to point out on the other side of the screen is CO is a beast. He's been a player, a consistent player. He's been going to a lot of these regional competitions, and I'm so happy for him to see that he has made it to the finals of day one, because this shows that persistence has paid off. Also, fun story. At the beginning, of course, when you see people's in-game names, you're not quite sure how to pronounce anything.
Sure.
And I think for a while, everyone was calling him Koiza Beast.
Koiza Beast,
And he had to tell us, no, it came from wrestling in high school. His coach told him, man, you are a beast.
Really?
And so CO, he's a beast, guys. He's a beast.
As you can see, they're making sure the chair is sturdy as well. You know, these battles are going to be intense, so you have to make sure that you're on a stable platform. I'm really excited to see CO in this winners finals for Group H, a trainer that's brought a lot of Umbreon, a lot of Kofagrigus, and this time he's got a different, actually he has both of those on his team. I honestly, Amanda, my old people eyes looked, and I thought I saw a Trevenant again, but it's Kofagrigus.
It is Kofagrigus. It's kind of a unique pick, but I think a lot of these Pokemon trainers, as they compete in more and more regionals, there's Pokemon that become familiar to them. We talked about Valor Ash earlier. Okay, if I know that Valor Ash's name is there, I know that there is a Talonflame on the team. If we see CO, we know that there's going to be at least a dark type Pokemon like an Umbreon, like a Kofagrigus. We just got lucky, guys. We got them both on one set.
As we think about, I don't want to talk too much about the matchups while we're getting set up, but I do think Kofagrigus has some interesting counterplay, right? A pure Ghost-type Pokemon, Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball, and Dark Pulse, with the option to run maybe Psychic, which is available to that Pokemon. That could be a fun play. I mean, against Annihilate, against some of the neutral picks like Gligar.
Right.
It's got a lot of utility.
It does, and it does have a decent amount of bulk to it as well. So it is a Pokemon that, and also maybe perhaps people who are a little bit newer to the game or not used to obviously seeing a Kofagrigus, they're not quite sure how to play against it. They're like, what is the counts to this attack? Like, how much can it tank if I throw this attack at it?
Well, speaking of where a Pokemon can hit the hardest, let's take a look at the team composition for Trent. I think that Annihilate needs to look out for the Kofagrigus. I think the Shadow Gligar does as well. Neutrally, against the Dugong, Lantern, and Altaria, I think that Kofagrigus has play. But the one thing it needs to stay away from is a Lickitung.
That's right. Those licks do super effective damage against it as well. So, I mean, yeah, the Lickitung, also the bulk to withstand the charge attacks going on. I think that Lickitung probably has a lot of play into this team. But CO is a beast has really paired these two dark Pokemon with one of Lickitung's harder counters there in the
Umbreon and the Vigoroth.
Yeah, and the Umbreon and the Vigoroth. I mean, Vigoroth doesn't do well against the Annihilate overall, but Vigoroth does great against the Lickitung, being also a normal type Pokemon, being able to hit it with that fighting type fast attack and not being able to take much at all from the licks.
I was actually wondering about the moveset here on CO's Umbreon. Looks like it is Last Resort. I know some Umbreon players do bring Psychic to hit back against the fighting types, which do give Umbreon a tough time, but Last Resort, definitely a neutral attack you can use in most other situations. Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball on the Kofagrigus, and Future Sight, Grass Knot on Cresselia. I don't see any true surprises here, but it's always good to know.
Yeah, and also I've seen another Azumarill. We haven't seen too much Azumarill play. I did put it on my caster predictions because I think it does well against a lot of the Pokemon people are choosing to bring into the meta. But of course, it's so risky as well with so many Lanterns that we've seen. Charjabug definitely doesn't want to see, and even though, a lot of the Registeels that we've been seeing today as well, Azumarill really doesn't have much play against them unless it's running Hydro Pump, which is not a common moveset for it.
It's really not, because the pacing is just so slow. You get outmatched by a lot of Pokemon. Even Whiscash in the Azumarill matchup can just spam Mud Bombs until eventually Azumarill falls over. There's nothing it can do to keep pace, right? But I do think it has a lot of interesting counterplay, and that's also important to build a team that can address multiple other team structures. If you see a Dragon, you can bring Azumarill. If you see a Registeel, don't bring Azumarill. You know, go a different route. We're gonna jump right into game number 1 though. Trent on the left side of your screen versus CO is a beast.
And bringing in that beastly Umbreon, one of his favorite picks against the Lantern. I say it almost every time that I cast. Emmy Weedle makes fun of me all the time, but I love watching the Umbreon when it gets a charge attack into it. Its little paws go up. We're not going to get to see it quite yet as a quick swap into the Gligar. Now the Umbreon actually throwing its foul play, and we'll have to see if he wants to stay in this matchup or if he's going to shift out. It's not a bad matchup for the Umbreon, to be honest.
If you have a better answer to Lantern, you could consider staying because you have a significant energy lead at this point, and he does have a solid answer in that Grass Knot Cresselia in the back. So I agree with you, Amanda. He could decide to stay in here if he wants, and as he throws out these charge attacks, stays in the matchup longer and longer, the switch timers also get displaced.
That's right. Going for the heavier hitting dig here. This will be doing more damage to the Umbreon, 20% more, also because it is a shadow, but Umbreon just has a lot of bulk to it. As you can see, barely in the yellow now, still being able to throw off a foul play. If Trent wants to keep this Gligar around, he's going to have to use that Protect Shield. It looks like he might let it go down. No, at the last second shield.
Yeah, gonna use Protect Shield, keep Shadow Gligar in the matchup. His switch timer is actually almost expired, and as we saw from that first dig, I don't think the second dig is enough either, and this Umbreon is definitely gonna get you another foul play if this doesn't knock out.
Yeah, this foul play is already pretty much loaded. The dig is not quite enough, so yes, you can see CO is a beast, pumping his fist and realizing, oh, nope, I gotta actually make sure I'm hitting these bubbles too if I want to ensure the Gligar going down. Trent saying, no way, not on my watch. I'm taking out this Umbreon, and I'm coming out with energy.
2 shields. 2 shield advantage now for CO in that Umbreon versus Shadow Gligar matchup. Going straight for the dig. Trent trying to get one of those Protect Shields back, and he succeeds.
Yeah, going ahead, getting that Protect Shield, but the Cofagrigus, I think we're going to see an aggressive farm down. No, coming in with the Altaria. But I think, yeah, I think if your CO is a beast, you're pretty comfortable in this situation too. Those Dragon Breaths are really adding up, as you can see, but there was still an energy advantage overall. This Shadow Ball is heavy. No Protect Shields left on Trent's side.
Yeah, and if you map this out, you could probably land a Shadow Ball plus Dark Pulse to KO the Altaria, and then you have the Cresselia in the back. 2 Grass Knots plus the Psycho Cuts versus the Lantern, and then 1 more Grass Knot for the Gligar. That's the winning combination here for CO, but let's see if he can actually execute, because Trent is no pushover. Very talented player.
And really good counting by Trent as well. Knew when the Cofagrigus was at its attack, and through that Sky Attack, not quite enough. This Dark Pulse is going to be coming through, knocking the Altaria out of the skies, and we're seeing, looks like pretty much a quick swap into the Cresselia. Doesn't want that Lantern to get any extra farm. It does have some energy.
Trent has lost a Pokemon. His Shadow Gligar is weak, and he finally sees the 3rd Pokemon, and it turns out to be Cresselia. Definitely not what he hoped to see. Maybe Azumarill would have been a better shout, right?
And even still, really great shields by CO as well. He's shielded up everything that has been like the heaviest hitting attack, and you could see him debating there. Do I want to shield this up? No, I bet it's the Thunderbolt. Going for yet another one here, winning charge attack priority. Cresselia, again, with so much bulk, not going to be the most attack-weighted Pokemon, even though he is at the Grass Knot, going to go ahead and have to tank that Thunderbolt first.
That was such an interesting charge attack priority tie, right? That was like on the back end of the fast attack that CO pushed the button at the final moment he possibly could and locks that Lantern in. Going for another Grass Knot, but I think the catch is the win condition here for Trent, and he gets the catch. Trent is still in it.
This is a big moment, a complete undercharge here, but I still think it might be enough to knock it out. No, not quite. Still going to get 1 or 2 Psycho Cuts in. Will it be enough? That Thunderbolt is going to be pretty much loaded pretty soon, maybe before the Grass Knot even gets there. No!
Wow, he goes for the Surf here. This is not quite enough. CO thinks it might be the Thunderbolt. He thinks he might be out of it, but he's going to be really pleased. It's just the Surf, and that means that Cresselia can get to the Grass Knot.
Yeah, Cresselia at the Grass Knot here, gonna be able to connect onto this Grass type, or this Water type Pokemon. Doesn't want to be taking it. Grass Knot knocking out the Lantern. CO takes game number 1.
CO hit him with the windshield wiper there. He said, I'm just gonna go ahead and wipe this away into game number 2, right? That was a very nice win by him with a very unconventional team. I mean, you could see it, right? He locked in the Umbreon and the Kofa almost immediately, and he said, what's my 3rd?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if I'm really looking at this, I know that you are not the biggest fan of Umbreon play. we've talked about
it's
it.
because you like Wigglytuff so much. That's why I don't like Umbreon.
So listen, when there's no charm on the other side, I mean, look at this. Look how much damage these Dark-type Pokemon have been doing. We got the Ghost-type here going to the Dark Pulse, knock it out, and really, once again, this wonderful shield call. First of the dig on the Cofagrigus, and now that Thunderbolt from the Lantern to be able to pretty much secure these games.
Such impactful shield calls there from CO as a Beast, and that's kind of what propels him, right? He made so many good calls in terms of managing his HP that even though he gets caught on, even though there's a surf at the end, he still has the energy and the HP left to fire off the Grass Knot.
Yep, Grass Knot coming through here, and that is enough to take game number 1, getting a little victory dance as well.
Exactly.
Now going back to Umbreon, because again, I like it a lot. Even Annihilate is not that strong into it because, I mean, they're mostly using Night Slash and Shadow Ball. Neither one of these attacks are doing that much damage. It's really fast attack pressure alone that's doing the damage to Umbreon. So it is a lot of a takey Pokemon that does well against the Lickitung as well. I mean, I wouldn't blame him for pretty much using it almost every time.
It's pretty counterintuitive, right? But let's hop right into game number 2. CO as a Beast is 1 win away from day 2. Meanwhile, Trent needs to reverse sweep.
Yeah, going ahead, Altaria to figure out it's a pretty neutral matchup as well. Really need to avoid those rock slides, get into that sky attack first, and it looks like CO as a Beast is going to go ahead, let that go through, knows that it's not going to be enough to take him out, and he still needs some energy to be able to throw back, charging up to almost 100 energy here, and going for that heavier hitting rock slide.
CO has great memory, right? He remembered that Trent switched in the Gligar late in game number 1, so he waits for the switch again, but it doesn't come, so he's able to go ahead and fire off the rock slide, and then the body slam. The question is this enough? Trent's trying to think, is this double rock slide?
Yeah, I think if he's counting, he realizes it's not quite, and it's not enough to take it out. It's going to come down to fast attack pressure. Dragon Breath versus counter. Dragon Breath is going to be able to do more damage. They're hanging on by just a thread, but at least seeing what's coming in and getting that sky attack. This is huge for Trent.
Massive value out of the Altaria, but even bigger value that he hasn't even realized yet, because controlling switch advantage means that he can put the Lickitung right where he doesn't want it to be. And in comes the Umbreon versus the Dugong.
Umbreon versus Dugong. Both of these are 3-turn attacks, but the Umbreon did switch in first, getting a little bit, but you want to throw beforehand because this Icy Wind is guaranteed to debuff the attacks, which means no matter what now the Umbreon is throwing, it's going to be doing a little bit less. Also getting that Protect Shield from CO as a Beast.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of a late throw, but he recognizes that time is going to be one of the factors he needs to play for here. If he can foul play a couple times, get back to a switch timer, he needs to kind of move the pieces around. If your CO is a Beast, you need to kind of move the pieces around and find a win condition, because alignment is not in your favor.
Not in the favor, but he does have a little bit of an energy advantage on both Pokemon. We have to see how they want to play this out. Meanwhile, yet another Icy Wind coming through, double debuffing, getting also that second shield from the Umbreon.
You've seen both Pokemon if you're CO, right? You've seen the Lickitung, you've seen the Dugong. You need to think in terms of relative damage. Icy Wind is a pretty solid shield there, but now he's reaching for the Cofagrigus, and look, Trent knows it. He knows the switch is coming, so he just doesn't throw, and then he goes right into Lickitung.
You know, we talked last time about how there was 2 shields on CO as a Beast side. How the tables have turned, as you said before, because now there are 2 on Trent's side. Very commanding position as this Lickitung just continuing to lick away at this Ghost-type Pokemon. I mean, at this point, I think he's going to go for a pretty aggressive, almost lick down, it looks like. Even though he could throw a Body Slam, which is not very effective, or waste a lot of energy throwing that Power Whip, I think he's just going to go ahead, choose to completely lick down instead.
I mean, this is Trent's ideal situation, right? Looking at this matchup, this is his perfect position to be in, because he gets to throw the Body Slam here against the Umbreon. And don't forget, Dugong is capped at energy as well. It has like almost 2 Icy Winds already stored. So even if something miraculous happens here and the Lickitung faints, he still has a backup plan.
Yeah, I mean, under normal circumstances, Umbreon has great play into Lickitung because it's the Snarls are going to be able to do it. And the Ghost type attack from the Lickitung doesn't do much to it. However, a Lickitung with that much energy, with that much health, there's still so much Pokemon that CO as a Beast has to go through trying to catch here, but no, this Icy Wind is going through.
It's not going to knock out the Umbreon, but it's just a matter of time, right? Because this slows it down even more with the debuff, and now at this point, you have 2 protectors. If you're Trent, you could probably no-shield through this matchup and still win the game. Throws the Icy Wind and ties up the series.
Yes, this winner's finals, the winner of this matchup guaranteed to go into day number 2. They're making it interesting for us, Speedy.
I know, right? This is back and forth. You can see CO, he says, okay, Trent's playing pretty well. I need to respond here. And that's the right mindset mindset to have. You can't kind of get into your own head and get intimidated. You have to be aggressive, be on the offense instead of being too defensive.
Yeah, I think it really played out for him well in the first game, but he was playing the ABA sort of, the Umbreon in the front, Kofagrigus in the back here, which is his two favorite Pokemon. This time he tried to put them both in the back. It didn't really work out for him. But, I mean, he seems to be bringing them almost every game. Do you think he's going to switch it up for game number 3, or do you think he's going with that tried and true method?
This reminds me of the earlier matchup with Magic Mason fighting against a Dugong and Annihilate team with his Guzzlord. And we see here, CO brought Vigoroth and Umbreon in game 2, and he still could not get the Lickitung light up against either of them.
Yeah, I mean, you think probability-wise you have a pretty good chance, but no. At this point, it's completely licked down so much energy in Trent's favor. And yes, this icy win to knock out the Umbreon on that charge attack priority. And then, I mean, it's not many Pokemon you see Dugong win in that charge attack priority, but in the Umbreon matchup, that's guaranteed.
All right, we're going to jump into game number 3 here. Winners finals, Group H. Winner moves on to day number 2.
Decisive game 3, hopping right into it, and we have that Umbreon versus Dugong. I think maybe this time he might want to go ahead and throw first, and it looks like, yeah, he's not going to go ahead and let that ice wind go through. Wants to make sure this foul play is fully powered while it connects with an unshielded Dugong.
Now, if you're playing as CO, you're looking at the Dugong in the lead. You know it's weak to counter, so you assume there's at least one anti-fighter in the back to support the Dugong. And likewise, if you're Trent and you're seeing Umbreon in the lead, there has to be some kind of anti-fighter for the Annihilate, but CO actually went a different direction.
Yeah, and I think if you're CO, you're really happy maybe because that there's no Annihilate in the back. Not that he knows it yet, but I mean that Vigoroth doesn't want anything to do with it. This is a pretty long matchup, Speedy. I mean, we're going to see two very bulky Pokemon, one just completely debuffing the other one as it is. It's not many times in the Great League we see timeout battles, but I'm going to go ahead and keep my eye on the timer for this one.
Yeah, this is like moving through quicksand, right? After 1 or 2 icy wins, it starts to feel like your attacks are doing the same amount of damage as a fast attack would do, and the foul plays still come through, but Dugong just shrugs them off. I think controlling switch advantage will be important, but maybe Trent is assuming there is probably a Kofagrigus in the back. He might end up fighting hard for switch advantage.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, the Dugong is very low. I'm not sure if an Icy Wind would be able to knock out the Umbreon at this stage. The Drill Run might be able to do a little bit more, but still just wanting to debuff, debuff, debuff.
I think no matter what, you have to throw charge attack plus fast attacks, but meanwhile, Umbreon's pacing is a little bit faster than the Dugong, so Trent cuts it off here with an Icy Wind. CO giving up switch advantage in this lead matchup.
Yeah, but maybe sometimes it doesn't matter because what you want to do is farm, and getting 2 counters on that Vigoroth against this backline looks pretty decent. This is pretty neutral play all around. Unfortunately for CO, though, the Altaria versus Lantern in the back might not turn out very well. We're going to have to see how this plays out.
I think it comes down to shields, right? I think if the Lantern has a Protect Shield advantage, the Thunderbolts do deal quite a bit of damage to Altaria, and Altaria has to land 2 Moonblasts to win the matchup, so it could come down to the wire, but the Vigoroth, like you pointed out, with the 2 counter advantage, makes it even more competitive against the Lantern.
Yeah, so this Thunderbolt, and again, really well thought out, properly shielding up the big, heavy attacks here and just continuing to farm away. We see that Altaria coming in, and I think if you're CO, you're saying, okay, this is great. I have a lot of energy on my Vigoroth. I'm going to go ahead and deploy it now.
Well, I think, you know what CO could do? He could probably throw 2 Rock Slides and try to catch a Sky Attack on the Lantern. That could be a play, right? Because you're going to take resisted damage.
Yeah, I think so. We'll have to see both shields now being used, or do you maybe even want to invest your shield? You say, I have a fully healthy Lantern on my side. Their Lantern is half health. No, coming in with the Lantern instead of wanting to get up a lot of energy. Like you said, though, Will, 2 Moonblasts, I mean, we're almost 1.5 already. The first one is going through. If there's an attack debuff as well, this could be detrimental.
The only thing is that CO does have the Protect Shield, and he calls the Moonblast correctly. Does get the attack drop, though, which makes this matchup a little bit closer. He's going to fire with the Thunderbolt. This is not enough to KO either.
This is not enough, but the next Moonblast won't be enough either with that shield definitely deployed at the right moment. You do see it does a decent amount of damage. The Moonblast is about to come through here. It looks like he's going for that charge attack priority instead of going for the Thunderbolt.
Yeah, trying to go for the Surf and the Spark down, but the Altaria gets to the Moonblast first. Second Moonblast connects. That stings, and now the Lantern's forced to throw the Surf or get farmed down. This is not going to KO the Altaria either.
This is going to get really close. It's really going to go down to end game decisions here. Oh, and a quick pivot by Trent here, completely sparking down, having a lot of energy, really in the driver's seat at this moment, already at the Surf, coming through at that unprotected Vigoroth.
Those 10 seconds of the Rock Slide charge attack animation displace the timers to a point where Trent could come in, spark down, and then fire the Surf to win the series. Expertly done by the trainer on the left.
Yeah, Trent saying, yes, I know how to play this game. You guys be prepared to see me more in day 2 in Indianapolis. Really phenomenal gameplays there. And great job by CEO as a Beast as well.
Yeah.
Using a very interesting team and having pretty good success with it so far in the tournament.
I feel like we kind of get locked into a certain mindset, right? We think of the top meta Pokemon, we look at our usage charts, and we say, oh, we know Gligar's strong, we know Lantern's strong, but there are other really solid Pokemon in Great League. Umbreon, heavily overlooked. Hofagrigus, barely on the radar for most trainers, but it proved itself as being very strong, and I feel like you almost have to play that Pokemon the way you play a Giratina Origin form. You have to look out for Lickitung.
Right.
And I think it's such a tough thing to pilot, so huge props to CEO as a Beast for making it to this point with such an interesting team.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at this. This is a pivotal point in the matchup. It was at the beginning, but it really kind of dictated the way the rest of the flow of the game would be. Being able to knock out the Umbreon with the Icy Wind, and then kind of dictating now how he wants to play the Pokemon, what he wants to bring into that Vigoroth in the late game. And then again, at this point, really smart calls. If you got 2 shields, you gotta use them.
And that was the difference maker, right? Staying in there for the double Rock Slides meant that the switch timers would be displaced. You can see it on the screen. Look at the Vigoroth on the right and the Lantern on the left. Trent's closing in on his switch timer. He lands a Moonblast here, reaches for the Lantern almost immediately after this Surf, gets the Spark down, and that's the game changer.
That was the decisive game 3. One more Spark will do it. Down goes the Vigoroth. Trent had taken the match. Incredible games.
That's the thing, right? A lot of these Go Battle League trainers, when they come over to play Show 6, Pick 3, they have that kind of mental fortitude where they can lose a game and it doesn't cause them to crumble. Like they stay in the matchup. Trent probably believes in himself, probably thinks, I'm good enough to beat anyone here. I can beat CEO as a Beast. And he's able to kind of dial in and not panic and be calculated throughout the series.
Yeah. Again, we're in different camps here. I mean, we've been so in sync on a lot of topics today. But again, the Umbreon, I don't see why it's not one of your favorite. If you really look at what's popular in the meta right now, I think Umbreon has a ton of play, a lot of neutralness. People are using Lickitungs as a really good safe swap in the game. Umbreon can beat the Lickitung and also could be utilized in a similar format.
That's true. I mean, it doesn't have the worst Cresselia matchup. If it's a Future Sight Grasslock Cresselia, Umbreon absolutely dominates the matchup. So it does have some play, I'll admit, right? There are some matchups. We actually saw at the WCS India qualifier, Beelzeboy winning with Umbreon. So I don't know. Maybe there's some merit. What do you think, chat?
Yeah, are you Team Amanda or are you Team Speedy here?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But very impressive by Trent. And we talked about this earlier, right? On day 1, sometimes you do get unconventional teams. You get the Bastiodons, the Umbreons, the Shadow Magnezones, and that's like a test of your team composition as well. Because sure, you can go in and neutrally beat most other meta teams, but can you handle the curveballs? You know, the off-meta picks, the Talonflames, the things that you don't expect going in. You have to get through those.
The Brick Break Vigoroths as well.
It's true.
Not the standard movesets are ones that people are typically running. Sometimes people are running some spice that can really throw you off. This is what I like also about our new introduction as of LAIC. We had updated movesets, so we can actually see what charge attacks the Pokemon are running. Before that, it was kind of a mystery. So if you saw Alola Ninetales, that first game, you were like, do I want to bring my Gligar at all? Is it running Powder Snow or is it running Charm? You know, what are the movesets on the different Pokemon? It's you know, I think a lot of times now, the meta has kind of shaken out, so you are pretty much knowing what is going on. But even still, I've seen some water gun lanterns that have been putting in work in this World of Wonders meta.
The word I would use is matured. I feel like the meta has matured over these 2 months.
I wish you'd matured over these last 2 months.
Never gonna happen. So don't bet on it. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I think that the meta's matured and we see a lot of these kind of centralizing picks. So it gets harder and harder to be creative. That's why we have to give credit to trainers like CO is a beast. But I'll tell you what, let's talk to a trainer that's known for his 1,000-yard stare. This is Trent in an exclusive interview.
Thank you so much, Will. I am here with Trent, our finalist winner of the day. Trent, just first off, how are you feeling? Take me through your emotions going on day 2, winner's side.
Oh man, I am so thrilled to be on the winner's side. The only other time I've top cut on the winner's side was actually Indianapolis in 2022. So this is my lucky city, I guess, because my other top cuts were all on the loser side. So I feel pretty confident now that I'm on the winner's side this time.
I remember that well, the first ever regional we had here in North America for Pokemon Go. And you went against a unique team with that Cofagrigus team composition. How did you game plan around trying to handle that Cofagrigus with your line?
Yeah, I wasn't thrilled about the team comp because it had a lot of RPS potential. But I figured that my Altaria was really strong, especially because the Cresselia was on Future Sight. So my game plan each game was to keep shields for Altaria and hope that he didn't have a Zoomer in the back, basically.
Absolutely. Always trying to manage that neutral play, dance around the rock, paper, scissors, as we call it. And lastly, going on to day 2, anyone you'd like to shout out that helped you get to this point? Anyone you want to give some love to?
I mean, first of all, I owe a huge shout out to Anaquins for hosting all the practice tournaments each week in his Discord server. And then just everyone for believing in me, especially my Michigan friends that are here with us today.
Awesome stuff. Thanks so much, Trent. Best of luck to you. Casters, back to you.
Thank you very much, Rise, and thank you, Trent. Congratulations for making day 2 with some pretty phenomenal plays going on. That's it for the winner's side of the bracket, Speedy, but that's not it for the tournament.
Ooh, the loser's side of the bracket. I know that the name doesn't imply positive things because your back is against the wall, but these games are so much fun to watch because everything is on the line. It's so exciting, and I'm really excited to get into this next pair because there's a trainer here that, kind of like a Shady Equation, will come to a tournament here or there, I guess plays really well when they do appear, but they don't come to as many. So it's kind of a treat to get to see them on stage.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what it's all about, right? It's like not only do we see some really great gameplay, we got to see some players that we don't always get to see. They're not at every single event. It's like almost like a cameo appearance, but they're making this cameo pretty long if they're in the losers finals.
Just like how you made a cameo here at the NA Regionals, you know, after casting so many EU tournaments. So it's awesome.
Yeah, I heard that NA was going to be a big tournament. I wanted to show up for it. Indianapolis has not disappointed so far. We're going to hop into the battles pretty soon. We got Snots versus Pranav.
All right. Well, let's see what we get. We got Snots on the left side of your screen, Pranav on the right. Pranav looking locked in, looking a lot like the Thinker, the famous statue. Let's take a look at these teams here. We have Mantine on the left for Snots, as well as Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah,
Question mark.
We need to go over this whole composition on Snots' side here because there is a very, very unique team of 6. We got a Mantine, we got that Galarian Stunfisk, we got a Shadow Dragonite Lantern, Trevenant again, 3rd Trevenant that we've casted over, Speedy, and that Vigoroth.
The Trevenant love us, I guess. Shadow Dragonite, and also the Dragonite plushie on stage might be one of the cutest Dragonite plushies I've ever seen in my life. This is an interesting team, right? In Go Battle League, you could pair Steel with Grass type, so Galarian Stunfisk and Trevenant, great core. Maybe you need a pivot, a switch in, you could bring Vigoroth, you could switch in the Dragonite as well, as long as you lead the Galarian Stunfisk, right, to beat the ice types. But Mantine is also a flexible play, which I think could put in a lot of work against this team for Pranav. But look at this, Chargebug, Shadow for Alligator.
Yeah, and also Shadow Dragonair. So that means we got quite a bit of different things going on this screen. This is going to be a very unique matchup. I think a lot of these trainers can say, you know, I haven't had quite the scrimming against these certain Pokemon. I do like the Shadow for Alligator play. We talked about it before. Out of Pocket used it as well. I mean, I just thought there would be more of it in the World of Wonders.
I did as well, and I think that Pokemon like Lantern and Charge Bug have really kept it kind of on the bench. Pokemon like Lickitung also are problematic. Even Poliwrath, which is dealing neutral counter damage while you're trying to get to your Hydro Cannons, which are also resisted. It can be a detriment, something standing in your path. But none of those obstacles are in the way here, so we're going to see just how Shadow for Alligator performs versus Snots.
Yes, Snots up against Pranav here. We have a Vigoroth against a Skarmory, and we saw this before. It's pretty neutral. Obviously, those Sky Attacks or those Brave Birds, definitely not anything that the Vigoroth wants to take, but this counter damage is adding up onto the Skarmory as well. Rock Slide's going to be the more effective attack to be thrown.
Rock Slide, definitely a huge upgrade for Vigoroth that it acquired a couple seasons ago. Sky Attack getting thrown by Pranav is going to peel away that first Protect Shield from Snots. Whenever you see the Skarmory in the lead, there's always a potential that it could go for the Brave Bird and then switch out, so you have to respect it.
Yeah, going ahead and going for that Rock Slide, it is the more effective. It is going to be doing more damage, and Pranav is not shielding it up here, so we'll have to see, because I think it's one more counter, and the next one will be ready, and it's still, but he knows he's going to win that charge attack priority. Wants to throw right beforehand, making Pranav make a decision here. You shielding up or not?
I think Pranav is happy to do this because he got the first protection away from Snots earlier. He's happy to give one up because he knows he has another charge attack loaded onto the Skarmory. I didn't catch if this was Brave Bird or Sky Attack, but either one will likely pick up the KO.
Oh, no, not on Snots' watch here. It's going to go double shields down here. And now the Dragonair is coming in. But we have to remember there that Mantine has the Ice Beam on it. And I mean, though the Dragon Breath is pretty oppressive, it is, it's a little bit squishy. Look how much that Body Slam does.
Body Slam absolutely wallops the Dragonair there. We see the pivot into the Mantine for Snots. And if you're Pranav, you really wanted to get rid of Vigoroth because your third Pokemon in the back is Lickitung, and you don't want to see that matchup. So that chip was really important. We'll see if it plays a role down the stretch. But meanwhile, Mantine getting to the Ice Beam, it won't even need it. Actually goes straight for the Wing Attack down, and that is a really hard loss.
Yeah, that is, now in comes that Lickitung in the back, just charging up a little more energy, going for the aerial aces here. There is still a shield left on Pranav's side, so he wants to try to strip that away from him at some point. Lickitung is a great Pokemon to be used almost as a third or fourth shield half of the time, so it's just getting as much energy as possible because a Body Slam would be enough to take out that Mantine at this point.
You're exactly right. Sometimes you put Lickitung on your team and you think about how you spend your Protect Shields on the other two Pokemon because you really don't need them on Lickitung. Gonna throw the Body Slam to cut off the third Aerial Ace. Great timing by Pranav, but you can see it's not all sunshine and rainbows. He really needs to pull off some plays to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, the Snots hasn't even shown that third Pokemon. Let's face it, that Trevenant doesn't want to see the Lickitung, but it's got to come in now. I guess once it gets off a little bit of energy here, the Seed Bomb is going to be able to connect. Going a little over, I like this. He knows that there's a catch opportunity here, doesn't want to get caught on, but meanwhile, look how much this lick damage alone is doing to the Trevenant.
It's absolutely whittling down the HP, but look, if you catch a Power Whip, it's still going to KO that Vigoroth in the back, so there's really not a great option here for Snots, but he catches him in the Power Whip anyway.
Yeah, the Power Whip will be able to connect. It is a Grass-type Pokemon, but Trevenant also doesn't have a lot of bulk to it, not quite enough to knock it out. Just loading a lot of energy, simultaneous swap here, but not going to be enough. I guess that Seed Bomb will be able to go through here, hopefully beforehand, and will he be able to get to another Seed Bomb? That's the real question, or will this lick damage be enough to pull through for Pranav?
Shadow Claw is a 2-turn attack, and it takes 1 turn to use the charge attack, but he has the Body Slam, so we don't even need licks in here. We're just going to throw a double resisted Body Slam into the Trevenant to get the knockout, and Pranav, a little bit of a shaky middle game there, was able to pull that victory out.
Yeah, calling timber there as that Trevenant fell. Let's talk about that matchup. I want to know what your opinions are of Snots bringing in the Trevenant to that Lickitung, to that such, like, still pretty healthy Lickitung. I know the Vigoroth was low, but the licks don't do basically anything to a normal type Pokemon. Do you think it would have been more effective to come in with that Vigoroth?
Well, a couple of things, right? We see the Mantine put in a ton of work, and Pranav's able to KO it here with the Body Slam before the third Aerial Ace. But the thing is, you know the Vigoroth is within one Body Slam range of being KO'd, and you know that the Trevenant, if it's squared up against Skarmory with an energy advantage, you're just going to get Sky Attacked. So you had to bring in the Trevenant there, try to gather some energy and play around the situation, but Pranav was able to get those Steel Wing down and then the Body Slam combo to win it in the end. It's really tough, like, precarious balance that late in the game.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to, it's all about how much HP you have left on a Pokemon as well, because the last thing you want to do is bring in a Pokemon and just basically give a bunch of farm, a lot of energy to your opponent that they can now throw at your unprotected Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, when the shields go down, you really need to keep in mind the counts, right? Like, if the shields go down, you can't be late to counter swap into Annihilate, for example, because then it's just going to get to the Shadow Ball within 8 counters. If you wait too long, you get outpaced or you lose charge type priority. So you have to be really fast with your adjustments.
Yeah.
Speaking of adjustments,
tell me.
Game 2, what do you think?
Oof, it's a tough call. I mean, honestly, Snots' team is so interesting to me in general. I'm not sure how it completely plays out. I liked the idea of the Mantine, but I always feel like that is also a risky pick. Like a Pelipper is also a risky pick. When there is an electric type on the other team, they just go down so quickly, even though, I mean, Mantine has a decent amount of bulk to it.
I actually like the Galarian Stunfisk for Snots. I mean, you know, I'll explain it to you, right? Because if you look at Pranav's team, you have Charjabug, you have Skarmory, you have normal type Lickitung, and you have Shadow Dragonair. And if you're not expecting an Annihilate or Feraligatr, you can deal neutral to super effective damage to all those Pokemon, and meanwhile, you're resisting most of their attacks too.
That's true, but you can't say that you can't expect Annihilate in this meta. They're in basically every single team composition almost. I mean,
and that's why Snots has Trevenant, Shadow Dragonite, and Mantine. He's got 3 solid answers to the Fighting and Ghost type.
I mean, listen, I'm not doubting this team composition. I'm just saying it is interesting. Obviously, if you're in losers round 4, you're doing pretty well with the team. Talking about the Galarian Stunfisk, it's like you will it into existence, Will, here, and you get it in the matchup that you are wanting it in. This is perfect for Snots. We're going to have to see the counter reaction into the Dragonair, but at this point, this is not a horrible matchup. The Aquatail will be doing a decent chunk to the Galarian Stunfisk, but Galarian Stunfisk is going to outpace.
It takes about 6, exactly, it takes about 6 mud shots for that Aquatail to get queued up, and the good news for Snots is you get your Rock Slide in 5. So we see the pivot now into the Trevenant after the chip onto the Dragonair. I think at this point, you might even no-shield this, Amanda, and just Shadow Claw all the way through.
I think that is the play. Neither the Body Slam nor the Aquatail is going to be doing much of this grass-type Pokemon. As you can see, not very effective. Going to be able to completely Shadow Claw down with that chip. Still 2 shields, now a lot of energy on the Trevenant, and still going to be able to line up that Stunfisk against the Charjabug.
I mean, the good news just doesn't stop for Snots here in game number 2. Got to fire the Shadow Ball against the Charjabug. Pranav recognizes that because he wasn't able to control switch advantage, there's really no reason to shield this, because even if he takes down the Trevenant, it's just going to line up against the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yes, if we look at Galarian Stunfisk typing overall, there is really nothing that Charjabug can do against it. This Seed Bomb will be enough to basically knock out the Charjabug too. Trevenant put in a lot of work this game, and now we see the third Pokemon, 1 Shadow Claw enough to knock it out for Alligator, but now met against a Lantern. Snots really in the driver's seat this entire game.
This is one of the hardest walls for Alligator in the entire meta. Lantern, with its shared water typing and super effective sparks, basically give the Feraligatr no chance to win the game. No Protect Shields were harmed in the making of that game, Amanda.
Yeah, you can't bring them over to the next, unfortunately, because both trainers still had all of them left. Another thing I just want to point out, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but again, for maybe newer players who don't quite know, why are they throwing? They have all this, have all this energy. Every time you throw a charge attack and your opponent does not, they are gaining that energy still, and they're letting their attack go through. So at this point, when there are 2 shields left in the game, Snots was in such a commanding position. He said, even if the Feraligatr throws at me, it's just losing basically some energy. I'm going to completely fast attack down.
The amount of energy and health and protection advantage, whatever you want to call it, to win some of those matchups, Charjabug versus Galarian Stunfisk, Trevenant versus Dragonair, or even the final matchup at the end, the Lantern versus Feraligatr, the energy needed is monumental.
Yep.
And there's just no way to gather it in time. And I think Pranav was content to just kind of punt to game number 3 and try to win this series.
Yeah, I think, of course, if you're Snots and you're in that position and you have such a great lead, and then the counter swap is a Dragonair, you're saying, oh yeah, there is no true counter to my Galarian Stunfisk on this team. He did what we call that chip and dip strategy. So this is throwing an attack at the Dragonair, making sure it gets a little bit of extra damage before switching into something else, so he doesn't have to use a Protect Shield, and so he can still kind of decide how he wants to play out that mid game.
Yeah, and when you're in that kind of control, the main thing is just don't mess up. Like, don't do anything too fancy, don't do anything too creative. Play the matchups how you know to play them, and just maintain that advantage that you've already established. So heading into game number 3, we saw Feraligatr. It had a very short-lived appearance against Lantern. Do we see it in Game 3, though?
I don't know. I mean, I'd like the Dragonair pick overall for Pranav. I do think it's pretty strong against that whole team, except, I mean, it even can hit back against the Galarian Sunfist with those Aqua Tails. It's really only the Dragonair, and that's been nowhere to be seen except for on the stage, you know, holding out its arms, like saying, Snots, take my energy.
Exactly. We're going to see our game number 3 on the field. We've got Manti on the left side of your screen, Shadow Dragonair on the right. Pacing is a little bit more in the Dragonair's favor in this matchup because it does take a little bit longer for Manti to get to the Ice Beam, but if it baits the Aerial Ace, all of that can go down the drain.
Yeah, and I think at this point, too, looking at Snots, he's going to go ahead and shield up this as well. He wants to keep his Manti as healthy as possible. So, I mean, even if he doesn't bait, which he does, it still put him in a pretty good spot here. Will Pranav be able to call this? Because this will be big if he doesn't know shield here and the Aerial Ace connects.
That's good and bad, right? Because now you're going to take a lot of wing attack damage. And look at the back lines. Look at the back lines, Amanda. You've got an Annihilate and a Vigoroth, and you got a Trevenant and a Lickitung. If those two matchups flip, it can be really devastating, and taking control of switch advantage is massive for Snots.
Yeah, this is big in the back. We're going to have to see how they want to play this out. You see Pranav sort of shaking his head no, but we're still in the pretty early stages of the game. So many things can happen at this point. This was the end game of Game 1 where Pranav really was able to come out with a lot of energy. Lickitung versus the Mantine is not as bad as I think he's going to think it is. Lickitung has a great matchup against the Trevenant, but not so good about the Vigoroth in the back.
Pranav was definitely, Lickitung was definitely Pranav's MVP in game number 1. It absorbs another Aerial Ace here in game number 2. Trying to get the full lick down, I think he can actually do it. He's going to pace just before the Aerial Ace is ready, and he succeeds.
He succeeds to do so. At least we're going to have some energy to throw at this Vigoroth as well. This Body Slam will connect. This time it's not time to shake his head saying, oh, I don't like how this is potentially playing out. So have to see what they want to do. Going for the heavier hitting Power Whip here. Still no shield from Snots' side on the Vigoroth.
Yeah, Pranav is doing something really interesting here. Even though this is a negative matchup, he's trying to force his opponent to protect shield or at least get low enough where he can deal some damage with the Annihilate. Comes in here, and at this point, your counters are double resisted if you're Annihilate, but the Shadow Claws are ripping through your HP.
Yeah, you can already see almost at half health there. Not shielding, this is such a risky call, but high risk, high reward as it goes through. No shield, oh, but he does get the attack.
Yeah, he does get the attack boost there. Protection coming up from Pranav. The only other benefit he has here is that the Night Slash paces more quickly than the Seed Bomb. So he is going to get to the second Night Slash here and really put Snots in a tough position.
Yeah, forcing that last shield, it's really going to come down to the end game here, Speedy. As we can see, this Night Slash will be able to go through. Annihilate was going to do so well against the Vigoroth at the back, but will he be able to completely Shadow Claw down? He's going to go ahead and throw at charge attack priority, but Pranav doesn't throw.
Doesn't throw.
Wants to be able to get that energy for the Lickitung in the back.
Yeah, he wants to lick down. This is a little bit risky, though, because the switch timers are just about expired. He's got to come in immediately, lick down the Trevenant, try to load up a Body Slam, and not take the Seed Bomb. And he does all 3 of those things. Closing in on it, it's going to be erased. Vigoroth, Lickitung.
Yeah, and you can see shaking his fist, shaking his head, and Shot Station said, no, this Body Slam will connect. It came so close at this point, but Pranav takes game number 3.
Wow. Wow. Absolute chef's kiss on that end game for Pranav, letting the Annihilate go, not pushing things too far, recognizing his only win conditions. And then getting really excited about it as well.
And I think that is something that's really interesting to see, is like recognizing your own win conditions, but also recognizing your opponent's win conditions as well. There was still a shield left. I mean, when the Trevenant threw the Seed Bomb, he could have shielded up his Annihilate, saying, hey, Annihilate is so good against the Vigoroth in the back. Like, I just need to keep it as healthy as possible. Yeah. But letting that go down, getting that correct amount of farm on that Lickitung ended up being the thing that was able to get him that Body Slam at the end.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You know that the counters from Vigoroth are going to be double resisted by Annihilate's Ghost typing. So maybe you say, okay, I can Protect Shield, get off my Night Slash. I can go for maybe 2 counters. But if that Vigoroth is outside of 2 counter range, you will lose that matchup, and then the Lickiting's licks are double resisted. So it was risky. It would have been very aggressive, but Pranav went for the safer, more calculated and patient play.
Yeah, and I think that really paid off for him. And again, Snots recognizing his only possible win condition as well. Because there was a shield left, he needed to get to 2 Body Slams, or he needed to completely counter down. I don't blame him for not throwing the Body Slam. He knew what he needed to do. He needed to execute. Unfortunately for him, not quite able to get there before the Body Slam connected and out of the tournament, as we are in the loser side of the bracket. But coming coming home with a lot of championship points.
Can we just applaud these team compositions, right? We just saw CO as a beast with his Cofagrigus Umbreon. Now we just saw Snots with one of the most creative teams that we've seen all weekend long in the losers, I guess, losers round 4.
I think where we're at, yeah.
Round 4, which is really impressive.
I think Spicy, Dijon the Jin, maybe needs to transfer his title over to Snots there, because that team was very interesting and very well piloted throughout Indianapolis.
Then he's just Dijon, you know? He's not Spicy anymore.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
It would be.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. We're getting more trainers queued up on stage here, but big applause for Pranav as well. Coming back from a really tough matchup, especially after that game number 2.
Yep.
I was just tickled at how he was able to come back from a tough situation in game 3. But let's hear from the trainer himself.
All right, thank you, Will. And man, I'm here with Pranav, and I was backstage. I heard you screaming all the way in the back. On a scale of 0 to 10, how hype are you right now?
I'd say 8 or 9. It's up there. You know, I'll save the more hype for later on in the tournament, but I had to show the hype. You know, a Licky into a Vig, like, you know, I had to.
It didn't look like an easy matchup in the back end there, but you played it to perfection. It's not an easy opponent too, right? 2-time Worlds qualifier there too. So continuing on through the bracket, I looked at your player history too. You've only played really 1 tournament this season. Good to see you back. How's it been going?
It's been going well, you know, just focusing on personal stuff, but I'm really happy to be here and get to see everyone and meet everyone, because these are my friends that I made over the past years, and I wouldn't be here today without any of them.
Awesome. Anyone you want to shout out in particular?
I like to shout out, I don't know, Stark, Arrow, Jangles. You know, I shout out my new teammates, ETMs, go ETMs. And of course, I like to shout out the Twitch community, because they're my day ones. They've had my back, and I give them all my love and support.
Well, it's great to see you here back and on stage. Looking forward to some more hype streams later, so best luck in the rest of your battles. We have some awesome highlights to recap some of these battles, and we're going to take a quick break for that.
Well played, well played. Nice job. GG.
Bomber goes down. That means Elite is your Sacramento Regional Grand Champion.
Undefeated on day number 2 for Elite, not dropping a single set. What impeccable plays from Elite.
I first got involved in middle school. It was Pokemon Gold and Silver. My friend showed it to me, and then I started playing it, and I got hooked to the main series. And ever since then, like I've been like on and off with Pokemon until about the start of COVID, like 2020. That's when I started getting more into Pokemon Go. And yeah, I've just been playing PvP and getting better. I remember I was in a daycare and I was watching the anime, and it was the first season of Indigo Plateau, and I just remember sitting on the couch in the daycare just watching it, and yeah, I was enjoying it a lot. So I started playing with my friends, just out and about, just walking around. And it was ever since Go Battle League started. I wanted to be like really good at Pokemon, and I wanted to compete in the World Championship. At the time, Pokemon Go wasn't a part of the competitive circuit, but I started playing it, and I enjoyed the game, and I felt like I could get good at it. So I put in more time in practice, and then eventually the game joined the circuit. Then I started taking things even more seriously, and I'm qualified for the World Championship.
And he's going to be the 3rd trainer from North America to have that guaranteed invitation to World Championships.
I want to do well in Worlds. I don't want to put a placing on it, but I want to do really good in Worlds this year, and I'm going to prepare for it. It's just mainly game mechanics for me, just learning and mastering those, counting my opponent's fast moves and knowing exactly when they're going to get to the charge moves, and just keeping that all in my head the whole game.
We're going to see Elite take
take it?
It was when I played Caleb Pink in the finals, the grand finals, when I went 6-0. It was that whole day, really. Just starting from the losers bracket, going all the way back up into the grand finals, and then ending up winning it all. That's definitely the biggest moment for me. It's not really looking up, because I like to think of myself as a good player, and I think everyone else has like a chance to win. But yeah, I would say with Dodge and my friend Pocket as well. I think those two are really good players, and I'd like to stay like on par with them. Originally, I had a drive to win, and I still have that drive, right? But it started to become more like a drive to just be with friends and hang out with everyone that like I've made really good friendships with. And yeah, just to play the battles and just enjoy my time here.
Doonbug has won 13 straight games to start this grand finals.
And back in 2016, Pokemon Go was the first ever Pokemon game I played. I'd never played a single Pokemon game before learning about Pokemon Go. When I was a freshman at college, there was a wild Dragonite that spawned, and the whole campus literally ran to the spawn. And it was such a frenzy. It was such a fun time. I've just gotten to love the game and love the Pokemon series. It's just been a really fun learning experience, and the community is great. It's just fun competition.
Doonbug, who's absolutely on fire.
I have a sports background. I'm a competitive person by heart, so it was a pretty easy transition to competitive play. My favorite moment was probably winning Arlington last year. The tournament before that, I came off being reverse swept in the losers finals, which was very heartbreaking end to a tournament. And then I was able to come back and win Arlington. Felt like such a big step for me. I would look up to the previous world champion, Nick Saxon. He's a really good friend of mine. He's been very helpful in my journey with team building and practicing, and he's just a very nice person too.
What an epic end to that battle. It doesn't get closer than that.
My number one goal is to win Worlds, but I would just love to do well at Worlds because the last two World Championships I haven't done as well as I wanted. I've learned that I am really competitive. I am also one of the best players in the world. A lot of people say that about me too. And I like winning.
is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While you're passionate for fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While you're passionate for fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
We welcome welcome you back to Indianapolis, where we have already gone through all of our winners finals, and we have the winners side of the bracket destined for day 2. Caleb Peng, Chris Reisner joining you on the call. And Caleb, in life and in Pokemon Go PvP, it's not about getting knocked down. It's about how you get back up. And now we move on to the losers side of the bracket, where we are going to see trainers that have lost already. They're down, but they're not out.
That's right. We're in the loser side bracket. We have 8 more spots for this top 16 for day number 2. So still plenty of opportunities for these trainers in the loser bracket to make it through. And you know, sometimes when you go to the loser bracket, especially early on, right? You look ahead, you're like, man, I got a lot of battles ahead of me, but you just hunker down, face your opponent one at a time, and next thing you know, you're in the losers finals. You have a chance to make day number 2. So there's still a lot on the line for these trainers, and we have some experienced trainers coming up in this losers bracket.
That's right. We have Lil Sparty taking on Jogger Swalt in our upcoming matchup. This is losers round 4 of Group H. Both of these trainers have made multiple appearances in regionals before, and they'll be trying to fight their way through the loser side of the bracket, trying to get to that losers semifinals if they're able to win this next matchup.
That's right. Lil Sparty, 9th place highest finish in Milwaukee last season, and then Jogger Swalt, 5th place in Sacramento this current season. And I actually ran into Jogger Swalt a little bit earlier, and he said that based on his current performance at Indianapolis, he believes he has qualified unofficially for World Championships now. That's not officially in the books yet, but early congratulations to Jogger Swalt, and he might get even more points as he moves forward in this tournament. So always great to see these trainers qualifying now under that championship points qualification requirement.
Congratulations to Jogger Swalt if he is indeed qualified. I know he's been talking about, he's been fighting for that Worlds qualification. So to reach a goal like that, really awesome achievement here for Jogger Swalt. We're gonna take a look at the teams here. First off, Lil Sparty, a relatively meta team. We see the Cresselia, the Vigoroth, as well as Altaria, Shadow Gligar, Lantern, and a relatively unique pick this day and age is that Umbreon, which can be really effective, Caleb. I'm personally a fan of the Umbreon right now because of its neutral ability, especially when Annihilate is the most common counter user. It has a lot of play against that Annihilate.
I also heard that you like the triple dark moveset, Snarl, Foul Play, and Dark Pulse, which is insanity to me. But hey, you know, if it works, it works. And we got on the other right-hand side, Jogger Swalt, Shadow Gligar, Annihilate, Shadow Whiscash, Skarmory, Water Gun Lantern, and Lickitung. Also a pretty meta team, but the Water Gun Lantern is a nice wrinkle, especially in that Gligar matchup.
Right, I have seen a few people opt for that Water Gun. I think it makes it a little bit of a pulverizing pick, whether it's against something like an Altaria, right? It's not going to be able to do nearly as well as a Spark Lantern would. Also, Water Gun in that mirror match is not going to be very beneficial for Jogger Swalt if it's Lantern versus Lantern. But both trainers are getting locked in. Jogger Swalt was all smiles. I liked the big cheesing as he's getting ready to lock in battle. It's all about having fun, right? Good luck, have fun, say the trainers. We are locked in for game number 1 in a tremendous lead for Lil Sparty. Altaria into the Shadow Whiscash.
Yeah, I'd love to see them having fun, but Whiscash not going to have a lot of fun in this matchup. Looks like Jogger Swalt maybe goes for a Scald and Dip. I'm not really sure. Jubilium, a lot of energy here, trying to catch the Sky Attack. Not going to happen, and then locks the Skarmory into a Lantern. I mean, look at these back lines, Chris. This is going to be a tough matchup for Jogger Swalt.
Yeah, I don't think Skarmory is a safe swap against a Lantern team. Jogger Swalt took a big risk, and it did not pay off in this situation. Does land the Brave Bird, but now the Skarmory is debuffed. Lil Sparty going to build up to maximum energy and then fire off this Surf. If you're Jogger Swalt, I think you just have to take your losses, let this Skarmory go, and try and clean up this Lantern. One thing is you do have that Mud Bomb banked, but gonna elect to let the Lantern throw a Surf first before firing off a Mud Bomb.
And Jogger Swalt actually didn't even wait out the switch timer a little bit, just aggressively came in the Whiscash. This could be a little troublesome if Jogger Swalt doesn't have the chance to swap out this Whiscash and the Altaria comes in to Dragon Breath it down. Let's see how the timers look though. After throwing these charge attacks, it's going to be pretty close. Little Sparty actually wait out time a little bit, so giving Jogger Swalt a little bit breathing room to swap out to that Lickitung, but Lickitung to Umbreon, also not a great time. Here comes the Lickitung, here comes the Umbreon. You can see him nodding and say, you know what? I got out-team comped in this match. It's all good, it happens.
Yeah, I think that was the perfect 3 to go against Jagerswald's 3 for Lil Sparty. Just what a great team read from Lil Sparty, and Umbreon loves this matchup against Lickitung. Being able to resist that lick damage, of course, and spamming off these foul plays even faster than Lickitung will reach those body slams.
You know, a move more efficient than foul play is Dark Pulse. So Dark Pulse here might actually have been a little bit more handy into the Lickitung.
That's true. But Umbreon, either way, even with just foul play, is going to be having fun with these plays, knocking this Lickitung below 50% health, and Lickitung will fight this out. Jagerswald not going to give up by any means. He's going to fight this till the bitter end, but Umbreon as well as Lil Sparty in a tremendous position right now.
That's right. I mean, and the Whiscash is just so low on health at this point, too. So it's going to be a tough one. Both trainers not really even spending shields at this point. I think they recognize that the writing is on the wall in both respects. And Jagerswald probably trying to figure out a way to play around this. Does come in with the Whiscash. Doesn't get the snipe, though, with the Scald. Is going to throw a Scald at the Altaria. Looks like this is going one of those games where all 4 shields aren't going to be spent at all.
Yeah, you play this till the end, but you kind of know it's over. And Jagerswald's going to already be thinking about game 2, I believe, as not going to elect to throw a charge attack. It looks like Lil Sparty going to take game number 1 in convincing fashion against Jagerswald.
And these are the kind of losses where, like, yeah, it does set you back a little bit in the series, right? You have to go 2-0 now afterward. But it's one of those games where you just think back and say, there's literally nothing I could have done, right? And that doesn't happen very often, but when it does happen, you know, it's not something to beat yourself about just, you know, hunker down and figure out the next set of lines into the next matchup. You know, everyone gets hard counter from time to time, and it's really about if you could play out some of those matchups. And that one, you could give that matchup to some of the best players in the world, and even they won't be able to play around that matchup.
And we've seen this happen a couple times today, where players get really just hard countered in game 1 and make the necessary adjustments with their team composition to overcome it and come back in the next 2 games. So Jagerswald going to try and do just that here. We take a look at the replay. Lil Sparty just able to maintain that alignment all game long. Umbreon where it wants to be. Altaria where it wants to be. Going to eat the Scald, no problem. Some nice hydration there for the Altaria. And Lil Sparty was all smiles after that one. She knew it was a relatively, I don't want to say an easy game, but with the alignment, a very manageable situation for her to navigate. And we'll see if she can close it out here in game number 2.
This is probably the 3rd or 4th Umbreon we've seen today, and honestly, I like the pick a lot. You got a lot more Annihilate in the meta, right? So doing neutral damage in that matchup, kind of like the old Meta Champ versus Annihilate matchup, but the difference is everyone's pretty much running Nice Shadow Ball, so you have resisted charge attack, so that's not even going to be useful energy into the Umbreon. On top of that, pretty much not a lot of Registeel. Azumo's pretty low in usage. You got more Cresselia than that, and yeah, I mean, what are you really beating the Umbreon with at this point? Umbreon is such a monster in these neutral matchups, able to win so many head-to-head matchups in that. And speaking of head-to-head matchups, here we go, Umbreon into the Lickitung again, and this is going to be a tough matchup yet again for Jagerswald. We're going to swap instantly to the Annihilate, but met with the Shadow Gligar.
Okay, Lil Sparty once again in a good spot. However, this game is a little bit different because if we look at the back lines, if we take a sneak peek, doesn't have the hard counters all the way through, and actually a successful bait from Jagerswald and gets the boost, and suddenly this could pose a little bit of a threat for Lil Sparty. Aerial Ace gonna get shielded from Jagerswald, and he can elect to throw Night Slash earlier, or he can commit to the Shadow Ball. Oh, Lil Sparty gonna allow him to get there and gonna fire off the Night Slash here.
Yeah, that was really interesting because Lil Sparty was able to get to the Aerial Ace before the Shadow Ball was reached, but instead opts to go for the farm down. Actually now throws the Aerial Ace. Jagerswald probably feeling pretty good about this. Grabbing the shield advantage, doesn't have switch advantage, but anytime you get a shield advantage when you're down behind, it gives you a chance to a comeback. And you could potentially even farm down with Skarmory. That's actually, yeah, a really good play here, and that's exactly what he's going to do, because now you can just Brave Bird and dip no matter what comes in, and there is no Lantern here, so that Brave Bird's going to hit hard against whatever the backline Pokemon Lil Sparty brings in.
Exactly, no Lantern, and Lil Sparty not going to give away the farm down, actually going to pivot into the Umbreon. I love this play from Lil Sparty. This is such a good pivot because you do not give Jagerswald that huge farm down of energy, and you know he's not going to want to swap his Lickitung in here So you keep your Altaria a neutral matchup for the Lickitung in the back, and suddenly Jaggerswald not able to gain that huge advantage of the big farm down.
He is able to throw this Brave Bird and dip, though. Let's see if he's going to swap out, staying in a little bit for one Steel Wing, and then now swaps in the Lickitung. Typically speaking, Licktung's going to lose this matchup, but with this much of a health disparity, Lickitung should be okay. Altaria is in the back, though, and the switch timers are misaligned, so Lilsbury actually can't even go to the Altaria yet. This is actually pretty good for Jaggerswald, getting a lot of entry, and now it's going to throw this Body Slam.
Body Slam not going to be quite enough to knock out the Umbreon, so Lil Sparty should be able to get off this foul play here, slowly chipping away at that Lickitung. The question is, when are you going to utilize that Gligar that you preserved? Do you potentially swap it in here to try and get to a charge attack, or you just go straight into Altaria? It looks like Lil Sparty is just going to stay in, knows that the Umbreon is not in jeopardy of getting licked down, actually going to force the Lickitung to expend energy to knock out the Umbreon.
I saw that she was reaching for the Altaria, trying to maybe catch the Body Slam, not able to do it, so that foul play is not going to be utilized. However, still a lot of health on Lil Sparty's Pokemon. Let's see how she's going to play it out. You can see Jaggerswald try to potentially swap to the Skarmory. I like this play a lot. You can potentially Brave Bird yet again and throw, but there's a chance to even catch the Brave Bird. Does it happen? No, it doesn't quite happen. Gligar is going to come in, but the wing attacks, even Resistor, are starting to add up, and now getting to this aerial ace from the Gligar. Jaggerswald going to shield. If he can get the Steel Wing down, he still could throw the Brave Bird at the Altaria. It's still going to be pretty good for him. Does he get to it? He barely gets to it.
Oh, man.
Oh, can you survive the Dragon Breath, though? That's real question. No, doesn't survive the Dragon Breath. 100 energy out the window there, and the Dragon Breath going to finish off the Skarmory, and the one-turn move benefit here is really coming in clutch for Lil Sparty.
Shiny Altaria soaring, flying high, and knocks out the Lickitung. Lil Sparty able to navigate that matchup so well. The Umbreon dancing around Altaria, a fine showcase, and she is moving on to the next round. What a play there from Lil Sparty.
I mean, the more I look at Umbreon, the more strong it looks into these team compositions, because Jaggerswald ran a pretty meta team, right? Obviously, you have Water Gun instead of Spark Lantern, but that Umbreon had so much play, and getting it locked into the Lickitung multiple games definitely helps out there. And for those that are wondering at home, what the heck happened there? We saw actually in the matchup Elim versus SJP earlier as well. These one-turn moves take priority before you throw that charge attack. Charge attack takes one turn as well. So if that one-turn move is actually enough to knock out the Pokemon before they get the move off, they actually faint out, and that's exactly what happened to that Skarmory.
Yeah, a brutal sequence to farm up so much energy and have it all go to waste, but that's what happens, and that's the beauty of one-turn fast moves, an advantageous situation to having a one-turn fast move as opposed to those longer duration moves. We take a look back at this game. Lil Sparty had to go down a shield against the boosted and Annihilate, but then makes the pivot. Doesn't give Jaggerswald the farm down, and this Umbreon was so safe against Jaggerswald's team, allowed Lil Sparty to maneuver with it. The Lickitung does get rid of the Umbreon, but then we see Altaria come in, start to farm up. Jaggerswald knows he has to get out of there, pivots into the Skarmory, and Lil Sparty still has this Gligar, might as well use it here, might as well make this uncomfortable for the Skarmory and force the final shield. Jaggerswald knows his win condition, commits the full farm down. You need to land a Brave Bird at least to have a chance here, but it's 1 HP, and the Dragon Breath registers first. As you said, Caleb, Moonblast connects, lifting Lil Sparty for the victory.
Yeah, I mean, and from Jaggerswald's perspective too, that was the win condition, right? He needs a Steel Wing down. He needed that Brave Bird to have a chance into Altaria. So I wouldn't say even a misplay by his gameplay anywhere there. It's just unfortunate the Dragon Breath was enough to take out. So congratulations to Lil Sparty for moving forward in that losers bracket. And again, if Jaggerswald got the points he needed, early congratulations for him on qualifying World Championships. Love to see him compete in Hawaii as well.
Yeah, congratulations to Jaggerswald on qualifying for Worlds, but we're here with the winner and to hear from Lil Sparty with an interview with Amanda.
We're having a party with Little Sparty here, and you have a big fan club in the audience. When you were winning, we heard, I think you guys can hear it now.
Oh, it feels like, thank you so much to everybody in this community, and like, I would not be here without them, so it feels really cool to have everybody being so supportive.
So, yeah, I'm coming from EU. I have to admit, I'm not super familiar with you or your gameplay. Give a moment to tell a little about yourself.
Yeah, so I didn't start competing and play Pokemon until like last year in Milwaukee was my first time. And then from there, I was like, oh, it's kind of fun. So I kind of wanted to keep going and try to figure out how to better my skills. So I've been trying to go to more and just have fun and see everybody, and it's been cool.
That's great, and you're doing really well. Obviously, we just saw an incredible win from you. You are on the loser side of the bracket, but you're getting very far in. What are you thinking? Do you think you have a possibility for day 2?
Yeah, I think so. I just got to keep positive and keep my head up, and I think there's a good shot for sure.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to it. Before we go, is there anyone you want to shout out or anything particular you want to say?
Yeah, I definitely want to shout out Evan, my boyfriend, for being so supportive to me and helping me and coming with me to all these events, and everybody else in the community that has been super sweet to me and made me feel so welcomed, and I definitely wouldn't be here without any of them. So thank you to all of you.
Oh, that's absolutely wonderful. Again, a big applause from the crowd as well. Like we said, there's still some more going on. We're going to kick it back to the casters for some more action.
Thank you, Amanda and Lil Sparty. I remember Lil Sparty's first tournament last season in Milwaukee, and she went straight to the winners finals and losers finals of that tournament in her first ever tournament. So if you're watching at home, you're like, I don't know if that could be me. It could be you as well. So congrats to Lil Sparty. Excited to see her continue to battle here in Indianapolis. And speaking of battles, we got some top tier battlers coming up in this next set of rounds. We have Ryan Swag, a person you're very familiar with, especially if you're watching any Pokemon Go PP content. He also sports a Dedenne in a lot of situations. I don't know if he brought it on his team this time around against Rockhaven. Rockhaven is first season competing as well, 4th ever tournament. But Rockhaven, even though in his short stint in the championship series, has a very impressive resume. 5th place in Peoria, 3rd place in Knoxville, and one of the people he lost to in Knoxville was Doombug. So, you know, tough one, but no one really beats Doombug these days too. So really impressive performance from Rockhaven. I know Rockhaven's really good because he's beating some of the best players I know, and that's when I realized, wait, this guy's the real deal.
Yeah, he's actually beaten me twice this season, to be fair. And, you know, Caleb, his name, Ryan Swag, I think he's giving tips on Swag with that Dedenne with the sunglasses sitting there center stage. Take a look at that. That's one of the coolest plushies I've ever seen personally. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, he's got so much swag when it's even bleeding over to the side of Rockhaven's. But here we go. We got Dedenne, Sunshine Dedenne here. And this is a pretty fun team from Ryan Swag. Whimsicott, Talonflame, Dedenne, Annihilate, Azumarill, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I'm looking at this team, and there's 2 Pokemon on the top 12. 4 of the other ones not even top 12. Azumarill pretty much at number 12, so almost 5 Pokemon not in the top 12. And Ryan Swag always not scared to bring some spice, not scared to bring the Dedenne, but he's made it all the way to losers round 6. So clearly something's working out for him.
Without a doubt, one of the most unique teams we've seen all day sporting that Dedenne. And now we look at Rockhaven's team, a little bit more of a traditional team with Shadow Gligar, Charjabug, Shadow Whiscash, Annihilate, Lickitung, and Skarmory. Rockhaven has brought some interesting picks in the past, right? We first kind of learned about Rockhaven when he brought Carbink and was the first person to top cut a regional with Carbink. Now has dropped it, has brought a little bit more of a traditional meta team, and we'll see how he's able to perform with it.
Yeah, definitely surprised by this for sure. Very meta team from Rockhaven. Even at Knoxville, he had the Umbreon actually, and that was like the first time I've seen Umbreon do well in so long as well. But this time opting for a little bit more safety, and I think, you know, not a bad call too. I believe he's also qualified for World Championships now from championship points, but definitely looking for some more, getting some reps in here. But yeah, if you're Rockhaven, how do you strategize against the team of Ryan Swag? This team is all over the place, and I personally wouldn't want to play against it.
You know, I gotta say, I think the Talonflame could be a threat here against Rockhaven. Of course, the Whiscash is a great answer to Talonflame, but everything else that Talonflame can hit for super effective or neutral damage. So Ryan Swag may try to capitalize on that flying fire type Pokemon. Here we go, 2 tremendous battlers facing off here. Losers round 6. It's gonna be Annihilate into Lickitung.
All right, not a great lead for Rockhaven, but I agree with you. Talonflame looks super strong, even into Whiscash. There are weird conditions against Whiscash. I think Ryan Swag should just bring Talonflame into every game, and so far he brought it in the back for this one. Not a great lead for Rockhaven, but he doesn't have a lot of places to go because Whiscash swapping into Annihilate with energy is not a great time. Luckily, no boost here. Maybe going for the Power Whip and dipping. Let's see how Rockhaven plays out. Is going to throw this Power Whip, but Linkdown, not a lot of health left.
Yeah, you never want to risk getting body slam baited, so Ryan Swag gonna let the power whip go through and is gonna fire up the Night Slash. Now, Rockhaven with a decision to make here. Do you shield? No, he's gonna let it go. Seems like he's content giving up switch advantage here so he can try and farm down. Annihilate does win the lead matchup here. Oh, but a mud shot down could spell disaster for Ryan Swag.
This is really good for Rockhaven. Unless there's a Whimsicott in the back, this Whimsicott has a ton of play, and there is no Whimsicott. You got Talonflame, you got Alolan Sandslash, super effective moves toward Bolt, brings in the Alolan Sandslash. This is actually huge for Rockhaven. Oh, and then swaps in the Talonflame, trying to catch. Wait, he tries to catch the Mud Bomb. Rockhaven doesn't throw it right away, but still baits the Mud Bomb, and we get the shield from Ryan Swag.
That is next level mind games from Rockhaven. Oh my goodness. And now Ryan Swag, we actually do see Rockhaven pivot into the Gligar. I guess understanding that Gligar is going to be no use to you against that Alolan Sandslash. You might as well bring it in here against the Talonflame. However, could this open up any sort of win con? Maybe giving some energy and feeding Ryan Swag's Talonflame?
Yeah, I think so, because if you shield... I mean, I don't even think Ryan Swag even needs to shield at this point. If you get the Incinerate down, you'll have a lot of energy. But Rockhaven is going to get to another move. This is so risky if you're Ryan Swag, if you shield this, because then your shield's down into Whiscash. Smartly decides to let it go. Try to sweep the Lone Stats with a little bit energy lead, but down a shield is going to be tough. And Rockhaven still having energy banked on the Whiscash from earlier.
Yeah, I think two factors. Two shields to hide behind, and the spamminess of this Whiscash getting to Mud Bomb so quickly is not going to allow this Alolan Sandslash to clean it up. We see the first Mud Bomb getting shielded, but that was the final Protect Shield from Ryan Swag, and we already have another Mud Bomb queued up from Rockhaven. It's a charge attack priority. Alolan Sandslash wins the charge attack priority, but the Mud Bomb is about to be fired up, and this may knock out the Alolan Sandslash.
You can see the recognition from Ryan Swag too, knowing that this is going to be a tough matchup. Still another shield on Rockhaven's side, but doesn't even need it. Mud Bomb is going to knock out Rockhaven, taking a quick 1-0 victory over Ryan Swag. That was an interesting one too. I mean, I don't even know if the Mud Bomb bait was necessary, but Rockhaven just went for it, and it paid off against Ryan Swag. The Mud Shot down actually looked really good. I thought Rockhaven was in a bad spot right off the bat, right? Annihilate, pretty good to Lick Tongue, not a clear answer to it. Ryan Swag decided to let the Power Whip go, and honestly, I think that's the right call, because if he doesn't, Rockhaven has a shield advantage for the Whiscash, then that's even worse. I think Ryan Swag, I don't know, Whimsicott's a tough Pokemon to bring, but you might have to bring it, because otherwise, what beats this Whiscash? You don't have any real checks to it. Azumarill loses the 1s and 2s into the Shadow Whiscash as well.
Yeah, that was a weird situation for Ryan Swag, because he had a favorable lead, right? He had the Annihilate into the Lickitung, but he had no answer to the Whiscash in back. So although he won the lead, once his one Whiscash answer was gone, the Whiscash just posed too much of a threat in the back and was able to win the game for Rockhaven. We see here, tried to catch a Mud Bomb, and then he knows that Rockhaven's didn't react in time, or didn't fall for the catch, so he's like, okay, it's gonna be a Scald. No, he baits anyway. Rockhaven playing the mind games, and then swaps into the Gligar here. A nice play from Rockhaven. I think some people might have been content just staying in with Whiscash in a positive matchup, but no, he said, I need to utilize my Gligar somewhere, so I'm gonna use it here, and I'm gonna save the Whiscash for this Alolan Sandslash, and that ended up being pivotal and allowed Rockhaven to get off these double Mud Bombs. Bombs away, knocks out the Alolan Sandslash, and gets the win. And oh, quick lock-in. We're here for game number 2 already.
Here it is, and this is going to be a much tougher matchup for Rockhaven. If you the last one's hard, this is even rougher. You got the Talonflame in the lead into Whiscash. I love that play from Rockhaven. Throw a Steel Wing, get a little extra energy, and transfer the damage over to Whiscash. Not taking any damage, but getting the energy needed for the Skarmory. Really great heads-up play from Rockhaven. And now here comes the Azumarill. But the thing is, Azumarill not going to win this matchup unless Rockhaven just chooses not to shield. He might still play for that, though, because Skarmory still has neutral flying attacks for that Talonflame.
And Ryan Swag, I think, with a nice play as well, built up a little bit of energy with the Talonflame before pivoting into Azumarill. This way, even if Whiscash can flip this matchup, if the Azumarill pulls a shield advantage, which it does, suddenly the Talonflame will start to threaten this Whiscash, which is approaching fly range.
Definitely, and you see the first shield come up from Rockhaven. Great call there. Going to get to the double mud bomb, throwing out charge attack priority. This is going to be a little bit weird, and so Ice Beam, I don't think it's enough to knock out Rockhaven. Could still win this matchup, and the thing is, if Rockhaven lets this go and Ryan Swag double shields, then the Skarmory is open to potentially Brave Bird whatever's in the back end. You know, even the Lone Sansa is not going to appreciate that. Rockhaven getting even more energy is going to throw another mud bomb. Do we see the double shield from Ryan Swag? And here it comes.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this from Ryan Swag. It seems like he's valuing switch advantage quite a bit here with his Talonflame. Wants to keep it aligned with the Skarmory, but he does it at the cost of a shield advantage. Now pivots straight away. Understands once the Whiscash is gone, there's no longer a hard check to the Talonflame. So he's willing to give up a switch advantage because he has the Alolan Sandslash in the back. Flame Charge connects onto Gligar, and this Talonflame will start to ramp up.
I like this play a lot from Ryan Swag because, like you said, once that Whiscash is gone, the Talonflame has a lot of play into whatever's in the back, and you save the Azumarill just in case there's like a Annihilate there, but the whole backline team is pretty good into Gligar, so Rockhaven recognizing it is going to bring the Gligar instead. What do you do at this point? Do you shield and try to get the airways off? I like this play a lot because stealing down the Talonflame is not going to be a good time. We get the attack boost, so can you get to the airways? Just barely gets there in time. However, this leaves a farm down opportunity for both the Azumarill and the Alolan Sandslash. Undercharged a little bit, still is enough to knock out the Talonflame.
I think you come in with the Alolan Sandslash here, in my opinion, because you want to outpace to maybe double Ice Punch. That's what Ryan Swag is going to go for. A Brave Bird is still very threatening to this Sandslash, although resisted. It's such a powerful move. Does around half health to the Alolan Sandslash. First Ice Punch is queued up, and Ryan Swag is going to try and take out this Skarmory.
This is going to be really tough for Rockhaven because if you go for the Brave Bird, the Azumarill is closing in on the Ice Beam, but okay, Rockhaven doesn't care. He's just going to go for the Brave Bird full send. Can Ryan Swag get to this Ice Beam? Oh, actually not even enough to knock it out, and now you can see the Alolan Sandslash is able to close it out. So Ryan Swag grabbing another point back and forcing a game number 3 against Rockhaven.
Well played by Ryan Swag, evening up the series 1-1. And Caleb, I gotta say, the mind games in this series are crazy. The Whiscash put in so much work to win game number 1. So what does Ryan Swag do for game number 2? He goes ABA weak to Whiscash. Talonflame in the lead and Sandslash in the back.
He has no fear of Whiscash. He doesn't even need the Whimsicott. And this is a tough matchup for Rockhaven. I mean, ironically, if he had a rock Pokemon, it would be a little bit easier into that Talonflame, but that Talonflame is so strong into Rockhaven's team. Even when if it is matched up against the Whiscash, the Fly does so much damage, especially through the Shadow Whiscash. So Rockhaven's really gonna have to figure out how to play around this one. It's tough, right? I mean, Annihilate looks good into Alolan Sandslash, but if you get it locked into the Talonflame, it's not gonna be a good time. Here we have the highlights here. Ryan Swag committing both shields to the Whiscash, saving it, finishing it off, and then now the aggressive pivot over to the Skarmory, force out the Gligar, and really set himself up for victory.
Yeah, I think that pivot was huge. If he allowed the Skarmory to farm down the Azumarill there, suddenly Skarmory's Brave Bird is super threatening to the Talonflame or the Alolan Sandslash. So decided, okay, I gotta get out of here. I can't afford to give Rockhaven this farm down. Sandslash able to close out in the end game, getting to double Ice Punch, knocking out the Skarmory.
And this is a Alolan Sandslash with Powder Snow too. Something we don't, I mean, we've seen in the past, but it's not superly common use. But it has a way better matchup against Lickitung, a fantastic matchup against Gligar. And against the rest of Rockhaven's team, outside the Annihilate, you don't really lose anything. You're not really beating Annihilate anyway, right? So you give up the Shadow Claw damage, but that's okay. And here we go. We're going to game number 3. It is going to be a Azumarill into Skarmory. And the Whimsicott here is in the back. It's avoid the Skarmory. This is huge for Ryan Swag. If he could keep that Whimsicott away from the Skarmory, he has such positive matchup against both the Annihilate and the Whiscash.
This could be massive for Ryan Swag. If he can deal with this Skarmory in the lead or even soft lose this matchup, this Whimsicott could be a big-time threat in the back. Ice Beam coming through, and it was going to connect onto the Skarmory. I mean, this is not a very threatening matchup for Skarmory, so Rockhaven may be content just staying in. Oh, we actually see the pivot from Ryan Swag first.
Oh, okay, so this is going to free up Rockhaven a little bit, have some potential, but this is so awkward. Like, even the Fly, you potentially have the shield. Otherwise, you're going to start shielding Flame Charge. Like, it's super weird. Rockhaven is going to let the Fly go through, maybe just opting for the shield advantage at this point, but I mean, look at how much the Incinerate just did to the Whiscash. If you're Ryan Swag, you can potentially double shield. Double shielding, though, could be a problem because the Skarmory did leave with a Brave Bird.
Oh, and no debuff either from the Skull. Now the Flame Charge is going to buff the Incinerate damage, and we see a shield come up on this resisted Flame Charge, knowing it would still knock out Ryan Swag, bolstering the attack of his Talonflame. And Rockhaven firing off another Scald. I don't know if this Whiscash is going to be able to reach a third Scald.
Okay, so this is actually not too bad for Rockhaven, because if you can land the Brave Bird on Talonflame, maybe not so bad. Can you get to one more Scald? Oh my gosh, Rockhaven gets there before Ryan Swag gets to the move. You can see Rockhaven feeling good about that as well. Is this enough to knock out? Super effective. You gotta assume it is, and there we go. Talonflame goes down. You have the switch advantage. You have Skarmory with a Brave Bird, but the question is, do you come into this with the Skarmory or not? I think so, and you're going with Charge Attack priority at least, so even though you debuff the Skarmory, it's still going to see the Whimsicott. Let's see how Rockhaven plays it out. Resistant Fairy Wind's not going to do a lot, even when debuffed.
Yeah, the Brave Bird knocks out the Azumarill and gonna stay in, at least for the time being, to maybe force Whimsicott to throw a move. And this is the Grass Knot version of Whimsicott, so it takes even longer to get to that charge move, as opposed to C-Bomb. Rockhaven knows, even though he's debuffed, he can withstand the Fairy Winds. He can use his shield. He can deliver the Brave Bird. They say Skarmory can soar up to 180 miles an hour in the sky, and it is flying high. Delivers the Brave Bird, knocks out Whimsicott, and Rockhaven is moving on to the winners finals. Or losers finals, excuse me. Yeah. I got too excited.
That's all good. It's all good. This is a winner side bracket kind of match anyway. Congratulations, Rockhaven, for continuing on his run here in Indianapolis, and you know, definitely congrats to Ryan Swag as well. Didn't make it into top cut, but ran a really, really spicy and fun team and made it quite far. Losing to someone like Rockhaven is also nothing to be ashamed about. Rockhaven, one of the best players in the circuit as well.
Yeah, Rockhaven has taken down so many talented trainers this season, and one of the awesome things about this Play Pokemon circuit, Pokemon Go, is you have new trainers on the rise every single season. People that we haven't heard about last season suddenly making a name for themselves, and now Rockhaven is slowly and surely becoming a household name in the PvP community. Another fantastic win for this trainer.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I remember earlier interview from SJC, he said, hey, I was mostly just doing Go Battle League, the in-game rank ladder for PvP, and decided to try some Show 6 Championship Series format, and first tournament, second place, second tournament already in the top 60 on the winner's side. So, you know, a lot of these players just playing at home, watching this stuff and just giving it a shot themselves. Love to see new names on the circuit. So congratulations again to Rockhaven in that exciting back and forth battle. I mean, that was a wild one too. And the Whimsicott looked so good for Ryan Swag, but just unfortunately couldn't get on to the Whiscash or the Annihilate.
It's so tough. You never know what's running through these trainers' minds, because in Ryan Swag's mind, maybe he needs to swap to lure something out to open up his end game, but in hindsight, maybe just staying in would have been the better play to get rid of that Skarmory, and Whimsicott would have been completely free in the back. Unfortunately, it allowed Rockhaven to dance around with the Skarmory and end up knocking out the Whimsicott in the end game.
Yeah, I was a little bummed we didn't see the Dedenne in action, but Dedenne's still at least on the team. Also, Dedenne rocking the shades on stage, so a little more Dedenne than we usually see anyway, but awesome to see Ryan Swag still staying true to his brand and bring his favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, always got to respect those signature Pokemon. Your signature Pokemon has to be Bastion, right?
I've only made top cut with Bastion, so I gotta bring it. What's your signature Pokemon?
I like to say Shadow Swampert. Okay. It just so happens to counter Bastion, but I would say Shadow Swampert is a little bit slept on right now. We did see Rick Flareon over in the Oceania region win a regional recently with Shadow Swampert in Perth. So I think it still has a lot of play. I maybe just need to pilot it a little bit better.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. Maybe throw on a little sludge wave action as well. So, but yeah, Shadow Swampert definitely one of the stronger, faster pacing Pokemon in the circuit. JJ actually ran it in Orlando, ran the same team as Rick Flareon, also made top cut there. The original's Mud Boy, as you would say, but Whiscash taking a little higher priority these days. The Scald is pretty scary in terms of his damage and debuff potential.
That was such a hard-fought back-and-forth series. To get some more thoughts and insight on it, we're going to send it to an interview with Rockhaven.
I am here with Rockhaven, who just won a very close series against Ryan Swag on stage. Rockhaven, you've been rock steady, because you were just telling me you had a tough first round, but you've maintained yourself in this bracket.
Yeah, so I had a lot of like uphill battles, to be honest. I had even in the losers bracket, I had a lot of 2-1 wins. So it's very sweating, but I'm glad I'm still alive in this tournament.
I think some trainers like Dunebug making his San Antonio run, Dancing Rob at Worlds in 2022, they prove you can come from that losers bracket and make it all the way. So tell me about your mindset going into some of these matches. Do you think about what's on the line, or do you just kind of play the best that you can?
I just think I'm just gonna take one step at a time. So, because for me, ever since I lose my very first game, every game is like an elimination game for me. So I just don't set like any goals for me. Just focus on the current game. Yeah, this is the mindset.
Absolutely. Is there any one Pokemon or maybe core of Pokemon that have been your MVPs, most valuable Pokemon on your team?
I would say Skarmory, because I have faced a lot of opponents. Their team, they might have like 1 or 2 hard checks, like Talonflame that I just faced, or like a Pokemon like Lantern or Chargebug. But other than that, a lot of opponents' team is very weak to Skarmory. So I kind of trying to read my opponent's team and play around Skarmory is my strategy.
Absolutely. Rockhaven, is there anyone you'd like to shout out? Anyone you'd like to thank for your success and for being here today?
Yeah, I want to thank all my teammates from Cool Cats. They are really supportive and really helpful. And I also want to thank my families, my lovely girlfriend, and yeah, they're all very supportive.
Awesome. Sounds great, Rockhaven. Best of luck in your future rounds. We're going to toss to this matchup right here on stage.
A matchup between Valor Ash and Pete Tierney in the losers finals of Group B. And Valor Ash has qualified for Worlds in this tournament by surpassing the points threshold. So congratulations to him. He is rocking a unique team featuring Shadow Magnezone, a Pokemon that's had an awful lot of success lately on the big stage.
Definitely. I mean, Valor Ash had a tougher matchup against Out of Pocket earlier. He had that Shadow Magnezone locked into a Whiscash every single game. But if you can avoid the Whiscash, you'll be in a good spot. And there's no Whiscash on the other side. Running the non-Shadow Whiscash is Valor Ash, as well as Moonblast Cresselia, Shadow Magnezone, Talonflame, Annihilate, and Altaria. We're talking about signature Pokemon earlier, and there's no more signature Pokemon than Valor Ash and his Talonflame. We just saw one on stage, and we're going to have the expert Talonflame user right here. PT Tierney is running the Skarmory, Cresselia, Lantern, Altaria, non-Shadow, Poliwrath, and Lickitung. And you were saying earlier, too, Shadow Magnezone looks pretty good into the team.
There is not a whole lot of fast attack pressure against the Shadow Magnezone in this matchup. It's really just the Poliwrath. Magnezone has played against everything else, so I would not be surprised one bit to see Valor Ash bring it. Here we go, and it's in the lead in game number 1, Shadow Magnezone against Altaria. Not the worst matchup for Altaria with these oppressive Dragon Breaths. We're actually going to see a quick pivot into the Lickitung. And, you know, Pete Tierney, I think, brought his 3 best picks against the Shadow Magnezone, but this opens up a free opportunity to Wild Charge and Dip. This is going to land for devastating damage.
That is going to hurt a lot, and here comes the Annihilate, going to try to counter down. And I think Valor Ash read this completely right. You got the Annihilate and the Cresselia to counter the Poliwrath in the back, the most reliable check to that Magnezone. And Pete Tierney, I mean, yeah, you come with the Altaria, but at this point, where does the Poliwrath go, right? Like, it would ideally be on the Magnezone, but there's no way Valor Ash stays in that matchup.
Yeah, we're going to see Altaria come in, and I would assume Valor Ash goes for the Shadow Ball here eventually. Actually going to go for the Night Slash first. Maybe noticing he can probably get Night Slash plus Shadow Ball. So Pete Tierney also reading that. Going to no shield here, the Night Slash. But let's see, does Valor Ash reach the Shadow Ball? Yes, he does. This is going to deal quite a bit of damage to the Altaria. Pete Tierney trying to put this all on the back of his Poliwrath in the back.
Do we see Pete Tierney maybe swap to Poliwrath? No, it's going to save the energy on the Altaria. You can because he's spamming away, knowing that the Magnus is coming through. Valor Ash actually staying in here, charging up to the mirror shot before swapping, but that Volt Switch damage did a lot to the Poliwrath already. Let's see if PT Neri can muscle through this Cresselia. This is not an easy matchup to muscle through, but there are chances for debuffing. However, even a debuff Grass Knot's going to do a decent amount of damage. First, Scald is going to debuff.
Yeah, honestly, those 2 Volt Switches allowed this Cresselia to go straight Grass Knot in this matchup. We're seeing the shields come up from PT Ernie, and this is going to get protect shielded. Grass Knot is going to spam off another time here for Cresselia. Actually, no. Poliwrath going to get off the Scald first. Got to debuff the first go around, and we're going to see another shield. Valor Ash correctly shielding Scald both times here. Are we going to see back-to-back debuffs? No debuff this time, and Valor Ash trying to get up to that double Grass Knot. Going to fire this one off. You have to assume PT Ernie will shield, and his Switch Timer might come up here.
His Switch Timer is coming close. Maybe PT Ernie could catch the move, but it's good. I mean, there's still so much health on this Cresselia, and no, not able to do it. Definitely the right play from PT Neri, but just unfortunately Switch Timer's not up. And even if you swap to the Altaria, like, how do you take out this Cresselia at this point? And here, having the mirror shot come through. Shadow Magnus, though, looking fantastic in this matchup. Not in the winner's finals, but looks great in the loser's finals for Valor Ash.
Yeah, perhaps one of those Pokemon that is going to vary matchup to matchup with how much play it has. But in this one, it is able to dominate. The ability to just get off that devastating wild charge against something that swaps and you guarantee either a shield or massive damage is a really effective strategy, it seems, for that Magnezone, the wild charge and dip strategy.
And the thing is, there's no ground types on the side of PT Neri. The problem is Wild Charge hits everything for either super effective or neutral, and Shadow Magnezone Wild Charge hurts so much. You can see the Shadow Ball connecting, doing a massive damage to the Altaria as well, getting so much value there, and then recognize you're going to resist all the moves, getting a few Volt Switch, leaving with the Mirror Shot, and then coming in with Cresselia. I don't even know if Valor Ash needs to do that, but just doing what he can to ensure this matchup, and yeah, nowhere for this Poliwrath to go, unfortunately.
Yeah, Poliwrath tried its best to fight out of here. Maybe if that Switch Timer came up just a second earlier, could have caught on the Altaria, maybe opening up a win condition. But no, the Grass Knot connects, knocks out the Poliwrath, and the Magnezone had that mirror shot banked in the end game to knock out the Altaria. How is PT Ernie going to find a way to figure out this Magnezone team?
This is a tough one, too. I mean, we talked about earlier, right, when Lyle Jeffs had a great team composition to eat Strawberries. It's hard when you face a tough trainer and yet they have a team comp disadvantage because they're going to just exploit your weakness constantly in matchup after matchup. You have to play perfectly, and even then, sometimes that might not be enough. That being said, we're going to game number 2. PT Neri getting a much better matchup here, and honestly, if he wins Switch Advantage, it could be pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. The Shiny Cresselia running that Moonblast moveset, a little bit more popular than the Future Sight, which does help against this Lickitung. However, Moonblast helps in many other scenarios. So this Moonblast will connect. Lickitung will love to play this out. And if PT Ernie, as you said, can retain Switch Advantage here, win this lead matchup, it should set him up for success in the back.
Yeah, and you know, the main thing you're fearing if you're Lickitung and PT Neri is that Moonblast debuff. No debuff on the first one. Let's see if the second one potentially triggers the debuff or not. But Lickitung going to get off another crucial body slam. This is huge. Getting this body slam off before any potential debuff, and also just weakening this Cresselia makes things a little bit easier for PT Neri in the back end.
Yeah, we got 2 shiny Pokemon facing off, by the way, as the Moonblast is going to connect here on the Lickitung. 2 very bulky Pokemon, right? Both trainers going to be reluctant to use any Protect Shields in this scenario as we see another Body Slam queuing up. Is this going to be enough to knock out the Cresselia before it can reach another charge attack? I think it might be enough before it reaches the Grass Knot. Yes, it is.
Just barely. I like this play from Valor Ash, though. I think he's going to go, yeah, that's exactly what I said. Both switched out, and recognizing that this Wild Charge does so much damage, can do a lot to anything in the back, is going to be useful energy. On top of that, he can also bait with a Mirror Shot to just grab a shield, because you have to expect that PT will probably respect the Wild Charge either way. Here comes a Poliwrath, and a super effective counter does come through, doing a huge amount of damage. And here comes the bait, the Mirror Shot bait. I assume Valor Ash is probably going to try to swap out of this right after.
A successful Mirror Shot bait that pivots into the Annihilate.
Got the debuff too.
Got the debuff, but we see the quick clearing of the debuff into the Altaria. And now Annihilate suddenly up a shield, gonna be able to go for the Shadow Ball, and this might be a little bit uncomfortable for the Altaria down a Protect Shield.
And this is so tricky because if PT Neri shields that, then you're just opening yourself up for another Wild Charge. At the same time, though, what's Valor Ash going to do? Oh yeah, Valor Ash going to shield here. I still have 2 shields. You don't, if you save the shields from Magnezone, it's not even going to have anything to shield at that point, right? So going for the shield here, I like this play a lot. Now I'm going to throw the Night Slash, and you got Nightly flipping the matchup against Altaria now, just because spending a shield. And Poliwrath can't counter this down. You have to commit energy, and you might get outpaced. I think the Ice Wind's going to actually be reached first before the Shadow Ball's reached, so that's actually going to be a good sign for PT Neri. Does Valor Ash shield? Is going to shield. This is going to be interesting.
This is so awkward. That Magnezone is 1 Volt Switch away from the Wild Charge. So I think if you're Valor Ash, you just go for the Shadow Ball here. You try to get that final shield and hope that your Magnezone can win the game in the end. Pete Tierney has to shield this. The Shadow Ball would just about knock out the Poliwrath. So he is going to put up the Protect Shield, has to get rid of this Annihilate, but it's already approaching another Shadow Ball. So this is going to come down to whether the Magnezone can reach the Wild Charge before Poliwrath takes it out.
Can Valor Ash pull it off? Super Effector Count is going to start raining it, but you're 1 Volt Switch away, and you get the Wild Charge, a huge Wild Charge. You see PT Neri recognizing as well. Valor Ash's earlier Bamer Mirror Shot enough, and that's a big Wild Charge to one-shot the Poliwrath at the end. And Valor Ash, yet again, makes it to day number 2, top cut through the Losers Finals. Congratulations to him and his Shadow Magnezone.
Another top cut for Valor Ash. Magnezone, shockingly good, one might say, and was the MVP, I would say, in that particular matchup. One of those Pokemon that maybe sometimes you mentioned against Pocket, didn't have a whole lot of play in that matchup right there. If it avoided the Poliwrath, and even in the end when it saw the Poliwrath delivering the Wild Charge, it had play against everything on the opposition side.
Yeah, I mean, Valor Ash didn't even have switch advantage. He was in the worser matchups in the back end, but just with energy, that Shadow Magnezone was so strong into the back line. We saw Wild Charge even land against the Shadow Whiscash earlier, and it still took over half of his health. So unless you're really running like a Clodsire or Galarian Stunfisk, there's really just nothing that really can take the Wild Charge damage very well overall. So congrats to Valor Ash. You know, I was a little worried seeing him in the winner's side running that Magnezone, not getting alignment, but Shadow Magnezone getting some redemption here in this Losers Finals and earning Valor Ash a spot in that top 16.
I believe there's a crazy win condition where if Shadow Magnezone gets like double Mirror Shot bait and debuffs against a Whiscash, it can flip it somehow. It's not very realistic to actually happen, but it's a weird situation that's physically possible. So maybe in an alternate reality, we'll see that happen one day.
Well, that alternate reality might be day number 2 because Valor Ash is for sure going to bring that Shadow Magnezone there. Will we see that happen? You got to stay tuned to see day number 2. But we got a few more spots left in the top 16 to flush out, and it's been so exciting to see because not only are the players on the winner side really talented, but so many loser side finals have been super exciting to watch and see these trainers. It's going to be a stacked tournament in day number 2 here in Indianapolis.
I can hardly wait. A combination, so many big time names that we kind of expect to see there, like Lyle Jeffs, and then also some under the radar players that are trying to top cut, still trying to qualify for Worlds. Like we said, as we're approaching the end of the season, not a whole lot of opportunities left, so players are more motivated than ever to get those final championship points and try and get themselves a bid for Honolulu, Hawaii.
That's right. And so we have some highlights for you all to review before we take a quick look at some championship rivalry. Stay tuned though, because we got more battles coming your way.
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang. As Pokemon Go entered its 2nd official season in the Championship Series, trainers from around the world were looking for their opportunity to rise to the top. While some trainers were looking to expand on their performance in the first season, others were preparing to make their debut. With the former Seniors Division combined with the Masters Division, top-tier trainers like 2022 third-place Worlds finisher Wadaj asserted their dominance against all age divisions. With 6 top 8 finishes in the regular season prior to Worlds and first-place finishes at the Hartford Regional and NAIC, Wadaj's prowess transcended age divisions and was a clear favorite going into World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Joining Wadaj in the exclusive back-to-back Worlds qualified trainers was Isaacson, the 2022 NAIC champion and highest finishing North American trainer at Worlds 2022 in 7th place. Although Axon had quite the extensive competitive resume, he was hungry for that world champion title, finishing the regular season with 4 top 8 finishes and qualifying for Yokohama, Japan with a first place finish at the Portland Regional. At Portland, Axon encountered a trainer who would change the balance of Championship Series competition. Rubik's Master. Despite being completely unknown, Rubik's Master in his first and only regular season tournament fought his way to the grand finals to face off against Axen. He lost in a grueling series, but his real victory was earning a World Championship invite. Axen mentioned in his winner's interview that of all the trainers he didn't want to face in Yokohama, Japan, Rubik's Master was at the top of his list. At the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, Wadaj and Axen sat comfortably on the winner's side of the bracket going into day 2 of competition, and Rubik's Master surprised many with his own place by their side as all three started the day undefeated. In the winner's semifinals, Axen and Rubik's Master got their fated rematch. Going into a decisive Game 3, Axen pulled off a game-changing Stone Edge catch on his Lantern, followed by a massive no-shield call on Rubik's Master's Mud Bomb bait attempt, solidifying his winner's finals matchup against Wadaj. The winners finals of Axen and Wadaj was highly anticipated, featuring a matchup between the 2022 NAIC champion and the 2023 NAIC champion. The best of 5 series seesawed back and forth between the trainers, culminating to a decisive Game 5.
Knockout Lantern and give Wadaj the first game win. Up and catch from Wadaj, taking the Thunderbolt on the Medicham with a great catch from its Axen there, sending in his Lantern to take the serve from Wadaj's own Lantern. The Altaria is so close, the Medicham just can't quite get there in time.
Game 5 saw both trainers weave in and out between catches and switches with their Pokemon, before Axen finally took the game with a single fast attack. Meanwhile, Rubik's Master stormed through the losers bracket until he finally earned himself a spot against Wadaj in the losers finals. He came to prove to the world that he could stand up against the likes of Wadaj, and in 5 close games, Rubik's Master and his signature Deoxys defense closed out the series. Championship Sunday featured the grand finals between Axen and Rubik's Master, a rivalry that seemed unavoidable. In Rubik's Master's incredible Portland and Worlds runs, he had only lost to one person. It's Axen. And of all the trainers Axen didn't want to face, his final opponent was that player, Rubik's Master. Relying on his signature Pokemon Deoxys defense, Rubik's Master tried to core break Axen's team, but Axen was one of the few trainers to bring Sableye, one of the hardest counters to Deoxys defense. Foiling Rubik's Master's plans, Axen headed into Game 4 on match point with the bold strategy of leading Shadow Alone Sandslash, doubly weak to Deoxys defense. Axen's gambit paid off, catching Rubik's Master's Altaria in the perfect lead scenario for Axen. Rubik's Master utilized his Umbreon as a safe swap, but Axen countered him with his Medicham. Rubik's Master responded with a resisted Ice Punch catch onto his Azumarill, but Axen kept the pressure up, and with some final Shadow Claws from Axen's Sableye, he solidified himself as the world champion of Pokemon Go. With the world champion title, its Axen proved that consistency and hard work are the keys to success. However, Rubik's Master's second place performance opens the door for newer trainers to enter the scene and show the world how an underdog can compete with the very best. Thank you for watching the story of a champion and the rivals he met along the way. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to learn more about how you can join in on the action.
The road to Worlds is paved with thrilling victories and narrow defeats. And in Indianapolis, we are reaching the end of the road for day number 1, and only a few more trainers have a chance to punch their ticket to day number 2. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the Amanda Lundberger.
Nice to see you guys again. I have to say, watching that video just gives you chills, doesn't it? Just seeing what its Axen had to go through to become that world champion. He was also a competitor that first year as well. Didn't make it as far, but I think it just shows what persistence does and pays off. Talking about persistence, some of the trainers that we saw in this next battles are one that we already saw earlier today. They didn't end up winning their matches, but they're now in the losers finals.
And persistence pays off, right? Patience, persistence, all the P words pay off here as you move through the bracket into the losers finals for Group H. This is going to be really fun because, as you alluded to, Amanda, we've got CL is a Beast returning with the Kofagrigus Umbreon team.
Yep.
We also have a new challenger, though, trainer we haven't seen on stream yet today. So we'll see if they can handle what CO is dishing out.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this Cytochrome T. And just to point out, we saw a Ferrothorn earlier on in the tournament. It is once again making some waves here. I'm excited to see how it will play against these Pokemon, because with an Azumarill on team, with a Lantern as well, I think it has a lot of pretty decent matchups.
Even the Cresselia, right? It's not a great matchup because you're going to be resisting all the attacks from Cresselia. Let's take another look, though, a refresher at CO's team. He's got his patented Umbreon and Cofagrigus duo. He's going to round the team out, though, with Vigoroth, Cresselia, Lantern, and Azumarill. We didn't see much Azumarill from CO in the last series. I wonder if we get more this time.
Yeah, of course, like we talked about, now there's a Ferrothorn. I'm wondering if we're going to see it at all in this tournament. Let's go ahead and look at his team there. We got the Altaria, we got the Lantern, the Lickitung, Annihilate, Shadow Gligar, but then also the Ferrothorn. Like we talked about, Running Thunder and Power Whip. Thunder is an interesting moveset. I think probably there for the Skarmories, right? I mean, you also have the option of like a Mirror Shot bait or perhaps a Flash Cannon, but Thunder just seems to be appropriate if you're bringing it in this Show 6 format.
You're expecting Flying-type Pokemon like Mantine and Skarmory. It is the perfect play. Let's see what we get, though, on the field. These are our leads. CO with his trusty Umbreon versus Cytochrome with Shadow Gligar.
I really like Umbreon as a lead. If you look, it has pretty much neutral matchups against almost everything. Neutral to good. Even the Annihilate, but especially since it's running Night Slash and Shadow Ball, is not going to be doing too much, only that counter damage. Going for the heavier hitting dig here, and it looks like going unprotected by CO is a beast. Letting that connect. Umbreon still in the green.
Yeah, you mentioned Annihilate earlier, right? We have an Umbreon lead from CO with Vigoroth in the back, and this is not the first time he's done this. With his Cofagrigus and Azumarill and Cresselia on his team, he's confident that he will not see Annihilate in the lead. Gonna fire for second foul play against the Shadow Gligar to try to chip it down, but it's not gonna be enough to KO the Pokemon just yet.
Not gonna be enough, but those Snarls will start to add up. This Shadow Pokemon just taking ahead, getting a ton of energy, going for another dig, but we saw before, it's not gonna be enough to take it out. You can see CO wondering if he wants to shield this up. No, choosing to let that go down. Umbreon now in the deep red as well.
Yeah, gonna go for another foul play. CO has done this time and time again where he'll allow the Umbreon to absorb all this damage, but still wrestle away control of switch advantage in the end, and he does exactly that here in game 1 of the Losers Finals. You see the Lantern come in. Umbreon might even get to another charge attack here. It's gonna be really close.
I think it's not quite gonna be able to. This is great for Cytochrome. Now he has a lot of energy on the Lantern, and that's gonna prove crucial for whatever comes in. It's gonna be a pretty interesting matchup, and CO has a big decision to make. Does he want to bring in that Vigoroth or the Cofagrigus? In comes the Cofagrigus, only to be met with a refreshing surf.
A refreshing surf from the water-type Lantern is going to wash over the Cofagrigus here. Deal a little bit of chip damage, but like we pointed out before, this is a very bulky Ghost-type Pokemon. Comes in with Altaria after the chip, maybe looking for a Shadow Ball or Dark Pulse. Goes for the Dark Pulse because it's just slightly less energy cost.
Slightly less energy, doesn't hit as heavy, but does get that shield from Cytochrome. So I think that CO's Beast is really in a nice position there, going ahead and doing that. Meanwhile, though, look at how much that Dragon Breath pressure is doing, already down to the deep yellow. Does he want to use a shield here? He does have a lot of energy on the Cofagrigus. Yes, it looks like he's shielding up last second.
I think if you're CO, you go ahead and protect shield up here. You go for the Shadow Ball, and whether or not it lands, you pivot to Vigoroth because you want to get that Rock Slide out as quickly as you can to try and KO the Altaria. Does Cytochrome decide to protect shield up the Shadow Ball? And he does.
Yes, I think you have to at that point. And like you said, well, he's got to switch out immediately. He doesn't want to get farmed down by the Altaria, which would have been the position that he's in. CO has still a shield up on his side. The Altaria has a move, and CO says, okay, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit of energy. We got that Lantern, and we got the Altaria to go through here. The Vigoroth is pretty healthy, but so is the Lantern, and a fantastic catch by Cytochrome. Wonderful counting there.
Yeah, CO had an idea, an inkling of an idea that was going to happen, and it did. Just could not get to the charge attack before the switch timers expired. Gonna have to throw some body slams here against the Lantern, but not all is lost, right? I think the win condition here for CO is to try to bring in the Kofa later and Shadow Claw down the Lantern. But he's got a lot of work to do before he gets there.
Yeah, it's going to have to be very aggressive because that Lantern is charging up a lot of extra energy. Now throwing the Thunderbolt, it is the heavier hitting attack. Vigoroth doesn't have any Protect Shields left. Will the Lantern be able to get to a Surf? The problem is there's still a little bit of that Vigoroth left. Getting 2 Sparks is really great for Cytochrome here.
Hold on, though. I think the Cofagrigus can do it. It's one Shadow Claw away. Gets the Shadow Claw down, but it needs a Dark Pulse. It needs a charge attack. Altaria comes in. I don't think Dark Pulse is enough. Oh, it doesn't even get it. Instead, the Dragon Breaths get the knockout instead, and Cytochrome escapes game 1 with a win.
Now we're talking about obviously playing to your win conditions, and that's absolutely true. You needed to be able to hit that Shadow Ball. I don't think a Dark Pulse would have been enough at that point, and being able to reach it right as you're getting a kind of a knockdown, you're down and out at that, but it's just game number 1 at this point. How do you regroup if you're CO at this point?
That's a good question. I mean, I thought the Kofagrigus Umbreon core was really solid for him. He tends to lean on the Vigoroth quite a bit, and because he doesn't have a Steel-type Pokemon on his team, there's only one resist for Dragons, and that's Azumarill. And as we saw, Cytochrome did bring Lantern there in game number 1, which means that Azumarill in game 2, I think, is unlikely. We're going to see the Vigoroth throw the Rock Slide, and here comes Lantern.
Lantern, this was the turning point, I really think, for Cytochrome there. Being able to, like, just manage a CO that's a beast energy, knowing when he was going to throw it, and now this Thunderbolt connecting, being able to get a couple of sparks. I was wondering if it would be enough to reach his Surf, but is not able to reach it.
Yeah, Thunderbolt connects. We're seeing that one more time. Sparks are enough, and we're going to see the Kofagrigus come in, look for the quad Shadow Claw down, and it succeeds in doing that. And you can see CO reaching for the Charge Attack right there, but you know what? He took 5 Dragon Breaths along the way to 2 Shadow Claws and a Charge Attack, and I think that was just too much.
That is too much. As a reminder for everyone, as we're getting near the end of the day, the winner side of the bracket has already been solidified. A lot of players already in day 2. We are in the losers finals right now, so these trainers have already lost one matchup. It's a go big or go home moment. Go big or go into day 2, I guess.
Yeah, exactly right. Our match is going to be under review for a few moments while we take a look at the final sequence of that matchup. With so much on the line, we definitely want to get things right. CO and Cytochrome have battled really hard to get to this losers finals group H, and I mean, they both want badly to excel into day 2.
Exactly, and we kind of talked about it before. A lot of times, even though a player is dropped down to the losers bracket, that doesn't mean that they are out of the tournament. Obviously, we see a lot of times. This is, I think, the review point that they're looking at here, seeing going ahead and getting 1 spark, 2 sparks to be able to knock it down. You can see CO kind of shaking his head no. He's wondering if he maybe should have been able to get the energy, I wonder, to be able to hit the Shadow Ball or the Dark Pulse.
Also, shout out to our production team, right? These Shadow Claws and Sparks are 1 second duration, and we're getting a micro look at the Dragon Breaths piling on the damage there at the end. That's the thing, you have to budget your HP, right? If you fire a Shadow Claw, you're going to take 2 Dragon Breaths in the span of one Shadow Claw, right? And then you take a 3rd Dragon Breath when you choose to use your charge attack. So we've seen Lickitungs come in and get the knockouts on Pokemon. We've seen Altarias do the same. I think this might be a situation like that, but our judges are giving it a second look.
Yep, that's why we got the judges, right? To be able to pilot this sort of thing. Again, talking about the loser side of the bracket, it's just like one of those things where it's a big energy moment, right? Of course, if you think that something was not quite right, you definitely should raise it to the attention because, I mean, you've gotten this far in the tournament. The tournament started very early this morning. The battlers have been going on for almost 8 hours.
Yeah, almost 8 hours of constant play, and it gets more and more difficult not to make mental mistakes, right? So when you see close situations like this, it's worth taking just a couple more minutes to think things through. That's another thing I want to encourage players to do as well, Amanda. If it's their first tournament and they feel like maybe mechanically things didn't line up the way they should have, they should honestly talk to a judge whenever they get the chance, because we definitely want the most fair situation for both trainers, and we want the best trainer to succeed.
Exactly. And sometimes, you know, it's just like that's the way it is. Sometimes there is something that does come up, and it's a good point to try and flag it. If you say, ooh, I don't know, maybe it should have been, it's too late once you leave the stage.
Yeah. As they say, Amanda, sometimes it be like that.
Do they say that?
Yes. I've heard it.
News to me.
As you get things sorted out here, let's talk about team compositions a little bit more. We have the Umbreon Kofagrigus core there from CO, and he does not deviate from that. Looks like our ruling from the judge is handed down as well.
Yep. Looks like it's going to go ahead and preparing for game 2, I believe, is what we're being told. But we'll have to see if that is going to be the actual ruling there before. We just want to make sure before we actually say anything for sure. But it looks like, yes, indeed, Cytochrome going ahead and taking that game number 1 against CO is a beast.
Taking it by a half second, right? I want to point that out. That's how close that game just became in the end, because a half-second Dragon Breath was the difference maker. Look, going into game number 2, though, we talked a little bit about Azumarill. I kind of see that as a pivot Pokemon. That's
Sure.
something that CO can really hinge his hopes on as he looks to counter the Altaria. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, I think Azumarill has a lot of really good matchups. Obviously, does well against the Annihilate, the Altaria, and the Shadow Gligar. It struggles definitely against the Ferrothorn and also the Lantern, and Lickitung definitely is still like not a great matchup. Speaking of Ferrothorn, it's like going to be right there in the lead against the Umbreon. But again, CO is a beast sticking with the Umbreon lead. It's a tried and true, and it's been working for him so far in this tournament.
Best buddy Ferrothorn from Cytochrome there. Like we called out before, one of the hardest answers to Whiscash, Lantern, Azumarill, and even holds its own against Pokemon like Gligar. So it's a very powerful pick. Gonna land the first Power Whip into the Umbreon. Umbreon, meanwhile, builds up to the back-to-back foul plays. I like this by CO because if there's a switch, he has energy banked for a rainy day.
Yeah, but I think if you're Cyto, you desperately want to get this Ferrothorn lined up against something else in the back line. If we're going to take a sneak peek at that back, we got that Altaria and the Gligar, and CO has brought in the Azumarill. It's going to be hard counter city population 1 if it doesn't get out of here soon.
I think Azumarill would have a great time with the back line. So now it's up to Cytochrome to kind of recognize that, right? CO staying in this matchup. Maybe he's time to pivot out. Maybe he's trying to pull something out of the back, and he does exactly that, switching in the Shadow Gligar.
Shadow Gligar catching this foul play. It's still going to take a lot of nice neutral damage though. As you can see, it senses a Shadow. It's still in the yellow, but it's going to be able to come in. Now the Azumarill is coming to play. This is an interesting point. Because the foul play already went in, I don't know how you really want to play this out as the Azumarill. You definitely don't want to throw right away that Ice Beam because you want to get as much energy as possible. But the more energy you gather, the closer that Gligar gets to knocking you out.
Yeah, 7 wing attacks for the second dig. Great timing by CO to throw the Ice Beam and gather maximum energy, like you said, before the matchup ends. The thing is, CO feels confident, but at the same time, he pulled out his best answer to Altaria in the back. So now the Ferrothorn gets the matchup that it wants. Power Whip will come incredibly close to knocking out.
And CO is normally great at calling these, but this going through knocking out the Azumarill, and I think if you're Cytochrome, you're breathing a sigh of relief. That Altaria definitely didn't want to have anything to do with Altaria. Now we'll have to see how he wants to play. There's 2 shielded Altaria in the back. Well, it's Altaria against the world.
And we do have an Umbreon with a little bit of HP left if you're counting on CO's side. We see the Cresselia swap into the Altaria, and at this point, I'm sure CO is wishing he could have saved his Azumarill for this matchup and used his Cresselia against the Gligar. But he's going to make the most of it. He throws a Grass Knot. This is a gutsy play by CO is a beast, and Cytochrome doesn't call it.
Wow, shielding that Grass Knot. As you can see, the blue shield means it's not going to be a very effective attack. Meanwhile, the Sky attack is going to be shielded up by CO is a beast as well. The team sheets are open. Obviously, this is a Future Sight Cresselia. It takes a little bit longer to get to, and not as effective against Altaria as a Moonblast would be. However, it's still going to be the more effective attack, getting that last shield from Altaria as well. But look how much damage his Dragon Breaths alone have done to this Cresselia.
You have to keep in mind the duration of a matchup, right? If you're the Altaria player here, Cytochrome, you don't need to throw the Moonblast. You can just be patient. Sky Attack, Dragon Breath is the only combination you need. You don't have to get too fancy with it. We're going to see the Sky Attack take away the second Protect Shield from CO. I think he's starting to recognize that he doesn't quite have the hard-hitting attack he needs. This is Future Sight.
This is Future Sight. It's not going to be doing as much damage as that Moonblast will be. It is heavy hitting. It's bringing it down to the yellow. An immediate pivot out to the Umbreon here, but will Umbreon be able to outpace, or will that Sky Attack be hitting first? Sky Attack's going through here, but the Altaria is really low. Will Cresselia be able to get to any attack?
Well, the Cresselia can't Psycho Cut down. Cresselia can't Grass Knot for the win. It's got to go up for the Future Sight, and it's got to be really close.
I think he might have to even try to go for the Grass Knot. No, not even able to get to it. Instead, Cytochrome Dragon Breathing completely down, taking game 2 in a very, very typical ABB strategy.
Exactly right. Dealing with a really interesting team composition from CO. Umbreon, Cofagrigus, we saw that in game number 1. Did not see it in game number 2, but we did see the Azumarill pick. I really feel like CO is probably, he's very harsh on himself when he doesn't succeed, right? He has very high expectations. I feel like he's going to go back and look at that and say, I should have brought Cresselia to Gligar, it would have been obvious, but hindsight is always 20/20.
Exactly.
right?
It's so easy when we can see everything that's going on the screens. We get to see a little bit behind the scenes of a player's mindset of what they're thinking. Obviously, if you're in the moment, you're trying to keep track of not only the opponent's like attacks, you're also trying to think of their strategy. So when this glide guard comes in, it is a catch, there is an attack, but yeah, it kind of lured out that Azumarill, the only hard counter to the back line, and then letting it go there was probably the really big pivot point for Cytochrome.
I'd agree. Throws the grass, not great bait there by CO. You could maybe argue that he could have tried to bait again, but at the same time, he did connect to Future Sight, and it wasn't enough anyway, so it was very uphill from that point on.
Yeah, it was a risky scenario, and like you said, you're not sure a grass knot would be enough. You're probably right, but at that point, I think it would have been better to try. However, yeah, it just comes down to that at the end, and congratulations to Cytochrome being able to make it on to day 2. Of course, the loser side of the bracket has a lot more games that they have to play to get to this point. One of the German players that was playing in Europe, when he went in on the winner's side, he said, oh, this is so much easier. I need to come in on the winner's side more often.
That would be ideal, right? As we say, just go 2-0, easy, you know?
Easy.
And just keep doing that over and over. That's how you win, of course. But no, it's definitely a lot more comfortable to stay in that winner's side bracket. Speaking with Rockhaven earlier, he didn't look at the games like elimination matches because he knew that if he thought of them in that sense, it'd be too high pressure. There'd be too many external factors you're considering. Just take it one step at a time, stay in the moment, stay present. That's what a lot of these loser side bracket trainers are trying to do.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, congratulations to him. These matches have been absolutely incredible all day. Like we talked about, these games have really been playing since 10 o'clock in the morning here in Indianapolis. These trainers have been really battling the whole day. They've been watching people play. It can get kind of exhausting and wear on you even mentally, even if you're not playing, even if you're trying to prepare yourself for the next game.
Yeah, right. Might be time to take a nap here and try not to miss your next round. That's always the risk that you take, but it's going to be exciting to see day 2's bracket once it's completed, because trainers like Cytochrome and all these winner side bracket players are going to be some of the best in the entire country, and maybe even outside of the country, the entire region, the entire world, if you have some trainers coming in from out of region.
Yeah, you know, you keep saying this sort of thing. We also have been asking the chat what they think about the different things as well. Chat has kind of responded that we have some social media posts that we're going to see from different people coming on. Like, I love this. PvP Steve, someone who's really been great and instrumental in the Oceania region.
Yeah.
He's saying, check out the 10 Pokemon that have only won a single Play Pokemon Regional this season. Which one surprises you the most? Do you think any of these will get a second win? What do you think, Will?
I'm going to double dip here. The things that surprise me the most are actually the players. Look at Jakobrovich, only trainer to win a regional championship with Shadow Dragonair and Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Look at Inadequance, the only trainer to win a regional championship with Giratina Origin form and Wigglytuff. That's impressive. Having one signature Pokemon is really cool, but having 2, or even look at Wattage, the defense form Deoxys and Shadow Dragonite.
Right away, coming in right after Worlds, 3rd place at Worlds, 1st place in Pittsburgh. That was really cool. Let's move on to the second one.
Absolutely. This is from Difi, our co-caster and colleague. Y'all knew they had to put the girls at PvP official match to start off the day. I'm 0-2 on stream against Cindy, but I'm proud of my play and how I've improved as a battler. Very good games and extremely well played. She was very happy about taking a game away from Cindy, because Cindy was our Vancouver regional champion in 2022.
I would be happy to take a game off of her as well. And I really like that point that Difi made. She's improving. I think that's what happens, you know, when you start competing more, when you do more regional competitions. Next one we have from Master Professor Becca. Early scenes from the floor of Indie Regionals. Play Pokemon and thank your judge. Exactly, yes. All these judges helping make this tournament really run smoothly. Thank you again. And look how packed this place is. Once again, we're talking about this is the largest for Pokemon Go this season in North America with 168 competitors, I believe.
Exactly. And we really wish that trainers would come out in person to experience these events. As you saw, Pokemon trainers, as far as the eye can see, if you have a passion for Pokemon and competing, this is your tribe. These are your trainers that you would learn and grow and have a great time with. So we definitely encourage you, if you can't make it out this season, to at least keep your eyes forward to next season.
Yeah, and also make sure that you're contributing. If you can't make it, do a social media post of your own. Where are you watching from? We had some different call outs before. Maybe let us know. We're still trying to come up with some clever, speediest burger things. Let us know what you think about that. How do you like your burgers?
I mean,
hashtag play Pokemon.
How many casters does it it take to make a good pun? At least two,
it's
apparently.
More than two.
More than
if
two,
it's
more than
us,
two.
it's more than two, apparently.
We'll put our brains together and think about it and see what we can come up with. But these trainers have been working their brains all day long. We're going to have a really hype matchup. A former regional runner-up versus a former regional champion who really set the meta in place. This is actually the second time we're going to cast the ladder, Magic Mason.
That is true. Let's see if he's got some magic in this, because we saw him play a little bit earlier. It's not that he was playing bad. I mean, he managed to like maneuver that Guzzlord around with both an Annihilate and a Dugong on the opposite side, still taking a game off of the competitor.
Which was really impressive, right? Against S. James P., one of the best Go Battle League players in the entire world. To be able to out-team read and out-maneuver them is a huge, huge accomplishment.
And actually, fun thing, if you really think about it, S. James also knocked Elim down to the loser side of the bracket. So both of these trainers were knocked down by the same person, and now one of them is going to be making it on to day 2 as we are in the losers finals of Group C.
Magic Mason on the left side of your screen, Elim on the right. Magic Mason with the Dugong and Guzzlord signature picks. Meanwhile, Elim coming in with Shadow Whiscash, Charge Bug, and Vigoroth. I thought that Charge Bug was out of the meta, Amanda. Explain this.
Yeah, you know what? I guess maybe Elim didn't really get the memo there, but he's been doing pretty good. Maybe he's still aboard that Charger bus.
Maybe. Chugga chugga choo choo. We're going to see what happens, though. One of our
That's
traders is already...
train, Speedy.
Hey, come on. Let me have that one. We have Magic Mason on the left side of your screen. Again, his ability to move his Guzzlord around and find positive matchups was definitely a signature of his play earlier on stream. And he's got a lot of good targets on Elim's team. I mean, there's a Charge Bug, there's a Lickitung, there's a Shadow Whiscash, but also some barriers.
Yeah, there's a lot of barriers as well. You have to almost wonder, is it more barriers than it is good things? Because the Charger Bug, it's pretty neutral, right? Those X-Scissors are going to be hitting really hard. Vigoroth is a pretty hard counter to it. Altaria also with those Dragon Breaths. It's going to be something that's kind of difficult. We're going to hop right into game number 1. We got that Gligar against Altaria, at least avoid... No Guzzlord to be found, thank goodness, because it looks like Elim brought all the hard counters to it there. An immediate swap out to Dugong, now met by the Charger Bug.
Whoa, speaking of hard counters, that was a really fast switch in by Magic Mason, sending out his Dugong, his hardest answer to Altaria, which we typically don't see, which means that Magic Mason is trying to pull something out. He gets Charge Bug, and it's also fascinating that Elim sent out Charge Bug so quickly when Vigoroth is also a great pick.
Yeah, I think that was a very interesting call overall, and I think if you're Magic Mason, you're actually very happy about that, because if you look in the back, we have a Skarmory that also doesn't want to be facing that. One thing that is nice about using Dugong as that safe swap and doing it so quickly is he was able to get an attack off. That Icy Wind, no matter what, has now debuffed the attack of Elim's Charger Bug, so no matter what comes in, it's not going to be doing as much damage. This is going to just be getting a lot of farm, what we call so much energy on the Gligar, because not only is X-Scissor not be doing so much, it's even debuffed at this point.
And you saw Magic Mason, he didn't waste a second, right? As soon as his Dugong fainted, he brought in the Shadow Gligar immediately, not going to wait down the switch timer, because right about now, it's expired for Elim.
Yep, Elim knows it as well, but it's already so low. He's like, okay, Charger Bug, you did your job here. It's going to go back into its ball. Meanwhile, Gligar just a little bit in the yellow, and then Skarmory comes in, one of the hardest. Charger Bug is a very hard counter for it, but the Volt Switch is a little more than the Steel Wing, being able to completely negate all of that energy. Skarmory comes in with a little bit of an energy advantage against the Vigoroth.
A little bit of energy advantage might actually be the difference maker here, because Vigoroth traditionally paces a bit faster, but getting 1 or 2 Steel Wings can put this Skarmory on pace. Skytech gets fired off here. Protection comes up from Elim, trying to keep his Vigoroth in this matchup, and he goes straight for the rock slide.
Yep, Elim looks cool as a cucumber here. If you watch it, it's like, I'm sure that he's great at card games or any sort of games with no indication at all what is going to be thrown. Still a nice correct shield for Mason there, not letting that rock slide go through, and both shields have now been used by Elim. Wants to keep that Vigoroth as healthy as possible.
Skarmory is a few Steel Wings away from its next attack. Meanwhile, Vigoroth actually might be able to pull a back-to-back rock slide, gathers the energy for both of them, and if you're Magic Mason, you're kind of in a tough spot, because you can either soak the rock slide here or switch to Gligar, but it's still going to deal damage across the board.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to tank one, tried to switch and decided not to there. It looks Steel Wing goes through, and now a body slam, but getting a shield off of the Skarmory, and now we have to see how they want to play it out. Skarmory does have the energy at this point. Swapping into the Gligar has so much energy on his side, but not a lot of health left. Great catch by Elim. The Aerial Ace would be the more effective attack anyway.
Altaria is incredibly healthy, but that Shadow Gligar has a boatload of energy. It's going to fire up the second Aerial Ace. It's going to get to a third. This matchup's actually going to be very, very close in the end.
Yeah, I mean, especially because this is Shadow. Again, Shadow's doing 20% more damage. Already pretty much at another aerialist. Is this enough to knock out the Altaria? There is a Sky Attack stored on the Skarmory as well. Vigoroth's gonna have to do some heavy lifting here.
Yeah, because the Altaria does go down. Vigoroth comes in. Counters are resisted. It needs to farm this Gligar all the way down. 4 counters get it done. Elim needs to win charge attack priority here, and he does!
Yeah, he knew it as well. I think even at this stage, the body slam would be enough. Rock Slide just to make sure, winning that charge attack priority and winning game number 1.
And there's the first bit of emotion that we see from Elim, right? An exhale and a bit of a smile. He says, wow, that was close.
That was incredibly close. And both of these trainers knowing these things as well. I think, yeah, both of them knew the win condition, right? I mean, that Magic Mason knew that he needed to be able to completely wing attack down. And Elim says, nope, can't happen. I have to have that charge attack stored for the Skarmory.
Yeah, and that's just the value of knowing where your opponent is in terms of energy pacing. If you know they have a charge attack, you don't get surprised. If you know exactly how much energy they have, you don't miscount. You keep things in control. And that's exactly what Elim did in the late stages of that game. He controlled the narrative.
Yeah, so again, we're talking about the different types of strategies, the different gameplays. This was an ABB to the Charger Bug. It didn't work out in Magic Mason's favor. However, look how close these were coming at the end here. Being able to just completely go through this Altaria. Look how little health there is on the Gligar, but that Altaria didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, all the energy, right? Deploying triple aerial aces back to back to back, gets the knockout, and then Vigoroth comes in with 4 counters. Just enough energy for the Rock Slide, and he throws it on the charge type priority tie. I'm telling you, wrap it up with a bow and ship it. That was perfectly played.
Yeah, but you don't expect anything less in a loser's finals here, especially with players of this caliber.
Jumping right into game number 2, the Beast Ball comes out, and Guzzlord emerges. We've got Guzzlord versus Skarmory.
I mean, we talk about this a lot because the Dragon Tails aren't doing much to the Skarmory at all. However, it's really only the charge attacks of the Skarmory that are doing a lot to the Guzzlord either. And if you can get a crunch debuff, it's not so bad. Mason choosing to stay in this matchup saying, okay, hey, at least it's not, you know, the Vigoroth on the other side. Let's see what we can do. Maybe just some damage is what this Guzzlord is meant to do in game number 2.
Well, I think that Magic Mason also is looking at his team composition. He's got Gligar in the back. He really can't afford to lose this matchup hard. He wants to pull a Protect Shield at least. Oh, and he shields a Brave Bird. That's a massive call by Magic Mason.
Big. Now this Sky Attack will be able to go through double shielding at this point. He knows that the defenses are down from that Skarmory, so he says, okay, at this point, even though the Dragon Tails aren't going to be doing that much, if he stays in, I'm really at an advantage. In comes that Charger Bug, and now we're going to be able to eat this Dragon Claw here. But no shield from Elim's side.
No shield. Team composition here for Elim is ABA flying types, but the Charge Bug comes out just like expected, trying to catch the X-Scissor on the Gligar, doesn't succeed. Magic Mason made a dent, an impact in that lead situation, but it cost him both Protect Shields.
Yeah, indeed. There's still a little bit of energy on the Guzzlord in the back. We'll have to see how they want to play that out later. Meanwhile, just trying to get a ton of energy on the Gligar, but Elim had a lot of energy on the Charger Bug too, saying, I know that these aren't doing that much, but hey, look, this is adding up, and now you are down to the yellow. You're gonna have to do something. I have 2 shields.
Yeah, you're not always gonna get the perfect situation, but you make the most of what you have. And after 2 X-Scissors, suddenly this Shadow Gligar is deep into the yellow. It fires up the Aerial Ace to try to cut off this Charger Bug's energy, and the 2 flying type Pokemon are lurking in the back for Elim.
Hoping to blow that Charger Bug's fuse there, to making sure that it doesn't go through. We saw it before, the Altaria against the Gligar, but last time Gligar had a little bit more energy, no shields left. It's complete reversal of the situation here. Has 2 shields left on Elim's side, just completely probably going to Dragon Breath down the Gligar.
And look at Mason, right? You can see the expression on his face. He was hoping for anything besides Altaria. He wanted Vigoroth, he wanted Lickitung, he wanted Shadow Whiscash, because now you have a Dragon and Flying type that's going to deal super effective damage to the remaining 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, going ahead, this Sky Attack will connect with the Guzzlord because there are no shields left, enough to take it out as well. And in comes the Annihilate against the Altaria. The Sky Attack will be able to connect. There are still 2 shields left, and you can see, yeah, just trying to punch, do as much as it can, but this Annihilate might be going down.
Fight as it might, Annihilate cannot take down the Altaria in the end. 2 shield flex for Elim as he advances to day 2.
Yeah, 2 shields for day 2.
That's quick maths.
I'm really, yeah.
That's quick maths with Lundberger.
Learning with Lundberger here.
Handshakes and hugs between the Toronto regional champion and the Baltimore runner-up from last season. Both of those players really looking for breakout moments, really looking to secure the crown. Magic Mason, unfortunately, the magic runs out in Indianapolis. He will not advance to day number 2, but Elim still in the fight.
And I think that this is, again, we talked about it a little bit earlier, both of them knocked down by S. James P. A really good trainer, a friend to both of them. I think even a teammate of Elim's. He was saying before it was a really unfortunate situation that they were in the same pod, that they had to play against each other so early. Looks like maybe Elim might be able to do a grudge match against them the next day. We'll have to see, as both of them are in day 2.
That's always a question, right? Are you going to pair up against that trainer again, and will the outcome be different? Because sometimes trainers just have your number, right? You'll pair up against one player and you'll say, oh, this is the one player I did not want to pair against in the bracket because they know my play style, they know how I time my charge attacks, they know my team composition style, and it's really tough to overcome. So sometimes even, after you've been on stream and other people have watched your games, you have to switch things up. You have to be unpredictable.
Yeah, be unpredictable right now. That was so good. I don't know if you guys saw it. I did not predict what Will was going to do.
I'm here all weekend.
Hey, I'm here all weekend too.
What? That's crazy. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to link up with our other co-casters, Rise to Occasion.
They're also here all weekend.
They are. They are. I hope they are. What if they leave? That'd be terrible. We're gonna hook up with them in the lounge. We'll see you over there.
Well played, man. Good game.
I didn't know how to knock you like you get the farm.
I mean, it would have been close.
Yeah.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Pokemon Go Regional 2024. We've had an incredible day of battles, and we have a top 16 loaded up for tomorrow. What were your thoughts on the battle today? Let's start with you, Will.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the most important tournaments of the season. We had the highest turnout of any North America regional here in Indianapolis. It's central in the U.S. It's a great place to fly in. A lot of trainers have met from all around the world, from both coasts, and all the surrounding states. It's been a really fun tournament because the travel award, the championship points, there's so much on the line.
That's right. Amanda, first North America regional. How's it compare to your cohorts in EU?
Yeah, I have to say, that's been my highlight of this event, is just seeing all these players that, you know, you get to see them when you're watching the streams later on, but to actually see it live, to see the energy and the different play styles, the different Pokemon that are being brought, I don't know how if it really compares, but it's a definitely unique and very cool experience.
That's right. And speaking of experiences, first time on the caster booth, rise to the occasion. What are your thoughts on the tournament today, especially watching from this side?
It's been an absolute blast. You seasoned veterans make it easy for the rookie over here, but it's been some exceptional battles. These groups have been stacked, and I think also the exceptional gameplay has made our jobs easy as well.
That's right. Speaking of stack groups, let's take a look at the groups we have tomorrow. On the winner's side, we got Teddy Bear, Crimson, K19, S. James P21, Gordon the Flash, Out of Pocket, Trent, Lyle Jeffs, and a Shiny Diaga. Exciting set of battles there, too. Which one are you looking forward to most, Speedy?
I have to go for the underdog here, right? We look at that final pairing, Shiny Diaga 45 versus Lyle Jeffs. Shiny Diaga hit a new level, hit new heights in their wins to get to this day 2 bracket. I'm really excited to see what they do against Lyle Jeffs.
That's right. We got a stacked losers bracket, too. Take us down that losers bracket, Amanda.
We got Cytochrome T. We just saw one of the last matchups of the day to be able to solidify coming into this against Valor Ash. We got Mountain Dugong against Eat Strawberries, Rock Haven and a Shady Equation, and Bubble Wrapper and Elim, rounding out the whole losers bracket. Bryce, what are you thinking?
I'm excited to see Rock Haven versus a Shady Equation.
Yeah.
Those are two battlers that could take it all the way. We've seen it happen before. It's possible. Someone to come from the loser's side and take the whole thing. I would like to see whoever wins that matchup. They're going to be a threat to be reckoned with.
That's right. I mean, Rockhaven wasn't even playing competitively the last time Shady Equation was even competing. So a new face on the block for Shady Equation to face off against. And speaking of facing off, we have a start time tomorrow, bright and early. Speedy, what time is it?
That looks like 7 a.m. Pacific time or 10 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to kick things off with some awesome day 2 battles. We've got a top 16 bracket, as you just saw. So many games, but make sure to tune in early because some of the most exciting matches are the ones at the top of the show.
That's right. And we have a few more tournaments left, especially in North America. We're here in Indianapolis. We got LA around the corner. What do you think about LA, Amanda?
I mean, LA is going to be where it's at a lot. You know, they were always saying, I joke around, I'm originally from Iowa. Midwest is best. Indianapolis is not disappointing there, but there are so many good battlers out on the West Coast that I'm sure they are also coming to play, especially because it's the last regional for NA of the season. It's a big time to try to get those championship points and perhaps a regional championship title.
That's right. And some say West Coast, best coast. But rise to the occasion, where can you find the Pokemon Go channels here on our socials?
You can find our socials at Play Pokemon on X, /Pokemon on YouTube, /Pokemon on Facebook, and Pokemon at Instagram. Make sure to tag us, #PlayPokemon for more.
That's right. We have exciting action for tomorrow. Quick words around the row. What are you looking forward to most on day number 2? Start with you, Will.
I gotta say that the question still looms, right? We didn't see him until later on in the day. Can Lyle Jeffs repeat as a regional champion and tie up the 3 regional champion record that Dunebug has set this season? I mean, the pressure's on.
All right, what about you, Amanda?
Yeah, I mean, Lyle Jeffs did say, we were joking around, that he might chug some maple syrup if he was to compete with Dunebug's Flying Eagle coming in on the stage. But I have to say, I also have my eye on Crimson K19. He's a very popular person among the community, and he's been playing so well, but he has not really been able to make his breakout performance. Could this be it in the biggest tournament for Pokemon Go in NA?
That's right. I mean, he has that 4th place medal from Indianapolis that first year, too. So he's willing to add on more medals around his neck. Rise to the occasion. Best part about casting, you make day 2 regardless. What are you looking forward to in day number 2?
I'm intrigued to see Out of Pocket tomorrow. I was talking to him. He wants to win a regional championship this season. He feels like sometimes in these conversations, who's the best player here, who's the best player there, he's been counted out. He wants to make a statement. Let's see how Out of Pocket performs tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know, I'm rooting for Out of Pocket as well, running that back down. He said he's got a 100% chance of winning this tournament, and there's only one way to find out. You got to tune in tomorrow. So thanks all for joining on day number 1. We have exciting day number 2 here in Indianapolis. Don't miss out, and we'll catch you tomorrow.